Master's wife. I feel so unwell. Please help me quickly point 3,000 miles from the Dragon Kingdom. Atop the enchanting Penglai Mountain, a magnificent and ancient cauldron looms over the celestial isle. At this moment, flames dance within its depths, revealing the silhouette of a man enduring the searing fire. Naked and engulfed in flames, the figure within suffers greatly. Surrounding the cauldron stand three ethereal women, their graceful forms radiating urgency as they await the outcome. Inside the cauldron lies their joint disciple, Qijue, whose blood harbors an unidentifiable toxin. Despite their exhaustive search for miraculous remedies, none have proven effective, leaving them no choice but to resort to the flames, battling poison with fire. Suddenly, an intense heat erupts from the cauldron, causing the malevolent flames to surge dangerously, igniting nearby trees and threatening to engulf the entire mountain. Qijue, swathed in crimson, contorts in agony, his expression betraying the brink of an explosive release. This is bad. I never anticipated that the burning heaven flames would not only fail to purge the toxin, but also trigger such a violent reaction. If this continues, Qijue may not survive. The foremost woman, clad in a resplendent red gown, exclaims in distress. Her hair is elegantly styled, exuding an air of regal grace akin to that of an empress. They had previously experienced the potency of the toxin through a single drop of their disciple's blood. Even with their extraordinary cultivation, contact with the blood felt like searing flames against their skin, draining their vitalitia, a most peculiar affliction. Disciple, how do you fare? One of them inquires. I can hardly endure. My meridians are ablaze. The woman in red, her face etched with concern, watches helplessly as her beloved disciple writhes in torment, and with determination, she resolves there is no other choice. She gracefully loosens her attire and steps into the cauldron, intending to absorb the poison. However, after an hour, she finds herself overwhelmed and calls out, "Sister, I cannot bear this any longer. Please assist me." At that moment, another woman, draped in white and radiating an otherworldly beauty, sighs and enters the cauldron as well. Another hour passes, and a third woman, voluptuous and alluring, joins them. Only through their combined efforts do they manage to subdue the malevolent toxin. At last, Qijue awakens slowly, his gaze falling upon the three women, now disrobed and bearing bruises. Recalling the events, he gasps in astonishment. "Master's wives, what have you done?" The woman in red raises a delicate finger to hush him. Whispering, "Do not speak, Qijue. We understand. There is nothing more we can impart to you. You must leave Penglai. It is time to avenge the Yi family's massacre. Upon your return to the mortal realm, do not forget to seek out your 6 elder sisters. They are intricately connected to your fate. Moreover, the toxin within you has but a year left before it may erupt. Remain vigilant." "Understood." Qijue kneels, bowing thrice with reverence. "To my 3 esteemed masters, I am eternally grateful for your guidance over the past 5 years. I shall not forget. I depart Penglai to avenge my family's demise, and once I have fulfilled this duty, I shall return to honor you. Go forth." The woman in red nods, gesturing him onward with a graceful wave of her hand. The sea, smooth as a mirror and devoid of waves, suddenly surged with colossal waves, parting to reveal a broad path. "Remember, do not disturb the Dragon Kingdom. Do not dare to say, 'I am a disciple of the Penglai immortal island.' I shall heed the teachings of my master." Qijue strode forth upon the waves, akin to a vengeful dragon emerging from the mountains. 5 years prior, he was the esteemed heir of the Yi family in Lingzhou, Jiangdong, a foster son who exceeded all expectations, adeptly navigating the business realm. By the age of 20, his fortune surpassed 100 million, basking in unparalleled glory. Numerous noble families in Lingzhou, eager to marry off their daughters, sought his hand. However, on the day of his betrothal, his fiancée, Su Man's family treacherously drugged his drink, collaborating with the formidable Zhou family to mercilessly slaughter the Yi family. The Su family had long harbored malevolent intentions. His father, Yiyang, knelt in desperate pleas. Degraded to a pitiful state, yet was met with brutal violence from the Su family, meeting his demise on the spot. His mother, unable to endure the humiliation, took her own life by biting her tongue. Over 100 members of the Yi family perished before his eyes, and he, too, was forcibly subdued by Su Man and Zhou Qiang, compelled to kneel. Yet how could Yi Qijue bow? His heart burned with unquenchable rage. If I do not perish, I shall return as a vengeful spirit to drag you into hell. Su Man and Zhou Qiang were incensed. How dare you threaten us as death approaches? You believe yourself resilient, yet I shall see your spine shattered. Watch as the Yi family is obliterated. They cruelly extracted his spine, shattering every bone in his body before discarding him among the corpses. Subsequently, the Yi family estate was drenched in gasoline and set ablaze. The inferno consumed all. Ha ha! The illustrious Yi family of Lingzhou has vanished. All their wealth is now ours. Not to mention the promises from that significant figure. Our futures are boundless, Yi young master. I await your return as a vengeful spirit to claim your life. Amidst the flames, the Zhou and Su families reveled in their wicked triumph, departing with disdain. Little did they know, an ancient servant within the Yi family, though grievously injured, endured the searing flames to drag Yi Qijue from the pile of corpses, supporting his broken body to the riverbank and casting him into the water. As for himself, he was nearly reduced to a charred husk. Zhongbo, young master, the Yi family owes you nothing. This old servant can only take you this far. In the glow of the flames, Zhongbo stood resolute until his last breath. Thus, Yi Qijue drifted down the river, rescued by a senior sister, who brought him to Penglai Immortal Island, where he honed his martial skills and cultivated his spirit. 5 years elapsed, and Yi Qijue finally returned, reborn as a dragon. His gaze, fierce and determined, was fixed upon the direction of the Dragon Kingdom. Su family and Zhou family, are you prepared to face your reckoning? A day later, Jiangdong, the ancestral home of the Yi family, once the most prosperous area of Lingzhou, now lay in ruins and desolation. Over 100 individuals perished in the inferno without cause who would dare claim this cursed land. It remained abandoned. Simultaneously, it served as a grim warning to the few aware in Lingzhou. An unseen hand loomed over Jiangdong, capable of orchestrating all. Yi Qijue arrived at this site, tears of blood glistening in his eyes, for within lay the remains of his family. Yet, there were no bones to be found. Only ashes. Blood debts must be repaid in blood. Yi Wuxing gathered incense and strong liquor to honor his fallen kin. At that moment, a kind-hearted woman passing by cautioned him. Young man, are you a relative of the Yi family? I must warn you, the Zhou and Su families have decreed that no one is permitted to honor the Yi family. Those who defy this will find themselves at odds with them. Both families are currently thriving in Lingzhou. You would be wise not to provoke them. You should leave. Yi Qijue glanced at her. It matters not. Good lady, are you aware of the Yi family's plight? The woman sighed, alas. On the surface, it appears to be a mere case of fire and disaster. Yet who in Lingzhou does not know that the Zhou and Su families have risen to power atop the graves of the Yi clan? Especially the Su family that Su Man, leveraging her status as a daughter-in-law of the Yi family, seized all their assets and swiftly married into the Zhou family. Now, she even intends to marry off the last remaining girl of the Yi family to a fool from the Li family. Such cruelty. What? Yi Qijue's eyes widened suddenly. He recollected that during his engagement, his sister Yi Luoling was studying in the capital and had been unable to return due to her heavy academic load, thus narrowly escaping disaster. He had assumed that after the annihilation of the Yi family, his sister would surely fall into the clutches of the Zhou and Su families, meeting a similar fate. Yet, he had not anticipated hearing news of his sister. Linger, my sister is still alive. His heart surged with exhilaration. Is the little girl of the Yi family named Yi Luoling? That would be so. However, the poor child has suffered greatly. It is said her legs were broken, and the man she is to marry from the Li family is a fool. Alas, what tragedy. Boom. Yi Qijue's pupils constricted, and an inferno of rage ignited within his eyes. On the night the Yi family was annihilated, he had clearly seen members of the Li family mingling among the chaos, eager for their share. He knew of that fool from the Li family, born with a mental deficiency, drooling uncontrollably. These executioners dare to force Linger into marriage with such a man? Li family, should you lay a finger on my sister, I shall ensure your entire clan pays the price." He transformed into a gust of wind and departed in fury. At this moment, in the Li family of Lingzhou, a vibrant wedding celebration unfolds. The red carpet is laid out, and firecrackers resound continuously. Yet, the visiting guests wear expressions tinged with mockery. For the protagonists of this wedding are none other than the Li family's simple-minded son, whose appearance is grotesquely unattractive, and the last remaining scion of the Yi family, Yi Luoling, who at merely 18 is a radiant beauty, a living embodiment of a beast and a beauty. They are an absurdly perfect match. Before long, the ceremony reaches its climax as the bride and groom make their entrance. The groom, clad in a red wedding robe, is the foolish son of the Li family, his mouth crooked and drool dripping from his lips. On the other side, veiled beneath a red cloak, the enchanting visage of Yi Luoling is barely visible, limping with a twisted and broken right leg. At this moment, she appears disheveled and desolate, resembling a beggar by the roadside, far removed from the image of the former princess of the Yi family. As the auspicious moment arrives, the couple kneels before heaven and earth. The Li family members cheer, forcibly dragging Yi Luoling onto the red carpet, compelling her to kneel and wed the simpleton. They bow to heaven and earth, to the ancestors, and then to each other, before being ushered into the bridal chamber. Yi Luoling struggles in vain. "Oh, the bridal chamber. I have a wife now. A kiss, my wife." Though simple-minded, Li Shao understands that today is his wedding day. He pouts his drooling mouth towards Yi Luoling, demanding a kiss. The foul stench assaults her senses. Yi Luoling nearly retches, pushing him away and screaming, "I am not your wife. Stay away from me." With a sudden strike, a resounding slap lands on her delicate face, leaving her dizzy. It is Li Shao's elder brother, Li Tao. Li Tao, a menacing figure, snarls, "You little minx. To marry into the Li family is your privilege. If it weren't for Miss Su's great kindness, you'd already be in hell with the rest of the dead Yi family." He continues, "Today, you must not only serve my brother well, but also entertain all our guests. Come on, everyone in the Li family, let us have some fun. Make this bridal chamber lively." At his command, a throng of Li family guests eagerly rushes forward, hands groping at Yi Luoling's body like a pack of wolves. Amidst the raucous laughter, they exclaim, "This little girl is indeed tender. No wonder she was once famed as Lingzhou's beauty. I hear she was even sent to a prestigious academy in the capital at 13, a true gem of heaven. And look at her now, reduced to a plaything. I relish this feeling of turning a goddess into a harlot." As the fabric of her thin clothing is mercilessly torn away, Yi Luoling cries out, "Get away. Leave me alone." Her tears flow endlessly, but to no avail. For 5 long years, since she returned from the capital and learned of the tragic demise of the Yi family, this nightmare has never ceased. She has endured relentless torment for 5 years. In the prime of her life, she has been reduced to this state. Now, they seek to drive her further into despair. To be ravaged by these despicable creatures is scarcely different from death itself. Alas, in the twilight of her life, she never beheld her parents again. Nor did she know whether her beloved elder brother was alive or dead. Rumors circulated that on the day following the fire at the Yi family, someone had spotted the charred remains of Uncle Zhong by the riverbank. His final posture, leaning forward with outstretched hands, suggested he was attempting to push something away. Had any of the Yi family miraculously escaped the inferno? The answer remained elusive. Yet, it was this very news that sustained Yi Luoling through 5 years of humiliation and survival. But now, she could endure no longer. She was enveloped in utter despair. Perhaps the Yi family had indeed perished entirely that fateful night amidst the raging flames. "Mother, father, brother Qijue, Linger has come to see you." With eyes closed, Yi Luoling prepared to end her own life. In that critical moment, a figure resembling a demonic deity appeared before the Li family courtyard. Observing the raucous celebration within, filled with the sounds of drums and laughter, he rushed in. Frantic with urgency, "Who dares to cause trouble at the Li household?" shouted the guards. Crack. Their necks were immediately crushed and their bodies discarded. Then, Yi Qijue entered the courtyard and, upon seeing the scene, his pupils dilated in horror, his formidable frame trembling. What had he witnessed? His sister, the one who had always trailed behind him as a child, affectionately calling him brother, was now surrounded and torn apart by a pack of brutes. Li Tao of the Li family was shouting, "Don't rush, everyone gets a share, not a single one can be missing. But it must be my brother who breaks the seal." Meanwhile, the family simpleton, having removed his trousers, cheered and clapped. "Hee hee. It's time for the bridal chamber. Foolish beauties. What a spectacle." The onlookers erupted in excited cheers. "Beasts. A wretched collection of unworthy creatures." Boom. The overwhelming fury surged to its zenith, and a murderous intent erupted from Qijue, soaring to the heavens. The very clouds above seemed to tremble under the weight of his wrath. Suddenly, the revelers felt an icy chill penetrate their bones. As if their very lives were grasped within a merciless hand, they involuntarily shivered. Who is that? Why such hostility on this joyous occasion? Can't you see everyone is in high spirits? Someone finally noticed Qijue. Indeed, on such a jubilant day, why not slay a few beasts to liven the mood? Qijue, like a specter from the abyss, appeared before two individuals in an instant, unleashing two devastating strikes. Bang, bang, with his energy surging forth. The two at the front were obliterated into a mist of blood. The overwhelming stench of gore startled everyone, causing them to turn in horror. They beheld a figure, both divine and demonic, charging towards them. His voice, devoid of any warmth, resonated chillingly. Today, you wretched beasts shall all meet your end. The few in front had no time to react before being engulfed in that thick mist of blood. Had it not been for his concern for his sister, Qijue could have easily annihilated everyone present with a mere wave of his hand. Yet, even so, the violence unleashed was more than sufficient. Good heavens, who are you? The crowd gasped in terror. I have never encountered such brutality, such a bloodthirsty individual. He strikes with such ferocity that it reduces a person to mere pulp. Is this sorcery? Listening to Qijue's words is as chilling as ancient ice, instilling fear in all present. They begin to retreat in haste. Meanwhile, at the center of the crowd, Yi Luoling, surrounded and poised to take her own life, feels a tremor of recognition at the sound. Familiar. All too familiar. She quickly opens her eyes and spots the imposing figure advancing, dispatching foes with each step, coming to her rescue. Is it not her longed-for brother, Qijue? Overwhelmed with joy, Yi Luoling exclaims, "Brother!" She truly has family still alive. This revelation fills her with exhilaration and elation. Tears stream down her cheeks, her eyes sparkling with renewed hope. Simultaneously, the guests of the Leaf family realize that this merciless figure, capable of obliterating a man with a single blow, is none other than Yi Luoling's brother. But Qijue, the adopted son of the Yi family, had been flayed and tortured to death 5 years prior. They are left in astonishment. Could it be true? Was the Yi family not extinguished 5 years ago? Qijue had suffered horrific torture, doused in gasoline, and burned alive. Has he returned from the depths of hell to exact vengeance? Get away. With a sweeping motion, Qijue dispatches the remaining few with brutal efficiency. At the same time, he envelopes Yi Luoling in his true energy, pulling her safely to his side. He gently grasps her shoulders, examining her injuries with great care. Her right leg is broken, her fingers stripped of their nails. Her arms and face are marred with wounds. Such a tragic fate for an 18-year-old girl in the bloom of youth. Qijue's heart bleeds at the sight, unable to contain his tears. Luoling, I am so sorry. You have suffered. Yi Luoling shakes her head, tears cascading like pearls, plunging into Qijue's embrace, as if to convey countless grievances. Brother, this is wonderful. You are alive. You truly are alive. You have no idea how tormenting these years have been for me. I have contemplated ending my life countless times, but I have finally awaited your return. It is simply marvelous. I have family again. Qijue nods. Luoling, I shall never allow you to suffer again. Meanwhile, the dim-witted Li Shash, witnessing his wife being embraced by another man, becomes incensed. Lunging forward to pull Yi Luoling away. Release my wife. I was about to consummate our marriage. Consummate your misery. Qijue retaliates with a swift strike, sending Li Shash's head spinning 18 times. The bones of his neck are surely shattered beyond repair, leaving only the skin attached, precariously swaying. The scene is utterly horrifying. To dare inflict such suffering upon his sister, even a fool from the Li family, is no exception to his wrath. Brother, Li Tao is consumed with fury. Qijue, I never imagined you, this wretched spawn, could still be alive. You have killed my brother, and I shall ensure you both pay dearly for it. Li Gao, Li Chong, seize him and end his life. Tear him apart. Yes, to dare come to the Li family and commit murder, prepare to meet your demise. As soon as the words left his mouth, two imposing figures erupted from the Li family crowd, charging towards Qijue. Both were tall and robust, with prominent temples. They were 6th-grade Huang-level warriors. Although they were the lowest rank among martial artists, each possessed the capability to vanquish dozens of ordinary men. 5 years prior, it was these two who facilitated the Li family's merciless pillaging of the Yi household. Qijue, allow me to reenact the tragedy of the Yi family's annihilation from 5 years ago. Li Tao sneered. 5 years ago, Qijue. Despite being the most prominent young master in Qijue and a rising star in business, was utterly ignorant of martial arts. Otherwise, he would not have been trampled like a dog underfoot. In just a span of 5 years, even if he had acquired some skills, how formidable could he truly become? Be careful, brother, Yi Luoling anxiously warned. Insignificant pests. Yi Qijue scoffed, unleashing a punch that struck Li Gao and Li Chang with the force of artillery. Yi Luoling hastily shut her eyes, but the frail bodies of Li Gao and Li Chang could not withstand such overwhelming power. Their limbs shattered into fragments. Only their heads remained, grotesquely attached to their bare torsos, as they screamed in agony. Yi Qijue, however, moderated his strength, ensuring that they did not disintegrate into a bloody mist. All those complicit in the Yi family's massacre 5 years ago would endure torment before their demise. After a prolonged period of wailing, the two were finally dispatched with a kick. The blood mist in the Li family's courtyard thickened ominously. Devil! The onlookers were petrified, nearly losing control of their bowels at the sight. A single punch had obliterated a body, leaving only a head to suffer. What else could this be if not the work of a demon? Run! Everyone scrambled to escape, but their movements appeared painfully slow to Yi Qijue, akin to that of turtles. Bang! 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 Soon, all those who had tormented Luoling were brutally dispatched. The members of the Li family met their end, their bodies exploding in anguish. The entire Li estate was engulfed in a tempest of blood and fury. Li Tao was the last to be seized by Yi Qijue. His neck gripped tightly, terror causing him to lose control of his bodily functions as he trembled like a leaf. Yi Qijue, no, young Master Yi. Please spare me. I was wrong. Grant me my life. And where is your father? Yi Qijue queried coldly. 5 years ago. The masterminds behind the Yi family's downfall were the heads of several prominent families in Qijue. The Li family was now virtually obliterated, yet the true culprit, Li Kaicheng, could not be spared. He's of the Su family. I will find him at once, let him come and apologize to you. I beg you, let me live. The Su family, you say? Yi Qijue's eyes narrowed. The treacherous woman Su Min and her father, the old dog Su, had led the betrayal against him. He would soon seek retribution. Gathering them together will make it easier to eliminate them. Grandmaster Yi, can you not spare me? Very well. Yi Qijue tightened his grip before releasing him. I will ensure you find him, but it will be in hell. Li Tao's lifeless body crumpled to the ground. Yi Qijue then strode away with his sister, Yi Luoling, leaving behind a vastly estate, now silent with the extinction of over 100 souls. This was merely the beginning of his vengeance. Half an hour later, in the luxurious presidential suite of the Spring Mountain 5-star Hotel in Qijue, Yi Qijue had arranged the room impeccably. After encouraging his sister to take a refreshing bath, he ventured out to procure an array of new garments for her. Once Yi Luoling had tidied herself, her disheveled appearance transformed. She regained her former vitality and beauty. Her complexion was a delicate shade of pink, adorned with charming dimples that added to her allure. Her long eyelashes framed eyes that sparkled like autumn waters. Notably, her legs, long and slender, resembled those of a professional model. This was indeed his sister, the little princess of the Yi family, a prodigy, gifted with extraordinary intelligence. She had excelled academically and was admitted to a prestigious institution in the capital at the tender age of 13, destined for a brilliant future. Alas, fate dealt the Yi family a cruel blow. Luoling, come lie down. I shall administer acupuncture. Yi Qijue unfurled a set of golden needles he always carried. Before confronting the treacherous Sam Su, he first needed to mend his sister's fractured leg. Having previously examined her, he discovered that her lameness stemmed from improper healing following a break. He merely needed to realign the bones and apply a few needles. Yi Luoling obediently reclined. Brother, can you truly heal my leg? It's been 4 or 5 years. She lamented. I visited a clinic, and the doctor said the tissue is necrotic. Do not worry. He placed his hand gently on her thigh, where the fracture lay, applying pressure while channeling his inner energy to envelop the broken bones and guide them back into place. Bear with it. Gradually, he exerted force, coaxing her distorted bones into alignment. The once twisted leg bones finally returned to their natural state. Yi Luoling's right leg became long and straight once more. Then, Yi Qijue grasped the golden needles and meticulously inserted them around the fracture site. Each needle was infused with his unique energy, a vibrant red hue that surpassed ordinary martial arts power in purity and intensity. This energy was a gift he had received upon mastering the first layer of the burning heaven cauldron, embodying the 4 elemental forces: azure dragon, white tiger, black tortoise, and vermilion bird. The red energy was that of the vermilion bird, akin to the phoenix, possessing the ability of rebirth perfect for restoring his sister's leg bones. At that moment, Yi Luoling felt her entire body's vitality coalesce around her thigh, working in concert to rejuvenate the damaged nerves. A tingling sensation coursed through her, as if something were sprouting within her, evoking both excitement and trepidation. Unable to suppress a soft whimper, she immediately buried her face in the covers, her cheeks aflame with embarrassment. Qijue chuckled softly. This little girl is shy now. The once tiny shadow trailing behind him had blossomed into a young lady. After approximately 10 minutes, under the miraculous influence of the vermilion bird's energy, Yi Luoling's right leg had returned to its pristine condition. Her legs were now smooth as jade, with skin so tender it seemed almost fragile, truly the embodiment of an 18-year-old girl. Wow, my leg is really healed. Thank you, Qijue brother. Yi Luoling's joy was palpable, as she clung to him like a jubilant swallow, laughter spilling forth. After 5 years of torment, she finally glimpsed the dawn of a new life. How she wished that this moment could last forever. Qijue also reveled in this warmth, but soon he patted Yi Luoling's head. Sister, you should go to the dining room and have something to eat. I need to step out for a bit, but I will return shortly. Yi Luoling immediately grew anxious. Brother, are you going to the Su family? Although she had her eyes closed at the Li family, she had indeed heard Li Tao mention that his father, Li Kaiqing, was at the Su family. The Su family was currently in its prime, far stronger than it had been 5 years ago. Qijue nodded. The enmity between their parents, the hatred for the annihilation of their clan. How could he call himself a son if he did not seek vengeance? Yi Luoling looked at him pleadingly. Brother, could you please not go? Qijue shook his head. Luoling, over 100 vengeful spirits of the Yi family still linger in the old residence. If I do not avenge them, am I still worthy of the surname Yi? Can I truly repay our parents' nurturing? Yi Luoling realized she could not sway Qijue, biting her lip in distress. Then, brother, please accompany me to a place first. There is something I need to tell you. Is it important? Can it wait until I return? It is very important. It is something our parents left for you. You must hear me out. Yi Luoling spoke with utmost seriousness. All right. Brother, follow me. Yi Luoling took Qijue to his cemetery on the outskirts of Lingzhou. On the desolate hillside, several solitary graves stood tall. The tombstones bore a few lines of inscriptions. Grave of Yi Yong of the Yi family. Grave of Shi Yunming of the Yi family. Grave of Yi Kai of the Yi family. Grave of Uncle Zhong of the Yi family. Upon returning from the prestigious academy in the capital, my heart shattered upon witnessing the destruction of the Yi family by a great fire. I almost drowned myself in the river. However, someone informed me that Uncle Zheng's corpse was found by the riverside that morning, seemingly pushing someone away. The thought that perhaps some relatives were still alive led me to choose to survive. The fire consumed everything, and I couldn't even find any ashes. What lay beneath was merely my parents' old clothing. After that, I was captured by the Su family while erecting a tombstone, subjected to all kinds of torment. Having calmly recounted everything, Yi Luoling looked seriously at Qijue. Brother, what I am about to tell you may shatter your understanding, but I can guarantee with utmost certainty that it is true. In fact, the calamity that befell the Yi family was entirely because of you. The first words from Yi Luoling were shocking. What? Qijue felt as if struck by lightning. He never expected that the horrific tragedy of his family's annihilation was somehow linked to him. Is it because of my origins? Qijue inquired. For 20 years, he had repeatedly questioned his parents about his origins, but they had always remained tight-lipped, revealing nothing. Clearly, his sister knew much more. Yi Luoling nodded. More than 20 years ago, when your mother entrusted you to the Yi family in Lingzhou, she warned our parents that you and she were being pursued by a powerful foe, and that taking you in might bring calamity upon the Yi family. However, no one anticipated that this calamity would be so devastating. Qijue found this hard to accept. If that were the case, did it not mean he was the one who caused the demise of the Yi family? Why then does the Yi family still choose to shelter me? Because it was your mother who saved the lives of my parents. The rise of the entire Yi family in Lingzhou is also attributable to your mother. Thus, when our benefactor finds themselves in distress, my parents unhesitatingly chose to accept you, burying this secret deep within their hearts, hoping that you could live your life in tranquility. These were your mother's exact words. If she had not returned to seek you out, she wished for you to live out your days as an ordinary person. This is why, when I learned that someone might still be alive, I immediately recognized it was you. For every member of the Yi family would go to great lengths to repay their debts of gratitude. At this moment, Qijue's heart was in turmoil. That merciless pursuer had, because of him, slaughtered so many within the Yi family. He finally understood why Zhongbo said the Yi family no longer owed him anything. But it was not the Yi family that owed him. It was he who owed the Yi family over 100 lives. Qijue felt a whirlwind of emotions and could only express his remorse. Lingo, I am truly sorry. Before he could finish his words, Yi Luoling reached out and covered his mouth, gazing intently at him. Brother, do not say you are sorry to me. This was our parents' choice. Without your mother, there might not even be a Yi family in Lingzhou, nor would there be me. Who in the Yi family could hold anything against you? Therefore, I harbor no hatred towards you. I simply hope that you do not seek revenge on the Su family. I wish for us to leave Lingo together, to depart from Jiangnan, and find a beautiful place to live anonymously, happily together for all eternity. Yi Luoling spoke with great emotion, her beautiful eyes brimming with tears. Yet, Qijue discerned that there was a deeper sentiment woven into her words. Indeed, in the next moment, Yi Luoling leapt into his embrace, clinging to him tightly. Weeping, Brother Qijue, why don't you marry me? I have lost my parents. I truly do not wish to lose another family member. From a young age, she felt that her brother was the kindest and most loving in the world. Qijue was the best brother anyone could have. However, as she grew older and learned of Qijue's background from her parents, understanding that they were not blood siblings, her perception of his affection became tinged with other emotions. After all, her brother was so outstanding, so brilliant. Had it not been for her studies, she would have been reluctant to leave Lingzhou. Thus, she feared for Qijue's safety, terrified of losing him. Qijue sighed and gently patted Yi Luoling's head. Luoling, you are my sister, and you will always be my sister. But the Yi family sacrificed their lives for me. I cannot be a coward and hide away in fear. However, I assure you, I will not place myself in danger, nor will I leave you. I will settle accounts with anyone related to the downfall of the Yi family 5 years ago. He pried Yi Luoling's arms away. Brother, Yi Luoling cried out in pain. Just then, a thunderous roar of machinery erupted from outside the cemetery. Several excavators charged in with great force. Upon discovering that there were individuals in the cemetery, several drivers atop excavators leapt down, exclaiming, "Which little brat is playing around? Seeking thrills atop the graves? Scram! The Su family has decreed that this cemetery must be eradicated today. Do not delay our work." Qijue narrowed his eyes and turned around. The Su family? To obliterate my parents' resting place? I haven't sought you out yet, but you come looking for death first. In the next moment, he moved swiftly before them, delivering a series of resounding slaps that left the others in a state of unconsciousness, save for the lead driver, whom he seized by the throat, his voice icy. Speak. Who sent you? Is it the head of the Su family, Su Nanshan? Why must this cemetery be destroyed? The lead driver trembled with fear, stuttering, Big brother, please don't kill me. I'll tell you. Today marks the 50th birthday of old Master Su. He expressed his good spirits and decreed not only to deal with the last remaining girl of the Yi family, but also to demolish this dilapidated cemetery and convert it into a public restroom, utterly erasing the Yi family from Lingzhou. What? Qijue's face turned as cold as ice, a terrifying aura radiating from him. Old Su, you are truly ruthless. On one hand, you promised your sister to that fool from the Li family, subjecting her to their torment. On the other, you send excavators to obliterate the Yi family's cemetery, turning it into a restroom. Such wickedness. Su Nanshan, so it is your 50th birthday today, is it? Then I shall present you with a grand gift. With a swift motion, he crushed the driver's throat with his grip. On the other side of Lingzhou, at the upscale restaurant Drunken Immortal Pavilion, the venue had been reserved for the day, adorned with lanterns and bursting with the sounds of firecrackers. The parking lot was a spectacle of luxury cars, teeming with guests. This was, after all, the grand celebration of Su Nanshan's 50th birthday, where he had lavishly set up 100 banquet tables, inviting all the influential leaders of Lingzhou's political and business spheres. Those of lesser status could hardly squeeze into the banquet hall for a meal. It could be said that on this day, a mere stomp from any guest at the Su family's birthday feast could send tremors throughout Lingzhou. At this moment, on the elevated platform of the banquet inside Drunken Immortal Pavilion, Su Nanshan, adorned in a vibrant red celebratory tank suit, glittering with jewels, sat in a grand chair, graciously receiving the well wishes of Lingzhou's elite. The Ma family of Lingzhou wished the Su family had blessings as vast as the East Sea and longevity surpassing the South Mountain, presenting a ceremonial vessel worth 1 million. The Wei Chang group of Lingzhou gifted a painting titled 100 Longevities, wishing Su Nanshan a long life filled with health. The Qijue of Jiangnan presented a luxurious villa in Baolong Mountain, valued at 9 million. Thank you, everyone, for your generous support. Su Nanshan expressed his gratitude for each guest's gift, feeling elated and proud. Father, today all sectors of Lingzhou's military, political, and business realms have come to celebrate the Su family. Are you satisfied? Su Man, clad in a stunning fishtail gown, remarked. Her exquisite makeup rendered her one of Lingzhou's renowned beauties. Yet, who would suspect that this woman harbored a heart as venomous as a serpent? The very one who had proposed to extract Qijue's spine, breaking his limbs, and burning him alive. Nearby, Shou Qiang, dressed in a tailored suit, chimed in with a grin. Father-in-law, after today's birthday banquet, you will undoubtedly be the foremost figure in Lingzhou. Congratulations. Su Nanshan chuckled. Your family, the Zhou clan, is quite impressive. I hear your father has formed ties with the Black Tiger Hall? Shou Qiang replied with pride. My father has become sworn brothers with Zhao Heihu. Henceforth, in the underworld of Lingzhou, the Zhou family shall reign supreme. Above ground, the Su family shall hold the crown. Together, we are the local emperors of this territory. It feels like a dream. I wouldn't have dared to imagine this 5 years ago. All of them exchanged glances and laughed. If it weren't for their division of the Yi family's assets 5 years ago, they would have never attained such heights in their lifetime. I wonder how that little rascal, Yi Luoling, is faring. Has she been toyed with to death yet? Li family head, could you make a call and inquire? Let us brighten everyone's spirits. Su Man instructed. Of course, Miss Su. Li Kaiqing replied with a smile. His son marrying a beauty of Yi Luoling's caliber certainly brought him pride. Suddenly, Su Nanshan remarked. It's a pity these gifts are rather mundane and lack excitement. I wonder if there's anything that could truly captivate my attention. Just then, the doorman announced. A gift has arrived. 4 or 5 individuals entered, carrying a large wooden tray several meters in diameter. Upon the tray lay an enormous, plump pig, recently deceased. Its size astonishing, seemingly stuffed with something, and exceedingly heavy. Who sent such a massive pig? It's still unprocessed, with its hair intact. What does this mean? The guests murmured in confusion. Who dares send a dead pig as a gift? Is this a slight against the Su family? Take it away, Su Nanshan declared with displeasure. Immediately, a group of Su family guards approached fiercely. The bearers of the pig, suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation, fell to their knees, exclaiming, Lord Su. We were unaware. A young man approached us earlier and insisted we deliver it. We were reluctant, but inexplicably, at his gesture, we found ourselves here. However, I heard him say that the pig isn't the main attraction, it's what's inside that matters. Something inside? Open it up for me to see, Su Nanshan commanded. He didn't believe anyone in Lingzhou would dare to play such a prank on him. With a swift motion, the Su family's men retrieved a dagger and made a large incision in the pig's belly. As they pierced it, blood gushed forth. Ah! The man wielding the dagger suddenly screamed, trembling as if he had encountered something unfathomable. What is the matter? Su Nanshan, Su Man, Zhou Qiang, and others questioned, rushing forward to investigate. At first glance, a deluge of blood poured from the pig's belly, emanating an overwhelmingly foul stench, turning the lively birthday banquet at the drunken immortal pavilion into a scene reminiscent of a pigsty. Suddenly, round, ball-like objects rolled out from the pig's abdomen. The faces of the crowd turned pale. Inside were severed human heads, bloodied and grotesque. Dozens of heads had been stuffed within the carcass, their expressions twisted and eyes bulging, frightening all who beheld them. Disturbingly, they recognized each one. Qingfu, Dushou, Jian, Zukong. Why are there so many heads of the Su family? What is happening? My cousin is here too. Uncle's entire family is present. Why? The family of my 7th aunt is also here. Aside from us, all the Su family members are here. Who did this? Who is responsible for their deaths? Su Nanshan and Su Man are on the brink of madness. On the day of the grand celebration for the Su family, when all of Lingzhou came to offer their congratulations, the Su family's close relatives were silently and ruthlessly eliminated. Their heads severed and stuffed into this deceased pig, delivered to Su Nanshan's birthday banquet. This is a manifestation of extreme hatred and disdain. The Su family is treated as lower than pigs and dogs. Guests nearby are so horrified by this grotesque scene that they begin to vomit. Dozens of heads tumble out from the belly of the dead pig, emitting a nauseating stench. It is utterly revolting, a shocking assault on the senses. What kind of hatred could incite such a thing? Trouble. Someone has just discovered that the Li family has been exterminated. At the wedding venue, over 100 people. Not a single survivor. Li Kaiqing stands frozen in place. This is bad, my lord. The Su family has been attacked, and all your relatives have perished. Not a single one has survived. Who did this? Who is targeting our Su family? Come out. Su Nanshan and Su Man roar in fury. This should have been a glorious day for the Su family, yet they are met with such humiliation. What face do they have left? Old dog Su, are you satisfied with this grand gift for your birthday banquet? Suddenly, an icy voice cuts through the air. Then, a figure, fierce as a dragon and tiger, strides into the Zhuaxian building. This figure exudes an overwhelming killing intent. The moment he appears, the temperature in the surroundings seems to plummet by several degrees. Dark clouds gathering ominously in the sky. As the crowd sees the figure, their expressions change dramatically. What? How can it be Qijue? Isn't he dead? Could it be that the one pushed into the river by the Yi family 5 years ago was him? Did he kill all these people? It seems he has returned for revenge today. At the banquet table, Su Nanshan, Su Man, and Shou Qiang gaze at the resurrected Yi Qijue, who appears both divine and demonic, their eyes nearly popping out. He was stripped of his spine, every bone broken, drenched in gasoline, and yet he lives? Is this boy immortal? You truly are Yi Qijue, and not a ghost? Yi Qijue coldly surveys the guests present. Of course, I am a ghost, and a vengeful one at that. I have come to drag you into hell. Su family, had it not been for your betrayal, poisoning our wine, how could my Yi family have been slaughtered without resistance? Now, as you wished, I have transformed into a vengeful spirit to claim your lives. Are you prepared? Truly, heaven favors him. Nearly all the powerful figures of Lingzhou who participated in the massacre of the Yi family 5 years ago are present, a group of executioners, now posing as respectable members of society. Today, let us make it swift. Let us begin with the Su family. Yi Qijue strides step by step towards Su Nanshan and the others. You bastards! You killed my 2 sons. I will skin you alive and light a lantern in the heavens to relieve my hatred. Recovering from shock, Li Kaiqing roars. Quickly, kill him. As soon as the words left his mouth, 2 martial bodyguards beside Li Kaiqing swiftly charged towards Yi Qijue. They were slightly stronger than Li Gao and Li Chong, possessing strength at the 8th rank of the yellow level. They were the face of the Li family. The Li family was destined for annihilation. Yi Qijue, undeterred, let out a cold snort and unleashed a palm strike towards the 2 bodyguards and Li Kaiqing. Instantly, the 2 bodyguards were sent flying back, crashing into Li Kaiqing, and the 3 perished on the spot. The guests from the Su family were left utterly dumbfounded. Who could forget that 5 years ago? The young master of the Yi family was merely an ordinary person with no martial arts foundation. Otherwise, he would not have been ruthlessly slaughtered by Su Man and Zhou Qiang. Yet now, the 2 strongest bodyguards of the Li family had not even grazed him before being obliterated. Humph! Su Man suddenly chuckled coldly. No wonder the defeated dog dared to return. It seems he has learned a bit of trifling skills. But does he think my Su family is the same as it was a few years ago? Not to mention Lingzhou, even within 100 miles, it is now the Su family that commands respect. Although Yi Qijue's performance was formidable, the Li family was merely a small clan. If the Su family wished to obliterate them, it would be a mere thought. Someone, tear the scion of the Yi family to shreds. Su Nanshan also issued his orders, and formidable figures emerged, each with prominent temples, clearly all experts. Their strength was at the mystic level. It is important to note that in such a small place as Lingzhou, mystic warriors are already at the pinnacle, with only 1 or 2 among the stronger families. Even the once illustrious Yi family had only 5 or 6 mystic warriors. Yet now, Su Nanshan astonishingly had over a dozen mystic warriors as bodyguards. This illustrates just how rapidly the Su family has developed after devouring the Yi family's assets. To claim they are the foremost in Lingzhou is no exaggeration. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen mystic warriors had surrounded Yi Qijue. Surely, this returning young master of the Yi family must be doomed. This lineup was sufficient to annihilate any family below the 1st tier in Lingzhou. There was no doubt of his demise. Inside the Zhuaxian Lu, discussions erupted. Yi Qijue's expression was one of disdain. They dared to attempt his life with such rabble. It was an affront. He would eradicate them instantly. His right fist surged with true energy, crashing down and generating a vacuum of temperatures reaching tens of thousands of degrees. With a whoosh, his heavy fist swept through like a blazing sun, and the martial artists emitted not a sound before disintegrating into nothingness. Like moths drawn to flame, the onlookers merely glimpsed a flash of fire. And then 2 figures vanished entirely, their bodies turning to ash, leaving not even a trace of blood mist in the breeze. It was a true instance of human evaporation. Only the faint scent of roasted meat lingered in the air. Stunned, Su Man, Su Nanshan, and the others were all left in shock. More than a dozen living experts had vanished before their very eyes, leaving behind not a single trace. What kind of divine technique was this? Huh? Yi Qijue. What happened to those experts I trained? You worthless fool, where have you sent them? Bring them back at once. Su Man exclaimed in anger, convinced that Qijue must have used some trick. Otherwise, how could people simply vanish into thin air? How could this worthless fool possess such strength? Qijue fixed his gaze intently upon Su Man. Though transformation was impossible, I can still banish you. Su Man, you treacherous woman. I have treated you well. Yet you have brought ruin upon my entire Yi family. Today, I shall send you straight to hell. Block him. Stop him. Su Nanshan roared. The elite from the Su family surged forth. Bang, bang, bang. Every single Su family guard was obliterated in an instant. Blood sprayed onto those nearby. My goodness. Now everyone believed. That group of profound-level warriors had indeed been evaporated with a single punch. This young master of the Yi family could truly annihilate his foes with a mere gesture. However, at this moment, Qijue leapt onto the banquet stage. Brother Chong, save me. Su Man's face paled in terror. It was primarily due to Qijue's overwhelming ferocity. Moments ago, he had slaughtered her relatives without hesitation. His eyes blazed with infinite hatred, as if to warn her that should he capture her, she would endure the most excruciating torment imaginable. Zhou Qiang barked out coldly. Old Wu, please take action. Remember to obliterate him on the spot, so all may witness who truly reigns over Lingo now. Qijue, let me remind you, 5 years ago I could have easily defeated you, and 5 years hence, I shall still slay you like a mere chicken. As the young master of the Zhou family and a rising power in Lingzhou, he could not bear to see Qijue return for vengeance, rampaging mercilessly. Thus, he directly summoned the Zhou family's esteemed protector. Indeed, young master, from the Zhou camp. An imposing elder clad in humble attire strode forth, his gaze sharp, with hands that gleamed with a metallic hue. What? It is actually the infamous Wu Mu with his iron hands. He has become the protector of the Zhou family. It is said that old Wu's heart-pulling claw has reached perfection, and with his 5th-grade profound cultivation, he could shatter granite with a single strike. Surely, Qijue cannot withstand this. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, the elder Wu Mu's eyes flashed with a chilling light as he regarded Qijue. Kid, I acknowledge your talent, but unfortunate for you, no matter how exceptional you are, encountering my heart-pulling iron hand spells your doom. Surrender your heart. In a blur, he closed the distance to Qijue, his right hand clawing viciously towards his chest, seeking death. However, the next moment, Qijue's palm crashed through Wu Mu's arm, striking directly at him. The latter's body exploded, muscle shredded, ribs scattering like confetti. 100-plus-pound living being was left with only a heart suspended in the air, gripped tightly by Qijue. Then, with a flick of his wrist, the blood-soaked heart was hurled at Zhou Chang's face. Freshly severed, the heart still pulsated and gushed blood, splattering everywhere. My goodness! Zhou Qiang, with a living heart bouncing upon his visage, felt his bones turn to jelly, collapsing to the ground. Frantically swiping at his face. What is this? Get it away. Now, terror erupted among the crowd. Just moments ago, Qijue had annihilated the Li family and their guards, which they could somewhat accept. It is rather astonishing that a formidable figure of the 5th rank in the Xian realm could be reduced to a mere heart by a single strike. Such precision and force surpasses even that of a butcher. Yet, 5 years ago, Qijue was utterly powerless, subject to relentless torment. Could it be that he truly returned from the depths of hell? As the crowd stood in shock, Qijue had already approached Su Man, a terrifying aura emanating from him that nearly rendered the onlookers breathless. Why you? Qijue, do not come any closer. Su Man trembled, her legs quaking in fear, on the verge of losing control. Qijue, let us converse calmly. Do not act impulsively. Su Nanshan, too, panicked, tumbling from his grand chair. With such a harbinger of death nearby, who could remain composed? They could never have imagined that the once downtrodden Qijue, reduced to a mere shadow of his former self, would one day return as a sovereign, annihilating his foes. What is this? Did you not welcome my return with a thirst for vengeance? Why do you hesitate now? With a thud, Su Man fell to her knees, prostrating before Qijue, tears streaming down her face like rain upon blossoms. Qijue, you must understand that my betrayal was beyond my control. When the Yi family was annihilated, my heart bled. Yet, my own frailty rendered me powerless to resist. Seeing you alive today fills me with such joy. Let us continue our unfinished wedding, shall we? I offer myself entirely to you. Surely, you can forgive me now. With newfound audacity, Su Man boldly shed her gown. The fishtail dress was designed to reveal her collarbone and back, complete with an inner structure. Thus, once removed, her entire upper body lay bare, her alabaster skin exposed to the air. After all, she was a renowned beauty from Lingzhou, her alluring figure captivating enough to leave most men spellbound. My heavens! The guests from Lingzhou were taken aback, unable to fathom that the exalted daughter of the Su family would, at her father's 50th birthday celebration, strip herself bare, crawling like a submissive creature in supplication. Yet, Su Man did not wish for this. She understood the depth of Qijue's hatred towards her, and with his current ruthlessness, a single strike could reduce her, no matter her beauty, to a lifeless shell. Qijue, allow me to compensate you. My skills have reached an unparalleled level, and I am proficient in myriad arts that will surely please you. As she pressed her body against Qijue's leg, her hands roamed upwards. In a public display, with her dignity laid bare, Su Nanshan maintained a facade of composure, even praising, indeed. Qijue, you are the ideal son-in-law in my eyes. Su Man belongs to you. I know you harbor anger towards the Su family, so do not show her mercy. Vent your wrath freely, observing their antics. Qijue raised an eyebrow and nodded. It appears you genuinely wish to survive. His hand reached towards Su Man's chest. Yes, as long as I live. Do with me as you please. My body is yours to command. Su Man fervently nodded, but in the next moment, a searing orb of heat loomed overhead. Qijue unleashed a surge of true energy, causing her to evaporate into thin air. 5 years ago, the members of the Yi family yearned for survival. My father, Yi Yang, even knelt before you in supplication, but who granted them a chance? In the frigid tones, Su Man became nothing more than a wisp of smoke in the air. The crowd gasped in astonishment. A renowned beauty of Lingzhou, stripped bare before you, offering herself in seductive display, yet you did not even lay a finger on her before delivering the fatal blow? Was this cruelty or sheer wastefulness? Little did they know. While Su Man might be deemed a beauty in their eyes, to Qijue, the mere pinky of his 3 masters was 100 times more alluring. Moreover, the 100 souls of the Yi family perished due to Su Man, making Qijue feel nauseous at the sight of this venomous woman. Thus, he spared her the agony of torment and executed her on the spot. Girl, Su Nanshan cried out to the void, then glared at Qijue with a heart full of vengeance. Qijue, how could you kill? How dare you kill? Do you truly believe my Su family fears you? I tell you, my son Su Hao has already become a guardian of the Jinling royal army, his strength nearly rivaling that of an Earthrealm warrior. Had he not been preoccupied with official duties, would you have dared to be so arrogant here? Furthermore, do you think we lack reinforcements? I tell you, Zhou Sihai, the head of the Zhou family has brought his experts to our aid. In addition, there is the Black Tiger Hall, the underground overlord of Lingzhou. Any one of them could take your life. Await your demise. It was then that Qijue realized Su Man's provocative display was merely a tactic to buy time. Alas, it was futile. Regardless of who arrived, the Su family was doomed today. My fate was uncertain, but yours was surely sealed before mine. Qijue seized Su Nanshan by the neck, his murderous intent surging forth, his fists clenched tightly. Old dog Su, do you remember how 5 years ago my father knelt before you, pleading for the lives of the Yi family? Kneeling down, he desperately kowtowed 18 times. Yet what did you do? After he finished, you ordered the slaughter of all Yi family children. You flayed him alive and tortured him to death. Today, I shall repay you 100-fold. With that, Qijue's left hand became like a blade, piercing through Su Nanshan's chest. Amidst the carnage, he forcefully snapped one of his ribs, extracting it alive. Then the second, the third. Once the front ribs were removed, he cast him to the ground, breaking his spine and cervical vertebrae, pulling them out as though drawing the shell from a shrimp. Throughout the entire ordeal, Qijue employed a gentle yet fiery true energy to ensure Su Nanshan felt pain without succumbing to death, allowing him to fully experience the torment of skinning and bone extraction. Su Nanshan's horrifying screams echoed relentlessly, piercing the eardrums. It was a ghastly spectacle. He fainted countless times, only to be revived by Qijue, then subjected again to the gruesome extraction. Minutes later, Su Nanshan lay on the ground, a mere puddle of flesh, reduced to a state devoid of humanity, his skull the only remnant of his form. Kill me. Please, kill me. Su Nanshan could never have imagined that the Yi family's young master, once annihilated 5 years prior, would return with such brutality and bloodshed. In the past 5 years, the Su family has enjoyed unparalleled glory, yet it pales in comparison to the excruciating agony of having a bone cruelly extracted from a living body today. The guests below have become numb, weeping, and trembling. They have witnessed a living embodiment of death. Surely, such a punishment as bone extraction does not exist in hell. A devil. He is a devil. Flee. The esteemed individuals of Lingzhou are paralyzed with fear. Among them are families who once dared to confront the Yi family. Now, With Su Nanshan on the brink of being tortured to death, what are they waiting for? Qijue's icy gaze swept across the crowd, swiftly identifying several familiar figures. With a casual flick of his hands, he unleashed a pair of strikes that obliterated several individuals into a mist of crimson. I shall not slaughter the innocent, but anyone who dares to flee shall be treated as a murderer of the Yi family. With those words, the hundreds present in the hall dared not move. Yet, some who had contemplated escape fainted immediately. It's over. We're doomed. After instilling terror in the crowd, Qijue discarded the lifeless Su Nanshan and shifted his gaze towards Zhou Qiang. The latter's spirit shattered instantly. He knelt. Do not kill me, brother. Grandfather Yi. Please spare my life. It is important to note that the vengeful Qijue, in his brutality, would not have dared to confront the Yi family 5 years prior. Zhou Qiang was utterly terrified, his trousers stained with an unmistakable odor of urine. He had completely emptied his bladder. Qijue frowned, reluctant to further sully his hands with Zhou Qiang's disgrace, preparing to deliver a blow that would send him soaring into a cloud of blood mist. At that moment, a furious voice rang out. Stop, you wretch. A convoy suddenly arrived at the entrance of the Zui Xianlu. Hundreds poured forth, led by a man who bore a striking resemblance to Zhou Qiang, Zhou Sihai, the head of the Zhou family. Zhou Qiang, seeing his father, wept profusely. Father, save me. Rescue me from this devil. Upon witnessing the tragic scene inside Zui Xianlu and his son's pleas, Zhou Sihai glared at Qijue. You dare to harm my son? I will ensure you meet a gruesome end. Release my son at once. Is that so? Qijue gently slapped Zhou Qiang's face. Instantly, the latter's head burst like a watermelon on the ground, splattering red, yellow, and white everywhere. As for the headless corpse, Qijue kicked it towards Zhou Sihai. Yet, in Zhou Sihai's hands, it was reduced to hundreds of pieces, like flowers scattered by a celestial maiden. The Zhou family was bewildered. Such a shocking welcome. Ah, Yi family wretch. I shall not share the heavens with you. Zhou Sihai's eyes widened in fury. He witnessed his son's brutal demise before his very eyes. Kill him. Execute him in the most brutal manner. Just as Zhou Sihai issued the command, a graceful figure appeared at the entrance of Zui Xianlu. Brother. Qijue gasped in shock. Luoling, what brings you here? The newcomer was Yi Luoling. Initially, Qijue had sent her back to the hotel, instructing her to wait for his return. However, unable to sit still, she felt as if time dragged on endlessly, consumed by worry for her brother's safety, prompting her to come and see. Little did she know, she would encounter Zhou Sihai leading a group to attack. Zhou Sihai, spotting Yi Luoling, was instantly elated. You have arrived just in time. Seize his sister, and once I have captured this little girl, no matter how formidable Qijue may be, he shall not stir a wave. Instantly, the elite warriors of the Zhou family lunged towards Yi Luoling. Yi Luoling's countenance turned pale with fright. You seek death. Witnessing his sister in peril, Qijue erupted with a surge of malevolent energy, an aura of murderous intent radiating from him. He struck forth with a single palm, and the formidable warriors of the Zhou family, regardless of whether they were at the yellow or Xian level, found their bodies shattered into fragments. Initially, he wished to shield his sister from such a gruesome scene, yet there was no alternative at this moment. Following this spectacle, the entire Zhou family stood momentarily paralyzed. Zhou Sihai, who had awaited the spectacle of Qijue's demise, now wore an expression of utter rigidity. These were the very pillars of the Zhou family, all dispatched with a mere slap. It was akin to Qijue obliterating a significant portion of the Zhou family's combatants in an instant. Brother, must you be so invincible? So ruthless? Even Yi Luoling was left in stunned silence at the sight. The once sunny and jovial Qijue had vanished for 5 years, now transformed into such a domineering force. No wonder he dared to assert that the Zhou and Su families could not contend with him. It seems indeed that my worries were unfounded. Amidst the swirling crimson mist, Qijue swiftly approached Yi Luoling's side. Luoling, did I not instruct you to remain behind until my return? Yi Luoling, filled with remorse, replied, I'm sorry, Qijue, I was simply too worried about you. That's why. Qijue gently patted her head. Never mind. Since you are here, I shall allow you to witness how I avenge our parents in the Yi family. With that, he stepped forward, his gaze as imposing as a mountain, casting a shadow over the Zhou clan. The Su family has been eradicated. I shall now send you all off in an orderly fashion. Who desires to be the first to perish? As his words fell, dozens, if not hundreds, of Zhou family members recoiled a step. They were frightened. They had already witnessed the terror of Qijue's strike. Who would dare to step forward? Even Zhou Sihai's eyes betrayed a hint of trepidation. With this wretched spawn's current prowess, it seemed the Zhou family could not subdue him. However, all was not lost. The Zhou family had a trump card. That was the brother he had just sworn allegiance with, the master of the Black Tiger Hall, Brother Black Tiger. It appears today the task of eliminating this wretch falls squarely upon your shoulders. Zhou Sihai shouted towards the rear. No sooner had he spoken than a fleet of luxurious black sports cars approached from behind the Zhou family's convoy. The car hoods were emblazoned with the image of a fearsome black tiger, truly intimidating. Following this, a group of tattooed and muscular men encircled a towering figure. This man was extraordinarily robust, towering over 2 meters, muscles bulging, exuding a wild and domineering aura, resembling a ferocious beast. It was none other than Zhao Heihu, the master of the Black Tiger Hall. Upon sight of him, the crowd gasped in astonishment. It was indeed the Tiger Lord of the Black Tiger Hall, the underground overlord of Lingzhou. The Zhou family had summoned him. The Tiger Lord was now the foremost expert in Lingzhou, his prowess surpassing that of the previous strongest member of the Yi family by 1 or 2 levels. His reputation was formidable. Despite the formidable prowess of Qijue, he could never surmount the might of Lord Hu's 5-finger mountain. This farce of vengeance is drawing to a close. At this moment, Zhao Heihu has arrived at the entrance of the drunken immortal pavilion. Zhou Sihai, with a heavy heart, exclaimed, "Brother Heihu, my son Zhou Qiang has just been struck into 18 pieces by this wretched creature. He is now your adopted son, having called you father thrice. You cannot turn a blind eye to this." Zhao Heihu nodded, his eyes resembling copper bells as they fixed on Qijue, coldly declaring, "Fear not. It just so happens that 5 years ago, I did not exact sufficient revenge on the Yi family. Today, my hand itches to slay another. I shall also avenge your son." Qijue keenly sensed something amiss. Were you implicated in the Yi family massacre 5 years ago? Back then, he was primarily engaged in the world of commerce, paying little heed to the undercurrents of Lingzhou's underground forces. Zhao Heihu readily admitted, at that time, your family's mightiest warrior. Your uncle Yi Lai vied with me for control of Lingzhou's underground territory. Initially, I could not best him, but alas, someone sought to strike at your family. And I seized the opportunity to push him into the fray, obliterating your uncle before my very eyes. The exhilaration was unparalleled. Ha ha. Seeing Zhao Heihu still laughing shamelessly, Yi Luoling's beautiful eyes filled with tears of rage as she spat. "So it was you who slaughtered my uncle's entire family. May the executioner meet a wretched end." Qijue's gaze narrowed, his fist clenched tightly, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. The foes responsible for the downfall of the Yi family must perish. Those who boast of their misdeeds must face the direst of fates. Excellent. I have already devised a plan to avenge my uncle. Zhao Heihu, unfazed by the threat, laughed arrogantly. "Kill me? Do you know why I am called Zhao Heihu? At the tender age of 18, emboldened by 3 bowls of wine, I ventured alone into Jing'ang Ridge, armed with but a single blade, and felled a 500-pound black tiger with a swift maneuver. Now, my cultivation has ascended to the 8th tier of the mysterious level. How could you possibly kill me?" His underlings cheered in support. Indeed, our brother is hailed as the modern-day Wusong. While the legendary Tiger Slayer was over 20, our brother is merely 18. Surpassing even Wusong. You stand no chance against him. Then, Zhao Heihu produced 2 tiger claws, affixing them to his hands. With a powerful stamp of his feet, the ground of the drunken immortal pavilion erupted, and he charged towards Qijue like a descending tiger. "Today, you shall experience the treatment reserved for the great black tiger. Prepare to meet your doom." He executed a sweeping kick aimed at Qijue's legs. Zhao Heihu's specially crafted shoes bore steel blades along the edges, capable of toppling not just a man, but even a tree as thick as a barrel. Should his opponent falter, those claws would mercilessly shatter their internal organs. Witnessing Zhao Heihu's towering presence, akin to a bulldozer, Yi Luoling gasped in terror. "Brother, quickly evade." Zhou Sihai and the others sneered. "Evade? With the underground dragon of Lingzhou set upon you, where could one possibly hide?" Yi Qijue positioned Yi Luoling behind him, unleashing a swift kick akin to a tiger's tail, aimed directly at Zhao Heihu's encroaching legs. A clash of limbs ensued. However, he summoned the true energy of the white tiger, the embodiment of slaughter within the 4 symbols, which faintly coiled around his leg. "Did you not just execute a sliding attack to slay a 500-pound black tiger? Can you withstand the might of this white tiger?" Zhou Sihai and the others were initially taken aback, but soon erupted into uproarious laughter. Is this young man out of his mind? Can he not see the steel blades on Zhao Heihu's feet? Yet he still insists on a head-on clash? At this rate, his right leg will surely be severed at the root. Fool. While they laughed, the next moment, a sliding attack and a whip kick collided violently. Bang! Zhao Heihu's feet, armed with steel blades, exploded first. Following that, Like a rapid-fire barrage, the lower leg, thigh, abdomen, and chest were all reduced to a bloody mist by Qijue's whip kick. The entire process made it appear as though Zhao Heihu had charged into it himself. Qijue resembled a meat grinder, methodically tearing apart Zhao Heihu's towering frame. Although the latter regretted his decision the moment his feet exploded, he still charged recklessly forward. No. Until his skull was reduced to shattered bones, he watched helplessly as his body disintegrated. Only 2 arms remained, flung aside, bloodied, landing at the feet of Zhou Sihai and the others. The strongest in Lingzhou, the Black Tiger Hall's Wusong, Zhao Heihu, met his demise through a sliding attack, effectively taking his own life. A mere underground insect dared to claim the title of contemporary Wusong. Bah! Qijue spat, wiping the remnants of flesh from his foot. Yi Luoling covered her mouth, struggling to comprehend the brutality displayed by Qijue, which had reached a new pinnacle of savagery. Yet, she felt no fear. For she understood that this was her brother's means of avenging the Yi family. To protect her. Silence. At this moment, the scene fell into an eerie stillness. All present turned to stone. An 8th grade profound level expert had died, so tragically. This was far worse than when Yi Lai was exploded and burned to death. It was akin to being tossed into a meat grinder from foot to head. Why not, Great Master, shred those 2 arms as well? That would certainly be more terrifying. Zhou Sihai and the members of the Black Tiger Hall felt a chilling dread, their legs trembling. They could hardly believe that Zhao Heihu, the invincible pinnacle expert of Lingzhou, had been obliterated with a single kick. Is this even human? They could not afford to ponder further. Qijue swiftly approached the Zhou family. With a single punch, like the setting sun, he evaporated the remaining underlings of the Black Tiger Hall. The sin of flesh wafted through the air. These individuals had no ties to the masterminds behind the massacre of the Yi family, merely some petty miscreants, and Qijue had no time for idle chatter. The primary targets of his interrogation were the Zhou family. They had played the most significant role in the past, and were likely privy to the most information. Thus, they were left for last. My goodness! Zhou Sihai, catching the sin of meat, was the first to collapse to the ground. Qijue seized him by the neck, lifting him high. Zhou Sihai, 5 years ago, your families would never have dared to lay a hand on the Yi family again. Speak. Who orchestrated this from behind the scenes? You actually destroyed the Black Tiger Hall. Do you know who Zhao Heihu serves? The 10 Yama Kings of the Dragon Kingdom. If they come for you, you will surely meet a gruesome end. Zhou Sihai screamed in terror. He attempted to leverage Zhao Heihu's background against Qijue. Yet, Qijue remained unfazed. What nonsense are the 10 Yama Kings? If they come for me, I wouldn't hesitate to eliminate them all. You don't want to speak, do you? Very well, then I shall send your brother and sister down first to set an example. With a swift gesture, Qijue dispatched more than a dozen members of the Zhou family into oblivion, their existence erased without a trace. The remaining Zhou family members were shattered with fear, their hearts pounding with dread. Under the immense pressure, Zhou Sihai lost control. Releasing a foul liquid in his trousers, he had soiled himself. The stench caused Qijue to grimace, nearly pushing him to send Zhou Sihai to the afterlife as well. What is it with this Zhou father and son and their proclivity for urinating? I will speak. Zhou Sihai, in a state of utter collapse, divulged all he knew. It was the king of Jinling. 5 years ago, he summoned me along with the heads of the Su and Li families to conspire against the Yi family. He even provided the poison for our treachery. The king of Jinling promised us that once the deed was done, our families would rule Lingzhou, sharing in the wealth and glory. Under his threats and promises, we had no choice but to comply. Thus, the formidable Yi Shao, the king of Jinling, is indeed the sworn enemy of the Yi family. I am but a mere pawn. You can treat me as a triviality and disregard me. The king of Jinling? Upon hearing Zhou Sihai's confession, both Qijue and Yi Luoling furrowed their brows tightly. Earlier, they had learned that Su Nan's son, Su Hao, served as a guard for the king of Jinling, leading them to suspect a connection. To their astonishment, it was indeed he who issued the command. Yi Luoling's concern stemmed from the fact that the king of Jinling was the lord of Jinling City, a high-ranking official in the Dragon Kingdom, rumored to command a private army, wielding immense power. She was anxious, knowing her brother would undoubtedly seek vengeance. Qijue, however, could not fathom why the Yi family had provoked such a formidable figure as the king of Jinling to unleash such ruthless vengeance upon them. Could it be related to his own lineage? Why did he desire the downfall of the Yi family? For what purpose? Qijue fixed a cold gaze upon Zhou Sihai, inquiring with a chilling tone. Zhou Sihai trembled. According to Su Nan, it is because the king of Jinling coveted the treasures of the Yi family. After that fateful night, The assets of the Yi family were divided among our clans, yet none dared to touch the numerous treasures and antiques of the Yi family, all of which were delivered to the treasure pavilion as per the King of Jinling's orders. We speculate that the Yi family possesses some extraordinarily important treasure that caught the king's attention. The Yi family's treasure? Yi Qijue pondered. Nothing particularly significant came to mind. At most, there were valuable paintings and calligraphy, but those could be purchased with money. As the lord of Jiangnan province, would the king of Jinling truly lack wealth? Yi Shao, I assure you, I have divulged all. Rest assured. I will return every asset of the Yi family without retaining even a thread. May I be released now? Zhou Sihai forced a smile. Desperate to cling to life, Yi Qijue regarded him coolly, ensuring there was no deceit, then nodded. Very well. After speaking, he exerted force with his 2 fingers, crushing Zhou Sihai's neck. The latter's face was filled with horror, utterly unable to comprehend how, despite his full confession, he still met his demise. The remaining members of the Zhou family quickly transformed into a mist of blood. Yi Qijue had long since pronounced a death sentence upon all. Allowing even a single executioner to escape would be a profound disrespect to the vengeful spirits of the Yi family. Thus, the Zhou family was no more. How terrifying. The guests within the drunken immortal pavilion were rendered speechless in sheer terror. Annihilating the Su family, eradicating the Black Tiger Hall, and now, extinguishing the Zhou family. Was this individual truly so unrestrained in his actions? Did he genuinely believe that being a martial artist granted him the liberty to kill at will? It must be understood that the martial arts community of Longwu operates under a systematic governance. There are dedicated institutions for management. Particularly, martial artists are prohibited from indiscriminately slaughtering ordinary citizens. Otherwise, chaos would ensue. Committing murder in broad daylight. What regard do you hold for the laws of Lingzhou? What regard for our town martial division? Indeed, scarcely had Zhou Sihai's corpse grown cold when a contingent of armed soldiers rushed in, led by a figure adorned with 2 stripes and a flower insignia, Zheng Gaoyuan, the head of the Lingzhou Celestial Patrol. Upon witnessing the grim scene within the drunken immortal pavilion, all members of the Celestial Patrol covered their mouths and noses, their brows furrowing in distress. Among them, 2 individuals bore striking resemblance, exuding an imposing aura. Clad in white uniforms adorned with an embroidered sword emblem, appearing regal and formidable. Their demeanor was one of superiority, looking down upon those around them. Even the officers of the Celestial Patrol dared not approach too closely. This was due to their esteemed lineage, belonging to the Town Martial Division, the authoritative body of martial arts in Longwu. Like the Celestial Patrol, they too uphold the security of Longwu. Yet the Celestial Patrol governs ordinary citizens while the Town Martial Division oversees martial artists. The elder, Fu Ping, was of the 6th rank in the mysterious tier, serving in the Lingzhou Town Martial Division. Beside him stood his younger son, Fu Qin, at the pinnacle of the yellow tier. Both father and son were tasked with maintaining the stability of martial artists in Lingzhou. Now, witnessing Yi Qijue slay so many individuals in plain sight, the majority of whom belonged to prestigious families, Fu Peng, as the deputy director, erupted in righteous fury. You vile scoundrel. How dare you annihilate the Su and Zhou families in such numbers? You are utterly despicable. Surrender at once. Aim your weapons at him. Should this criminal make any sudden movements, eliminate him on the spot. With a sharp click, the members of the Celestial Patrol loaded their firearms, pointing them at Yi Qijue as if treating him like a lawless outlaw. The Town Martial Division had finally arrived. Surely this scoundrel would meet his end now. A collective sigh of relief escaped the crowd. The enforcers of Longwu, the agents of violence, had arrived. Any transgressor would ultimately face justice. Meanwhile, as the Celestial Patrol directed their weapons towards Yi Qijue, they inevitably encompassed Yi Luoling within their line of fire. Upon seeing so many dark muzzles aimed at her, her delicate face turned pale. Yi Qijue frowned. The entire Yi family had been obliterated, and Lingzhou had been peaceful for 5 years. Yet, immediately after eliminating the Su and Zhou families, the Celestial Patrol and the Town Martial Division had come to hunt him down? What nonsense is this? Just because he is a good person? Should a good person be held at gunpoint? Yi Qijue gazed deeply at the group of law enforcers from Lingzhou, a glimmer of murderous intent escaping his demeanor. As he spoke each word with conviction, I warn you not to point your guns at my sister. The Su and Zhou families are the executioners of the Yi family's massacre. What wrong have I committed in slaying them? If the Celestial Patrol and the Town Martial Division indiscriminately open fire, then how are they any different from the likes of the Zhou and Su families? Yi Qijue harbored no qualms about purging this cadre of sycophants. Yi Luoling added, "Indeed. They are the murderers of my parents and friends. I implore the Celestial Patrol and the Town Marshal Division to discern the truth." Fu Ping chuckled coldly. Merely declaring someone an executioner does not make it so. The Dragon Kingdom's justice must be based on evidence. Your Yu family clearly perished in a fire. Do not slander us. Furthermore, even if the Su and Zhou families were responsible for the massacre of the Yi family, it is not for you to enforce the law. Yi Qijue, as a martial artist, must be subject to the oversight of the Town Marshal Division and cannot recklessly slaughter innocents. Given the number of lives lost today, I could execute you without hesitation. However, I shall be magnanimous today and spare your life. Now, as the Deputy Director of the Town Marshal Division, I command you to cripple your own cultivation and break your own limbs. Then, you shall accompany me to the dungeon to atone for your sins. Fu Peng's words were overtly shielding the Zhou and Su families. Yi Qijue was certain that the Town Marshal Division had meddled in the Yi family massacre. Otherwise, over 100 lives could not have been silently concluded as a mere fire incident. Moreover, to demand he break his limbs and forfeit his cultivation with a single command, while being grateful for his mercy. Is this the extent of the Town Marshal Division's authority? What if I refuse? Fu Peng's face hardened. Should you dare to defy the order, the Town Marshal Division will pursue you relentlessly, and your life will be in peril. After this exchange, Yi Qijue chuckled. All this talk boiled down to the simple truth of who wielded the bigger fist. What is the point of all this incessant chatter? He stepped closer to Fu Peng, cracking his knuckles. I am quite curious. Even Zhao He, who has fallen. How dare you, a mere 6th grade practitioner, shout at me? Are you not afraid of death? Although I am a 6th grade practitioner, our director has reached the Earth realm. One individual is enough to suppress Lingzhou. Furthermore, Fu Ping stood tall, gesturing to the sword emblem on his chest. Do you know what this is, boy? This is the sword of the Son of Heaven, bestowed by the current emperor of the Dragon Kingdom. To see the sword of the Son of Heaven is to behold the emperor himself. In simpler terms, the Town Marshal Division is the master of you martial artists. Dare you lay a hand on me? Kneel immediately. He firmly believed that no one could defy imperial authority. Thus, even as a 6th grade practitioner, he felt emboldened in the presence of Yi Qijue, capable of dispatching 8th grade foes with ease. Beside him, Fu Chen also sneered. Boy, you best kneel and accept your fate. The Town Marshal Division serves the eminent figures within the Forbidden City, and their influence is beyond your imagination. To lay a finger on my father is a grievous crime. Is that so? Even if the Emperor himself were to arrive today, he would have to witness my annihilation of my enemies. Die. In the next moment, Yi Qijue raised his hand and struck Fu Peng's crown with a resounding slap. With a resounding crash, the latter's head was struck with unimaginable force, his massive cranium forcibly driven into his chest cavity. The headless body collapsed to the floor, falling silently into the eternal abyss. Witnessing this scene, everyone's eyelids fluttered violently. They never anticipated that even the Martial Suppression Division could not subdue Yi Qijue. Deputy Director Fu Peng of the Lingzhou Martial Suppression Division dead. A prominent official of the Dragon Kingdom's law enforcement had been slain by Yi Qijue. Was it not said that the Martial Suppression Division was authorized by the Emperor to manage all martial artists in the realm? The imperial power granted it. To kill Fu Peng was tantamount to openly defying the Martial Suppression Division. In this world, was there anyone he dared not kill? Father, you possess such audacity. Fu Chen's heart shattered with shock. He was both astounded by Yi Qijue's brutality and overwhelmed with boundless humiliation and hatred. They were the Martial Suppression Division. Typically, they were the ones who dealt with and eradicated ordinary martial artists. Who would dare to defy them? And now, his father had been slain before his very eyes. How could he endure this? Yet, despite his rage, Fu Chen took a step back, commanding the Celestial Surveillance Pavilion to eliminate Yi Qijue. He was inferior to even his father. A single slap from Yi Qijue could bury his head beneath the ground. Hurry. Master Jing, what are you waiting for? Fire upon this abominable wretch. Move now. Fu Chen bellowed. As long as this man was not a master, he was merely a mortal flesh, no matter how formidable. A few rounds of bullets would surely bring him down. However, the members of the Celestial Surveillance Pavilion hesitated. Could they truly kill such a brutal foe with bullets? What if their actions provoked his wrath, leading to the slaughter of the entire pavilion? They all turned to their leader, awaiting his command. Observing the hesitation of the Celestial Surveillance Pavilion, Fu Chen erupted in fury. What are you imbeciles doing? Shoot at once. Zheng Yuan. If you do not command your men to fire, beware the Martial Suppression Division's retribution, for they will hold you and this murderous wretch accountable. At that moment, Qijue also turned his gaze toward Zhang Gaoyuan, his eyes narrowing, emanating a chilling aura. Are you also intent on killing me? An indescribable sense of suffocating pressure bore down on Zhang Gaoyuan, leaving him feeling as though you were plunging into an icy abyss. Qijue did not know Fu Ping or Fu Qin, but he was well aware of Zhang Gaoyuan. In fact, prior to the demise of the Yi family, their relationship with the Celestial Surveillance Pavilion had been amicable, often dining together. However, after the annihilation of the Yi family, the pavilion had hastily closed the case on the arson, acting as the Martial Suppression Division's lapdog, aiming their weapons at him and his sister, Yi Luoling. Thus, Qijue too was filled with murderous intent. He could assure that if Zhang Gaoyuan dared to issue the order to fire, his fate today would mirror that of Fu Ping. Zhang Gaoyuan, unable to withstand the pressure, took a step back, cold sweat pouring from him. He felt he was not facing a mere individual, but rather a primordial beast poised to engulf the heavens and the earth. And he, merely an insignificant ant. What had this young master of the Yi family endured outside? Damn it, Zhang Gaoyuan, will you fire or not? Do you dare disregard my words? Eliminate him. Fu Qin continued to shout, even kicking Zhang Gaoyuan to spur him on. Damn. Hurry up. Bang. After enduring frustration for an extended period, Zhang Gaoyuan suddenly erupted in a fierce tirade, swiftly redirecting his weapon and shooting Fu Qin. The bullet struck squarely between his eyes, causing blood to splatter. He had tolerated the arrogance of the Fu family for far too long, leveraging their status as warriors of the town military division. They had treated the Celestial Pavilion as their lapdog. If they wished to eliminate Qijue, they should do it themselves rather than hiding behind others and expecting him to sacrifice his life. Fu Qin, with his frog-like eyes wide open, collapsed. He could never have imagined that he would meet his demise at the hands of the Celestial Pavilion. The members of the pavilion were astounded. Why had the pavilion master suddenly executed Fu Qin? He was an operative of the town military division. Put away your firearms. Zhang Gaoyuan addressed Qijue, his voice filled with remorse. Young Master Yi, I have investigated the tragic fire that decimated the Yi family 5 years ago, but every time I gathered evidence, I was met with relentless pressure from above, to the point where I nearly lost my position. I had no choice but to endure. However, today I can no longer restrain myself. I must inform you that the town military division and the king of Jinling are complicit. The blood of the Yi family is on their hands. You may investigate freely within Lingzhou. All I can promise is that I will not interfere again. With a wave of his hand, Zhang Gaoyuan led the bewildered members of the Celestial Pavilion away. After driving for some distance, one of his subordinates questioned, Master, are we truly going to stand by while Yi Qijue commits murder without any intervention? What about the rule of law in Longhua? How will we justify this to the town military division? Zhang Gaoyuan lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag to alleviate the pressure from Yi Qijue's earlier intimidation, then scoffed. The rule of law? Do you think that if I were to shoot and injure or kill Yi Qijue, that would embody the rule of law? What about the over 100 innocent lives of the Yi family snuffed out without reason? The town military division, along with the powerful families of Su, Zhou, Li, and Zhang, oppressing the populace. Does that represent justice? The world has long suffered under such a so-called law. If I had not killed Fu Qin just now, we would have been the ones to perish. Yi Qijue is terrifying. So terrifying that I fear even the king of Jinling could be defeated by him. I secretly wish he would wreak havoc in Lingzhou and Jinling after all. The darkness of Longhua has grown too profound. It is time for a change. As for any repercussions from above, let them come to me. I have long since wished to resign at the drunken immortal pavilion. Everyone remained astonished by the sudden betrayal of the Celestial Pavilion. Zhang Gaoyuan, in a desperate bid for survival, had dared to kill even those from the town military division. Yi Qijue, without further ado, obliterated the remaining minions of the Su and Zhou families, who had dared to offend the Yi family. He then departed with Yi Luoling, carrying the few severed heads of his enemies, striding away confidently. As soon as they left, the entire drunken immortal pavilion erupted into chaos. News of the events quickly spread, sending shockwaves throughout half of Jiangnan. What? The young master of the Yi family, thought to have perished 5 years ago, was alive, and the king had returned, wreaking havoc in Lingzhou, annihilating the Su and Zhou families with ease. He dispatched adversaries as if they were mere playthings. Even the town military division, which had come to enforce the law, found itself powerless as Yi Qijue effortlessly eliminated both the deputy director and his son with a single strike. It was utterly lawless. Rumor had it that the mastermind behind the annihilation of the Yi family was none other than the king of Jinling. Hush, speak softly. Do you wish to meet your demise? Is it possible that the esteemed heir of the Yi family will seek vengeance against the king of Jinling? It is difficult to say. The prowess of the king of Jinling far surpasses that of the mere aristocracy of Lingzhou. Moreover, his father-in-law holds considerable power. Should he dare to confront him, his fate is sealed. Father, mother, uncle, brother Qijue has avenged you. In the Yi family cemetery, Yi Luoling knelt upon the ground, tears streaming down her face as she bowed multiple times. A 5-year blood feud has finally found its resolution today. The Yi family can now rest in peace. Yi Qijue shook his head. Su Nanshan and Zhou Sihai can only be regarded as pawns in the king of Jinling's game. True retribution can only be achieved by uncovering and eliminating the black hands that manipulate the king of Jinling from behind the scenes. Luoling, in the coming days, you must retrieve the Yi family's enterprises scattered among the Su and Zhou families. I intend to visit the treasure pavilion to reclaim our family heirlooms and discern the true intentions of the king of Jinling regarding our family. This treasure is either of significant consequence or intimately tied to his origins. We must ascertain the truth. In the heart of Jinling City, where land is exceedingly precious, stands a resplendent royal mansion sprawling over dozens of acres. The Chao family estate of the king of Jinling. In the expansive training grounds of the royal mansion, a man clad in the uniform of the Imperial Guard is leading a group of soldiers in drills. Suddenly, he receives a phone call, and his body trembles violently. His eyes filled with bloodshot fury. Yi Qijue, you have slaughtered my entire family. I will not rest until I have avenged this wrong. This man is Su Nanshan's son, Su Hao, a promising youth with exceptional martial arts talent. He became the commander of the king of Jinling's Imperial Guards in his 20s. A source of pride for the Su family, he has just received news from Lingzhou that has ignited his hatred to a boiling point. During the Su family's grand banquet, a day of celebration, his kin have perished. His sister reduced to a mist of blood. His father flayed alive, suffering an excruciating death, all at the hands of Yi Qijue alone. Brothers, follow me. We shall return to Lingzhou and exact our vengeance. Su Hao, consumed by madness, rushed out of the training grounds, intent on returning to Lingzhou to confront Yi Qijue and quench his thirst for revenge. At that moment, an elderly man clad in opulent attire, resembling a steward, hurriedly arrived. He is the steward of the king of Jinling's residence, tasked with conveying the king's messages to his subordinates. The steward promptly produced a token. Commander Su, the prince has just learned of the events in Lingzhou and is astonished that the Yi family scourge has not perished. You are hereby commanded to lead 1,000 imperial guards to eradicate those who have wronged the Su family. Additionally, a formidable expert will accompany you. It is imperative that you slay this scoundrel on the spot. Yi Qijue has been specifically marked for death by that eminent figure. Should this news reach the ears of those in the capital, the king of Jinling's failure to act may result in dire consequences. Immediate action is essential. Understood. Su Hao, driven by a desire for vengeance, accepted the order with fervor. With 1,000 imperial guards at his command, each armed with a spear, they could easily pierce Yi Qijue like a hedgehog. Thus, the 1,000 imperial guards raised by the king of Jinling, brimming with murderous intent, set forth toward Lingzhou. The following day, Yi Qijue departed from Lingzhou, rising to make his way to the esteemed treasure pavilion located in neighboring Qijue. Yi Qijue, determined to reclaim all the treasures of the Yi family, embarked on this significant journey. The treasure pavilion, officially known as Songhai Treasure Pavilion, is under the auspices of the renowned Songhai Auction House, specializing in the sale of rare and exquisite artifacts from the Jiangnan region. Occasionally, exceptionally valuable items are put up for public bidding at auctions. Inside the treasure pavilion, a crowd of affluent individuals was engaged in a lively bidding war over a beautiful sky blue roux kiln porcelain vase. 5 million, 8 million, 10 million. Wealth, in this setting, merely represented a numerical value. Amidst the throng, 2 young women observed quietly, refraining from participating in the bidding. The first, adorned in a form-fitting, high-end qipao, possessed striking beauty. Her snow-like skin, graceful figure, and breathtaking features could easily captivate any onlooker. However, a slight furrow in her brow and her right hand caressing her abdomen hinted at some discomfort. The second woman, clad in a shorter skirt, though not as stunning, was an undeniable beauty in her own right. Their presence attracted the attention of several gentlemen nearby. My dear, why bother with the bidding? Let us simply declare our identity. I refuse to believe that the treasure pavilion would dare disregard the Qin family's reputation from Jinling. Surely they will graciously deliver the third-grade saffron to our doorstep. The short-skirted woman expressed her impatience. The Qin family, one of the 5 prominent families of Jiangnan, possessed assets in the billions, leading her to perceive their visit to this modest locale as a mere exercise in dominance. All rare herbs and treasures should be delivered to their home, in her view. The Qijue-clad woman, however, raised her hand to halt her companion. Let it be. The land of Jianglong is filled with hidden talents. The treasure pavilion is backed by the Songhai auction house. While the Qin family may hold some influence in Jiangnan, we ought to adhere to the rules of the auction and acquire the herbs accordingly. Very well. However, according to Dr. Wang's assertion, once you consume this third-grade saffron, the ailment causing your blood to stagnate will entirely dissipate, making this journey worthwhile. Just as their conversation concluded, a striking figure with sharp brows and radiant eyes strode into the treasure pavilion. Cease the bidding. I shall acquire everything here. The newcomer was none other than Qijue. Casting a glance at the catalog of items at the entrance, he noted the extensive collection, comprising hundreds of treasures. With no time to meticulously compare each item against the Yi family's possessions, he decided to purchase the entire inventory outright. The room fell silent, as disbelief washed over the crowd, leaving them questioning their own ears. Buy everything from the treasure pavilion? Who is this local tycoon, or is he simply deranged? The wealthy patrons began to voice their skepticism. Who are you, young man? Do you understand the rules of priority? Every item here is an antique, each worth at least $1 million. Dressed in such common attire, do you possess the means? The short-skirted woman shook her head with a derisive smile. See, my dear, only in impoverished places do we encounter such oddities. Does he think this is a market for purchasing cabbages? Even the Qin family could hardly whimsically acquire an entire treasure pavilion. Fool. The female manager overseeing the auction also expressed her doubt. Sir, are you perhaps acting a bit impulsively? The total value of all the treasures at our pavilion is conservatively estimated at 10 billion. Do you wish for 1 billion, perhaps? Swipe the card. Qijue produced a golden bank card, adorned with intricate patterns, and placed it before the female manager. This card was a token of appreciation presented by the world's wealthiest individuals during their pilgrimage to the mystical Penglai Island, where they sought enlightenment. It had been carelessly discarded by the matron in a corner. Qijue randomly selected one, oblivious to the balance it held. Yet, he had heard the affluent boast that any one of these cards could purchase a small nation. It should suffice. The female manager, with a mix of skepticism and curiosity, lifted the card and attempted to charge 100 million. A crisp notification chimed in response. Dear user, you have successfully made a payment of 100,000,000 yuan. Thank you for your patronage. Everyone turned in astonishment. The transaction had indeed gone through, despite the sum being a staggering 100 million. It was unexpected that this seemingly unremarkable youth possessed such wealth. The woman in the short skirt stared wide-eyed, her gaze akin to that of a startled frog. This was indeed a significant liquid asset. The female manager, barely concealing her excitement, was practically sparkling with delight. It turned out he was a prestigious client. Most esteemed sir, please hold on for a moment. I shall summon someone to appraise your collection right away. Nearby, the affluent from Qijue hastily presented their business cards, adorned with eager smiles, hoping to ingratiate themselves. However, a mere glance from Qijue sent them scurrying away in fear. Just then, a woman in a cheongsam approached gracefully, her steps delicate as she spoke. Esteemed sir, I have a humble request. Might you be inclined to oblige? Qijue raised an eyebrow and glanced at her. You speak. The woman in the Qipao replied. It is as follows. I am feeling somewhat unwell and require the third-grade saffron from the treasure pavilion. Would you be willing to sell it to me? I can offer a handsome price. At that moment, a girl in a short skirt approached, her gaze fixed disdainfully on Qijue. Miss, why waste your breath on him? It's just a paltry sum. Does he dare to steal from the Qin family of Jinling? Listen well, you brat. My lady is the jewel of the Qin family. Qinyan, I am her maid, Cheng Mingming. Our family is one of the 5 great clans of Jiangnan, worth billions, an enormous entity, existing at the pinnacle of the social pyramid. Before you think of stealing our medicinal herbs, consider whether you can bear the consequences. This proclamation sent ripples through the treasure pavilion. What? This beauty is the young lady of the Qin family, Miss Qinyan? Truly, as one of the 10 great beauties of Jiangnan, she is breathtakingly exquisite. I have long heard of your esteemed name. Miss Qin, how may I assist you in procuring your medicinal herbs? Many rush to curry favor with her, to associate with one of the 5 great clans that dominate Jiang and could lead to boundless prospects in the future. Do you see that? Cheng Mingming glared at Qijue, seemingly expecting him to be terrified and relinquish the saffron. Mingming, refrain from speaking out of turn. Qin Yun admonished, visibly displeased. Qijue was taken aback to encounter the daughter of a Jiangnan noble family here. His initial ambition in the lingo business world was to elevate the Yi family to become the sixth great clan of Jiangnan. However, such high society no longer held his interest. Although the chattering maid was somewhat irksome, Qinyan's demeanor was quite pleasant and polite. Very well. I have no need for the saffron anyway. Qijue nodded in agreement. Then he shifted the conversation, casting a glance at Qinyan's ample bosom. However, I must caution you. What you are experiencing is not an illness, but rather a result of a cold, white silkworm curse. Taking this invigorating saffron will not only fail to help you, but may even incite the curse, posing a significant risk to your life. Qijue's words were startling. Onlookers gaped in astonishment. How dare this wealthy young man speak to the eldest daughter of the Qin family in such a manner? Qinyan, who had just revealed a hint of joy, was now taken aback. A curse? What curse? Wasn't her condition simply a case of reversed qi and blood? Cheng Mingming, fuming with anger, shouted, "You insolent wretch! What nonsense are you spouting? My lady's ailment was personally diagnosed by the esteemed Dr. Wang of the ghostly physician sect. It is confirmed to be reversed qi and blood. Dare you wish ill upon my lady? Kneel and apologize at once." Enough. With a swift motion, Qijue struck Cheng Mingming across the face, sending her flying. He then turned to Qin Yun and said calmly, "You should have begun to feel excruciating pain in your lower abdomen and chest 3 months ago. Your hands and feet are ice cold. Moreover, each time your period approaches, you are gripped by chills, your complexion paling, requiring at least 10 hours a day submerged in hot water just to endure. Am I right?" A glimmer of surprise flickered in Qin Yun's eyes. Qijue's observations were eerily accurate. She found herself nodding involuntarily. Qijue continued. These symptoms appear to suggest an imbalance of qi and blood, a deficiency in the liver and kidneys. However, in truth, it is the white silkworm wreaking havoc within your body. Thus, I advise against consuming saffron. The white silkworm thrives in coolness. Once it stirs, you shall suffer excruciating pain. I shall provide you with a set of acupuncture techniques. Along the foot-Shaoyin kidney meridian, needle the Yongquan point for 3 inches, the Taishi point for 3 inches, the Zhaohai point for 1 inch, and finally, the Shanzhong point. This will alleviate your abdominal pain. Qin Yun was momentarily taken aback. This fellow possesses medical skills. Ah, the audacity of this rustic. He dares to strike me. My mouth is, I'll ask you. Miss, do not heed his nonsense. He must be attempting to swindle and deceive. Quickly summon a skilled expert from our family to deal with him. Cheng Mingming, having risen from the ground, was on the verge of tears. Her once exquisite visage had been left disfigured by Qijue's blow. Qin Yun, witnessing her maid's unfortunate state, mouth crooked and eyes askew, felt a twinge of displeasure. Sir, although Mingming may have offended you moments ago, your response was rather excessive. If I had struck her with more force, she would already be dead. Qijue's gaze was frigid. At that moment, the female manager, who had gone to check the collection, returned. Sir, I apologize, but several items in the collection belong to a distinguished guest. I have contacted him for a discussion. They are these. The manager pointed out a few private collectibles in the catalog. Qijue's eyes narrowed. These treasures all belong to the Yi family. Could it be that the coveted items sought by the king of Jinling were among them? Who? Under whose name are these items currently registered? Qijue's tone grew fervent. The female manager hurriedly responded. They belong to the renowned antique dealer from Jiangnan, Mr. Yuan Feng. Mr. Yuan is a special partner of our treasure pavilion, possessing hundreds of precious relics, each of considerable value. However, it is said that they were acquired from a family in Lingzhou that suffered a fire. Boom. The mention of that name reverberated in Qijue's ears. Yuan Feng. He was the former steward of the Yi family and a trusted aide to his parents. He did not perish. All these treasures of the Yi family are now under his name. No wonder, on the night the Yi family fell into calamity, he was nowhere to be found. It turns out this scoundrel had already betrayed us. Qijue found it peculiar. While the Yi family possessed numerous antiques, most were kept hidden from public view. How did the king of Jinling learn of the treasures he coveted? Only through Yuan Feng. As the steward, he had overseen the family's finances and was intimately familiar with the location of the majority of their antiques. It was ironic that when Yuan Feng fell into despair and became a beggar in Lingzhou, his father Yi Yang had taken him in, providing him with a means of survival, ultimately elevating him to the position of chief steward with an annual salary in the millions. And yet, he had nurtured a treacherous wolf. Lost in thought, a hearty laughter suddenly echoed from the second floor of the treasure pavilion. Where is our esteemed client? My apologies for my tardiness. I have just returned from out of town and was resting. Please forgive my lack of proper greeting. A middle-aged, portly man adorned in gold and silver, holding two glossy walnut carvings, descended with a beaming smile, flanked by two imposing bodyguards. Each temple appeared prominently swollen, footsteps silent, and an aura of restrained power emanated from him, exuding an air of grandeur. It was I, Qijue. As he pivoted, his icy, merciless gaze locked onto Yuan Feng. Seemingly piercing through him, a fierce glint sparkling in his eyes, an overwhelming intent to kill surged forth. Yuan Feng. It was you who offered the Yi family's treasured possession to the king of Jinling, leading to the calamity that befell the Yi family, was it not? Do you truly deserve the gratitude of my parents for their recognition of your talents? Yi Xiao. Upon catching sight of Qijue's visage, Yuan Feng nearly tumbled down the stairs. What a nightmare! To see a ghost in broad daylight. The eldest son, whose entire family perished in the old residence, stood before him, unscathed. You are not dead. Yuan Feng was filled with disbelief. If I were dead, how would I know that it was you? This scoundrel, who betrayed the Yi family. How could I deliver you to your savior with a blade? You deserve punishment even more than Su Nashan and the others. Qijue's voice was as unyielding as iron, his murderous intent palpable. After inquiring about the whereabouts of the Yi family's treasure, he vowed to make Yuan Feng's demise more torturous than Su Nanshan's. After a fleeting moment of shock, Yuan Feng finally regained his composure. He felt the urge to slap himself. What nonsense about Yi Xiao? Merely a stray dog bereft of a home. What is there to fear? I have long since transcended my former self. Thus, he feigned calmness. Ha! Qijue, you truly are fortunate. But do you still believe I am the beggar I once was? A mere dog raised by the Yi family? I am now Mr. Yuan of Jiangnan, the esteemed Yuan in the antique world. However, I must express my gratitude towards your Yi family. If it weren't for Yi Yang's foolish fascination with antiques and paintings, I wouldn't be the Yuan I am today. Each painting is worth millions, an entire lifetime's fortune. Qijue narrowed his eyes and stepped forward. It matters not if you cannot spend it all. I shall ensure you spend it in hell. Yuan Feng erupted in boisterous laughter. Aha! Do you truly think you can kill me? I currently have 2 bodyguards at the 7th rank of the Xian level. They could easily handle your third uncle. You too, seize this wretched spawn for me. I shall relish in extinguishing this stray dog slowly. Yes, the 2 7th rank Xian level bodyguards sprang into action. Their forms like lightning, they arrived before Qijue in the blink of an eye. Each unleashed a punch. The wind from their strikes howling, aimed directly at Qijue's temples. The ferocity of these 2 was terrifying enough to instill fear in everyone present. It was over. This lad was doomed. How dare he provoke Yuan Yi? Yuan Yi's 2 experts emerged from the king of Jinling's palace. Beside them, Cheng Mingming relished the impending doom, exclaiming, Die, die. A punch to reduce this scoundrel to mere pulp would be splendid. Meanwhile, Qin Yun felt an inexplicable tightening in her heart. These 2 warriors were formidable even within the Qin family. Could this young man, Qijue, possibly withstand their assault? Yet in the next moment, Qijue moved, his hands lightning fast. He grasped the heads of the 2 7th rank Xian-level experts, colliding them fiercely together. Crack! An enormous dent appeared on both of their skulls, their cranial bones shattered, a chaotic mix of red and white fluid erupting from their orifices. Their lifeless bodies were carelessly tossed aside. Lying on the ground, they exhaled their last breath, lifeless in an instant. Upon witnessing the scene before him, the entire audience gasped in shock. Yuan Feng's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Could this truly be Qijue? The one who was mercilessly slaughtered by the Su and Zhou families years ago? Qin Yun covered her crimson lips, her beautiful eyes revealing an expression of disbelief. This individual was capable of effortlessly dispatching a 7th-grade Xian-level master. Cheng Mingming, akin to a chicken with its neck grasped, was rendered speechless, trembling in fear. Her malicious glee extinguished. Suddenly, she comprehended the meaning behind Qijue's earlier words. Had he struck with even a modicum more force, her head would have surely been sent flying. Qijue nonchalantly clapped his hands and strode purposefully towards Yuan Feng. With such worthless scum, do they believe they can protect you? Are you unaware that the Su, Zhou, Li, and Zhang families have all perished at my hands? At this moment, realization dawned upon everyone. They gazed at Qijue, their faces etched with terror. Just yesterday, Lingzhou had been rocked by a cataclysmic earthquake, leading to a complete upheaval among the elite families, with several noble clans meeting their demise. The perpetrator was none other than Qijue himself. Good heavens! The king of killers has arrived. Many felt their legs turn to jelly. Yuan Feng was on the verge of wetting himself. What? The Su and Zhou clans have been annihilated by Qijue? Why had no one informed him? What was there left to fight for? He must flee. Yuan Feng, suppressing his urge to urinate, hastily fled upstairs, scrambling to escape. Upon reaching the second floor, he gritted his teeth and leaped out of the window, his hefty frame crashing onto a van in the parking lot below. Ignoring the pain of potentially broken bones, he dove into his sports car and sped away. Attempting to escape? Qijue scoffed. Even if you fled to the depths of hell, I would unearth you to exact my vengeance. He took a step forward, just as an urgent phone ring pierced the air. It was his sister, Yi Luoling. Upon answering, Qijue's expression shifted dramatically. A man's sinister voice emerged from the other end. Qijue, is it? Your sister is in my grasp. Who are you? Dare to lay a finger on my sister, and I shall have you torn to pieces. Qijue's blood surged with fury. He had only just emerged from the shadows. And already someone dared to target Luoling? Seeking death. The man chuckled mockingly. Do not concern yourself with my identity. If you do not arrive at the Tianshui Manor in Lingzhou within 3 hours, prepare to collect your sister's corpse. Oh, and let you hear her agonizing screams. Yi Luoling's voice, tinged with desperation, echoed through. Brother, don't come. They have set a trap waiting for you. I beg you, please don't come. A resounding slap interrupted her plea. How dare the little wench inform on us? Disfigure her face. Ah! Yi Luoling's agonized cry resonated before the call abruptly ended. Boom! Qijue clenched his fists tightly, his eyes suddenly ablaze with a crimson hue, a torrent of murderous intent surging from within. Now, Yi Luoling was his only remaining family. Whoever dared to harm her would endure the most excruciating punishments the world has to offer. At that moment, the hotel in Lingzhou where he was staying received a call. What is happening? Wasn't I clear about ensuring my sister's safety? Notify me immediately should anything arise. Qijue bellowed with fervor. He had spent several million to ensure round-the-clock security for his sister at the hotel. Yet, this was the outcome? The head of hotel security trembled as he replied, Young Master Yi, I am powerless. The director of the town marshal division personally arrived just moments ago and took your sister away. My men were all defeated. I apologize. It is my incompetence. So it was the town marshal division. Qijue realized the implications. It must be retribution for his actions against Fu Peng the previous day. In that case, let the town marshal division vanish today. With that thought, Qijue disregarded the pursuit of Yuan Feng and dashed into the vehicle he had arrived in, flooring the accelerator towards Lingzhou. Meanwhile, at the treasure pavilion, the crowd remained unsettled. Qijue's earlier presence had been overwhelmingly terrifying, akin to a wrathful demon, plunging everyone into despair. It was evident that this king of hell was out to claim lives once more. This time, it seemed, it was for the sake of his sister. At that moment, Qin Yun and her maid Cheng Mingming successfully procured a third-grade saffron, its crimson hue burning like fire, exuding a potent medicinal fragrance. Yet, Qin Yun found herself in a quandary. Given Qijue's prior remarks, should she consume the saffron or not? Observing her mistress's dilemma, Cheng Mingming could not help but interject. Miss, do you truly believe that scoundrel's words? He is merely a nouveau riche with some martial prowess. His articulate claims surely stem from prior knowledge of your identity. Intended to draw your attention. After all, our Qin family is a prestigious lineage in Jiangnan, capable of rendering him a decade's worth of effort futile. With the main figure absent, Cheng Mingming regained some confidence, asserting that Qijue was insignificant in the face of the Qin family. To her, no matter how wealthy or formidable Qijue might be, he remained as inconsequential as an ant before their esteemed lineage. Were 2 7th-grade practitioners truly comparable to the masters residing above the heavenly rank within the Qin family? Annihilating him would be a matter of mere moments. Was it truly so? Qin Yun found herself pondering. Indeed, the third-grade saffron was a concoction personally crafted by the renowned Wang Shuni of the Ghost Doctor sect. How could it be counterfeit? That nonsense about white silkworms was surely fabrications from that brash young man. Come, miss, allow me to prepare the infusion for you. Cheng Mingming produced the spring water she had prepared earlier and steeped the saffron within it. The water instantly transformed into a deep crimson. Ultimately, Qin Yun chose to ingest the saffron. Immediately, the pain in her lower abdomen subsided, as if her qi had begun to circulate smoothly. Cheng Mingming, filled with triumph, exclaimed, I told you Wang Shuni would not err. Thankfully, you did not heed that fraud's advice, otherwise. Before she could finish her sentence, Qin Yun's complexion suddenly turned ashen. Her abdomen and chest seized with excruciating pain, akin to her innards being gnawed upon. It hurts, my stomach, so much pain. This saffron, there is a problem. Qin Yun's face contorted in agony. The sensation was far more intense than any discomfort she had previously experienced. Her chest felt as if it had exploded. Cheng Mingming was left in shock. How could this be? How could saffron cause a problem? This was a prescription from the esteemed physician Wang. Yet, despite every possible remedy, nothing worked. The treasure pavilion was in a state of alarm. After all, this was the young lady of the Qin family, and no incident could occur within their establishment. They immediately summoned the finest physician, yet he remained powerless. Qin Yun's forehead was already beaded with sweat, and if this continued, she would truly suffer a painful demise as Qijue had foretold. Miss, please endure. I will call physician Wang. Cheng Mingming could only seek help. Don't call yet. Bring me a set of silver needles. Qin Yun gritted her teeth against the excruciating pain. Quickly, Qin Yun's frustration erupted. Cheng Mingming trembled in fear and hurried to request a set of silver needles from the treasure pavilion. Having studied medicine for a few days, Qin Yun began to apply acupuncture on herself, following the acupoints that Qijue had mentioned, Yongquan, Taishi Zhaohai, until the final needle was inserted into the central point of the chest. Suddenly, Qin Yun felt a wave of nausea, and she retched violently. After expelling the saffron-infused spring water, the intense pain in her abdomen and chest ceased immediately. Qin Yun was left in astonishment. It truly worked. Had she not encountered Qijue today, would she have really faced a torturous death? What is this thing? How could it be in your abdomen, miss? Cheng Mingming suddenly pointed in horror at the ground. There, amidst the crimson potion, a milky white worm writhed with abandon. Upon closer inspection, under the blazing midday sun, a thin layer of ice had formed on the potion. Inhan white silkworm goo. No wonder her lower abdomen had been in relentless agony. Qin Yun's expression turned icy. I'll take a picture and send it to physician Wang to inquire about this. Cheng Mingming had just taken out her phone when a smack. Qin Yun struck her face, correcting the crooked angle of Cheng Mingming's mouth. Fool, can't you see? This white silkworm was placed in me by the ghost physician sect. It was Qijue who saved me. Qin Yun roared. Cheng Mingming was left speechless. It seemed to be true, but the family patriarch was still in the hands of the ghost physician sect. Qin Laozhang's condition was more severe than that of the young lady, reaching a critical stage. That's why they had invited physician Wang to care for him day and night. Did this mean? A chill surged through her. Let us go. Return to Jiling. Moreover, investigate Qijue thoroughly. He is now my savior. If you dare show him disrespect again, beware of being cast out of the Qin family. Ding-ling-a-ling, at that moment, without Cheng Mingming needing to make the call, physician Wang's phone rang on Qin Yun's device. Qin Yun abruptly hung up and gazed blankly in the direction Qijue had departed. Wealthy, handsome, talented, skilled in medicine. She felt as though she had stumbled upon a treasure. Meanwhile, Qijue hurried back to Lingzhou at lightning speed. A journey of 3 hours was condensed into a mere hour and a half. Qijue Manor, renowned as a vacation destination in Lingzhou, was nestled against wetlands, offering a picturesque view. However, it was later directly requisitioned by the Qijue division, rendering it inaccessible to ordinary people, save for the esteemed and privileged. Thus, Qijue made his way unimpeded to the entrance of the estate. With a resounding crash, he drove his car through the gates. Before him lay a vast lake, where several men clad in white robes stood in 2 lines upon a bridge leading to the center of the lake. These were indeed the agents of the Qijue division. At the heart of the lake was a small island, adorned with a pavilion where a few individuals sat. Suspended on one side was Yu Luoling, bound and beaten, her body marred with wounds, the most grievous being the numerous gashes that disfigured her face. Beneath her, in the waters of the lake, a dozen crocodiles with glowing green eyes, starved for days, scrambled eagerly. Should the rope give way, Yi Luoling would meet a gruesome fate. Yi Qijue's eyes blazed with fury. How could these people torment his sister so mercilessly, preparing to feed her to the crocodiles? Brother. Upon seeing Yi Qijue arrive, Yi Luoling's eyes glistened with tears, a mix of gratitude and concern washing over her. Despite the treacherous traps surrounding them, her brother had come to rescue her. Qijue division. You seek death. This declaration shattered the last vestiges of restraint within Yi Qijue, his voice booming so fiercely that the waters trembled. Were it not for Luoling being in their clutches, a single strike from him could obliterate the entire island in the heart of the lake. How did this brat arrive so swiftly? A middle-aged man, with an indifferent expression and sipping tea within the pavilion, was taken aback. He was Han Feihong, the director of the Qijue division in Lingzhou, a martial artist of earth rank. Beside him stood a woman, Zhou Manyan, the wife of Deputy Director Fu Ping, who was currently burning paper offerings for two corpses, one headless and the other with a bullet in its forehead. The wounds on Yi Luoling's face were inflicted by her. She desired her husband and son to witness their vengeance. Upon the arrival of the enemy, Zhou Manyan's eyes gleamed with unbridled hatred as she brandished a dagger. Rushing to the edge of the island, "You wretched boy, you have slain my husband and son. Today, this Qijue manor shall become your grave." Yet, before she could exact her vengeance, she relished the thought of tormenting his sister. "Tell me, does her pitiful state not bring you anguish?" With a maniacal laughter, she slashed the dagger across Yi Luoling's face once more, adding fresh, gaping wounds that bled profusely. Yi Qijue's gaze turned icy, suppressing the overwhelming urge to kill. He gritted his teeth and proclaimed, "Release my sister. Whatever animosity exists, let it be directed at me." Han Feihong marveled, exclaiming, "Brat, you are indeed the rising star of Lingzhou. In merely 5 years, you have transformed from an ordinary person to a formidable force capable of slaying profound-level experts at will. It seems those who sought your demise were not without cause. Once you mature, you could become a true menace. Do you know who wishes to kill me?" Yi Qijue's eyes darkened. Han Feihong chuckled, "I certainly do not. Our Qijue division merely handles the aftermath. However, it is regrettable that we let this fish slip through our nets, allowing you to eliminate so many in Lingzhou. If word gets out, my fate will be dire. If you do not wish to speak, then remain silent. Quickly release my sister. You may kill me at your discretion." Han Feihong raised his hand, and a member of the town marshal division approached with a black goblet. The contents were unknown. "Drink this, and I shall free your sister." Yi Qijue downed it in one gulp. Han Feihong's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed with excitement, "Huh? I have never seen anyone so eager to court death. Let me tell you, this poison wine is 10 times more potent than the poison given to the Yi family 5 years ago. Even a martial arts grandmaster would be brought to his knees. Seize him at once." With that command, dozens of blades were poised at Yi Qijue's throat. A mere flick of the wrist would suffice. What does it matter if you have returned as a king? In my grasp, you are but a trifling matter. Han Feihong's expression was one of triumph. He felt that the Su family, the Zhou family, and Xiao Heihu were utterly insignificant. This mere youth should have been an easy target. "Su brother, come forth. This kid is already subdued." Han Feihong called out towards the depths of the estate. "Ha ha. Yi Qijue, I thought you would be formidable after 5 years, but it seems you remain a fool. Just as foolish as the Yi family 5 years ago. I even prepared 1,000 warriors to deal with you. I truly overestimated you." Then, the sound of heavy footsteps thundered like a storm. The ground trembled. Following that, 1,000 elite guards of the king of Jinling appeared, each with a gaze as sharp as blades. Leading them was Su Hao, clad in commanding attire. Looking down with disdain, this poison wine was precisely what he had brought from the king of Jinling's estate. It was meant as a backup plan. Yet Yi Qijue's drank it without a moment's hesitation. However, that saved him the trouble. "Su Hao?" Yi Qijue's narrowed his eyes. This rascal had once groveled before his sister, serving the Yi family like a dog. Now, he had risen to prominence before the king of Jinling? Truly, he had climbed to power over the fallen corpses of the Yi family. The Su family had not died in vain. Surprised, Su Hao sneered. "I have become the commander of the king of Jinling's elite guards. With a single word, I could annihilate the remnants of the Yi family. Yet you still dare to threaten my father, my sister, my entire family. Even feeding you to the crocodiles 10 times over would not quench my wrath. As for your sister, she is quite lovely. I shall treat her as a reward for my brothers. 1,000 brutish men, who knows if she can withstand them?" Yi Luoling's face turned pale. If she fell into Su Hao's hands, it would be a torment far worse than death. "You seek your own demise." Yi Qijue's face was icy. Upon seeing Yi Qijue's so easily subdued, Zhou Mandan clapped her hands in delight and said, "Director Han, Commander Su, do not be hasty. My husband's and son's bones are still unburied, watching from beyond. Bring this wretch to me. I wish to stab him a few times to avenge my husband and son. Bring him here." Thus, several members of the town marshal division secured Yi Qijue's, bringing him to the island in the lake. At this distance, Han Feihong and Zhou Manyan posed no threat to Yi Luoling's life. This was also Yi Qijue's intention. "Brother, it is I who has brought you to this plight." Yi Luoling was filled with regret. Had it not been for her own inadequacy, her brother would not have found himself in such perilous circumstances. "Do not fret, little girl. Once I eliminate your brother, I shall promptly toss you into the water to feed the crocodiles. Stand aside. I shall personally slay this abominable offspring of the Yi family. Sending into atone for my husband. Zhou Mandan sneered ominously. She then raised a sharp dagger and lunged directly at Qijue's chest. With a swift motion, Qijue executed a precise hand strike, severing Zhou Manyan's arm cleanly. The amputation was so neat it resembled a butcher's work. Brother! Yi Luoling exclaimed in delight. Her brother was unharmed. Ah, my arm! Zhou Manyan cried out in agony. How? How could you remain unscathed? This is a poison wine unique to the ghost doctor sect. Even masters can be incapacitated by it. Han Feihong and Su Hao stood in shock, their eyes wide in disbelief. This poison was purportedly infallible. Qijue spoke coldly, do not speak of incapacitating masters. Even if you could subdue a grand martial artist or a martial king, it would be of no consequence to me. Now, how do you wish to meet your demise? Not to mention that his strength surpassed that of any master by immeasurable degrees. With the protection of the Zhuke true energy, no poison on earth could possibly harm Qijue. Kill him, Han Feihong commanded. Instantly, several formidable members of the Jinwu division charged at Qijue. Amidst the flurry of blades, Qijue met them unarmed. Fools! Han Feihong scoffed. These Jinwu division members were all experts of 5th rank and above. Even one of them could suppress an entire region. To attack in unison, even he would not dare to engage recklessly. Did Qijue intend to disarm them with his bare hands? He would soon find his hands severed. Yet in the next moment, the finely crafted blades were crushed in Qijue's grip as if they were mere paper, shattering into fragments with the slightest pressure. Qijue seized a shard of the blade and, with a casual flick of his wrist, sent the heads of 5 or 6 Jinwu division members rolling to the ground. Their eyes wide open, forever devoid of life. What? Han Feihong's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. So many elite Jinwu division warriors fell before him, as if they were mere toys. This young man was far too formidable. Just as he pondered this, a flash caught his attention. Qijue had suddenly appeared before him. Take this. Han Feihong gasped in horror, unleashing all his strength in a desperate assault against Qijue. The oppressive aura of a ground-level expert surged. Yet with a single palm strike, Qijue rendered Han Feihong's attacks utterly ineffective. He trembled like a fragile boat amidst a raging storm, his internal organs shattered, blood spurting from his mouth as he nearly disintegrated. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground, his momentum utterly diminished. He too had no chance to resist. A single strike had annihilated a ground-level warrior. The only reason he had not been completely slain was to leave him alive for questioning. This scene unfolded with astonishing rapidity. In a matter of seconds, the Jinwu division of Lingzhou faced devastating casualties. Even the director of the ground-level warriors had been annihilated, resulting in near total obliteration of their forces. Su Hao and 1,000 elite guards were left in stunned silence. Oh my goodness! Nearby, Zhou Manyan's complexion paled drastically upon witnessing Han Feihong's defeat, her fear reaching a level that threatened to shatter her very soul. Han Feihong was acutely aware of her own prowess, which surpassed that of her husband by several magnitudes. Yet, the outcome was utterly disheartening. She could not withstand even a single round. Never before had she encountered such a fearsome youth. As she caught sight of Qijue's piercing gaze, she hastily picked up a sharp blade from the ground with her remaining hand. Feigning bravado as she menaced Yi Luoling, "You wretched spawn of the Yi family, slap yourself and end your life. Should you dare to resist further, I shall promptly take your sister's life." She sought to leverage Yi Luoling's life as a bargaining chip against Qijue. Perhaps, if Qijue had not arrived at Lake Heart Island, her plan might have succeeded, but now her opportunity to strike had vanished. Qijue's eyes glinted like frost as he fixed his gaze upon her. "You may act as you wish. Let us see whether your blade is swifter than my hand." With that, he moved in an instant. Zhou Mandan was seized by terror, desperately wishing to eliminate Yi Luoling to secure her own escape. However, before she could act, Qijue had already seized her neck with an iron grip. To kill you would be too merciful. These crocodiles were your preparations, weren't they? How fitting it is for you to experience their appetite. Qijue impaled Zhou Manyan's remaining arm to the edge of the pavilion with the blade, then hurled her body away, her feet barely above the surface of the lake. Below, a dozen ravenous crocodiles, their eyes gleaming with hunger, surged forth, lunging at Zhou Manyan's flesh with fervor. Then came the grim spectacle of death. Zhou Manyan was acutely aware of the searing pain as the creatures feasted upon her. She felt herself being torn apart inch by inch. Ah, my legs, my backside, my intestines, my... Her cries faded into silence as she found herself nearly engulfed by the crocodile's gaping maws. Subsequently, Qijue disposed of the corpses of Fu Ping and Fu Chen into the lake, where they swiftly became mere skeletons. At this juncture, Qijue waved his hand, liberating Yi Luoling from her restraints, ensuring she would not witness such a brutal scene. Fortunately, Yi Luoling had developed some resilience to the gruesome sights. Upon landing on the ground, she wept for having survived. Brother Qijue, I thought I would never see you again. I'm so sorry. I was utterly useless, making you come to my rescue. Her self-reproach was palpable. Qijue gazed at the scars adorning his sister's face, his heart aching as if it were being sliced open. Luoling, what do you say? I am the one who has failed you. I promise to protect you. Hold your tongue. Allow me to tend to your wounds. He then employed the power of the vermilion bird to envelop Yi Luoling's face, and in moments, the horrific gash began to heal spontaneously. However, due to the depth of the wound, the scar remained pronounced. Qijue resolved to procure an ancient remedy for his sister to diminish the scar's visibility. At that moment, Han Fei Hong, lying on the ground, bellowed, Su Hao, what in the devil are you waiting for? Command your men to shoot that brat dead. His words jolted Su Hao and the 1,000 elite guards from their stupor. As they finally comprehended the gravity of the situation, primarily due to Qijue's ruthless decisiveness. Quickly, shoot him dead, Su Hao roared. Overwhelmed by the realization that even Han Fei Hong had been bested, he had only just stepped into the ranks of the earthly level and was by no means a match for Qijue. Suddenly, the firepower of 1,000 men intertwined to form a colossal net of flames, descending upon Qijue, not to mention hitting him entirely. Even if a mere tenth of the shots connected, he would be reduced to a honeycomb of flesh. Do you wish to kill me? Qijue's gaze suddenly turned icy, radiating a piercing sharpness. With a swift motion, he unleashed a massive hand of true energy, effortlessly grasping all the bullets mid-air. With a flick of his wrist, thousands of bullets returned along their original path, sweeping towards the 1,000 Imperial Guards. Yet, unlike their initial trajectory, these bullets converged into a torrential stream. Aimed solely at Su Hao. No. Su Hao was filled with terror, but his energy had already been locked by Qijue's true energy, rendering him unable to move a muscle. Helplessly, he watched as thousands of bullets descended upon him. Puff, puff, puff. Su Hao's limbs and head were obliterated into a puddle of flesh and bone. His demise was more tragic than his father's. Thus, the Su family was left with no survivors. To proclaim the annihilation of the Su family was to fulfill that very promise. Ah, a devil. He is a devil. Oh. The 1,000 Imperial Guards of Jinling Wang were utterly paralyzed with fear. They had witnessed their own bullets reduce Su Hao to mere remnants. When had they ever seen a person grasp thousands of bullets with their bare hands? Even a master could not achieve such a feat. What were they even fighting against? The opposition was akin to a celestial being. After firing, did they think they could simply depart? It was not so easy. Qijue's eyes glimmered with intensity. With a powerful strike, the great sun fist unleashed an overwhelming heat of 100,000 degrees. The sun. I see the sun. The 1,000 Imperial Guards appeared to behold the arrival of the Golden Crow. Then came the hissing sound, akin to snow meeting a blazing sun, as the air filled with the aroma of roasted flesh. After effortlessly dispatching Su Hao and his companions, Qijue approached Han Fei Hong, who lay battered and broken, and stepped onto his chest, causing his ribs to shatter audibly. Speak. Aside from Jinling Wang's coveting of the Yi family's treasures, who else has specifically ordered my death? Qijue demanded. He sought to uncover the truth of his lineage. I'll tell you. I'll tell you everything. Han Fei Hong gritted his teeth in agony. He had been terrorized by the sight of Qijue effortlessly eliminating 1,000 Imperial Guards. That person. I was never qualified to engage with him. But I do know that those he sent to command me were all dressed in the attire of the eastern battlefield of the Dragon Nation. They appeared to hold significant ranks. I had no authority to oppose him, which is why I secretly assisted the Zhou and Su families in quelling the annihilation of the Yi family. Is there any crucial information left? Han Fei Hong cried out in desperation. None. That is all I know, young Master Yi. I beg you to spare me. I am but a minuscule shrimp. Then what use do I have for you? With that, Qijue delivered a resounding slap to Han Fei Hong's head, sending him to the depths of hell. To dare lay hands on his sister was a grave sin. However, matters seemed to grow increasingly complex. A Jinling Wang had just intervened, and now another from the eastern battlefield emerged. Yet, the stakes were becoming ever greater. He is sure to unveil the truth. Subsequently, Qijue approached his younger sister, lifting the still weakened Yi Luoling into his arms as he made his way to the vehicle, preparing to depart from Tianshui Manor. However, in the next moment, Qijue's legs suddenly gave way, causing him to collapse onto the ground. Simultaneously, the blood coursing through his veins ignited like gasoline meeting fire, causing him to flush crimson, resembling a boiled shrimp. Moreover, the flames intensified, gradually spreading downward. This is bad. The yang poison has erupted, Qijue exclaimed in dismay. Recently, the occurrences of the yang poison had become increasingly frequent, but fortunately, his 3 master mothers had just detoxified him at Penglai Fairy Mountain. Otherwise, this malevolent fire would have likely consumed the pavilion in an instant. However, the after-effects were unavoidable. His body became difficult to control, and his mind felt hazy. This terrified Yi Luoling. Brother, what has happened to you? You aren't injured, are you? Yi Luoling hurriedly assessed her brother's condition. At that moment, Qijue's gaze was unfocused, his body burning as if engulfed in flames, panting heavily, as if he were on the verge of explosion. This is... Brother Qijue is far too hot. And why does his body feel so strange? It's almost akin to the effects of an aphrodisiac. Yi Luoling's cheeks flushed like wine. She sensed that Qijue was unconsciously burrowing into her embrace, seeking something, while the potent masculine aura made her face burn with embarrassment. Although Yi Luoling had long harbored deep feelings for her foster brother, being an untouched maiden, she found herself at a loss in such a situation, heart racing uncontrollably. Yet, witnessing Qijue's temperature rising, her concern prompted her to bite her lip, dragging him into the vehicle. She chose to shed her outer garment, exposing her fair skin. Gently pressing it against Qijue's chest, the warmth instantly melting her resolve. After all, she would eventually marry brother Qijue. Yet, experiencing such intimacy in the vehicle was slightly shameful. At this moment, Yi Luoling's face was flushed a vibrant red, resembling a ripe peach, her doe-like eyes shimmering with a pool of spring water. Even the likes of Lu Xiahui would be unable to maintain composure in the presence of such beauty. In the distance, within the dense woods of Qijue Manor, 2 figures, recently concealed, gazed through binoculars, utterly astonished. Holy cow! This kid's romantic luck is enviable. Indulging in a car rendezvous at such a moment. That girl is stunning, like a celestial being. Truly, the finest cabbage is often snatched by swine. Enough talk. Act quickly. Eliminate this kid, return for the reward, and at that time, any beauty will be at your disposal. Indeed, little beauty. I come to rescue you from the sea of flames. The 2 figures swiftly readied their sniper rifles, aiming at the bare-chested Qijue within the vehicle. One targeted his head, while the other aimed at his chest. Their intent was to deliver a fatal blow. Although many masters are unafraid of bullets, this was a large-caliber sniper round, possessing astonishing destructive power, capable of piercing even a grandmaster. Not to mention, in such an unguarded state, it was nearly a guaranteed kill. Bang! Bang! The 2 fired almost simultaneously. The sniper bullets whistled through the air, carrying lethal intent. In the midst of confusion, Qijue's sensed impending danger. His hair stood on end, and he abruptly awoke. The threat he perceived was not directed at himself, but rather at Yi Luoling. The 2 sniper bullets posed no peril to him, yet if they struck Luoling, they would undoubtedly create a gaping wound. However, upon opening his eyes, he was met with a scene of exquisite beauty. Before him, the person blushed a deep crimson, exhaling like the fragrance of orchids, her chest rising and falling with hurried breaths, while her silky hair glistened with a sheen of perspiration. Brother, how did you wake up? Yi Luoling's delicate face flushed. How could she allow Qijue to witness her in such a state? Don't speak, lie down. Qijue pressed his sister beneath him, his right hand slicing through the air toward the incoming bullets. Bang! The car window shattered with a resounding crash. Yet, the 2 searing hot sniper bullets were firmly grasped in Qijue's hand, untouched by even the slightest abrasion, dissipating only into wisps of vapor. What on earth? The eyes of the 2 assassins widened in disbelief. They had encountered many formidable foes before. To be candid, they had hunted down heavenly-level warriors and even grandmasters. However, witnessing someone grip such large-caliber sniper bullets with a single hand was a first in their lives. Is this something a mere mortal could achieve? It wasn't merely the weight of 1,000 pounds above. Even the extreme temperature of the bullets nearing their melting point was beyond what earthly beings could endure. An iron hand. Though they could not fathom the reason, the 2 assassins quickly realized that the man before them was someone they could not contend with. Casting aside their sniper rifles, they turned to flee. Thinking to escape, Qijue's gaze sharpened. His figure vanished like a specter, and in the next instant, he materialized before the 2 men. Are you human or a ghost? The assassins were on the verge of panic. The sniper rifle could not kill him. and he moved with such astonishing speed. It felt as though they were being haunted by a malevolent spirit. Speak. Who sent you to kill me? Speak now, or you may forfeit your lives. Qijue's voice was frigid. He had only just returned, and already assassins were dispatched to take his life? Who had the audacity to do such a thing? Could it be a retaliatory strike from the king of Jinling? The two assassins, though visibly shaken, attempted to maintain their bravado. Kid, though you are terrifying, we are not to be trifled with. We possess the honor of assassins. We will never betray our employer. Crack, crack. Qijue casually snapped the arms and legs of both assassins, rendering their limbs powerless. The sound of breaking bones was enough to make one's teeth ache. Do they still have any dignity left? It's gone. No more dignity. We'll talk. The two assassins were in agony, nearly steaming with pain. What manner of fiend is this? His brutality is beyond measure. It is Yuan Feng from the antique hunger realm. He promised us 1 million each. For your life. Qijue raised an eyebrow. It seemed Yuan Feng truly harbored a deep-seated hatred for the Yi family. Having betrayed and caused the demise of so many from the Yi clan without a twinge of remorse, now that he had barely salvaged his own life, he was eager to eliminate him? To not kill him would be to leave the grievances of the Yi family unavenged. Where is he now? His whereabouts remain a mystery to us, yet he instructed us to claim our reward from the Eastern Japan Chamber of Commerce once our mission is accomplished. The Eastern Japan Chamber of Commerce? Qijue raised an eyebrow in surprise. Could it be that Yuan Feng has entangled himself with the Japanese? At this moment, Yi Luoling, having donned her attire, hurried over and, upon hearing the news, furrowed her brow and said, Brother Qijue, in my recent endeavors to reclaim the Yi family's assets, I discovered that the Su and Zhou families do not possess all of the Yi family's holdings. A significant portion has been seized by the Eastern Japan Chamber of Commerce. Yuan Feng is likely involved in this affair. How dare these petty Japanese covet the Yi family's assets? Is that not courting death? Qijue narrowed his eyes. It seems a visit to the Eastern Japan Chamber of Commerce is imperative. With a swift motion, he cast two assassins into the lake to feed the crocodiles. Yi Luoling could not help but inquire, Brother Qijue, what was that about just now? She was genuinely concerned for her brother's well-being, bewildered by his sudden transformation. What if next time it were another woman who witnessed such a spectacle? Would that not give rise to misunderstandings? Qijue's face turned crimson. Well, you might consider it a side effect of my training. Yi Luoling nodded in understanding. To evolve from an ordinary individual to such a formidable warrior in just a few years, a minor side effect was quite forgivable. Luoling, return home for now. I shall pay a visit to the Eastern Japan Chamber of Commerce and reclaim the Yi family's assets. Brother, please be cautious. Meanwhile, in a picturesque locale in Lingzhou, the Eastern Japan Chamber of Commerce was situated prominently. Its primary structure was a wooden edifice, adorned with a conspicuous banner that seemed oddly out of place against the backdrop of Dragon Nation residences. Furthermore, entry into the chamber for discussions required the donning of prescribed kimonos and wooden sandals, ostensibly as a mark of respect for foreign customs. In reality, it served to subtly indoctrinate Dragon Nation citizens into accepting Japanese culture. The irony lay in the fact that many found pleasure in this fade, posing for photographs at the entrance as mementos. Within a seafood restaurant inside the chamber, two men in kimonos engaged in conversation. One of them was the still-shaken Yuan Feng. Opposite him sat a diminutive man with a gaunt face, resembling a rat, who sipped his drink with an air of satisfaction. He was Inuyama Masayuki, the vice president of the chamber. Lord Inuyama, can the two assassins you recommended eliminate that remnant of the Yi family? Yuan Feng inquired. This wretch has somehow acquired considerable martial arts skills. My two Shin-level guards have fallen to him. His strength is formidable. Please ensure my protection. Yuan Feng was still trembling with fear. Several hours had passed since his escape from the treasure pavilion, yet the memory sent chills down his spine. He understood that had it not been for a sudden phone call, Qijue would undoubtedly have taken his life. Inuyama Masayuki, unfazed, replied, Rest assured, Yuan-san. Those two assassins are elite marksmen who have hunted down Earth-level warriors. Even if they cannot eliminate this Qijue, they will certainly inflict severe injuries upon him. At that moment, I shall intervene and eradicate this menace. Only then did Yuan Feng feel slightly reassured, smiling as he said, That is excellent news. Thank you, Lord Inuyama. Upon the demise of Qijue, I shall irrevocably embrace Japanese nationality, becoming as esteemed as Lord Inuyama, liberated from the fear of being slain by the Dragon Kingdom. Inuyama Masayuki nodded in satisfaction, exclaiming, Excellent. Yuan, you possess remarkable awareness. Our Japanese identity in your Dragon Kingdom affords us diplomatic immunity, akin to a golden ticket to survival. It surpasses your Dragon Kingdom status by numerous ranks. However, given the precious treasures you have bestowed upon our great Japan, you are indeed worthy of being my compatriot. Indeed, I vow my unwavering loyalty to Lord Tinhu. You shall be my benefactor, and I raise a toast to you, Lord Inuyama. Just as Yuan Feng was about to drink to steady his nerves, a commotion erupted outside. What the blazes? Who dares to enter our Japanese Trading Association without donning traditional attire? Are you aware of the rules? In the Dragon Kingdom, I care not for your absurd garments. With a thunderous crash, a wave of terrifying energy surged forth, and soon, a dozen Japanese men were sent flying, bursting into a mist of crimson. Then, a formidable figure strode into the trading hall. It could only be Qijue, who is the head of this association. Hand over Yuan Feng. Leave my family's assets and vacate Lingzhou, and I may spare your lives. His commanding words reverberated through the air, leaving the members of the Japanese Trading Association in shock. They had arrived with capital to invest in factories, accustomed to deference from the high and mighty. Yet, a mere youth demanded they vacate, offering them mercy only if they complied. Baka, you shall die. Anger surged among the Japanese, charging towards Qijue, but each met their end with a single, devastating blow. The scene was gruesome. Yuan Feng, witnessing this through the glass, was paralyzed with fear. Qijue was unscathed and had come to confront the Japanese Association. It was evident that those two assassins had divulged his whereabouts. Lord Inuyama. He is the remnant of the Yi family. All the treasures belong to them. This lad has risen from nothing to this stature in merely 5 years. He may still possess treasures. Please intervene. Yuan Feng surmised that Qijue had consumed some miraculous elixir, attributing his ferocity to this, and sought to redirect the calamity towards Inuyama Masayuki. Indeed, Inuyama's face darkened like a storm cloud as he observed Qijue dispatching his men with ease. In a fit of rage, he crushed his wine glass, teeth clenched. This ignorant Chinese wretch dares to massacre my Japanese masters. I shall have him dismembered. Kayanosuk, Yamasen, eliminate him and uphold the honor of our Japanese warriors. Yes, behind him. 2 skilled Japanese warriors sprang into action, shattering the restaurant's glass as they lunged toward Qijue. The foremost, Kayanosuk, wielded a long katana, its blade glinting ominously. His prowess at the 4th rank of Earth-level warriors. The mountain spring, clad in a ninja outfit, concealed within the shadows of his black attire, revealed only his piercing eyes fixated on Qijue, resembling a venomous serpent poised to strike. His prowess was that of a 6th-tier Earth-level warrior. Indeed, the Eastern Japan Chamber of Commerce possessed formidable strength. With merely these 2 individuals, they could annihilate the entire aristocracy of Lingzhou. In a swift motion, Kayanosho swung his blade towards Qijue's head, the gleam of the sword carving an arc through the air. Die, Dragon Kingdom brat. Qijue did not flinch. Instead, he extended his hand towards the samurai sword. Kayanosho's heart leaped with joy. He himself would not dare to confront such a blow directly. Even a 5th-tier Earth-level warrior would be cleaved in 2. Had this Dragon Kingdom youth lost his mind? Yet, in the next moment, Kayanosho's smile froze in place. Qijue effortlessly grasped the blade's body with a delicate touch. The sword's lethal energy raged, yet it could not mar Qijue in the slightest. You are far too weak. A voice resonated with a divine authority. Qijue unleashed a punch that obliterated half of Kayanosho's body. Just as Kayanosho was on the brink of demise, the lurking mountain spring also sprang into action. In his hand, a black smoke bomb materialized. He hurled it at Qijue's feet, and with a resounding boom, it burst open, releasing a noxious gray-green mist that enveloped Qijue. This ghastly fog was laden with potent toxins. With only a waning breath, Kayanosho inhaled a whiff of the poisonous gas, and immediately, his flesh began to blacken. His eyes turned milky, and he perished. Cackle. You Chinese fool. You have fallen victim to the inescapable lethal poison unique to our Eastern Japan ninjas. You are now nothing but a lamb awaiting slaughter. Mountain Spring Mion sneered as he emerged, wielding a kunai, charging into the toxic haze to claim Qijue's life. His ninja garb bore a specially designed mask that filtered the poison. However, Qijue suddenly struck, precisely seizing his throat. How is this possible? Mountain Spring Mion's expression surpassed even that of Han Feihong and the others in astonishment. This poison acted directly on the respiratory system, one of the fastest-acting toxins in the world, capable of incapacitating an elephant in mere seconds. How could this boy be unscathed? What pitiful ninjas! Just a bunch of ambushes. Qijue retorted with disdain. Perish. With a firm grip, he crushed Mountain Spring Mion's throat into a mist of crimson. In under a minute, both Earth-level warriors lay slain. Silence enveloped the Eastern Japan Chamber of Commerce. Mountain Spring Mion and Kainosho were among their most formidable warriors. They had never tasted defeat in Lingzhou, yet they had been vanquished in mere moments by this youth. What a monstrous talent! Yuan Feng was utterly terrified, his soul fleeing in terror, never imagining that Qijue would brazenly massacre the Japanese. He was surely insane. Captured by him, there would be no escape. Yuan Feng fled towards the back door of the chamber in a panic. But soon, Qijue delivered a kick that sent Mountain Spring Mion's head flying like a cannonball, crashing against the iron door of the dining hall. Even if Yuan Feng sprinted for his life, he would be crushed by the severed head. Do not run. Today, you find yourself trapped with no escape, destined to accompany the Yi family to the grave. Oh my! Yuan Feng's legs weakened, trembling uncontrollably, paralyzed by fear. And he could no longer take a step forward, succumbing to his own terror. Bang! A dining table was suddenly smashed into pieces. Qijue Masayuki, the vice president of the Eastern Japan Chamber of Commerce, rose, his expression grim as he fixed a menacing gaze upon Qijue, bellowing with fury. Foolish Chinese wretch! Are you unaware that we enjoy diplomatic immunity in the Dragon Kingdom? Even if we commit grave crimes, your people have no authority to judge us. And yet, you have slain so many of my compatriots. You have committed a heinous offense. Do you wish to be torn to shreds? Qijue chuckled coldly. Diplomatic immunity? You must be living in a fantasy. I care not for how others treat you. Here, in my domain, you Easterners are worth less than refuse. Daring to seize the Yi family's assets, I will dispatch you as one would mere livestock. Both the inherent nationalism of the Dragon Kingdom and the sycophantic demeanor of the Easterners, witnessed during his time at Polai Mountain, filled Qijue with loathing, especially in light of the recent clandestine discharge of nuclear wastewater into the sea by the Easterners, which had directly led to the depletion of marine life and a severe decline in spiritual energy around Polai Mountain. Had he not come to Lingo for vengeance, his first act upon leaving the mountain would have been to obliterate that cadre of politicians from the land of the rising sun, whose minds were infested with decay. Yet upon arriving in the Dragon Kingdom, he discovered that the Easterners dared to covet the Yi family's wealth and treasures. Hence, their annihilation was a foregone conclusion. There was nothing more to discuss. Baka, you insolent Chinese wretch. You dare to insult the great empire of the East. I will have your life. Qijue Masayuki, consumed by rage, let his emotions cloud his judgment, lunging towards Qijue with an open palm. His strength revealed him to be a 7th-tier Earth-level martial artist, a hidden master within the chamber. Yet Qijue met his assault with his own hand. Crack! The chilling sound of bones shattering echoed. Qijue Masayuki's right palm was shattered, his radius and forearm grotesquely protruding from his flesh, a horrifying sight. Yuan Feng, witnessing that even Qijue Masayuki was no match for Qijue, teetered on the brink of unconsciousness. That strike had jolted Qijue Masayuki back to his senses. It felt as though he had been struck by an ancient divine mountain. He immediately grasped that this young man could likely extinguish his life with a mere finger. And without hesitation, he knelt, his knees buckling. Esteemed Dragon Kingdom prodigy, I admit my faults. I repent. I am willing to surrender all of the Yi family's assets immediately and roll out of the Dragon Kingdom like a dog. I vow never to set foot here again. Please, esteemed prodigy, spare my pitiful life. This well-rehearsed plea, coupled with his rapid response, momentarily stunned even Qijue. Such awareness? But it was of no consequence. He still had to die. I apologize, but I have no habit of returning dogs to their kennels. You shall descend to hell and repent. As Qijue prepared to deal with Qijue Masayuki, suddenly, two figures swiftly entered the Eastern Japan Chamber of Commerce. Commanding with authority, who dares to harm our esteemed Eastern guests? Everyone turned to look. This harbinger of death had already wreaked havoc. Yet there were still those willing to defend the Eastern Japan Chamber of Commerce. A young man, appearing to be around 26 or 27 years of age, approached with an air of distinction, hands clasped behind his back. His handsome features and designer attire exuded an exceptional demeanor, while his nose was held high, radiating an unmistakable arrogance. Beside him stood a burly man in a tank top, equally dismissive of those around him. Despite the numerous formidable individuals who had perished here, he regarded their demise as trivial, akin to children playing house. Clearly, Inuyama Masayuki and Yuan Feng recognized this young man, and it was as though they had found a savior, desperately calling out for help. Chow, please save me, Yuan Feng cried, resembling a family member reunited after a long separation. Young Master Chow, you have finally arrived. This arrogant fellow is bound to cause trouble at the prince's residence. You must deal with him immediately. Who are you? Qijue's gaze sharpened. In his recollection, there was no one of note from Lingzhou. The burly man, already a 9th-tier Earth-level warrior, possessed strength that far surpassed the pinnacle of Lingzhou's martial artists. You don't even recognize me? It appears that small towns are rife with bumpkins. Xiaobai, the Eastern Japan Chamber of Commerce is a distinguished guest of our family. You have committed a grave offense by harming him. I now grant you a chance to live. Immediately disable your own limbs and apologize to President Inuyama. Otherwise, your fate will be far worse than that of your family. The young man clad in designer attire wore a smug expression. Yuan Feng proudly introduced, Qijue. Young Master Cao Qi Lu is one of the sons of the king of Jinling, Cao Hong. Although he is a bastard, his status is exceedingly high. To you, an ordinary person, he is akin to a deity. Do you not wish to kneel and plead for mercy? With Cao Qingliu's arrival, Yuan Feng felt a surge of confidence. For it was the king of Jinling's order that had led to the annihilation of the Yi family, resulting in the slaughter of over 100 souls. What could a remnant of the Yi family achieve today? Qijue narrowed his eyes, understanding how to deal with Cao Qinglu. So, he is the son of the king of Jinling? Has he come before me seeking death? I admire your audacity in daring to come to Lingzhou. Do you still think you can act against me? Cao Qinglu remained unfazed, looking at Qijue as if he were merely a commoner. Inuyama Masayuki, having scrambled to his feet, laughed triumphantly, his whiskers quivering with delight. You insolent wretch, hurry and take your life in apology. Young Master Chao's presence here is your fate. Do you dare defy destiny? Qijue responded with a resounding slap to Inuyama Masayuki's face, sending his head spinning like a top. After several revolutions, the flesh finally tore away, and the lifeless head, with eyes wide open, fell to the ground, returning to the embrace of the earth. Cao Qinglu, the burly man, and Yuan Feng were left utterly speechless. You dare to kill Mr. Inuyama. Do you not regard me at all? Afu, kill him. Cao Qinglu commanded fiercely. How dare a mere commoner defy his orders? Was this not a death wish? The man named Afu nodded, rolling up his sleeves. You are the first to ever oppose the Chao family. Today, I shall ensure you die under my ultimate technique, and may you find peace in death. With a leap akin to a crow taking flight, Afu soared into the air, arms outstretched like a great bird, legs coiled, ready to spring forth and strike at Qijue. Qijue, disinterested in further discussion, effortlessly transformed Afu into a mist of crimson with a single kick. Cao Qingliu's expression shifted dramatically. He suddenly felt that his arrival had been rather hasty. How could a peak-level Earth-realm warrior like Afu be reduced to such a state in Lingzhou? This commoner exhibited an alarming arrogance. Yet, even more audacious actions were yet to unfold. In the next moment, Qijue seized Cao Qinglu by the neck, lifting him like a mere chick. The composure Cao Qinglu once possessed vanished, replaced by tremors of fear reflected in his wide eyes. What do you intend to do? My father is the king of Jinling. If you dare lay a finger on me, you shall face dire consequences. With a resounding slap, Qijue distorted half of Cao Qingliu's face. Do you know how much you are aware of the massacre of the Yi family 5 years ago? The force of the blow brought tears and snot streaming down Cao Qingliu's face. He felt as though he had never endured such an injury in his life. He cried out, I know nothing. I am but a waste. My father won't even let me into Jinling. I hold no status in the Chao family. Why are you hitting me? Qijue was left speechless. Indeed, he was a true waste. Where is your father now? In the royal palace. Tomorrow is his wedding anniversary, and a grand feast is to be held, inviting all of Jinling to attend. Preparations are underway. Very well. You can meet your end now. Qijue crushed Cao Qingliu's windpipe. Although the identity of the true perpetrators behind the Yi family's massacre remained uncertain, the mere fact that Cao Qinglu had incited Afu to kill him warranted his demise. As for the truth, Qijue planned to personally visit the king of Jinling the following day. Yuan Feng stood frozen in shock. Cao Qinglu was dead. Despite being Cao Hong's illegitimate son, the title of the king of Jinling held significant weight. This Qijue truly dared to slay anyone. Yi, young master, I shall confess. I shall tell all. What treasures did the king of Jinling covet from the Yi family? Yuan Feng's lips trembled as he revealed, it is an ancient box. He instructed me to transfer all of the Yi family's treasures to the treasure pavilion. Then he chose that box and departed. A box? What does it contain? Qijue frowned. The Yi family possessed numerous treasures, many of which he had never laid eyes upon. Could it be that the Yi family harbored a second secret? I do not know. I have never witnessed your father Yu Yang open that box. thus I cannot ascertain its contents. However, it is evident that the king of Jinling sought that box specifically. Amongst so many precious artifacts, he only took the box and left the rest to me. Young Master Yi, I was wrong. I wronged Brother Yang. It was a moment of folly. Please grant me a chance for redemption. From now on, I shall guard the Yi family tomb, serve as the dog of the Yi family, the guardian of the graves. Yuan Feng knelt, bowing and begging for forgiveness with utmost sincerity. Yet, Yi Qijue understood that Yuan Feng did not regret his actions. He merely recognized that his life was at an end. A moment of confusion? Is that what you call it when you belittle the Yi family? When you spent 2 million to hire assassins to kill me, was that also merely a moment of confusion? In comparison to the Great Keeper, I believe it would be more fitting for you to continue as the steward of the Yi family. Yi Qijue's countenance was frigid and merciless. It was the Yi family that granted Yuan Feng a second life, elevating him to great heights. Yet, in return, he dared to ensnare the Yi family, a pure-blooded ingrate. More detestable than the Su family, his demise would not be regretted. With a powerful stomp, he shattered Yuan Feng's limbs. Most members of the Yi family perished in the inferno. I shall burn you alive as well. Is that too much to ask? Young Master Yi, please. Yuan Feng's eyes widened in sheer terror. With a mere flick of Yi Qijue's energy, a flame manifested, as if it were a parasite, clinging to Yuan Feng's form. At that moment, with his limbs incapacitated, escape was futile. He could only watch helplessly as the flames grew ever more intense, engulfing him entirely. Then came the excruciating agony, a torment worse than death, killing me. Ah, young Master Yi, I beg you. Grant me mercy and end my suffering. Yuan Feng's wails echoed throughout the Eastern Japan Business Association, gradually fading into weakness. Yi Qijue turned away. Having reclaimed the Yi family's assets and treasures today, tomorrow, he would attend the king's banquet in Jinling and unveil the truth. Meanwhile, in Jinling, the heart of Jiangnan province, within a resplendent royal mansion adorned with intricate carvings and gilded roofs, a man clad in a golden dragon robe sat majestically, savoring his tea. His piercing gaze exuded authority, revealing his long-standing position of power. He was none other than King Qiaohong of Jinling. He was currently occupied with the arrangements for tomorrow's 30th anniversary of his pearl wedding. This occasion held immense significance, with nearly half of Jinling's populace set to celebrate. It was not solely for him. The paramount figure was his wife, Lu Yuqiang, the daughter of General Lu Xun, who governed several provinces including Ling'an and Jiangnan. The Lu family was a formidable force in the southern regions of the Dragon Kingdom, while Qiaohong had merely been fortunate to marry Lu Yuqiang, which bestowed upon him his present status. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to claim kingship even if given 100 lives. Suddenly, a subordinate rushed in, panic-stricken. What? Su Hao and 1,000 elite guards have been slain. Qi Lu also encountered that lad and was killed. Upon hearing this, Qiaohong was consumed by rage. His eyes wide with disbelief, a chilling aura emanating from him. These remnants of the Yi family truly were tenacious pests. Although Qi Lu was unworthy, he was still my own flesh and blood. His murder is a slap to my face. Bring that wretch to me and imprison him in the dungeon. Yes. Several commanders immediately took their leave. Father, why the urgency? At that moment, a young man, bearing a striking resemblance to Qiaohong, approached. His presence was robust. Clearly a martial artist, he was Qiao Bufan, Qiaohong's other son and the designated heir of the Qiao family, holding a position far superior to that of Qiao Qi Lu. This was largely due to his lineage, as he was the biological son of Lu Yuqiang and the grandson of General Lu Xun. Thus, Qiaohong was particularly fond of Bufan. Bufan? What brings you here? Qiaohong smiled warmly. Father, I believe I have a general understanding of the situation. It was merely 5 years ago that you ventured to Lingzhou to procure that invaluable treasure, subsequently extinguishing the remnants of your family lineage. Tomorrow marks the anniversary of your marriage to my mother. Such a grandiose affair to capture him would only attract unwarranted attention. Do we wish for the world to mock the Qiao family? It would be far more prudent to wait until the anniversary has passed before dealing with this young man. Should he dare to make an appearance, let him be publicly executed, thereby asserting the formidable reputation of the Qiao family. After a moment of contemplation, Qiaohong found merit in this reasoning. His primary concern was the displeasure of his wife, Lu Yuqiang, upon discovering his quest for vengeance against his illegitimate son. Very well. Summon all the formidable clans from Jinling. Should this wretched child dare to set foot in Jinling, let him be slain in public, his head displayed upon the city gates. Meanwhile, in Shanghai, at the Japanese embassy, Vice President Inuyama Masahiko has perished. Samurai Kai Anisuk has met his end. Yim Minsong has also fallen. The entirety of the Japanese Chamber of Commerce has nearly been obliterated. The Yi family's enterprises have been seized, and many collaborating families and affluent individuals, fearing for their own safety, have hastily terminated their contracts with us. President, the Lingzhou operation has failed. In the office, Ichiro Sayama, having ventured to Shanghai, learned of these developments and, in a fit of rage, began to hurl objects around the room. Lingzhou was the foundation for Japan's expansion in Jiangnan. Each warrior was meticulously cultivated by him. To have them uprooted entirely is intolerable. Baka, that wretched Yi family scion, must face certain death. Whoever dares to obstruct our grand plans for Greater Japan shall be ground to dust. The following day, in Jinling City, Jiangnan, the sounds of gongs and drums filled the air in joyous celebration. Today marks the 30th wedding anniversary of the Lord of Jinling, Qiao Hong, and his wife. In Jinling, Qiao Hong reigns like a local emperor, earning the title of King of Jinling. Lu Yuqiong's background is equally formidable. Although Admiral Lu Xun was initially reluctant to allow his daughter to marry into Jinling, rarely visiting his daughter and son-in-law, the couple has long been recognized as husband and wife. With the title of Admiral's son-in-law, Qiao Hong commands respect across Jiangnan. Thus, illustrious dignitaries and magnates from 100 miles around have gathered to extend their congratulations to Qiao Hong. The entire estate, spanning hundreds of acres, buzzes with life. Lines of gift-bearers stretch long, waiting to present their offerings. Liu Qian, the wealthiest man in the north, presents a magnificent jade guanyin statue, valued at 6 million, wishing the king of Jinling and his wife eternal harmony. Yang Junjie, director of Jiang and Junjie Automobile Group, gifts a $5 million Bentley Continental, wishing the couple everlasting unity. The president of the 7-star Guifeng Hotel, Mr. He, bestows a premium blood coral tree worth 3 million, wishing for their melodic harmony. These influential figures, who typically command the world, now stand in line, bowing and smiling, presenting their extravagant gifts merely to receive an invitation to enter the royal estate for the banquet. Those with lesser means or influence are denied entry at the gates. The authority of the king of Jinling is on full display. Beside him, clad in a bespoke white suit, Qiao Hong stands with a poised and elegantly maintained lady in her 40s, adorned in a qipao, receiving the warm congratulations of the attendees. The lady, draped in a mink coat, exudes an air of superiority, hardly deigning to acknowledge those who approach her. Some gifts she deemed too trivial were unceremoniously discarded, leaving the givers speechless with indignation. For this noble woman was none other than Lu Yuqiong, the daughter of the esteemed General Lu Xun, whose family held dominion over the 10 provinces of the south. Who would dare to provoke such a lineage? As the guests gathered and the anniversary ceremony approached its climax, a figure emerged in the city of Jinling, Qijue. He bore a black coffin, inscribed with the name Qiao Hong in blood-red characters, radiating an aura of menace that caused a stir. After all, who in Jinling was unaware of the joyous banquet hosted by the Qiao family, celebrating with dignitaries from across the realm? Yet, here was a man brandishing a blood-stained coffin, brazenly trampling through the streets, heading directly toward the residence of the Jinling king. Was he delivering a coffin to the king? Madness. Soon, news reached the royal palace, leaving the heads of families and affluent merchants in a state of shock. Where did such a lunatic emerge from? Had he lost his senses? Such audacity warranted 1,000 deaths. The steward rushed to report, "My lord, that rascal has indeed arrived in Jinling, carrying a bloodied coffin, and is making his way to the palace." The Qiao family had stationed their men at the airport and train station, ready to apprehend Yi Qijue the moment he showed his face. However, they never anticipated his entrance would be so outrageous. Qiao Hong's expression darkened. To deliver a coffin on a day of celebration? What an utterly reckless fool. With so many masters gathered in Jinling, was he courting death? Who approaches? Lu Yuqiong inquired. From Lingzhou, the unrepentant scion of the Yi family who recently appeared out of nowhere, vowing to annihilate all adversaries and vengeance for his clan. Qiao Hong concealed the news of Qiao Qingliu's demise. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuqiong remained unfazed. Just a fish that slipped through the net. We shall simply eliminate him again. Come forth. With her command, the royal guards of Jinling swiftly arrived. No need, Qiao Bufan proclaimed with authority, to insult the Qiao family at such a significant celebration. I shall personally behead him. His head will be displayed at the gates of Jinling, rising with grandeur. He placed the glass of red wine he had just poured back onto the table. This romantico wine will take 20 minutes to breathe. Before it is ready, I shall present his head. At a mere youthful age, he had already reached the pinnacle of the earth level and was on the verge of ascending to the heavenly level, filling him with boundless confidence. A mere young master from a small city in the Dragon Kingdom dared to seek vengeance against the Qiao family? He could crush him with ease. Such a bold proclamation was met with applause and adulation from the surrounding elite. Xiao Xiao is indeed the prince of the realm, a true exemplar for our generation. They praised him, drawing comparisons to the ancient hero who slayed Huaxiong while savoring wine. Lu Yuqiong nodded in approval. Good son, be cautious, lest the blood of such lowly folk splatter upon you. How revolting. Yet, Xiao Hong felt a twinge of concern. After all, the Su and Zhou families, along with the Earth-level masters he had assigned to Cao Qi Lu, had all fallen to Yi Qijue's blade. It was prudent to remain vigilant. Master Gui, please accompany my son on this journey. Xiao Hong glanced at a man resembling a high monk. This monk, surnamed Guo and known as Ling Wu, was a renowned martial artist from the Feian Temple in Jinling, possessing profound Buddhist knowledge. It was said that he could foresee fortunes and misfortunes, embodying the true prowess of a heavenly-level warrior. Qiao Bufan had also been training under him, considering him a half-master, with a heavenly expert by their side. The elimination of Yi Qijue should be utterly assured. Guoling Wu nodded. Ba. To take a life is indeed a sin. However, this young man walks with a coffin, exuding a murderous aura. I cannot fathom how many lives he has claimed. Allow me to assist the Buddha in guiding him. Upon opening his eyes, he emitted an overwhelming presence, akin to a wrathful Vajra, causing the crowd to retreat in haste. Master Gui's realm is indeed formidable. No wonder he enjoys the incense offerings as a revered monk. It would be a mere stroke of fortune for that madman to perish at the hands of the master. After Guoling Wu and Qiao Bufan departed, Xiao Hong felt a sense of relief wash over him and cheerfully urged the attendees, let us continue with the ceremony. Resume the music and dance. On the main thoroughfare of Jinling, Qiao Bufan's vehicle blocked the path, intercepting Yi Qijue, who advanced at a pace of 10 meters per step. If you wish to live, step aside. Yi Qijue's voice was frigid. Qiao Bufan, stepping out of the car with a light chuckle, regarded Yi Qijue with disdain. I admire your audacity, young man. Not only have you slain my worthless adoptive brother, but you also dare to provoke the Qiao family so openly in Jinling. I'll grant you a chance. Kneel down now. I might consider allowing you a more dignified death. Beside him, Guoling Wu intoned a Buddhist chant, Ba. You carry a heavy aura of death. My dear fellow, it seems you are destined for the endless cycles of hell. Allow me to offer you salvation today. Yi Qijue raised an eyebrow. To his astonishment, it was indeed another of Qiao Hong's sons attempting to obstruct him. Such confidence. Was another son being offered to him as prey? In recent days, Yi Qijue had gathered information on the Qiao family and learned that Cao Qi Lu was merely Qiao Hong's illegitimate child, while his current wife was the daughter of the Southern Grand Commander, Lu Xun. This Qiao Bufan was, in fact, Lu Xun's grandson. No wonder he was so arrogant. Alas, his arrogance had led to this moment. Qiao Bufan, 5 years ago, did you lend a hand when your father dealt with my Yi family? Yi Qijue inquired. Qiao Bufan chuckled. A mere scrap from a small city does not require my personal attention to eliminate. Yet, your Yi family possesses some merit. It seems my grandfather even made a special trip to Jinling for this matter. Damn it, why am I wasting my breath with you? You little brat. Did you hear my command for you to kneel? Yi Qijue contemplated Qiao Bufan's words, nodding slightly, and disregarded the latter's demand. If that is the case, your demise shall not be unjust. Damn it. Qiao Bufan was infuriated to the point of almost losing his composure. How dare he ignore him? Was the pain of annihilating your Yi family 5 years ago not enough? Seeking death, are we? Within 3 moves, I shall surely kill you. Qiao Bufan roared, charging toward Yi Qijue with a powerful punch aimed at his chest, fierce as a tempest. Rowan subduing demon fist. Indeed, Guoling Wu, standing nearby, marveled at his disciple's exquisite performance of the Luohan fist, reminiscent of his own prowess. Beneath the heavens, no one could possibly withstand such a display. It seemed inevitable that this young man would be struck down with a single blow to the chest. A mere buffoon. Yi Qijue's gaze was devoid of emotion as he swiftly seized Qiao Bufan by the neck, lifting him effortlessly into the air, with a subtle exertion of force. The latter's cervical vertebrae shattered, resulting in an instantaneous demise. Qiao Bufan could only utter a faint gasp of astonishment before his throat erupted. His lifeless body was discarded like that of a dead dog. What? Guoling Wu was taken aback, inhaling sharply as his monk's robe fell to the ground. His disciple, despite his shortcomings, was a peak Earth Realm warrior, one of the rare martial talents in Jinling City. Yet, in a mere exchange, he was effortlessly crushed to death by Yi Qijue with a single hand. It certainly wouldn't be easy for him to kill a peak Earth Realm warrior himself. This indicated that Qijue's prowess was likely far beyond the Earth realm. I hear you wish to grant me salvation? Qijue's gaze turned menacingly toward Guolingwu. The latter felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, a heavy weight pressing down upon him, rendering his breath labored. How could one even dare to fight? Qijue's mere aura was enough to subdue him. How did the Chao family attract such a harbinger of death? With a thud, the esteemed Guolingwu, a master of the celestial level, found himself at Qijue's feet, kneeling. Trembling, he stammered, I was merely passing through. I have no connection to the Jinling king. I was wrong, esteemed sir. I beseech you, for the sake of my Buddha's compassion, spare me. Begone. Return to Chao Hong and inform him that I, Qijue, shall take his life today. Qijue had never encountered a monk so self-aware. His primary objective remained the annihilation of the Jinling royal mansion. Others merely needed to be more discerning. It was evident that Guolingwu possessed considerable insight. Yes. Thank you for your mercy. I shall take my leave at once. Guolingwu exclaimed, filled with joy, and promptly fled. Meanwhile, within the Jinling royal mansion, festivities continued unabated. A towering 9-tier commemorative cake was wheeled in, as Chao Hong and Lu Yuqiong distributed slices amongst the guests. Suddenly, a figure dashed in, panic-stricken and visibly shaken. It is Master Qijue. Why such haste? Upon seeing Guolingwu's return, Chao Hong assumed all was well and cheerfully inquired, Master, where is my son Bufan? Has he successfully slain that wretched spawn and hung him at the city gate? Others turned their attention, expressions relaxed. As one would expect a peak Earth realm warrior paired with a celestial level master to be more than sufficient to handle any adversary. However, Guolingwu stood in silence, as if in a trance. Master Guo, I am addressing you. Chao Hong's unease began to mount. Suddenly, Guolingwu pointed toward an empty space and declared, he is here. Where? Chao Hong was bewildered. There was no one present. Master, you jest. You are pointing at thin air. This is absurd. Now is the perfect moment to savor the flavors. Do tell me, where exactly is my son? Guolingwu remarked with profound significance. Although Chao Shao appears to be absent, he is, in fact, present in essence. My lord, permit me to inquire further. Do you truly have a son? What does this mean? Now, it is not only Chao Hong who is bewildered. Everyone else is equally perplexed. What does it mean to ask if one truly has a son? The entire city of Jinling is aware that Chao Hong not only has a son, but that it is precisely through this son that he has amassed his fortune, garnering the support of the Lu family. Thus, he has ascended to the status of the king of Jinling. As a result, you inquired whether he has a son. He even has an illegitimate child. Has Master Guo taken the wrong medicine? Guolingwu, composed and self-assured, remarked, Your Highness, the people of the Dragon Kingdom believe that the origin of all laws in the universe is that which is ineffable and transcendent. Hence, I refer to this concept as the suchness. I often express that the phrase if present harbors a secret. If present, is the young master here? If present, is he truly here or not? If present. In Buddhism, there is a saying, the amount of suffering one endures correlates directly with the amount of happiness one enjoys. Therefore, as long as your highness holds your son dear in your heart, what significance does it hold whether the extraordinary young master is present or not? As long as you desire his presence, he is ever near, his voice and demeanor vividly alive. Thus he exists. Very well. The profound essence of the Tao awaits your own understanding. I shall not elaborate further, as I have matters to attend to within the temple. I shall take my leave. Having spoken, Guolingwu vanished abruptly from the royal residence, leaving behind a group of bewildered individuals, utterly perplexed and unable to comprehend the situation. I truly feel that the teachings of Buddhism are exceedingly profound. However, beside me, Lu Yuqiong is overwhelmed by a sense of being deceived and urgently exclaims, Come here. Quickly. Go and find out what has transpired. Where is my son? No need to search any further. Your son is here. As the words fell, Qijue entered, carrying a coffin. Then, a spherical object hurtled through the air like a cannonball, smashing the 9-layered cake into disarray before crashing onto the high platform. As the crowd focused their gaze, they nearly fainted at the sight. A severed head lay before them, with eyes wide open, as if witnessing something extraordinary. Who else could it be but Chao Bufan? Chao Hong and Lu Yuqiong exclaimed in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. How could it be that their son had been slain? How was this possible? Wasn't their son at the pinnacle of the Earth realm? How is it that even the offspring of the Yi family, whom she could easily defeat back in the day, is now beyond her reach? Lu Yuqiong cried out to the heavens, her expression filled with sorrow. He's her only cherished son. How dare anyone lay a hand on her son? That despicable Guolingwu. To watch my son perish at the hands of another while deceiving me. Unparalleled, you met such a tragic end. Mother shall surely avenge you. Quickly summon someone, Qiao. What in the world are you doing? Your son has been killed. Everyone else was equally horrified. Indeed. It is a matter of presenting the severed head. It is merely a mention of Qiao Bufan's own head. This young master of the Yi family from Lingzhou is exceedingly arrogant and ruthless. The son of the illustrious king of Jinling was brutally slain. His head twisted off and kicked towards the king of Jinling. Could it be that he truly desires an irreconcilable conflict with the Qiao family? Moreover, it is not solely the Qiao family that reigns supreme in this corner of Jiangnan. They are supported by the influential Lu family. Among the guests, a gasp reverberated through the air. Miss, it is he. He actually dared to provoke the king of Jinling. A stunning figure, upon seeing Qijue, was filled with disbelief in her beautiful eyes. It was none other than Qin, the precious gem of the Qin family, one of the 5 great clans of Jinling. She could hardly fathom encountering Qijue in Jinling, especially as he had just ruthlessly slain the notorious scion of Jinling, Qiao Bufan. Was he truly fearless? Beside her, Cheng Mingming was so frightened that she tightly clenched her legs, feeling that Qijue's slap from the previous day had been far too lenient. The son of the king of Jinling had been killed. At that moment, Qiao Hong's eyes turned crimson, fixated on Qijue, gritting his teeth and roaring. Where are the imperial guards of Jinling? Seize the scoundrel and crush him to dust, or I shall never quell my wrath. The audacity of Qijue was bound to leave him without heirs. As soon as he finished speaking, a thunderous rumble echoed throughout the vast Jinling royal palace. Thousands of imperial guards rushed from the training grounds and military encampments, encircling the area with fully armed cavalry, leaving no room for escape. Countless warriors filled the ranks, including several leaders who were all of the heavenly rank. The third leader was a 4th-grade heavenly warrior, the second leader was a 6th-grade heavenly warrior, and the grand leader was an 8th-grade heavenly warrior. To his surprise, Su Hao was the weakest among them. By the heavens, all 3 main battle leaders were present. Today, the imperial guards of Jinling had mobilized in full force. This young man was undoubtedly doomed. The crowd buzzed with chatter, fully aware that the king of Jinling, relying on his status, had nurtured the imperial guards, yet they had never witnessed such a simultaneous mobilization of leaders. Clearly, Qijue had truly struck a nerve with the Qiao family. In broad daylight, he had committed murder and left a corpse. He must be swiftly captured and paraded through the streets for 3 days as an offering of apology to the prince. The 3 leaders, eyes gleaming with murderous intent, surged toward Qijue with their troops. Each wave of ironclad soldiers numbered in the thousands, their battle cries shaking the heavens. Qijue was quickly engulfed. Upon seeing his enemy obscured by his subordinates, Qiao Hong forcefully suppressed his grief and closed the unseeing eyes of his son. Qiao Bufan, rest in peace. Your father shall avenge you. However, in the next instant, a tremendous explosion erupted within the imperial guards. Everyone witnessed an unforgettable scene. Hundreds of soldiers were sent soaring into the air as if struck by a massive cannonball, blood and flesh scattering like confetti. Qijue, drenched in blood, emerged from the throng of thousands of imperial guards, carving a path of destruction with each of his punches, claiming dozens of lives with every strike. He slaughtered the trained imperial guards as one would cull livestock. The cries of anguish were incessant, and soon, more than half of the thousands of imperial guards had perished, transforming the once celebratory palace into a crimson hell. The 3 heavenly leaders charged simultaneously, yet they too were obliterated under the might of Qijue's fist, vanishing utterly. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone stood with mouths agape, their blood running cold. This was the elite force that Qiao Hong invested billions to maintain annually. Yet thousands had been slaughtered in mere moments. Even the 3 heavenly warriors had been annihilated with a single blow. Was this young man a harbinger of death? The Qiao family has committed unspeakable sins to invoke the wrath of such deities. Qin Yun was taken aback, horrified by Qijue's brutal ferocity. Amidst the crimson haze, Qijue's expression was frigid as he indiscriminately slaughtered members of the Qiao family, while fixating his gaze on Qiao Hong, the king of Jinling, demanding, Qiao Hong, 5 years ago, did you not conspire with the Su and Zhou families of Lingzhou to annihilate the entire Yi clan? What was your motive? And where is the treasure of the Yi family? If you fail to provide me with answers today, the entire Qiao family shall perish. His voice reverberated through the air. It became clear to all that Qijue was, in fact, the last survivor of the Yi family from Lingzhou, which explained his audacity to confront them. This was a vendetta of catastrophic proportions, one that could never be forgiven. Yet, there lingered a doubt. Was it not said that the Yi family's demise was due to a fire? Could it be that Chao Hong was truly responsible? All eyes turned to Chao Hong's face, which betrayed his unease. His eyelids twitched as he bit down on his teeth, retorting, "You Qijue, do not slander me. The Yu family perished in flames. It has nothing to do with me. It is you who has unjustly slain my son. I, Chao Hong, shall not rest until you are dead." Yu Qijue's eyes darkened slightly. "It seems you are one who will not weep until you see the coffin. Very well. Let half of the Chao family perish first." With a swift motion, he struck, turning Chao Hong's relatives into a mist of blood. The onlookers were filled with terror. This was the epitome of cold-blooded killing. Was the Chao family truly on the brink of annihilation at the hands of this youth? Chao Hong's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. As the Lord of Jinling, he could hardly believe that he was being threatened by a mere youth, while his kin were being slaughtered. He yearned to flay Yu Qijue alive. However, his reliance on the royal guards had been decimated by Yu Qijue's onslaught, leaving him with no allies. Yet, Chao Hong had a contingency plan. Today, he had hosted a grand banquet, inviting the city's formidable experts as a precaution. Little did he anticipate that a young heir from a small clan could drive him to such desperation. Chao Hong bellowed, "Ladies and gentlemen, you have all witnessed this fiend's brutal nature, his propensity for indiscriminate murder. He has heinously slaughtered my kin without cause. Thus, in my capacity as the Lord of Jinling, I implore the esteemed elders present to take action. Who among you will assist me in ridding this world of them? Henceforth, you shall be honored guests of the Chao family, sharing my status as esteemed patrons." Upon hearing this, many experts above the heavenly level perked up. The offer was indeed enticing. While the Chao family might not hold much allure for them, they were drawn by Chao Hong's formidable background. Yu Qijue advanced step by step, exuding an imposing aura. Even if you summon the might of the heavens, if you are indeed the perpetrator behind the Yi family's massacre, you shall meet your end at my hands. You, a mere brat from Lingo, are in the king's court of Jinling. This is not your place to act recklessly. Suddenly, a powerful voice resonated from among the guests. A burly man stood up, his physique robust and muscular, with a bronze-like sheen to his skin, complemented by a fierce countenance that commanded respect. It was none other than Li Qiansheng. He had arrived in Jinling. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. Who is Li Qiansheng? What? Master Li, are you not aware? He is the renowned descendant of the 13 guardians, famous throughout the Jiangnan, Jiangdong, and Jianbei regions. Who does not know him? With a body of bronze skin and iron bones, coupled with the formidable dragon subduing fist of the guardians, he is invincible among the multitude. He ranks within the top 500 on the Dragon Country master list. This revelation left everyone astounded. A genuine master indeed. A master can rival 1,000 troops. Only after surpassing the celestial-level warriors can one truly embark on the path of the strong. Such prowess is rare in Jinling. He must have been specially invited by Chao Hong. Master Li Qiansheng gazed down upon Yu Qijue. "Yu Qijue, I care not who annihilated your Yi family. However, Brother Chao is an old friend of my Li family, and today, whether you are a dragon or a tiger, you shall lie still. Should you dare to lay a finger on Brother Chao, I, Li Qiansheng, shall not allow it." "Excellent." Chao Hong felt elated, a broad smile gracing his face. "Brotherly. Should you assist me in eliminating this scoundrel today, we shall swear brotherhood on the spot, and I shall bestow upon you a gift of 1,000 gold. With Li Qiansheng having set the precedent, others began to express their eagerness to join in. "I, from the Ghost Doctor sect, am willing to slay this scoundrel for the prince." An elderly man in a long robe rose, his vitality akin to a dragon or tiger, also a master. Those well-versed recognized him as Elder Su Zhengping from the prestigious Ghost Doctor sect of Jiang'an. His ghostly acupuncture technique is profound, wielding the power over life and death, making him even more formidable than the average master. He too ranks within the top 500 of the Dragon Country master list. "Excellent." Chao Hong nodded in agreement. "I shall remember this favor." Then, an ancient voice echoed, "The Hunyuan Taijiman is willing to act on behalf of justice today and eliminate this scoundrel for the prince." Following which, an elderly man clad in training attire, slightly limping, emerged amidst his disciples. His heavy eye bags belied a vigorous spirit. He was Master Ma Baowu of the Taijiman. His unique lightning 5 whips technique is so swift it becomes almost imperceptible. Each whip bears tremendous weight, and when unleashed together, he is unmatched in his realm. Thus, 3 masterful figures stepped forth. This assembly could be deemed top tier within Jinling. The entire venue was abuzz with astonishment. The Chao family's connections are indeed formidable. A mere call incites 100 responses. Qin Yun's heart, which had just settled, tightened once more, her expression complex. These are 3 masters. Even the Qin family One of the 5 great clans would not wish to provoke them lightly. Qijue had just saved her life. By rights, she should repay him. Yet, should she intervene, it would be tantamount to opposing Chao Hong. In truth, the Chao family does not pose a significant threat to the Qin family. The crux lies with Chao Hong's father-in-law, Lu Xin. A colossal entity like the Lu family could obliterate the Qin family in a heartbeat. A careless misstep could plunge her family into an abyss. In the midst of her turmoil, the 3 masters had already traversed the crowd, closing in on Qijue. Ha. Chao Hong, feeling assured, laughed maniacally. Qijue. Do you see? This is the allure of my Jinling Wang. 3 masters converging to deal with you. You can die without regret. 5 years ago, he effortlessly dispatched a few Earth-level experts to annihilate the Yi family. Even if Qijue possesses extraordinary talents, it is already quite commendable for him to withstand the might of a celestial-level master. Yet now, with 3 grandmasters converging, Chao Hong is at a loss as to who in Jiangnan could possibly endure such a confrontation. Perhaps there are some, but certainly not the ordinary Qijue who had his spine extracted 5 years ago. Li Qianqing, Su Jinping, and Ma Baoguo approached in a formidable formation. Qijue cast a frigid glance at the trio. I warn you one last time, aiding the Chao family is tantamount to opposing me. To stand against me only leads to one outcome, death. Su Jinping scoffed. A mere boy dares to speak such arrogance. Today, I shall make you acquainted with my 13 ghost needles. With that, he flicked his wrist, and needles of steel appeared at his fingertips as he vanished in an instant, appearing behind Qijue to strike at 13 vital points on his nape. The swiftness of his movements left only a series of silver shadows in their wake. Embrace your demise. Once struck, you shall suffer torment beyond comprehension. Su Jinping sneered, for no one had ever survived his ghostly needles. However, in Qijue's eyes, this technique was mere child's play. The dazzling needlework, which might bewilder an ordinary person, was as slow as a tortoise to him. From where had he returned? From the immortal Palai Mountain, the land of eternal life. To employ mere needles against him was akin to brandishing a sword before Guan Yu. Let those needles serve your own enjoyment. As Qijue's icy voice began to rise, Su Jinping suddenly felt a blur before his eyes. Realizing that the steel needles had been deftly snatched from his grasp by Qijue, only to be thrust back upon himself. Each needle plunged deep into his flesh. How can you wield the 13 ghost needles? Su Jinping gasped in horror. In the next moment, the needles activated. Ah, it itches. It's excruciating. The Grandmaster Su Jinping coughed up blood, tormented by a maddening itch and unbearable pain, his consciousness descending into chaos, flailing about like a headless fly. In a final desperate act, he struck his own crown, ending his own life. A profound silence enveloped the arena. Li Qianqing and Ma Baoguo were momentarily stunned, beginning to grasp the extraordinary nature of Qijue. This lad is rather peculiar. We must strike together and eliminate him. Li Qianqing bellowed, stomping his foot, causing the bluestone bricks to shatter as he unleashed a punch akin to a cannonball aimed at Qijue's head. He was a master of external martial arts, possessing astonishing strength. A full-force strike could fell even an elephant. The Great Protector's dragon-slaying fist. Beside him, Ma Baoguo initiated his own technique, his hands moving with electric speed as he prepared to unleash his unique skill, the lightning 5-linked whip. The duo nearly instantaneously converged, each strike resonating with the sound of thunder. The onlookers collectively inhaled sharply. Was this the might of a Grandmaster-level warrior? Their movements were ghostly, utterly terrifying. Perish! Li Qianqing roared, his voice booming like thunder. Everyone felt a buzzing in their ears, their vision momentarily obscured. Qijue charged forward, colliding with Li Qianqing's fist. This remnant of the Yi family indeed possessed some skill, managing to catch even the elder of the ghostly physician's sect off guard. However, this time, the 2 grandmasters joined forces. He would undoubtedly have no chance of survival. To engage in a fistfight with the formidable Hung Tai Ba, akin to striking a death knell. So young, yet already a pinnacle warrior of heavenly caliber, truly a prodigy of nature, what a pity. Upon witnessing Li Qianqing and Ma Baoguo simultaneously take action, the crowd collectively sighed, believing the matter was destined to conclude. Boom! In the next instant, the 2 fists collided with a thunderous clash. A terrifying energy surged forth like a mountain torrent breaking free, effortlessly shattering Li Qianqing's power, wreaking havoc upon his entire being. Li Qianqing's fierce form abruptly halted, his expression frozen in shock, utterly immobile. Subsequently, his body crumbled like porcelain, blood vessels bursting forth, transforming him into a bloodied figure in mere seconds. Ah, you. In the throes of extreme terror, Li Qianqing's body erupted as if bound by countless explosives. The hung tie technique was shattered. Not only shattered, but obliterated with a single blow. The crowd had yet to grasp the enormity of the situation. Qijue flashed forward, directly confronting Ma Baohua, who had just struck the third whip. A fist like a cannonball crashed into Ma Baohua's eye, and with a muffled thud, the latter's body was sent flying into a villa of the Jinling royal residence, leaving a deep indentation in the wall, which was now riddled with cracks. Young man, lacking martial virtue. My 5 consecutive whips were yet to be completed, and you resort to ambush. Blood poured from Ma Baohua's 7 orifices, and before he could utter more than 2 sentences, he perished on the spot. 2 fists. 2 grandmasters obliterated. In that moment, the entire royal residence fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone was on the brink of madness. The gazes directed at Qijue were filled with dread. In the minds of the crowd, martial masters transcended the realm of ordinary warriors, capable of establishing their own sects. Yet now, the Armée de la Armée among the 3 masters was effortlessly vanquished by Qijue, akin to mere chickens and dogs. What does this signify? This young man is not merely a heavenly warrior. He is a master, a youthful master. Hundreds of guests erupted in astonishment. He is a martial master. A martial master in his 20s, let alone in a small, obscure place like Lingzhou, even in the entirety of Jiangnan. A young master would be enough to cause a sensation. To attain mastery at such a young age and establish a sect in another 20 years. Could he not ascend to become a grand martial master, or even a martial king? A martial king stands at the pinnacle of Jiangnan. Moreover, 5 years ago, Qijue was merely an inconspicuous merchant. Yet 5 years later, he returned as a youthful master. What had he endured? Miss, he is a prodigy. A rare prodigy in all of Jiangnan. Thud, Cheng Mingming, struck by fear, knelt to the ground. What had she done to show disrespect to a martial master? She wished to bow twice in gratitude for Qijue's mercy in sparing her life. Such a prodigy would warrant a grand reception even from the Qin family. What was she in comparison? Qin Yun also covered her red lips with her delicate hand, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. She had never expected that Qijue, at such a tender age, had already attained the realm of a master. Breath quickened, the chest heaved, and a heart suddenly began to race. Medical skills rival those of the legendary practitioners. Martial prowess overwhelms the 3 grandmasters of Jinling. What sort of monster has she encountered? Capture it. It must be captured. If Qijue could be brought into the Qin family, they would ensure a century of prosperity. The most astonished were still the Chao family. The deaths of Li Tranqing and others meant that the Chao family would face Qijue directly, witnessing the 3 masters being annihilated in succession. Chao Hong's complexion turned as pale as parchment, his eyes bulging in disbelief. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How could a young master from such a desolate place become a martial sage? Suddenly, he understood why that order had been escalated, why even his esteemed father-in-law was concerned. Ultimately leading to a mere figure from a remote area being tasked with annihilating a family. Qijue must be crushed in the cradle. Alas, heaven does not forsake the Yi family. Such a formidable presence still allowed this significant target to escape. In just 5 years, enough devastation could be wrought upon all of Jinling. Terrifying, unrepentant, still seeking to conspire against me. Today, the Chao family will be annihilated. Qijue's cold voice resonated. The remaining dozens of Chao family members, regardless of age or gender, martial artists or not, were all obliterated in an instant. Thud in that moment. Chao Hong deflated like a punctured balloon, collapsing into his high chair. The Chao family is finished. His face paled to a ghastly white, akin to a decaying orange left in the air for months. He had dominated Jinling for years, and never expected to meet such an end. Regret flooded his heart for having acted against the Yi family. What he thought would be a trivial task ultimately led to the demise of his kin. Regret. Yet alas, no matter what, the Chao family had been utterly eradicated by Qijue, and enmity was now irrevocable. Driven by rage, Chao Hong stood once more, his eyes bloodshot with fury, resembling a madman. Yi family scum. Indeed, it was I who sent people to Lingzhou to contact the Zhou and Su families, conspiring to annihilate the Yi family. Haha. Even if you kill my parents and siblings, what of it? Can your father and mother be resurrected? Can the 100 souls of the Yi family return? Haha. Chao Hong had become utterly isolated, and he boldly confessed the hidden truth behind the extermination of the Yi family. This revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. Hundreds stared in disbelief. It was true. The fire incident in Lingzhou 5 years ago was indeed orchestrated by the very hand of the Jinling king. Collaborating with several families in Lingzhou not only led to the downfall of the then-rising Yi family, but also concealed the truth, keeping it hidden for 5 long years. Had it not been for Qijue's miraculous survival, this tragic story would have been buried in the annals of Jiangnan history. Truly, the higher the position, the darker the heart, erasing hundreds of lives as if it were nothing. But to reveal this now only forces Qijue's hand. Xinyan trembled. So it was that Qijue's origins were so tragically intertwined. No wonder he is so brutal and cruel. Imagine, a family with boundless potential suddenly struck by calamity. Its entire lineage extinguished. It is a miracle that an ordinary person would not descend into madness. Qijue's countenance was as cold as eternal frost. And he nodded slightly. Then your Chao family deserves annihilation. If I kill you and uncover the mastermind behind you, there will be no survivors from the Chao family. The Su family, the Zhou family, the Chao family. Qijue has already dispatched hundreds of enemies. The vengeful spirits of the Yi family's 100 souls can find temporary solace. But it is still insufficient. These are merely insignificant minions. The true puppet master lies elsewhere. Kill me? Chao Hong burst into a laughter that echoed with mockery. What are you, a mere nothing, daring to threaten my life? Do you know why my Chao family is not a prominent family in Jinling? Yet the families there hold me in esteem? My father-in-law is the governor of the southeast. You dare lay a finger on me. And the Lu family will ensure your demise is without a grave. However, in the next moment, Chao Hong's laughter was abruptly silenced. For Qijue had already arrived before him, exuding an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. I will kill you, regardless of who your father-in-law is. Having said this, he seized one of Chao Hong's arms and twisted it violently. The sickening sound of bones cracking echoed through the air. Chao Hong's right arm was contorted grotesquely, the bones protruding from the flesh. Chao Hong collapsed to the ground, screaming in agony. Speak. You have no enmity with the Yi family. So why did you seek to wipe out the entire clan? And where is my Yi family's treasured artifact? Despite the excruciating pain causing him to crack 3 teeth, Chao Hong remained defiant, retorting, Qijue, if you have the guts, kill me to avenge your parents, and let us see if you have the courage. Without hesitation, Qijue snapped his other arm. The anguished cries of Chao Hong resonated for miles, compelling many to cover their eyes, unable to bear the brutality of the scene. It was sheer torment. At that moment, Lu Yuqiong, who had been weeping while cradling Chao Buffan's head, stood up, with eyes ablaze with fury. She glared at Qijue and shouted, You wretched creature of the Yi family. Release my husband. What of it if my husband killed your entire family? What is his status? He is my Lu family's son-in-law. And you? Just a bunch of lowly peasants, easily disposed of. Your 100+ lives are worth less than a toe of my husband or my son. So release my husband. Then stab yourself 1,000 times to compensate for my son's life. Yi Qijue narrowed his eyes, gazing at the extravagantly dressed Lu Yuqiong. So, the Lu family is quite formidable, is it? With her hands on her hips, Lu Yuqiong boasted, absolutely. In the entire southeastern province, who would dare to disrespect the Lu family? Do you now comprehend the magnitude of the adversary you have provoked? You lowly beggars should have long been eradicated. With a swift motion, Qijue's foot struck Lu Yuqiong's face, sending her sprawling to the ground. He then ground his shoe into her face, leaving a trail of blood and nearly obliterating her nose. And now? Still formidable? This scene was a spectacle to behold. Today, the guests here to congratulate Chao Hong are utterly astounded. Who is Lu Yuqiong? She is the daughter of the esteemed General Lu Xin, the jewel of the Lu family. In Jiangnan, she is akin to a princess of the realm. Who would dare to defy her? The majority of the attendees have come today solely due to Lu Yuqiong's prestige. She may choose to disregard you, but you must not fail to attend. For if she were to take offense, your standing in Jiangnan would be irreparably damaged. This is the formidable influence of the Lu family. Yet now, Lu Yuqiong finds herself brutalized by a young man from a mere backwater town in Lingzhou, his foot grinding her face into the ground, bloodied and battered. Her nose nearly ground away. How ruthless! How audacious! How utterly arrogant! Many secretly give a thumbs up to Qijue. Beside them, Chao Hong stands in shock. Someone has dared to lay hands on this fierce tigress. Could this fellow truly be contemplating murder? On the ground, Lu Yuqiong feels the agonizing pain in her face. Nearly driven to spit blood in fury. What a disgrace to her status. To be publicly humiliated by a commoner. She screams, Let go of me, you filthy wretch. You are finished. Everyone connected to you shall perish. I will have your entire family exhumed and desecrated. Qijue's face darkens with murderous intent. Initially, the Lu family was not on his list of enemies. But Lu Yuqiong's repeated insults toward the Yi family and her threats to drag their souls into torment have sealed her fate. With a sudden surge of force, A crackling sound echoes from Lu Yuqiong's skull as her screams transform into cries of agony. The crowd is struck with terror. Is this young man truly intent on killing the general's daughter? Just as her head is about to be crushed, a commanding voice rings out from the entrance of the Wang residence. Stop! Who dares to harm my Lu family's pearl? You shall face death without mercy. The crowd turns to see an irate elder resembling a steward, accompanied by a man in a black robe, hastening toward them. Most strikingly, the elder bears a large character emblazoned upon his chest. Lu. He is from the Lu family of Ling'an. The esteemed steward Lu Feng has arrived in Jiang'an. It is said that encountering the steward of the Lu family is akin to meeting the general himself. It seems that General Lu has chosen to forgive Lu Yuqiong's marriage into Jinling. After all, she is his daughter, and he must feel some concern. It appears that Qijue's ambitions will come to naught. He cannot kill Lu Yuqiong, nor can he harm Chao Hong. Alas, the depth of hatred pales in comparison to the might of a powerful family. What a pity for such a promising revenge to be thwarted. The arrival of steward Lu Feng signifies that this matter has escalated beyond a mere feud between the Yi and Chao families. Lu Feng embodies the authority and dignity of the Lu family. In the Lu household, he is the steward, but to others, he is the representative of the provincial general. The situation has intensified. Whether in Lingzhou or Jinling, this is no trifling matter. A seemingly insignificant place in Longhua. Yet the Lu family is a premier family in the southern region. It is akin to a mighty dragon descending upon an ant's nest. Seeing the arrival of the Lu family members, Lu Yuqiong and Chao Hong are filled with immense relief. The news is indeed true. Although Lucian himself may not be present, the arrival of Lu Feng is more than sufficient. No family in Jiang'an would dare to defy the Lu family. You wretched creature. Do you see? A member of the Lu family has arrived. Do you still have the audacity to threaten me? You, a mere pauper. How dare you oppose a colossal force in the southern half of the Dragon Kingdom? You ought to dig out your heart and eyes to atone for your offenses against me. Lu Yuqiong's voice escalated by several octaves, instantly rendering the hundreds of dignitaries from Jinling and Jiang'an as timid as mice before a cat, all bowing their heads, too terrified to meet the gaze of Lu Feng and his companion. Presenting to Steward Lu. Presenting to Steward Lu. Presenting to Steward Lu. Thus, Lu Feng and the man in the black robe strode confidently to the center of the Wangfu. His wise, penetrating gaze fixed upon Qijue, brimming with inexplicable fury. He had spoken, and yet this young man dared to trample upon the face of the Lu family's jewel. Was he truly disregarding him? Young man, you are quite audacious, alas. Your bravado is misplaced. Not a soul within the 9 provinces of Southeast Dragon Kingdom, including Jiang'an, would dare to treat Our Lady with such disrespect. Do you comprehend the gravity of your transgression? Release Our Lady at once. Lu Feng's words resonated like thunder. Had it been another, they would have surely been paralyzed by his intimidation. Yet Qijue remained unfazed. The elite who kneel annually at the Penglai Xianshan seeking longevity, who among them is not a figure of great power? What is the Lu family to them? Qijue replied coolly, your Lu family is playing with fire. This Lu Yuqiong has offended me with her insolent words. I shall only take her life. Should the Lu family dare to provoke me further, I shall ensure their utter annihilation. In mere 2 sentences, the crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. Such audacity. To threaten the Lu family with extinction. Do you fancy yourself the sovereign of the Dragon Kingdom? Lu Feng's fury erupted into laughter. Very well. Since you seek your own demise, to spare you would be a grave insult to the dignity of my family. He turned to the man in the black robe. Since the master has entrusted you with the protection of Our Lady as a commemorative gift, then dispose of this lunatic publicly, with a decisive command. The black-robed figure discarded his cloak, revealing his countenance. He appeared to be in his 40s, with a scruffy beard and a sinister scar across his face, evoking sheer terror. Moreover, concealed within his robes was a gleaming longsword, over a meter in length, weighing no less than 100 jin, which he wielded as though it were weightless. Oh my, it's the infamous Badao. Many were so terrified they crouched to the ground. A decade ago, he was already a 9th-rank master, ranked among the top 200 on the Dragon Kingdom's master list. Following a minor incident, he slaughtered over 300 members of a prestigious family in Jiangdong, sparing not even a single dog. It took the military might of the War Department to capture him, ultimately imprisoning him in the great prison of Southern Town. Yet now, he had been released by Admiral Lu, offered to the Chao family as a vassal. The revelation of Badao's infamous deeds sent shockwaves through the crowd. This was indeed the butcher from 10 years past, more horrifying than the legends. Lu Yuqiong and Chao Hong reveled in their triumph. Ha ha. Splendid. Master Lu. You are truly my savior. My father-in-law has finally acknowledged me as his son-in-law. He even gifted me a formidable protector of the Grand Martial Master level. I dare ask, who in all of Jiangnan could possibly subdue him? Qijue, I fear you may have to wait until your next life to avenge your parents and brothers for me. Haraha. Lu Yuqiong furiously cursed. You vile dog of the Yi family. After your demise, I shall ensure you are ground into pieces and fed to the dogs. A lowly scoundrel like you deserves to rot in disgrace forever. Ba Dao, what are you waiting for? Turn him into minced meat for me. Boom, Ba Dao. With an expression devoid of sorrow or joy, surged toward Qijue, his formidable aura erupting like a volcano awakening from slumber. Surpassing even the likes of Li Chansheng by numerous magnitudes, he stood at the pinnacle of mastery. Meanwhile, his towering steel blade swung toward Qijue, the blade radiating a terrifying light. The onlookers gasped in horror, let alone Ba Dao being a master himself. Even an ordinary person would wield that blade with the force of 1,000 genes, capable of collapsing a house. Qijue stood frozen, watching as Ba Dao charged at him. Zheng Zheng remained paralyzed with fear. The crowd sighed, sensing the conclusion of this dire encounter. The Lu family had made their move, and no matter how great your abilities, you could not defy this overwhelming force. Let him die? Let him die? The eyes of Lu Yuqiong and Chao Hong gleamed with the thrill of vengeance. The Chao family had suffered great losses at the hands of Qijue, and no one yearned more to witness his downfall than them. Amidst the chaos, only Qinyan bit her red lips, internally screaming for him to evade. The moment Lu Feng appeared, she understood she could not come to Qijue's aid today. Any intervention would signify the Qin family standing against the powerful Lu Shen. Such consequences were far beyond what the modest Qin family could endure. She could only pray for Qijue to escape. The blade's gleam approached in an instant. In that moment, Qijue sprang into action. Wielding such a massive blade, was he attempting acrobatics? He leaped forward like a flash of lightning, his right hand striking down upon Ba Dao's wrist with the force of thunder, twisting it fiercely. Crack! Ba Dao's wrist shattered under the pressure, the steel blade slipping from his grasp. What? His eyes widened in disbelief. His own weapon had been snatched away. Then, Qijue delivered a powerful kick, sending Ba Dao flying while he seized the steel blade, elegantly sweeping it toward Ba Dao, who was still airborne. Splatter! A rain of blood cascaded down. The esteemed 9th-rank master was thus cleaved in two by his own weapon. This series of actions, disarming, kicking, and slicing, was executed by Qijue with such fluidity and grace. Almost before the spectators could catch their breath, he had vanquished Ba Dao. Bang! Bang! The remnants of his body fell back from whence they came, landing beside Lu Feng. Blood stained the illustrious steward of the Lu family. Shocked, stunned, disarrayed, everyone present, including Chao Hong and Lu Yuqiong, had their eyes bulging in utter disbelief. The once dominating master, Ba Dao, who instilled fear across Jiangnan and Jiangdong, was slain in a mere encounter by Qijue, effortlessly. What power does he possess? 9th-rank master? Or perhaps something beyond, a grand martial master? Regardless of the realm one occupies, it signifies that today, the Lu family can scarcely contain this individual. In the profound silence that enveloped the arena, Qijue advanced toward Lu Feng, his murderous intent cascading like a waterfall. Do you still intend to kill me? With that singular inquiry, Lu Feng retreated 3 steps, his composure, honed over years of privilege, shattering into oblivion. It was utterly terrifying. Qijue had made him acutely aware of the sin of death, prompting his surrender. Wait a moment. Qijue, is it? I acknowledge that I spoke rather loudly just now, and I offer my apologies. Furthermore, our young lady has offended you, and I will ensure she apologizes as well. Whatever grievances you have with Chao Hong, I shall not interfere. Feel free to kill as you wish. Shall we not resolve our differences amicably? The once imperious steward of the Lu family, who wielded life and death with impunity, finally acquiesced, even willing to apologize. Was this truly the same Lu family, so haughty and disdainful? Beside him, Chao Hong seethed inwardly, cursing. What? Am I being sold out here? I could apologize too, but I shall not. Yet, Lu Yuqiong would never consent. In her eyes, even if Qijue had slain the infamous Ba Dao, he was utterly unworthy of her apology. Ba Dao was merely a death row inmate conjured by her father's whim. He held no significance in the Lu family hierarchy. Her own son had been killed, her dignity eroded by Qijue, and now she was to apologize to him? Absolutely not. She had never endured such humiliation. Lu Feng, you wretched creature. What are you saying? It is always others who apologize to the Lu family. When has the Lu family ever apologized to anyone? I refuse to believe that Qijue dares to kill me. What does a ninth-rank grandmaster amount to? Should you dare lay a finger upon me? The formidable warriors of the Liu family, those grand martial artists, martial kings, and even martial sovereigns, will pursue you to the ends of the earth. I hear you have a sister still alive. I shall procure her for the most depraved of establishments, where the southern elite will have their way with her until her very body festers. Ha ha ha. That shall be your fate for attempting to harm me. Go on. Kill me. Do you possess the audacity? Lu Feng trembled in terror. My lady, please cease your words. To utter such threats now only serves to provoke this harbinger of death. I shall speak. If his parents had not perished, I would ensure his entire family languished in the darkest of mines. The men as laborers, the women destined to a life of servitude. Ha ha, Lu Yuqiong exclaimed. Her expression frenzied as she hurled the most venomous curses at Qijue. It was clear she could never hope to defeat this remnant of the Yi family today. So she resorted to empty bravado. After all, with the Liu family backing her, none in Jiangnan would dare to act against her. However, there existed one who would not indulge her. The moment Lu Yuqiong mentioned the kin of the Yi family, the cold light in Qijue's eyes intensified. As you wish. With a swift flash of steel, he cut through the air, his blade gliding past Lu Yuqiong's astonished visage. A long trail of crimson emerged from her brow, cascading downward. With a single stroke, Qijue penetrated Lu Yuqiong's form from above, yet the speed of the strike was so rapid that her flesh had not yet separated, leaving her consciousness intact. Confusion enveloped her mind. She was not merely a jewel of the Liu family, the esteemed daughter of a governor of 9 provinces. How could anyone dare to cleave her in two? Did he possess no sense? Was he not afraid of death? These questions swirled in Lu Yuqiong's mind. But she had no time to ponder them further. For Qijue delivered another kick that sent her soaring through the air, her body fracturing into numerous pieces, akin to shredded flesh, as she fell to the ground. Nearby lay the den of the guard dogs raised by the Jinling royal family. Sensing the pervasive scent of blood, the dogs, driven wild, pounced upon the remnants of Lu Yuqiong, tearing and devouring her with ravenous ferocity. The once arrogant villainess of Jinling met her end in the bellies of dogs. Silence reigned. Shock enveloped the onlookers, their eyes wide with disbelief, as if struck by lightning. The daughter of the governor had perished, and worse still, she had been fed to dogs. This was an event that threatened to shatter the very heavens. Miss, Lu Feng cried out in anguish. Accompanied by a 9th-grade master, he arrived with high hopes, only to witness the brutal demise of his own lady. You just had someone kill me. Is it too much to take half your life in return? The reason he spared her was to deliver a message to the Liu family. Today, the death of Lu Yuqiong is my greatest mercy. Should the Liu family foolishly seek revenge, I shall not hesitate to erase them from existence. With that, Qijue struck Lu Feng's spine with a precise blow, shattering it and leaving him partially paralyzed, crumpled on the ground. Ruined, though Lu Feng still clung to half his life. He would spend the rest of his days confined to a wheelchair. To kill the daughter of the Liu family, to cripple the family steward. Was there anything in this world he dared not do? Uncle Feng, who did this to you? I will kill him. Outside the royal residence, a man in a suit rushed in, clearly agitated. He was Lu Feng's driver and also his nephew. Take me away. Lu Feng's face contorted in pain, his unwillingness palpable as he commanded. With the death of his lady, matters had spiraled beyond his control. He needed to return and seek the governor's judgment. The suited man glanced at Qijue before reluctantly hoisting Lu Feng onto his back. The two fled in disarray. What a disgrace for the illustrious Liu family. A premier family of the south, to visit Jiangnan only to leave behind 2 lives lost, with their steward left in ruins. A great calamity was looming. Qijue observed the departure of the Liu family's vehicles without obstruction. While the Liu family held some influence in Longhua, it was hardly worthy of his concern. Moreover, the distance from Ling'an to Jiangnan was vast. The journey would be a waste of time. The most pressing matter was to uncover the true culprit behind the massacre of the Yi family. His gaze fell upon Chao Hong, heavy as a mountain. Chao Hong felt a chill surge from his feet to his head, freezing him in place, his legs trembling uncontrollably. How could he, who had served the fierce matriarch for half his life, possibly hope to survive against this man? With a thud, Chao Hong fell to his knees. He bowed thrice before Qijue, exclaiming, Master Yi, I was wrong. I was momentarily bewitched when I sent someone to Lingzhou to harm the Yi family. I am willing to repent and make amends. In light of the fact that my wife and children have been completely annihilated by you, I implore you to spare my life. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, King Jinling no longer possesses the formidable presence he once had. He had merely relied on the Liu family's influence for his standing. Now, confronted by a ruthless individual capable of slaying even the jewel of the Liu family, he has naturally become as submissive as a dog. Qijue took a deep breath. Reveal all that you know, and I may consider your fate. The first question, why did you murder over 100 members of the Yi family? Were you coerced by someone? Very well, very well. You are indeed perceptive, Elder Yi. To be honest, I held no grudge against the Yi family. I was indeed manipulated by another, and 5 years ago, that instigator was Chao Hong nodded vigorously, including Qijue. Countless individuals held their breath. Was the perpetrator of the Lingzhou massacre finally emerging from the shadows? Chao Hong's shocking revelation was, the one who manipulated me was none other than the war god of Jiangdong, Ling Feng. Boom. His words were startling enough to leave everyone dumbfounded. The one who had brutally harmed over 100 members of the Yi family was a prominent military leader. Madness. Moreover, who does not know the illustrious name of the war god Ling Feng? The pride of the Jiangnan region. A national treasure. How could he be a murderer? Qijue suddenly recalled what Han Fei Hong had said. It was indeed someone from the War Department who pressured the Jinwu division to cover everything up. It seems that Chao Hong was not lying. The Yi family massacre is undoubtedly related to this war god Ling Feng. However, the crucial point is that the Yi family held no enmity towards him. What connection do you have with him? Why would he seek to annihilate the Yi family? Chao Hong answered without reservation, I was once a subordinate of the war god Ling Feng. I have benefited greatly from his promotions over the years. This matter is quite peculiar. One day he suddenly came to Jinling and informed me that your Yi family possessed a treasure of great importance to him. I offered to procure it for him at any cost, but he insisted that not only did he want the treasure, but he also demanded the complete extermination of the Yi family, especially the young male descendants. None were to be spared. Root and stem must be eradicated. At that moment, I suspected there was a hidden agenda, and after much contemplation, I ultimately succumbed to his promises of substantial rewards and foolishly accepted the task. I conspired with Yuan Feng and Su Man. Upon hearing this, Qijue understood. This war god Ling Feng certainly knew of his lineage. The Yi family treasure was merely a ruse. He spoke. In truth, the Yi family was but collateral damage. His true target was me. Chao Hong was taken aback. But after a moment's reflection, he suddenly grasped the truth. Indeed, a mere 5 years for one to rise from an ordinary individual to a slayer of 9th-rank masters. Anyone would seek to eliminate such a potential threat in its infancy. Yet the pivotal question remains. Why does the war god Ling Feng wish to kill Qijue? What is this treasure? Where is it? I do not know. After Yuan Feng entrusted me with that ancient box, I handed it directly to the war god Ling Feng. He held a position in the Jiangdong War Department, correct? I should be able to find him in Jiangdong. Chao Hong shook his head. He is no longer there. 5 years ago, shortly after I delivered the ancient box to him, I heard news of his retirement within a month. I do not know where he is now. I only know that the god of war hails from Jiangnan. He is retired. But even in retirement, one must pay the price for their past. Qijue frowned. The Dragon Kingdom has meticulous protections in place for officers of the god of war caliber and above. Their identities and backgrounds are classified secrets. This makes the search exceedingly challenging. Yet, even if I were to turn Jiangnan upside down, I would find him. Grandfather Yi, I've disclosed nearly everything I know. Can you let me go now? Chao Hong smiled obsequiously, nearly groveling in the dirt. Qijue nodded. Very well. I can grant you a complete corpse. Chao Hong's smile faltered. Didn't you say you would consider letting me go if I confessed everything? Indeed. I have considered it, and I will not let you go. With a resounding thud, Qijue's fist struck Chao Hong squarely in the chest. A tremendous force erupted, shattering Chao Hong's heart. His body was propelled backward, crashing into a coffin, his eyes wide open, lifeless. The king of Jinling, dead. Thus, the Chao family was left with no survivors. Qijue strode away. It took a full 3 minutes for the guests at the Jinling royal residence to comprehend what had transpired, erupting into chaos. It felt as though they had been struck by lightning 18 times. A mere youth, not yet in his 20s, had single-handedly breached the Jinling royal residence. 3 great masters lay dead. The Blade Sovereign was slain. The king of Jinling was perished. The gem of the Liu family, Liu Yuqiang, was also dead. The one who had conspired to murder over 100 members of the Yi family and seize their treasured possessions was none other than Jiangnan's pride, the Wind Warrior. Now, this seemingly insignificant figure of the Yi family, returning to exact revenge, appeared intent on confronting the Wind Warrior. The sky over Jiangnan was about to collapse. Whether it was the wrath of the Lu family as provincial governor or Yi Qijue's quest for vengeance against the Wind Warrior, Jiangnan was destined to be engulfed in a storm of blood and chaos. Amidst the clamor, Qin Yun, dazed by the overwhelming information of the day, suddenly recalled something and dashed out of the Jinling royal residence, chasing after Yi Qijue's retreating figure. Yi Qijue, wait a moment. Qin Yun panted, finally catching up to him. Her face flushed, breathing like a fragrant orchid, her chest heaving violently. Meanwhile, Cheng Mingming trailed behind, keeping her distance, her legs pressed tightly together, too timid to approach Yi Qijue even a step. Is there something you need? Yi Qijue replied indifferently, preoccupied with thoughts of the Wind Warrior. That scoundrel Chao Hong had completed his tasks and then fled into retirement, leaving Yi Qijue without any information. Seeking him out would indeed be a troublesome endeavor. About last time at the Treasure Pavilion. Thank you. If you desire any form of reward, I will do my utmost to fulfill your wishes. Qin Yun bowed in gratitude, her face brightening with a smile. Had it not been for Yi Qijue's timely aid, she would likely have perished at the hands of that white silkworm. It was only right to express her gratitude. No need. Yi Qijue nodded, accepting her thanks, and continued on his way. As for the Qin family's token of appreciation, he had no interest. Qin Yun was taken aback. After all, she was one of Jiangnan's top 10 beauties. Was she truly so lacking in allure? This person barely wished to spend a second longer with her. How could she pursue him now? How could she extend an invitation? Wait a moment. Qin Yun, unwilling to relent, pursued him. Yi Qijue, I did not assist you earlier at the Jinling Wangfu because I feared dragging the Qin family into trouble. I hope you can understand. Yi Qijue nodded. Rest assured, my willingness to save you stems solely from your politeness. As for gratitude and assistance, they are unnecessary to me. Is there anything else? If not, be gone. Qin Yun bit her red lips and said, well, there is one more thing I wish to ask of you. My grandfather has been gravely ill for several months now, and the one treating him is the ghostly physician from the ghost medical sect, whose methods leave me deeply uneasy. Since you possess medical skills, could you possibly save my grandfather? If you can cure him, the Qin family will surely reward you handsomely. Not interested. Farewell. Yi Qijue promptly declined. Though he was skilled in medicine, if every ailing person in the world sought his help, he would have no time for anything else but running a clinic. Qin Yun was nearly driven to madness. Did this fellow not comprehend the significance of the 5 great families of Jiangnan? If Chao Hong were not backed by the Lu family, he would have no standing to be congratulated. Did he not realize that when her grandfather first fell ill, numerous renowned physicians from Jiangnan lined up to offer their services, all for the sake of securing a promise from the Qin family? Yet here, Yi Qijue held no allure whatsoever. However, upon further reflection, it made sense. This individual had dared to kill the daughter of the Lu family and feed her to dogs. It was reasonable that he would also disregard the Qin family. Her grandfather was still waiting for treatment. Now was not the time to indulge in a spoiled heiress's tantrum. Thus, Qin Yun, unwilling to concede, spread her arms to block Yi Qijue's path. Yi Qijue, let me be frank. If you can heal my grandfather, I am willing to assist you in investigating the whereabouts of the war godling Feng. Yi Qijue raised an eyebrow. Does the Qin family possess such capability? Qin Yun replied with pride. You underestimate the Qin family. Though we are based in Jinling, our influence is vast, and we have connections throughout Jiangnan. When my grandfather sought medical help, over 700 out of 800 physicians in Jiangnan came to his aid. If my Qin family cannot locate him, then no one in Jiangnan can find the war godling Feng. Yi Qijue contemplated for a moment and nodded. Agreed. Lead the way. His assistance to Qin Yun served 2 purposes. One was to help the Qin family locate the war god Ling Feng, and the other pertained to the ghost medical sect, as he had matters to address with them. Qin Yun's heart soared with joy as she promptly snapped her fingers to summon a red sports car, taking Yi Qijue to the Qin residence. Soon, they distanced themselves from the bustling city of Jinling and arrived at an ancient, elegant estate. A contingent of guards flanked them, each possessing strength at the celestial warrior level. Though the Qin family's residence was not as opulent as the Jinling Wangfu, the grandeur of its decor and the scale of its gardens clearly established the Qin family's preeminence in Jiangnan. Upon entering the Qin residence, Qin Yun led Yi Qijue into a villa guarded by numerous individuals. Young miss, you have returned. Quick, come and see. The old master is in critical condition. As soon as they stepped inside, a member of the Qin family rushed over in a flurry. Qin Yun's expression shifted dramatically as she hurriedly led Yi Qijue upstairs. As soon as the door swung open, a pungent aroma of traditional Chinese medicine assaulted the senses. Inside the room, an elderly gentleman in his 70s lay on a sick bed. Though once robust, his complexion had darkened, appearing lifeless and moribund. His body was marred with large patches of black stains and blood, rendering him a ghastly sight. Seated on a long bench were three individuals, an elder in a robe, sipping tea, with a prescription beneath his cup. Resembling the late Su Jinping from the Jinling Wang manor, presumably the renowned physician Wang that Qin Yun had mentioned. The other two men, who bore a striking resemblance to each other, appeared to be siblings, fervently discussing a document in their hands. Brother, please sign this transfer agreement for half of the Qin family's assets. If you refuse, our father is as good as dead. No amount of money will matter then. As the saying goes, while there are green mountains, one need not worry about firewood. Physician Wang would certainly not deceive us. For the treasured medicine from the ghost physician sect is worth every penny. These two men were none other than the core heirs of the Qin family, Qijue and Qin Zhenghao. The document in Qin Zhengwei's hand was a transfer agreement for the family's general assets. It turned out that the Qin family patriarch, Qin Feihu, had suddenly fallen gravely ill, coughing up blood and nearing death's door, which terrified the two brothers. Ultimately, after much deliberation, Physician Wang decided to employ the ghost physician sect's ultimate elixir, the revitalizing tonic, to save Qin Feihu. It was said that as long as there was a breath left in him, the tonic could extend his life. However, its price was exorbitantly steep. Physician Wang demanded half of the Qin family's assets in return. For the Qin family, worth hundreds of billions, the tonic was valued at 500 billion. Although there were suspicions of price gouging, the Qin family had no alternatives. The vast family legacy was built over a lifetime by the elderly patriarch, with countless relationships and connections relying on him. In essence, Qin Feihu represented a significant portion of the Qin family. Should he perish, the family's standing would plummet. Thus, Physician Wang felt neither excessive nor anxious. In his eyes, it was merely a matter of time before Qin Zhengwei would acquiesce to the transfer agreement. Indeed, under the immense pressure, Qin Zhengwei gritted his teeth and nodded. Very well. Physician Wang, I will willingly transfer the Qin family's general assets to you. But you must guarantee the old master's recovery. Physician Wang's eyes lit up, thumping his chest as he declared, absolutely. The revitalizing tonic is our ghost physician sect's treasure. Infused with the dedication of countless individuals, not only will I ensure the old master awakens, but I guarantee he will be full of vitality, living for decades more. Good. Qin Zhengwei inhaled deeply, poised to sign. Both Qin Zhenghao and Physician Wang displayed expressions of excitement. Just then, Qin Yun entered with Qijue, and upon hearing the news, she was incensed. How dare you demand half of the Qin family for a mere prescription? This is utterly outrageous. She exclaimed fiercely, Father, this agreement must not be signed. Qin Zhengwei and the others were taken aback, turning to Qin Yun. Shaoan, weren't you attending the Chao family's banquet? How did you return at this hour? Qin Yun's gaze was as frigid as winter, fixed upon Physician Wang. If I had returned in time, the Qin family is on the verge of being deceived by this unscrupulous doctor. Dr. Wang suddenly leapt up as if he had stepped on a cat's tail. Miss Qin, one may indulge in reckless eating, but one must not speak carelessly. My intentions in treating the Qin family are sincere. Although the returning heaven elixir is costly, it was requested by our sect leader. A noble family from the north once sought my services and paid half their fortune. Why then am I considered a fraud here? Fine. If you believe me to be a swindler, I shall take my leave. Whether old Master Qin lives or dies, the ghost doctor sect shall no longer concern itself. After speaking, Dr. Wang, seemingly aggrieved, gathered his prescription, shattered his teacup, and prepared to depart. Dr. Wang, do not be angry. Why argue with a child? Qin Zhengwei hastily intervened, chastising his daughter. Shaoyan, hurry and apologize to Dr. Wang. Otherwise, if he refuses to treat your grandfather, who will bear that responsibility? Qin Yun pouted. Father, we do not need him. This Qijue is the one I invited to administer acupuncture to grandfather. With him here, grandfather will surely awaken. Him? Qin Zhengwei and Qin Zhenghao frowned at Qijue. Nonsense. Let me be frank. Apart from the returning heaven elixir, no one can cure Qin Feihu. Dr. Wang scrutinized Qijue, almost bursting into laughter. A mere boy, lacking experience. I refuse to believe his skills surpass those of the ghost doctor sect. While Dr. Wang appraised Qijue, the latter was also evaluating him. This Dr. Wang's cultivation was not particularly high, merely at the pinnacle of the earth level. He was likely just a minor member of the ghost doctor sect. Qijue felt no desire to kill him. Stepping forward, he glanced at the returning heaven elixir, then promptly discarded it. What utter nonsense! If old Master Qin were to consume the returning heaven elixir given his condition, he might regain consciousness temporarily. But he would undoubtedly perish within a day. His words left the crowd in shock. Qin Zhengwei, Qin Yun, and the other members of the Qin family widened their eyes. Isn't it the returning heaven elixir? Consuming it would lead to death? Dr. Wang was furiously enraged, hopping in anger. You little thief! How dare you pry into the secrets of the Ghost Doctor sect? Do you wish to lose your head? Qijue looked down upon him disdainfully. Is it merely the Ghost Doctor sect? That Su Zhengping is an elder of your sect, is he not? I have already slain him. Dr. Wang was taken aback. How could he not recognize the title of a Master Elder? Yet, he could not fathom that this young rascal had killed him. Nonsense! Someone! You dare insult the Ghost Doctor sect? You shall not leave today without an explanation. With a shout, all members of the Ghost Doctor sect present at the Qin family arrived. There were 5 in total, the highest among them being a half-step master, with wide, tiger-like eyes. He glared at Qijue. Beside him, Qin Zhenghao appeared furious as well. Who are you? What business do you have with the Qin family? Be gone at once, or I shall not be polite. Qijue stared back at him. This second son of the Qin family seemed rather brash. He was eager to defend the Qin family's interests. Yet, when pointed out the shortcomings of the Ghost Doctor sect, he became indignant. Did he harbor some unspeakable secret? Fearful of provoking Qijue's wrath, Qin Yun quickly spread her arms to shield him. Second uncle, Qijue is someone I have painstakingly invited here. If we cannot cure grandfather, I will bear full responsibility. Qijue, have you discerned what illness afflicts my grandfather? Is it treatable? Qijue nodded affirmatively. It is treatable. However, old Qin is not suffering from an incurable ailment. He has been poisoned. Poison? Qin Yun furrowed her delicate brows. She had anticipated something akin to a curse. Yet it turned out to be poison. Qijue continued. This poison is known as black gold bee venom, derived from a unique toxin produced by the black gold bee found in the northern regions of Long Country. Due to the similarity in symptoms between the poison and bee stings, it is exceedingly difficult to discern whether one is suffering from poisoning or illness. Moreover, the so-called remedy contains herbs that catalyze the venom's outbreak. Therefore, upon ingestion, death is inevitable. By then, your ghost medical sect would have likely fled several hundred miles with the money. At these words, the faces of Dr. Wang and the others changed dramatically. How does this kid know such intricate details? You little rascal, do not slander us without evidence. If there is no proof, I can execute you on the spot for defaming our ghost medical sect. Isn't the evidence right on you? Qijue retorted with a cold smirk, his hand darting forth like lightning to seize Dr. Wang. The latter's robe tore asunder, revealing a small pouch that fell to the ground, spilling out the remains of various insects and creatures, including 2 large black bees with golden-tipped abdomens. Black gold bees. I just mentioned that these black gold bees are a unique poisonous species from the northern regions of Long Country. Besides you administering the poison, what other means could old Qin have had to come into contact with these bees? Dr. Wang's complexion turned as ghastly as one who had ingested 2 filthy flies. Could it be this kid possesses X-ray vision? How does he know there are black gold bee remnants on me? Dr. Wang. Could it be that this bee venom truly originates from your ghost medical sect? Is your intention to covet the Qin family's fortune? You must provide me with an explanation. Qin Zhengwei's expression hardened into ice. The evidence was undeniable, and even if he did not want to believe, he had no choice but to accept it. How audacious of the ghost medical sect to set their sights on the Qin family. The other members of the Qin family also grew furious, quickly gathering around. Among them 2 venerable masters. Seeing the situation fully exposed, Dr. Wang ceased his pretense, fixing a cold smile upon Qijue and the others. Well done, kid. Our plan was already halfway to completion, and you have now ruined everything. I will ensure your demise along with the Qin family. Let me tell you the truth. Your daughter has already been afflicted by my life-sustaining insect curse. The moment I activate it, she will suffer the excruciating pain of the ice silkworm and die. Ha ha ha. Hand over all the assets of the Qin family without delay. Qin Zhengwei's fury reached its peak. You are despicable. Qin Yun, unfazed, casually remarked. Feel free to employ any sinister schemes you wish. Let us see if your white silkworm still holds any power. Dr. Wang gritted his teeth in fury. Very well. It appears you are determined to test your fate. I shall make you experience true agony. This ice silkworm is my life's essence. Once I summon it with my blood, it will gnaw at your very entrails. With that, he bit into his own finger, forming an intricate seal with his hands, while muttering an incantation under his breath. However, After a prolonged incantation, Qijue remained poised and unharmed, exuding grace and tranquility. Dr. Wang paused in confusion, biting into another finger and repeating the incantation, yet to no avail. What could be amiss? The other members of the ghost medical sect were equally perplexed. The situation was decidedly unusual. Qijue retrieved a small vial from her robe and coldly declared, "Dr. Wang, is this not the poison you employed to harm others?" At that moment, Dr. Wang leaped back in shock, for within the vial lay a white silkworm, viciously gnawing on an unsuspecting little hamster. The poor creature writhed in agony, blood oozing from multiple wounds as it rolled helplessly within the vial. No wonder he had failed to detect it. It had merely switched hosts. When did you discover this cursed creature?" The members of the ghost medical sect were utterly bewildered. Qijue smirked. "I coaxed the ice silkworm out yesterday using Qijue's acupuncture techniques, but I remained silent upon my return to ensure you revealed your true intentions. I never expected your impatience would lead you to hasten my grandfather's demise just a day later. Now, speak. You infiltrated the Qin family with malicious intent, poisoning my grandfather and using this cursed creature to control me. Aside from coveting the Qin family's fortune, do you harbor any other motives? If your sole aim was to seize the Qin family's vast wealth, it would have sufficed to poison Qin Feihu alone. Yet this ice silkworm is clearly meant to subjugate me. What is your true purpose?" As Qijue pressed for answers, suddenly, Qin Zhenghao, another family member, bellowed. "You vile ghost medical sect! How dare you conspire against the Qin family? You deserve death." He soared into the air, striking Dr. Wang's head with a resounding slap. The impact was catastrophic, as Dr. Wang's skull shattered like a watermelon. It turned out that Qin Zhenghao was a master martial artist. Qijue gazed upon the now lifeless Dr. Wang and reproached, "Uncle, why the haste? Why did you not wait for me to uncover his true intentions?" Her silence had been strategic. She sought to ensure her grandfather's safety while exposing the ghost medical sect's ulterior motives. Now, alas, he had uttered not a word before being silenced by her uncle. Qin Zhenghao retorted, "Humph, what other motives could they possibly have? If not to usurp complete control of the Qin family? Brother, I believe there are no virtuous souls among the ghost medical sect. We should eliminate the rest without hesitation." With that, he strode purposefully towards the remaining members of the ghost medical sect. The words struck terror into the hearts of the other members of the ghostly physician sect, causing them to collapse to the ground in desperation, pleading for mercy. "Master Qin, please spare us. The poisoning of old Qin was solely the doing of divine physician Wang. We have no part in it. We implore you to see the truth. A nest of jackals, killing you all would not be unjust," roared Qin Zhenghao, raising his hand to strike. Yet, Qijue interjected suddenly, "Do not kill them. I have questions for them." Qin Zhenghao seemed to ignore him, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to one of the half-step masters. Qijue narrowed his eyes, kicking a nearby rosewood stool towards Qin Zhenghao. Unfazed, Qin Zhenghao dismissed it as a mere stool, believing it could not even graze the skin of a master like himself. However, in the next instant, he was sent flying by the very stool. His expression shifted dramatically, blood rushing within him. Had he not forcibly suppressed his surging true energy, he might have spat out blood. The others were equally astonished. A stool had struck down a master? What kind of strength did this young man possess? "You dare to strike me? I will ensure your demise." Qin Zhenghao seethed with rage. "Second brother, do not be rude." Qin Zhengwei restrained his hot-headed sibling, turning to Yi Qijue with a serious demeanor. Indeed, heroes emerge from the youth. "Brother Yi, your medical skills are unparalleled, and your abilities extraordinary. You should be able to save my father, correct? As long as my father can turn his fate around, I would not hesitate to offer not only the lives of these men but even half of the Qin family." He had realized that not only could Qijue expel the parasites from his sister, but he could also repel a master with a single strike. This Yi Qijue was indeed formidable and should not be underestimated. Qin Yun earnestly implored, "Yi Qijue, please take action. I will fulfill the promise I made earlier." Yi Qijue nodded. "Having made a promise, I shall not go back on my word. Your elder's life is not destined to end, even if he is at death's door. I will bring him back." Qin Yun's heart leaped with joy. "Bring me silver needles." She believed Yi Qijue was about to perform acupuncture. However, Yi Qijue shook his head. "No need. Normally, detoxification requires needles, but fortuitously, I have a medicine here that counters this bee venom." As he spoke, he produced a gleaming golden pill, as exquisite as a golden orb. Yet, upon seeing the pill, the Qin family members widened their eyes in horror. How is this possible? A pill? Such items were regulated in the Dragon Kingdom. They They were scarcely seen outside major regions like Zhonghai and the capital. How could they possibly exist in Jinling? Qijue frowned. How could these members of noble families be so naive, having never encountered a pill? Such items were piled high on Penglai Island. Beside him, Qijue trembled as he asked, "Brother Yi, what kind of pill is this? What rank does it hold?" Qijue replied, "This is the Golden Crow pill. Primarily made from the talons of a golden crow. It can detoxify and ward off illness, strengthening the kidneys and body. Its rank should be around 6, not particularly high." Is there a problem? The Qin family exchanged glances, astonished. A 6th-tier pill was not high. It would be sufficient as a tribute in Zijin City. Had this fellow just emerged from the Palace of Versailles? A small 4th-grade chi-boosting pill has caused a frenzy in Jiangnan. They could never have imagined that Qijue was actually treating the old gentleman with a 6th-grade Jinwu pill. Upon reflection, it makes sense. Chickens consume all manner of snakes, insects, and pests. This black gold bee venom is simply its natural nemesis. Qijue exclaimed, "I never expected that in my lifetime. Our Qin family would encounter a true 6th-grade alchemist. Truly, heaven has not forsaken the Qin family, not to mention 500 billion. Even selling the entire Qin family would not suffice to procure a 6th-grade elixir. What incredible fortune! What incredible fortune! Brother Yi, your immense kindness will be forever etched in my memory." The Qin family members were profoundly moved. Qin Yun was especially breathless, biting her cherry lips, astonished that Qijue was so generous, casually producing a 6th-grade pill. How could she ever repay him? Meanwhile, Qin Zhenghao furrowed his brow, pouring cold water on the situation. "Elder brother, have you lost your senses? This fellow is clearly dressed in rags, evidently an ordinary person. How could he possibly possess such a priceless elixir? I suspect it must be a counterfeit. Be wary lest our father consumes it and meets his demise." Qijue chuckled. "Take it or leave it. If you do not trust me, I shall take my leave." After much contemplation, Qijue decided, "Trust those we employ, and distrust those we do not." He then accepted the Jinwu pill and administered it to the ailing Qin Feihu on the bed. The moment it made contact, he felt the pure potency of the elixir. After consuming the Jinwu pill, Qin Feihu's body trembled, and amidst his haggard expression, a fleeting look of agony appeared. Then, with a sudden burst, he expelled a mouthful of black blood. "Father!" Qijue was taken aback, hastily examining the old gentleman. To his horror, black blood flowed from all of Qin Feihu's orifices, his mouth, eyes, ears, and nose. Qin Zhenghao's eyes gleamed with triumph. "See, I told you the elixir was counterfeit. You wretch. You've used fake medicine to kill my father. I shall ensure you pay dearly for this." The other members of the Qin family were thrown into disarray. 7 orifices bleeding. This is a portent of calamity. The old patriarch may be in grave danger. It's over. He was already critically ill, and now having ingested this counterfeit medicine, he may not survive. Qin Yun was also in a state of bewilderment. Could it be that Qijue had truly doomed her grandfather? But just then, the tightly shut eyes of Qin Feihu, who was bleeding from 7 orifices, suddenly exhaled a breath of foul air, and the horrific black spots on his body began to visibly dissipate. He slowly opened his eyes. "Cough. Why do I feel so warm all over, as if there is a furnace in my belly? My vital energy flows smoothly now. Zhengwei, what miraculous elixir have you given me?" The room fell into a profound silence. Qin Zhenghao's expression darkened immensely. He has awakened. The effect was instantaneous. Just moments ago, the seemingly critically ill elder, who appeared on the verge of death, now bore a ruddy complexion, brimming with vitality. His eyes shimmering as if containing golden light. He bore no trace of illness whatsoever. Qijue was equally astonished. He had not realized earlier that this elder, Qin Feihu, was indeed a bona fide grand martial artist. No wonder the Qin family is determined to awaken him. With such remarkable prowess, there is hardly a rival to be found in the entirety of Jinling City. "Grandfather." Qin Yun, overwhelmed with emotion, wiped away her tears, her joy flowing like rain upon pear blossoms. "You have finally awakened. How splendid! How splendid! Thank you, Qijue. I am truly grateful to you." The Qin family, which had been on the brink of collapse, was salvaged with the revival of Qin Feihu. Qijue pointed at Qijue, bowing deeply in admiration. "Father, it was this esteemed brother Yi who presented a 6th-grade elixir, the Jinwu pill, to restore you. Moreover, it was also brother Yi who intervened to thwart the ghost doctor sect's sinister plot to harm Shaoan. He is indeed our family's fortunate star." Qin Feihu, his eyes weathered by time, turned to Qijue, Excellent. Excellent. Young friend, you have saved my Qin family from peril, and you are our benefactor. Such great kindness deserves no thanks. I bow to you in gratitude. Saying this, he personally rose to pay his respects to Yi Qijue. Qin Zhengwei also approached Yi Qijue, sincerely bowing in acknowledgement. Brother Yi, from now on, should you have any requests, do not hesitate to voice them. Yi Qijue waved his hand dismissively. I have no particular demands. You need only assist me in locating one person. If you succeed, I shall express my gratitude to you. He then strode directly towards the members of the Ghost Doctor sect. These individuals were among the reasons for his visit to the Qin family. He infused each of them with a strand of true energy. Please spare us, young hero. The leading half-step master of the Ghost Doctor sect knelt, pleading for mercy, fearing the torment they might endure at Yi Qijue's hands. Yi Qijue replied coolly, rest assured, I will not kill you. I have heard that your Ghost Doctor sect possesses a medical tome known as the Ghost Doctor's Secret Archive. Is that correct? Why yes, it seems. The half-step master nodded blankly. As internal disciples, they had only heard whispers of such a book within their sect, the Ghost Doctor's Secret Archive. How did you Qijue find out? You have 1 month to locate the Ghost Doctor's Secret Archive within the Ghost Doctor sect and return it to me. I shall assist you in expelling the true energy I have imparted to you. Otherwise, you will endure a punishment far more excruciating than the 13 ghost needles. Begone. Yi Qijue's quest for the Ghost Doctor's Secret Archive stemmed from the mention by his 3 masters that several extraordinary medical practitioners in Longhua might possess methods to eliminate the yang poison. The forebear of the Ghost Doctor sect, the inaugural sect leader, Ghost Doctor Wenxian, was indeed an extraordinary figure, dedicated to gathering remedies for various ailments and devoted to prolonging life through medical practices. His life's work culminated in the compilation of the Ghost Doctor's Secret Archive, establishing the Ghost Doctor sect. It is said that he even traveled to Penglai Island to exchange knowledge on longevity. Yet, these events transpired centuries ago. Although the contemporary Ghost Doctor sect no longer embodies the benevolent spirit of its origins, the medical texts of Ghost Doctor Wenxian might still contain accounts of this peculiar ailment, which would be immensely beneficial to Yi Qijue. The members of the Ghost Doctor sect nodded fervently. Yes, yes. Rest assured, young hero, we will undoubtedly procure it for you. Having narrowly escaped with their lives, even if it is a forbidden tome, they would pursue it with fervor. Qin Feihu surveyed the group and declared, since it is a directive from young Master Yi, we must procure this secret tome at all costs. Should you require assistance, feel free to seek the Qin family. Understood. Elder Qin. The group hurriedly replied before departing. Young Master Yi, I shall change into fresh attire. Please make yourself comfortable in the parlor. Qijue. Please bring forth my treasured mother tree Waishin to Hong Pao to entertain young Master Yi. As you wish, Qin Feihu instructed. Presently, he was covered in grime and dark blood, a most unseemly sight. Moments later, he emerged in a pristine and elegant robe, the effects of the golden crow pill reaching their zenith. His eyes sparkled with renewed vitality, rejuvenated as if he had reclaimed his youth, and his cultivation had surprisingly advanced further. Just as he was about to express his gratitude to Yi Qijue once more, a boisterous shout echoed from outside the Qin residence. Qin family, hand over the remnants of the Yi family who injured my brother. Otherwise, one of the 5 great families of Jiang and shall be diminished today. Qin Feihu's gaze darkened instantly. Having navigated the intricate web of Jiangnan's power dynamics for decades and established the illustrious Qin family, it had been years since anyone dared to speak so audaciously before him. Now, someone had the audacity to threaten him at his doorstep, even suggesting the obliteration of the Qin family? Very well. Just as I have recovered from my illness, it is an opportune moment to assert my authority. During my prolonged illness, the outside world must have assumed the Qin family was teetering on the brink of collapse, allowing even the most insignificant to tread upon us. Those who dare to target young master, ye must first inquire whether the Qin family consents. Zhengwei, Zhenghao, accompany me to discern the identity of this audacious individual. Young master, please enjoy your tea here. I shall return shortly. The group strode forth with purpose toward the entrance of the Qin residence. With assistance at hand, Yi Qijue relished the tranquility, sipping cup after cup of De Hong Pao. Upon reaching the entrance, they witnessed several celestial-level martial artists, thrown in like discarded ragdolls, in a most disheveled state. How brazen! Qin Zhengwei's ire was ignited, and he surged forward. Before him loomed a group of imposing figures, clad in training garb, each resembling a towering iron statue, their muscles bulging, skin glinting like metal, seemingly impervious to bullets. They were practitioners of rigorous martial arts. The Li family. The Li family's influence in Jiangnan was not to be underestimated, boasting several masters. Yet, why would they send so many to confront Qijue, particularly the leader? A colossal figure radiating an overwhelming presence, a half-step grand martial master, Li Tianbao, the current head of the Li family's martial arts school. However, Qin Yun discerned the truth immediately. The intruders were indeed kin of Li Tianqing. But how audacious was the Li family? Even a ninth-grade master, the Dominator Blade, was dispatched by Qijue in a single strike. A mere half-step martial master dared to seek vengeance? Li Tianbao, you are exceedingly bold to assault the Qin family's guards. We are a prominent family in Jiangnan. This is no place for your reckless antics. Qijue demanded. Li Tianbao merely scoffed, showing no regard for Qin Zhongwei's authority. Elder Qin, spare us the charade. The Qin family is on the verge of demise, soon to join Qin Feihu in oblivion. What claim to nobility do you possess? I kindly remind you that Qijue not only took the life of my brother, but has also committed an unspeakable crime. If your Qin family dares to protect him, you are courting your own demise. Hand him over to me at once, or do not blame me for unleashing a massacre. The former Qin family indeed commanded respect. But now their fortress is crumbling. Who still regards you with any esteem? He is a half-step martial sovereign. Although the Qin family boasts a few masters, he alone is sufficient to dominate the entire scene. Qin Zhongwei declared his stance. Li Tianbao, Mr. Yi is now a distinguished guest of the Qin family. Under no circumstances can we hand him over to you. Should you choose to embark on a rampage, the Qin family will not hesitate to go to war with the Li family. If war is your desire, I fear you not. Achong, go to the Qin family and bring Qijue to me, alive, for I have grand plans. Li Tianbao scoffed. Yes. A hulking brute sprang into action, charging forth like a freight truck. If you wish to touch Mr. Yi, you must first pass through me. Qin Zhongwei, filled with fury, engaged. However, their strengths were evenly matched, both being around the level of first-tier masters, resulting in a fierce stalemate. Yet, as time passed, Achong, relying on his youth and vigor, began to overpower Qin Zhongwei, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. Haha. Li Tianbao laughed heartily. Indeed, with Qin Feihu's death, the Qin family has become a toothless tiger. Even a disciple from my martial hall can easily subdue them. Ha ha ha. Oh, is that so? I've heard I was to meet my end. Yet, an aged voice resonated, and Qin Feihu emerged like an old lion, his gaze sharp, stepping forth. In an instant, he flashed to Achong's side, his massive hand descending like a fan. Black tiger prowling. PFF. The might of a grand martial sovereign erupted. Achong had no chance to resist. His chest pierced by a claw, collapsing in disarray. What? Li Tianbao was instantly taken aback as if seeing a ghost. Qin Feihu? Alive? He dispatched his prized disciple with a single swipe. Witnessing his robust form, he appeared even more formidable than Achong, his fingers resembling steel rods, betraying no signs of frailty or illness. Could it be that the intelligence was flawed? Old Master Qin, you have recovered. Li Tianbao gaped in disbelief. Qin Feihu fixed his gaze upon him. Indeed. What, are you displeased? Or is it that my survival has thwarted your plans for carnage within the Qin family? No. This is all a misunderstanding. I shall take my leave immediately. Li Tianbao instantly cowered. He understood his own limitations. In his youth, Qin Feihu was a grand martial sovereign. How could he, a mere half-step martial sovereign, stand a chance? Yet in the next moment, Qin Feihu leapt into action, swiftly appearing before Li Tianbao, his expression dark and foreboding. You come to the Qin family to commit murder and yet wish to depart? Tiger Claw. A more ferocious tiger claw descended upon him. The murderous intent was overwhelming, showing no intention of leaving any survivors. He had just realized that Qijue must have killed Li Tianqing, prompting Li Tianbao's visit. The Qin family's intent to protect Qijue equated to a declaration of war with the Li family. Given that both sides were now locked in a deadly struggle, why not end it swiftly? No. You dare not kill me. My father is behind. Li Tianbao braced himself, straining to block the impending attack. He sought to withstand Qin Feihu's strike with his formidable physique honed through rigorous training. However, with a vicious snap, Qin Feihu mercilessly tore apart Li Tianbao's arms with a single claw. His fingers descended like mountains. With a sickening thud, Li Tianbao's head was caught squarely, fingers piercing to the bone. His eyes widened in disbelief as he succumbed to the ground, his demise rivaling that of the famed physician Wang. He could hardly fathom why. In pursuit of the seemingly unrelated Qijue, Qin Feihu acted as if he had stumbled upon a forbidden treasure, killing at will. Even he, a core descendant of the Li family, was not spared. The other members of the Qin family were equally bewildered. With a single claw, Li Tianbao was slain. It seemed the elder intended to sever ties with the Li family entirely. Was it worth it? Qin Feihu surveyed the remaining Li family members. With Li Tianbao dead, the demise of a few more Li family experts would not be excessive. Let them perish. Since the two families had become enemies, mercy towards foes was merely cruelty towards oneself. As these words escaped his lips, the remaining burly men trembled in fear. Had the Qin family truly gone mad? They sought to eradicate every last one. Indeed, Qijue received the order, leading his men to confront the remaining Li family experts. At that moment, a voice filled with fury echoed. "Ah, Qin Feihu, you dare to kill my son. Then do not blame me for being merciless. Today, I shall slaughter your entire Qin family." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a frail elder descended from the heavens. He unleashed a ferocious punch upon the Qin family members. Instantly, the ground before him was engulfed in chaos, a tempest of true energy rampaging forth, sending Qijue and the other Qin family experts hurtling through the air, some suffering broken bones, others tragically perishing, their lifeless forms crashing to the earth. Only Qijue, as a master, fared slightly better, though he still coughed up blood. "Father." Qin Yun's face paled in alarm as she hurried to support her father. "Li Yuanlai?" Upon recognizing the newcomer, Qin Feihu's eyes narrowed, his expression growing grave. The arrival was none other than the ancestral patriarch of the Li family, known as one of the 13 protectors and the mightiest descendant of Li Xuanzhao, spanning 48 generations. Despite his frail appearance, the old man was composed entirely of sinewy muscle. His martial prowess was unrivaled throughout Jiangyan. Even he would choose to retreat. His cultivation was a terrifying third-rank grand martial master. Qin Yun now understood. No wonder Li Tianbao, a mere half-step martial master, dared to confront Yi Qijue. It turned out his father was backing him. Ancestor. The Li family members felt as though they had found their savior. Li Yuanlia's hawk-like gaze scrutinized Qin Feihu intently. "Qin Feihu, you have truly recovered. But alas, your Qin family should never have sheltered that remnant of the Yi family. He has committed heinous crimes. How dare you protect him and even slay my son? Today, I shall annihilate the entire Qin family to avenge my son and subsequently deliver that Yi family remnant to justice. My Li family shall undoubtedly rise to take the place of the Qin family among the 5 great families." Li Yuanlai let out a sinister laugh and charged forth, launching an assault on Qin Feihu. "How audacious! I shall meet you in battle." Qin Feihu, enraged, struck back. Having just consumed the golden crow pill, he felt as though his body were an inferno, brimming with inexhaustible strength. Even though he was a couple of realms below Li Yuanlai, he dared to confront him with lethal intent. Boom! The tiger's claw collided fiercely with Li Yuanlia's brutal fist, each refusing to yield. However, despite Qin Feihu's overwhelming ferocity, his reliance on his formidable physical prowess was akin to that of an iron tortoise. "You cannot harm me, yet I can surely vanquish you." Seeing that he could not gain the upper hand against the second-tier Grand Martial Master Qin Feihu in such a short time, Li Yuanlai was filled with fury. He decided to abandon defense entirely and unleash a full-on assault. Qin Feihu's claw, fierce beyond measure, lunged towards Li Yuanlia's chest. Unflinching, Li Yuanlai met the claw head-on, his gaunt arm striking back at Qin Feihu's torso. Qin Feihu was taken aback. Yet, retreat was no longer an option, and even if he attempted to withdraw, his opponent's assault had already reached him, rendering any abandonment of action futile. They could only clash. Thud! Qin Feihu's claw pierced through Li Yuanlia's training garb, yet the resilient skin, hardened by rigorous training, merely bore 5 crimson imprints. Bang! He himself was sent hurtling away by Li Yuanlia's punch, his chest feeling as though it had shattered. His body crashing against the wall of the Qin estate, creating a substantial dent. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. "Grandfather!" Qin Yun exclaimed in shock. Blood marks adorned one side, while internal injuries plagued him. The outcome was clear. Li Yuanlai scoffed. "Ha ha ha. Qin Feihu, it seems you have made little progress over the years. You can only tickle me. Today marks the demise of you and your Qin family." A voice from the Qin family cried out, "This old man has murderous intent." Quickly summoned the royal-level protector. The reason the Qin family could ascend to one of the 5 great clans was not merely due to their trillion-dollar assets, but their greatest trump card was the presence of a martial king-level protector. With royal-level cultivation, they were nearly at the pinnacle of power in the Jiangnan region. However, such formidable experts could not be stationed within the Qin family at all times. They often ventured outside to hone their skills and seek breakthroughs. At most, they served as a deterrent. Yet today, no one anticipated that the ancestral patriarch of the Li family, Li Yuanlai, would suddenly emerge. Arriving at the gates of the Qin family, it is too late. Li Yuanlai sneered repeatedly. As long as I capture you Qijue, not even a royal-level protector, let alone a venerable level 1, would dare to exact revenge for you Qin family. Qin Feihu, you killed my son Tianbao. I shall now crush both your sons and send your entire family on their way. With that, he moved with alacrity, charging directly toward Qin Zhongwei and Qin Yun. Li Yuanlai, dare you? Qin Feihu, his eyes wide with rage, attempted to rise to their aid, but a searing pain gripped his chest, and blood flowed more profusely from his lips. Li Yuanlai was indeed a third-tier grand martial master. Moreover, he grew more formidable with age. One punch from him was nearly unbeatable at the same level. Having just recovered from a grave illness, could he truly bear to watch his son and granddaughter perish? Just when Qin Yun and Qin Zhongwei were on the brink of becoming casualties beneath Li Yuanlia's fists, an unexpected figure emerged from the Qin estate, capturing everyone's attention. A mere grand martial master thinks he can seize me? Living in a dream. It was none other than Yi Qijue, having savored the tea to its fullest. The time for violence had arrived. He could not bear to witness the Qin family suffer a tragic demise because of him. Li Yuanlai halted, his aged eyes narrowing. Are you the remnant of the Yi family? Is it you who killed my son, Li Tianqing, in the Chao household? Yi Qijue replied calmly, indeed. Li Tianqing sought to eliminate me after accepting benefits from Chao Hong, and I merely retaliated in kind. Quite reasonable, wouldn't you agree? Li Yuanlai erupted with bloodthirsty intent. Sneering coldly, arrogant brat. I shall first shatter your limbs and then torment you for 3 days and nights to appease my son Tianqing's spirit. With that, he lunged at Yi Qijue like a falcon diving for its prey. A punch was unleashed, the overwhelming pressure of a grand martial sovereign reaching its zenith. Qin Feihu hastily cautioned, young friend Yi, this old wretch is the 13th descendant of the 13 protectors. His martial prowess has attained an unparalleled realm. You cannot match him. Evade quickly. However, in the next moment, a blazing sun swept across the scene. Everyone felt an unbearable wave of scorching heat. With a crisp sound, the formidable Li Yuanlia's copper skin and iron bones turned to ash, evaporating into the air. What martial prowess? Was this all? Yi Qijue withdrew his fist nonchalantly. He was not a man of bloodshed, yet some individuals simply lacked insight. At the gates of the Qin family, an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. The Li family was bewildered. The Qin family was equally confounded, especially Qin Feihu, who could barely withstand a few exchanges against Li Yuanlai. Yet here was Yi Qijue, who had effortlessly slain him with a single blow. What power did this young divine physician possess? Thud, the remaining brawny men led by Li Tianbao, upon witnessing this scene, felt their legs turn to jelly, trembling uncontrollably, collapsing to the ground. The Li family's ancestor, undefeated throughout Jinling, had been dispatched in an instant. What use was their struggle? Thus, Li Yuanlai, Li Tianbao, and Li Tianqing, the 3 grandmasters of the Li family, were all vanquished. The Li family of Jinling had met its demise today. Meanwhile, Qin Feihu and the others remained in a state of shock, unable to react for a long time. Primarily, Yi Qijue's medical skills were already extraordinary, able to neutralize even the black gold bee venom from the ghostly physician sect, and he casually produced the 6th grade elixir, the Golden Crow Pill. Now, he had showcased the invincible might of a grand martial sovereign. Such a prodigy had never graced the Qin family. Qin Zhenghao involuntarily stepped back 2 paces, his gaze towards Yi Qijue filled with deep apprehension. How could this lad annihilate a grand martial sovereign in an instant? I was just contemplating a confrontation with him. Am I courting death? Young friend Yi, who exactly are you? Qin Feihu could no longer contain himself and was about to inquire when suddenly a member of the household rushed in, breathless and alarmed. Master, it's a disaster. A grave incident has occurred in Jinling. A calamity has befallen Jiangnan. Someone has slain the king of Jinling and Lu Yuqiang. They even crippled the steward of the Lu family who came to offer congratulations. Jiangnan is on the brink of upheaval. At this moment, a member of the Qin family hurriedly entered, his face a mask of panic, gasping for breath. Do not rush, speak slowly. Qin Feihu and the others were taken aback. Someone had indeed killed Chao Hong and the young lady of the Lu family. This was a matter significant enough to alter the balance of power in Jiangnan. However, the expression of the member soon morphed into one of sheer terror. Because he saw Qijue. Ah, it is indeed him. The members of the Qin family found themselves at a loss for words. They never anticipated that such a madman would be within their own Qin family. Did this not imply he fainted from the sheer shock? The onlookers of the Qin family were left bewildered, staring blankly at Qijue. Qin Yun could only wear a conflicted expression as she recounted the events that transpired at the king of Jinling's residence. She had returned in haste and had yet to explain. However, the news was simply too explosive. Upon finishing her account, the members of the Qin family gaped at Qijue, their mouths agape and eyes wide, nearly leaping in fright. Now they understood. While Li Tianbao and Li Yuanlai had declared that Qijue had committed an unforgivable crime, to shield him was tantamount to seeking death. This was the reason. Qin Feihu inhaled sharply. Are you saying it was Chao Hong, 5 years ago, under the orders of the god of war Lingfeng, who orchestrated the massacre of over 100 members of the Lingzhou Yi family? And Yi Xiaoyu is the sole survivor of the Yi family. He has now located Jinling, slaughtered the entire Chao family, and even fed Lu Yuqiong to dogs? This is no esteemed guest. This is simply a harbinger of doom. Qin Yun could only smile wryly in agreement. Indeed, my condition for inviting Qijue was that our Qin family would assist him in locating the god of war Lingfeng. The moment this was uttered, the Qin family erupted, assisting Qijue in searching for the god of war Lingfeng. This was akin to the Qin family publicly declaring an alliance with the enemies of the god of war. Could the Qin family withstand the repercussions? Not to mention that this individual had also provoked the Lu family of Ling'an. Who is Lu Shen? The commander of the 9 provinces in the southern Dragon Kingdom. A single word could determine the rise or fall of a city. His daughter was murdered. The killer has now become a benefactor of the Qin family. Even if the wrath were to spill over to the Qin family, it would be akin to a natural disaster. Young lady, you are mistaken. How could you bring him back to the Qin family? Is this not placing the Qin family in peril? While he indeed healed the old master, settling the diagnostic fee was sufficient. We must not become entangled with him. The members of the Qin family lamented. Qin Feihu, Qijue, and the other leaders of the Qin family fell silent. Qijue could not help but raise an eyebrow. What does this mean? Just moments ago, they had shown some goodwill in helping him take down Li Tianbao, and now they were planning to betray him? After a moment of tumult, Qin Feihu, lost in thought, finally spoke. Enough. I reiterate. Yi Xiaoyu has rendered great kindness to the Qin family, and shall forever remain a distinguished guest of ours. Since Yun'er has already made a promise, our Qin family shall uphold our word. We will certainly assist Yi Xiaoyu in locating the perpetrator Chun Lingfeng. The old master of the Qin family decisively declared. In the end, he chose to stand by Qijue's side. Given that the die had been cast and they had already consumed his 6th grade elixir, even if they were to sever ties with Qijue now, it was likely that the god of war Lingfeng and the Lu family would not believe them. Rather than bowing and scraping to the Lu family or the Qin family to explain, it would be far better to turn the tables and wholeheartedly assist Qijue. In just a brief span of 5 years, a remarkable prodigy capable of vanquishing the great martial sect surely merits a gamble from the Qin family. Does it not? Upon hearing this, Qin Yun finally exhaled deeply, her expression softening. Fortunately, her grandfather had made the same choice as she did. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss on how to explain it to Qijue. However, the other members of the Qin family were not in agreement. Elder, please reconsider. This young man has stirred up a monumental crisis. He could bring ruin upon the Qin family. It is best to keep our distance. Qin Zhenghao added, Father, I dissent. Though this lad saved your life, it is not worth wagering the fate of our entire clan. This could very well lead to the decline of the Qin family. Qin Feihu glared fiercely, rebuking, if you disagree, then hold your tongue. Were it not for young Master Yi, I would have perished at the hands of the ghost doctor sect. Little Yun was also under a curse. We might not even have a Qin family left. What does decline matter in such circumstances? Enough. I have made my decision. No one shall voice any further objections, or they shall face the family's discipline. At his words, Qin Zhenghao and the others fell silent, for the family discipline was wielded by the elder himself with great severity. Who could withstand the wrath of the great martial sect? At that moment, Yi Qijue smiled perfunctorily. Elder Qin, do not feel overly pressured. If you are unwilling, you may distance yourself from me. I have no objections. Qin Feihu quickly shook his head. Young Master Yi, you jest. The Qin family is not ungrateful. You selflessly provided me with the 6th level golden crow pill. If we lack the courage to acknowledge this, then our position among the 5 great families of Jiangnan is indeed ill-gotten. In truth, he was secretly wiping the cold sweat from his brow. The Qin family members were still too young. The Lu family and the god of war, Ling Feng, were indeed formidable. Yet, the ruthless figures capable of eliminating Chao Hong, Lu Yuqiong, and Li Yuanlai were right before them. To sever ties? What a naive thought. Despite his youthful appearance, Qin Feihu was certain that should he refuse and dismiss Yi Qijue as ungrateful, this seemingly harmless young man would have a 60% chance of retaliating against the Qin family. Not even a royal-level offering could deter him. Qin Yan spoke earnestly. Yi Qijue, I assure you, I will do my utmost to help you find the whereabouts of Ling Feng, the god of war. The moment I receive any news, I will inform you immediately. Yi Qijue nodded in satisfaction. Thus far, the Qin family's performance had been commendable. If they truly managed to locate Ling Feng, it would be a significant assistance to him. Very well. Please contact me when you have news. Yi Qijue left his contact information with Qin Yun and then turned to depart. The affairs in Jinling were settled. Now, all that remained was to await news of Chen Lingfeng. After Yi Qijue's departure, Qin Feihu instructed his two sons to eliminate the remaining members of the Li family. He then pulled Qin Yun aside, smiling broadly. Yuner, your grandfather must thank you. Qin Yun hurriedly waved her hand. Grandfather, you have devoted your life to the Qin family. We all worry when you are unwell. It is my duty to assist. Qin Feihu shook his head. No, my frail old bones. What do they matter in the face of life and death? What I wish to convey is not this. Grandfather wishes to express gratitude for your invaluable assistance in bringing young Master Yi to the Qin family. Ah? Qin Yun was astonished. She had no idea that grandfather held Yi Qijue in such high regard, not only refraining from reproaching her, but also offering thanks. Grandfather, do you not blame me for dragging the Qin family into this predicament? For daring to associate with a formidable figure who has annihilated the Chao family and provoked the Lu family, a veritable harbinger of doom? Qin Feihu narrowed his eyes, his piercing gaze revealing the depth of his insight. The vast world is not without its dangers. Even if we refrain from provoking colossal entities such as the Lu family or the Qin family, do you believe the Qin family can remain unscathed? After Chao Hong ascended as the king of Jinling, his ambitions have only swelled. And it is only a matter of time before he seeks to engulf our Qin family with the might of the Lu family. Our clash with the Lu family is already predestined. Now, we have a prime opportunity. That is Yi Qijue. We must ensure he remains with us. Qin Feihu, in his elevated position, possessed a clearer understanding of the geopolitical landscape of Jinling and Jiang than anyone else. Although the Qin family appeared to be one of the 5 great clans, in reality, they were surrounded by wolves and tigers, beset on all sides. First-rate families, such as the Chao and Li clans, have long harbored ambitions to supplant us. Therefore, even if one desires to remain aloof, it would amount to little more than a few years of mere survival. This is precisely why Qin Feihu resolutely chose to aid Yi Qijue. Qin Yun nodded. Grandfather, I understand. I will exhaust every means to invite Yi Qijue to the Qin family, to become a significant ally for us, no matter the investment required. I shall not hesitate. Qin Feihu chuckled. Silly girl. Young Master Yi's every action is worth a fortune. Mere wealth is inconsequential to him. The one thing the Qin family possesses that can attract him is you. What? Is it you marrying young Master Yi? Ah? Qin Yun's fair face flushed crimson. She never anticipated that Qin Feihu would suggest such a thing. Marry Yi Qijue? Grandfather, what are you saying? We hardly know each other. He barely even acknowledges my presence. Qin Yun felt a surge of indignation at Yi Qijue's indifference towards her. Others vied to curry favor with her. Yet Yi Qijue treated her as if she were a mere piece of wood. Qin Feihu replied with a smile, feelings can be cultivated over time. It is entirely normal for a young prodigy like Yi Qijue to possess a bit of temperament. At the very least, he has aided the Qin family twice, indicating he does not harbor any disdain for you. If he seems aloof, you should approach him. A girl must also learn to take the initiative. This lad is quite remarkable, and at such a young age, he can stand tall in Jinling, challenging the war god of Lingfeng. He is destined for greatness, and many illustrious families will undoubtedly seek to recruit him. You must seize this chance. Qin Feihu cast a meaningful glance at his granddaughter before retreating to his room for rest. Qin Yun gazed in the direction Yi Qijue had departed, her heart racing with excitement and trepidation. To be honest, aside from his aloofness, there was nothing about Yi Qijue that she could find fault with. He was remarkably handsome. His demeanor was commanding. If he truly held no disdain for her, perhaps exploring a romantic relationship might not be out of the question. Meanwhile, the Qin brothers finished clearing the remaining members of the Li family, preparing to find a suitable location to bury them. Qin Jinghao spoke. Elder brother, you should return to take care of father. I will handle the rest. Upon Qinjue's departure with his entourage, the remaining members of the Qin family stealthily gathered around. Second Master, are we truly going to heed the old man's words and wholeheartedly assist that young man with the surname Yi in opposing Admiral Liu? He is the governor of 9 provinces and a formidable figure. Eradicating a Qin family would be as easy as child's play. Isn't this courting death? Qin Jinghao smirked coldly. Assist him? Nonsense. I am not foolish enough to gamble my life for someone unrelated. Since the old man and the other members of the Qin family seek their demise, let us conveniently make way for a new head of the Qin family. With that, he dialed a number. The news of the Chao family being wiped out on their wedding anniversary spread like wildfire. The entire Jiangnan was left in shock. How could anyone dare to lay a hand on the daughter and son-in-law of the Liu family? They must have been extraordinarily reckless. Before long, Liu Feng, who had been rendered crippled by Qijue, boarded a private jet and flew back to Ling'an. Compared to Jiangnan, Ling'an was even more prosperous, with martial prowess generally 1 or 2 levels higher. Its capital, Lu City, was the most affluent place in all of Ling'an, a veritable economic stronghold of the Dragon Kingdom. Yet, within the city, there existed but one colossal entity, the Liu family. Indeed, the Liu in Lu City refers to the Liu family, a clan that embodies an entire city. Across the vast territory of the Great Xia, the Liu family stands as a first-rate clan, both in strength and background. For they are backed by the governor of 9 provinces. At this moment, in a study within the heart of Lu City, spanning over 10 miles and adorned with antiques valued in the millions, an elderly man with prominent cheekbones and an unremarkable appearance was diligently inscribing words, his brush dancing across the paper with grace. He pinned the 4 characters, Yuan-Ti-Yuan-Ji, flowing with elegance and grandeur. Those nearby could not help but exclaim, excellent. Yuan-Ti-Yuan-Ji, come amidst chaos. Once this masterpiece is unveiled, it is sure to be fiercely contested by the affluent of Ling'an. I estimate these 4 characters are worth at least 40 million. This venerable elder was none other than Lu Xun, the governor of 9 provinces. Unlike the ostentatious and extravagant King Chaohong of Jinling, Lu Xun dressed in a very understated manner, donning simple gray civilian clothes, devoid of any ostentatious brands or watches, blending in with the crowd. Yet, even in such plain attire, he exuded a commanding presence from his long tenure in power, making it difficult for others to approach. A dignitary of 9 provinces need not indulge in opulence. Just as he was concluding his final stroke of the brush, an urgent voice called from outside, Master, it's bad news. The steward has returned. He has been rendered crippled. With a sudden tremor, Lu Xun's brush fell from his fingers, ruining his masterpiece. Moments later, Liu Feng, nearly paralyzed and confined to a wheelchair, was wheeled into the room. Upon seeing Lu Xun, he collapsed to the ground, crying out in anguish, Master, young lady, the young lady, has died in Jinling. Chapter 49. Lu Xun discovers Yi Qijue's background. What? The brush slipped from Lu Xun's grasp, clattering to the ground. In the next moment, the murky old eyes sparkled with a fierce rage. Yu Qiang, has she been killed? By whom? Does he possess 100 heads, daring to harm the daughter of Lu Xun? The steward, Lu Feng, replied earnestly, it was a young man named Yi Qijue. Not only has he slain the young lady, but he also annihilated the entire Chao family. His methods are extraordinarily brutal. Humph. Regardless of who it is, anyone who dares to touch a member of the Liu family shall meet a most wretched end. Come here. Lu Xun was about to command his subordinates when a sudden thought struck him, prompting him to repeat the inquiry. What did you say his name was? Yi Qijue. Could it be that this is the same boy from the Yi family in Lingzhou, whom Chaohong executed 5 years ago under Chen Lingfeng's orders, to conceal the murder? They even staged an arson and massacre? He actually survived? It should be him. This boy seemed like an ordinary person a few years back. But after 5 years, who knows what kind of miraculous place he has returned from, now possessing an unmatched prowess. Even the renowned Blade Sovereign fell at his hands. He has killed a 9th-grade grandmaster? Lu Xun gasped in astonishment. After a long moment of contemplation, he mused, truly, he is the son of that woman. In just 5 short years, he has ascended to the level of a great martial sect master, perhaps even a martial king. It is utterly astonishing. Give him a few more years, and he might very well upheave the Dragon Kingdom, until the truth of his mother's tragic case from over 20 years ago emerges. Many more shall perish. However, no matter how exceptional his talents may be, he will still taste the bitterness of Jiangnan. Lu Xun sneered. As the commander of the southern 9 gates of the Dragon Kingdom, he was privy to numerous upper-class secrets, including Yi Qijue's lineage. Enough. Go find a national physician to tend to your injuries. I shall handle this matter. Lu Xin instructed his subordinate to take Lu Feng for treatment. I am not the only one wishing for Yi Qijue's demise. I must inform Old Wei. Once his master discovers that Yi Qijue is still alive, the entire royal Wei family in the capital may face annihilation. Ideally, we should ensure that Yi Qijue disappears without a trace. Meanwhile, Yi Qijue had returned to Lingzhou. Luo Ling had prepared a meal and was waiting for him. Brother. Upon seeing Yi Qijue, Yi Luo Ling was filled with delight. Although she was aware of Yi Qijue's remarkable skills, this time he had faced the formidable king of Jinling. With just a flick of his finger, he could obliterate Lingzhou. Brother, how did it go at the Chao family? Is King Xiaohong the one who orchestrated the massacre of the Yi family 5 years ago? Noticing Yi Qijue's silence, Yi Luo Ling took the initiative to inquire. Yi Qijue nodded. Yes, Xiaohong is dead. Before he perished, he revealed everything. Yi Luo Ling was astonished, not expecting her brother Qijue to have killed the lofty Xiaohong. Yet, it was evident that Yi Qijue was not in high spirits. As if burdened by some concern, Yi Luo Ling forced a smile. Brother, you have avenged the Yi family by killing Xiaohong. This is indeed a good thing. Why the long face? Yi Qijue pursed his lips. In truth, Xiaohong was not the mastermind. The one pulling his strings should be the war god of Jiangdong, Chen Lingfeng. But he has retired 5 years ago, making him difficult to locate. Now, the web of connections is growing larger, completely detached from the Lingzhou Yi family. Thus, my parents' suspicions were indeed correct. The true cause of the Yi family's demise was me. I am the one who brought ruin to over 100 of my kin. Yi Qijue is overwhelmed with guilt. Once, I harbored a fantasy that the Yi family had fallen victim to calamity merely due to the covetous eyes upon some treasures. However, when Xiaohong revealed that Chen Lingfeng demanded the execution of the young males of the Yi clan, the ulterior motive became painfully clear. The slaughter of the Yi family was merely a pretext. The true target was him. The Yi family perished to protect him. This realization fills Yi Qijue with profound remorse. Yi Luoling, with a pained expression, shook her head. Brother, have I not told you? This was our parents' choice. It is not your fault. The entire Yi family regards you as kin. Even if it were not due to your lineage, should you ever find yourself in trouble, the Yi family would stand by you without hesitation. They would never abandon you. Her words warmed Yi Qijue's heart. Luoling, thank you. Having a sister like you is truly a blessing. Now let us speak of matters at hand. How is the consolidation of the Yi family's assets progressing? What is the current valuation? Yi Luoling pulled out her phone to check the records. The 3 main pillars of the Yi family's enterprises, transportation, pharmaceuticals, and investment-related groups, have all been reclaimed. Currently, the total assets amount to approximately 8 billion, and they continue to recover. Yi Qijue nodded. 5 years ago, at the height of the Yi family's prosperity, the assets were around 200 billion. Although it is now just the two of us, it still represents the Yi family. 8 billion is insufficient. 800 billion would be more fitting. The Yi family fell due to me, and I shall lead them back to glory. Yi Qijue produced 2 prescription formulas. Luoling, do you remember me mentioning a scar removal ointment? This is the formula. Have the pharmaceutical research team prepare it for testing to help with your scars, then apply for market release. The other is a beauty elixir. If we can achieve mass production, it could yield at least this much. Yi Qijue raised a finger. 100 billion? 1,000 billion. Yi Luoling gasped, covering her mouth. A single formula could rival the wealth of a prominent family from Jiangnan. In truth, Yi Qijue understated the value. This is one of the secrets to eternal youth cherished by countless affluent individuals worldwide. Although he has diluted the beauty elixir over 100 times, it remains sufficient for the average person. Once it hits the market, it is destined to become a sensation. It may very well nurture a unicorn pharmaceutical giant in Longhua. But Luoling is worth it. The Yi family is worth it. After several days of calm, just as the Yi pharmaceutical company was fervently researching the 2 formulas, the Qin family acted swiftly. They soon uncovered clues from 5 years prior. Qinyan called Yi Qijue. Have you found the whereabouts of Lingfeng the war god? Not yet. However, I have discovered a treasure of the Yi family that was auctioned by Chen Lingfeng 5 years ago. It is an ancient wooden box. Where is it? Zhonghai. Given the gravity of the situation, Yi Qijue resolved to accompany Qinyan to Zhonghai to investigate. Finding the ancient box might just lead them to Chen Lingfeng. It is worth mentioning that Yi Luoling is also prepared to accompany them. During the last trip to Jinling, she did not follow Yi Qijue and spent an entire day in Lingzhou filled with worry. This time, she is uncertain how many days the journey will take. So she decided to join and see for herself what treasures the Yi family possesses that have caught the eye of a war god. After arranging all operations of the Yi family's enterprises, the two set off in their car to meet Qin and Jinling. Originally, Qin had mentioned sending someone to pick them up, but since it was on the way, Qijue opted to drive himself. It was merely over 100 kilometers. However, on the final stretch of the national road before entering the highway, a thunderous roar erupted. While Qijue was waiting at a red light, a cement truck weighing several tons brazenly ran a red light, barreling straight towards his vehicle. What does this mean? Qijue frowned. Before he could react, a second alarming sound approached. At the same time, a loaded semi-trailer truck, akin to a mad bull, came charging towards him without any sign of slowing down. Although this national road was sparsely populated, the speed of the semi was extraordinarily fast, akin to that on a highway, utterly defying logic. Each coil of steel it carried weighed several tons. The two trucks had effectively trapped Qijue in between. If they were to collide from both the front and rear, he would be crushed like a sandwich. It was evident that both vehicles were intent on causing mayhem. Yi Luoling's face turned pale with fear. At this moment, they were surrounded by private cars, with no escape route in sight. The drivers of the vehicles around Qijue were equally terrified. Paralyzed by the overwhelming presence of the two colossal trucks, like mountains about to fall. Act swiftly. Qijue made a decisive move. Abruptly slamming the car door and grasping Yi Luoling's shoulder, abandoning the vehicle. Meanwhile, the other small car was unable to react in time. Helplessly watching the two titans close in. Boom. In the next instant, the cement truck and the semi-trailer crashed together like bulldozers, obliterating all obstacles in their path with a deafening roar, violently colliding. 3 or 4 private cars in the midst were crushed like mere toys, reduced to fragments. Any semblance of protective structures paled in comparison to the weight of the 100-ton behemoths. The scene turned chaotic, with thick smoke billowing and utter pandemonium erupting. In an instant, 5 or 6 lives were extinguished. Help! Someone! Please save me. Others were caught in the chaos and injured. Amidst the flying debris of car parts and the frantic escape of those nearby, a black, unmarked van quietly approached, and 2 figures emerged, heading towards the scene of the collision to search. No survivors. All were mangled beyond recognition, with no chance of survival. Mission accomplished. One of them exclaimed with delight. Qijue must be among this pile of mangled remains. By heavens, we are about to strike it rich. Completing a 10 million task just like that. The other person nodded in agreement. He must be dead. Who would have thought this fellow would be so easy to kill? At the moment of his triumph, a rather unremarkable voice suddenly resonated from behind him. Someone is willing to pay 10 million to have me killed? Who could it be? Chen Lingfeng or Lu Shen? Both men were taken aback. Upon turning around, they beheld a young man with strikingly sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, casually standing with his hands in his pockets, his expression nonchalant. Who else could it be but Qijue? How could he have escaped them? Neither of them had noticed. I do not recognize either of the two you mentioned. One of the assassins replied coldly. Kid, you do possess some talent, but you were rather foolish, having narrowly escaped. You should have kept your head down. Stepping forward like this only shows you're afraid we might not find you. Another chimed in. Kid, you are courting death. However, since you've delivered yourself to us, I shall grant you a complete corpse. With that, both men drew out a dagger shimmering with a bluish hue, coated in venom. Simultaneously, an overwhelming aura erupted from them. One was a 6th grade master, while the other was an 8th grade master, their prowess astonishing. Qijue cast a frigid glance at the two. You two truly are despicable. While I can accept your attempt on my life, you have also inadvertently taken the lives of 4 or 5 others. I suggest you go down and apologize to the deceased. You're seeking death. The 2 assassins charged forward, their daggers lunging towards Qijue's chest and neck with astonishing speed, reminiscent of a unique martial art technique. Yet to Qijue, their movements were akin to slow motion. With a casual motion, he unleashed a palm strike, releasing a torrent of energy that surged forth like a river bursting its banks. Fear flickered in the eyes of the 2 assassins. The force of that strike was terrifying, far beyond their limits. In the next instant, the overwhelming power swept through them, sending their bodies hurtling uncontrollably, like boats tossed in a furious sea. Thud, thud. The 2 assassins crashed into the ground, creating 2 deep craters, their bones shattered, and they spat blood in a frenzy. The 6th grade master perished on the spot, while the 8th grade assassin, though gravely injured, clung to life. Qijue spared him for interrogation. Speak. Who sent you to kill me? Qijue inquired in a deep voice. The 8th grade assassin stammered, "Kid, to be honest, we do not know who truly wants you dead. Your name has been placed on the assassination list of the Black Web, categorized as a D-grade task, yet the reward is an astonishing 10 million. Whoever claims your life can directly claim this bounty." D-grade task? How many levels are there? Qijue asked. There are 5 in total, from A to D, descending in severity, with S being the highest. Those who place bounties for assassination on the Black Web typically hold high status. D-grade usually comes with rewards in the hundreds of thousands. A-grade can reach billions. Your case is quite exceptional. Qijue comprehended the gravity of the situation. Someone had indeed placed a bounty on his head on the Black Web, essentially recruiting bounty hunters. Anyone in the world in need of money could take on the task to kill him. Who could it be? Hiding in the shadows and too cowardly to show themselves. Was it Chen Lingfeng or Lu Shun? The 8th-tier assassin threatened, "Kid, if we are defeated today, we will concede, but I advise you to release me quickly. We are members of the Dark Sparrow, a long-established assassin organization of the Dragon Kingdom. Our leader is a formidable 7th-tier martial king, possessing extraordinary power. You have already been marked on the black market, and it won't be long before assassins from all over the world come hunting for you. Making too many enemies at this juncture guarantees your demise. If you let us go, we shall henceforth keep our distance from one another." Before he could finish his words, Qijue had already struck him down, reducing him to a mist of blood with a single slap. "You dared to come at me with a bulldozer and yet speak of keeping our distance?" After dispatching the 2 assassins, Qijue turned to check on Yi Luoling to see if she had sustained any injuries. Fortunately, she had only been slightly startled. "Brother, what happened? How could 2 large trucks simultaneously lose their brakes?" Yi Luoling asked, still trembling with fear. "It seems someone has placed a bounty on my head on the black market. They are quite generous, offering 10 million for my capture." Qijue explained. "What? Doesn't that put you in great danger?" Yi Luoling expressed her concern. "I'm fine. The main thing is your safety," Qijue replied with a smile. "We should head to the Qin family and have them send someone to protect you. That will put my mind at ease." Although he could easily dispatch these assassins, open threats were easier to evade than hidden dangers. It was wiser to ensure Luoling had protection. Afterward, Qijue notified Qin Yun to send someone for them. 2 hours later, the pair arrived at the Qin family estate in Jinling. Dr. Yi, Qin Feihu personally came out to greet them, demonstrating considerable stature. This left Yi Luoling quite astonished. How could a small figure from Lingzhou receive such a grand reception from one of the 5 prominent families of Jiangnan? What is brother's status within the Qin family? She wondered. "Qijue, are you both unharmed?" Qin Yun approached with concern, and upon seeing Qijue safe, she let out a sigh of relief, patting her elevated chest. Following the old master's instructions, Qin Yun had dressed up for the occasion, donning a colorful phoenix skirt, with light makeup and her hair neatly styled. Her fair skin radiated brilliance, embodying a graceful and refined temperament, evoking an immediate sense of comfort. And who might this be? "This is Luoling, my sister." Qin Yun's face broke into a smile. "No wonder. I was wondering where such a lovely girl came from. So you are Sister Luoling. It's a pleasure to meet you." Yi Luoling, feeling bashful, replied, "No, it's you who is beautiful, Sister Qin. You are one of the top 10 beauties of Jiangnan. That was years ago. If a new ranking were to be done now, Sister Luoling, you would surely be in the top 5. The 2 lovely ladies exchanged compliments, presenting a stunning visual contrast. Yet, Yi Luoling couldn't shake a profound sense of unease. Qin Yun was extraordinarily beautiful and possessed an undeniable grace, rivaling her own. It was evident that the Qin family held great respect for her brother, Qijue. What if she pursued him? What would she do then? At that moment, Qin Feihu had gathered enough information regarding their situation and frowned. "The Dark Sparrow Assassin Organization? I have heard of them. Their leader is a well-known martial king expert, not to be underestimated. Let me inform the esteemed protector of the Qin family to promptly depart for Jinling and safeguard Miss Yi. Many thanks to Elder Qin." Qijue expressed his gratitude courteously. Indeed, Qin Feihu demonstrated considerable generosity by being willing to lend out the Qin family's utmost expert. Entrusting a martial king to protect Luoling instilled him with confidence. This favor he must repay. "Yishini, you flatter me. Without you, both my life and Xiaoyun's would have long been claimed by others. Come, let us first dine and take a moment to rest. There is no need to rush." Qijue turned to Qin Yun. His demeanor serious. "Please share the specifics regarding the ancient box you have investigated." As it pertains to the truth behind the Yi family's massacre, he was exceedingly concerned. Qin Yun nodded. It appears that my associates discovered that approximately 5 years ago, merely a month after the Yi family fell to Chaohong, a mysterious ancient box was auctioned in Zhanghai, with the consignor being the formidable Chen Lingfeng. The auction was conducted by the well-known treasure house, the Songhai Auction House. Furthermore, according to some insider information, the Qin family, to which Chen Lingfeng belongs, is secretly residing near Zhanghai. It seems that a trip to Zhanghai is imperative. Qijue nodded in agreement. The ancient box and the Qin family both made appearances in Zhanghai. This strongly suggests that Chen Lingfeng is likely in the vicinity. Very well. Luo Ling, and I shall have a light meal, and then we will proceed to Zhanghai. Qin Feihu immediately began to organize personnel. Zheng Wei. Notify half of the Qin family's experts above the 5th rank. They should prepare their belongings, and you shall lead them alongside Mr. Yi to ascertain the whereabouts of the Qin family. Certainly. Observing the Qin family's grand mobilization, Qijue queried. Perplexed. Is it truly necessary to dispatch so many individuals for what is merely a small city in Jiangnan? Surely a royal protector suffices? Qinyan smiled, explaining. Qijue. You might not be aware, but while Zhanghai is not a provincial capital, it has surpassed Jinling in both economic and martial prowess. It is not a provincial capital, yet it outshines one. Even the Qin family, being one of the 5 great clans, cannot act recklessly in Zhanghai. We must be adequately prepared. Oh. After Qijue and Yi Luoling finished their meal, the Qin family promptly dispatched a convoy of over 10 vehicles towards Jinling. Among them were over a dozen masters, 3 of whom were Grand Marshal masters, and a royal protector would converge in Zhanghai. It is evident that the Qin family is making a significant investment. Resolutely determined to assist Qijue, as they watched the convoy gradually fade into the distance, the Qin family steward inquired of Qin Feihu, bewildered, Master, is it truly worth our while to assist Qijue in this manner? Should we find the legendary Chen Lingfeng in Zhanghai? And if Qijue were to perish at his hands, would the Qin family not find their efforts in vain, inciting both the Qin and Lu families against us? Qin Feihu sighed softly. Where can one find a strategy that yields double benefits? We can only pray that Qijue possesses the courage and capability to withstand the Chun and Lu families. This young man is anything but simple. Yet, is it necessary to dispatch more than half of the Qin family's masters? Thus, our clan finds itself lacking in formidable warriors. If we were to encounter someone like Li Yuanlai, who is reckless and unyielding, I fear, with my presence, there should be no significant issues. Qin Feihu swiftly shifted the topic. How many years have you been with the Qin family? To the elder, it has been over 30 years. Qin Feihu nodded. Then you must be aware that over 2 decades ago, Zhanghai was merely an obscure and nameless small city, without any political or financial support. How did it surpass Jinling to become a pivotal hub in Jiangnan and even the southern region of the Dragon Kingdom? The steward pondered for a moment. It seems it was due to a pregnant woman. Bearing a precious treasure, she inadvertently revealed it, drawing the covetous eyes of the 100 clans upon Zhanghai. And then, consider this. How old is Qijue? What did he use to awaken me? The steward was suddenly taken aback. Elder, do you imply that Qijue is that woman's? Qin Feihu raised his hand, silencing the steward's further words. His aged eyes narrowing with intensity. Is it that I lack evidence? However, in Zhanghai, with Chao Hong, Chen Lingfeng, and the elixirs, so many unlikely events converging upon one individual, it could indeed be mere coincidence, or perhaps it is destiny. A mere hint of generosity from that woman could elevate Zhanghai from a 7th or 8th tier city to a major stronghold of the Dragon Kingdom. If Qijue truly is, should the Qin family emerge victorious in this gamble, what of the Chen family? What significance does the Lu family hold? The long silent Jiangnan seems poised to unveil a great secret. The steward stood, stunned in place. So it turns out the elder possesses such vast insight. His own understanding had been woefully shallow. Just as Qin Feihu strategized, intent on dominating Jiangnan, a faint conversation emanated from a side room of the Qin family. Indeed, the old fool has dispatched half of the family's elite, including that royal-level devotee. It is nothing short of self-sabotage. A cold laugh echoed from the other end of the phone. Since the time, place, and circumstances favor us, within 3 days, the Qin family shall change hands. Qin Jinghao, you may prepare yourself. You are about to wield absolute power within the Qin family. After a 2-hour journey, the Qin family convoy arrived in the southern region of Jiangnan, reaching the significant hub of Zhanghai. Upon arriving, Qijue immediately understood why Qin Yun treated this matter with such gravity. Here, warriors abound, and masters walk freely. Simply sifting through the crowd reveals several experts above the Xian level. In comparison, Lingzhou seems utterly insignificant. Jiling is not nearly as exaggerated. It feels as though it operates on an entirely different level from other regions of Jiangnan. Moreover, Yi Qijue discerned unusual features within the geomantic energies of Zhonghai. It seemed altered, possessing large deposits of superior medicinal veins. This indicates an ideal environment for cultivating high-grade spiritual herbs. For instance, the herbs required for the 6th grade elixir, Jinapil, have a significantly high survival rate here. No wonder it has become an economic stronghold. Just a few medicinal veins alone are worth billions. Intriguing. The Songhai auction house is located in the heart of Zhonghai. Let us proceed directly there. After another half hour, the Qin family convoy finally arrived at the entrance of the Songhai auction house. The three of them stepped inside. This was an exceptionally opulent venue. The expansive grounds of the venue in the heart of Zhonghai City reveal the formidable strength of the Songhai auction house. Most importantly, this location is a hub of medicinal resources. I am acquainted with the manager of the Songhai auction house here. Allow me a moment to reach out to him. Qin Yun followed a staff member into the auction hall, while Yi Qijue and Yi Luoling casually settled in the exhibition area. The walls were adorned with glass display cases brimming with exquisite jewelry, cultural artifacts, and models available for immediate purchase, albeit at staggering prices. Yi Luoling, upon glancing at a sapphire bracelet, was astounded to find it priced over $1 million, while she could afford such luxuries. As the steward of the Yi family's vast fortune, amounting to billions, she felt that spending over $1 million on a bracelet was extravagance personified. With a wry smile, she remarked, "Brother, had I not come to Zhonghai, I would have never known such a thriving place existed in Jiangnan. The Yi family was once the foremost clan in Lingzhou, yet in Zhonghai, we might not even rank." Yi Qijue chuckled, "Fear not. I shall ensure you become one of the most prominent female magnates and CEOs in the Dragon Kingdom." This was no jest. With the 2 elixirs he had provided to Luoling, the Yi family's assets could soar into the trillions. Yi Luoling smiled sweetly, as her contentment lay not in wealth but in the companionship of her brother. As the siblings explored, a group of individuals entered with an air of arrogance, clearing the area with their presence. "Make way. Young Master Gu has business to attend to. Can you afford to bear the consequences of any delays?" The leader of the group, a young man in his mid-20s, exuded opulence with designer attire, though his pallid complexion and sunken eyes betrayed a life of excess. "Young Master Gu, we have been expecting you. Everything is prepared." A manager from the Songhai auction house approached, bowing and hurrying to greet him. Yi Luoling instinctively sought to evade the crowd. The influential figures of Zhonghai were overwhelming, and this young master exuded an undeniable authority that made her wary. However, in her attempt to hide, young Master Gu's gaze fell upon her. Such a stunning beauty exists in Zhonghai. How have I never encountered her before? Today, Yi Luoling wore an off-shoulder chiffon top, her alabaster shoulders resembling those of a swan, complemented by cool shorts that showcased her long, delicate legs, embodying the epitome of elegance. She was the quintessential dream girl, a goddess for many. The only flaw was a faint scar on her face, yet it did little to mar her enchanting visage. Suddenly, young Master Gu halted, intrigued. So tender, so exquisite. He had not anticipated that in coming to the Songhai auction house to procure items for his father, he would stumble upon such an extraordinary beauty. His penchant for allure was well known, and he was resolute in his pursuit. Yet, a rather inconspicuous figure nearby caught his eye. Seemingly out of place in this elite setting, likely worth no more than 3,000. With that thought, he shifted his focus and approached Yi Qijue directly. With an air of arrogance, he declared, "Kid, a beauty like her is beyond your league. Scram, for I intend to pursue her." His words were exceedingly blunt. There was no alternative. His status afforded him such audacity in Zhonghai. Yi Luoling furrowed her brow and retorted, He is my brother." Such blatant rudeness. Guo raised an eyebrow, realizing, so he is my brother-in-law? My apologies. Brother-in-law, why don't you take a moment to cool off elsewhere? I wish to engage in a deeper conversation with this lovely lady. It appears you are newcomers to Zhonghai. Allow me to take care of all your needs, meals, attire, accommodations. No need to thank me, for I am simply generous. Yi Qijue regarded the bouncing Guo with a cold gaze. "Do not court disaster. My sister is not someone of your ilk to admire. Leave at once." "What did you call me? Do you know who I am?" Guo was taken aback. Having never been called a pauper before, how could this impoverished wretch not see the grandeur of his own family? The manager of the auction house was stunned. Where did this brash youth come from? How dare he provoke the Guo family of Zhonghai? However, considering that Guo had taken an interest in this man's sister, The manager cautioned, "This is none other than the illustrious Guo Xiaodian, a prominent figure in Zhonghai. His lineage is extraordinarily distinguished. You should promptly apologize." Guo Xiaodian looked down upon Qijue, pointing a finger at his chest. "Did you hear that? I could easily obliterate a penniless wretch like you with a single hand. Kneel and lick my shoes, and then deliver your sister to my bed." Before he could finish, a scream erupted. Qijue had already seized his finger and violently snapped it. In the same motion, he delivered a resounding slap to Guo Xiaoyan's face, sending him flying. "I have no desire to take a life. Consider this your final chance. Leave." Guo Xiaoyan's frail form nearly shattered from the impact of the slap. Teeth scattered in all directions, and one side of his face crumpled, tears streaming down in a pitiful display. The onlookers were astonished. The auction house manager was aghast. Even the bodyguards stood dumbfounded. How could the esteemed Guo Xiao be struck? "My face. You fools, why are you still standing there? Kill him. Quickly, kill him." Guo Xiaodian, enraged, kicked a nearby bodyguard upon rising. At last, the 7 or 8 bodyguards reacted, with the Li family infuriated, charging at Qijue. Among them were 5 martial artists of the heavenly level and 1 third-grade master. Such a formidable entourage to protect Guo Xiaodian. "How dare you harm our young master? You shall die." All 7 or 8 launched their attacks. The master among them even cracked the floor beneath his feet. They could not return without exacting vengeance on Qijue. However, it was unnecessary to take vengeance, for before they could close the distance, they collided with Qijue's fist, exploding into a mist of blood in an instant. One punch obliterated them. Guo Xiaodian was stunned. This pauper, how could he be so formidable? A master indeed. Yet, what does it matter, regardless of his prowess? In the realm of Zhonghai, how could an outsider dare to ride atop the heads of the local aristocracy? Unfazed, he took out his phone and declared, all right. So you think you're tough, huh? I could easily summon a dozen masters from my family with a single call. And after dismembering you, I would ravage your sister. How will you respond to that?" To which I retorted, "I shall respond with your mother-s nonsense." Without further ado, Qijue unleashed a powerful punch upon Guo Xiaoyan's head, causing it to explode instantly. How audacious for such a despicable wastrel to even contemplate insulting Luoling. Was he not courting death, akin to searching for a lantern in a latrine? For those eager to depart this world, Qijue was always ready to fulfill their wishes. Yi Luoling, unwilling to witness such carnage, covered her eyes, yet did not intervene. Guo Xiaodian's arrogance was intolerable. To allow him to live would be an affront to her. She merely felt that committing murder so soon after arriving in Zhonghai was somewhat inauspicious. With a thud, Guo Xiaodian's lifeless body fell to the ground, plunging the entire auction house into an eerie silence. The scion of the Guo family, a scourge of Zhonghai for over a decade, had been slain just like that? It seemed a formidable adversary had emerged. Such decisiveness was shocking. "You audacious fool!" the manager exclaimed, aghast. Guo Xiaodian was one of his most valued clients, and the Guo family was a key ally. How could someone be killed on his territory? Seize him. Someone dares to kill indiscriminately at the Zhonghai auction house. Capture this reckless lunatic and hand him over to the Guo family for questioning. With a clatter, dozens of security personnel from the Zhonghai auction house converged, their strength formidable, including 2 or 3 masters. "It seems you seek your own demise." Qijue squinted. The manager laughed mockingly. "Surely, you do not intend to harm me. Have you any idea what the Zhonghai auction house represents? It is a premier auction group of the Dragon Kingdom, no different from a first-class noble family. Now, seize him." Just as the security personnel were about to spring into action, a chilling voice rang out. "I dare anyone." Qijue and an extraordinarily beautiful woman, exuding elegance and grace, strode forward. Clad in a fitted OL uniform and black stockings, she radiated competence, a true woman of power. Her expression was one of fury. The auction manager, upon recognizing her, rushed forward like a dog that had found its master. "Miss Li, you must come see. There has been a grave incident. Young Master Guo was killed by this pauper with a single punch. If we don't apprehend him, I fear the Guo family will bring trouble to our doorstep." However, to his astonishment, the woman in the tailored suit slapped him across the face. "What is the Guo family to you? How dare you treat our esteemed guest in such a manner? Open your eyes and see who this is." Stepping forward, Qijue coldly declared, "Mr. He is a distinguished guest of our Qin family. Anyone who dares to lay a finger on him is opposing us." The auction manager, realizing who stood before him, was taken aback. "You are the heiress of the Qin family? Then why aren't you apologizing to our guest?" With a sudden thud, the manager realized he had provoked someone he should not have. He immediately knelt down, banging his head on the ground as he pleaded, "I apologize, Mr. Yi. I was wrong. I should not have favored Guo. He deserves punishment, and so do I. The elegantly dressed woman declared from this moment forth. You are no longer the manager of our auction house. Be gone. What? The manager's face turned ashen. This position represented his entire fortune and status. And now it was lost just like that? Are you not leaving? Should I have to ask you again? Yes, yes. I shall leave at once. The manager, dejected and humiliated, removed his name badge and exited the venue. Mr. Yi, Miss Yi, I apologize for the inconvenience. Let us discuss this matter in the VIP room. The elegantly dressed woman extended an invitation. As the four ascended the stairs, the manager, who had just slipped out of the venue, turned back with a venomous glare and muttered, Damn it. You caused me to lose such a significant position. I will not allow you to have it easy. With that, he headed towards the Guo family's direction. Meanwhile, the elegantly dressed woman welcomed Yi Qijue and Yi Luoling into a tastefully decorated VIP room. Qin introduced. This is Miss Li Jiesen, the manager of the Songhai auction house, and also the jewel of the Li family. Consider her a half-friend of mine. Jiesen. This is Yi Qijue. He was the one who healed my grandfather when he was gravely ill and helped our Qin family resolve a significant crisis with the ghost doctor sect. He is our benefactor. Is that true? I have visited old Master Qin. I knew he was seriously ill, but I never imagined this handsome gentleman was a miracle worker. What a pleasure to meet you. Li Jiesen extended her hand warmly. Yi Qijue politely shook it, saying, Miss Li, I have come to Songhai to inquire whether 5 years ago, the war god Qin Lingfeng auctioned a humble box at the Songhai auction house. And who it was that purchased it. This box may belong to my Yi family. Additionally, how much do you know about Qin Lingfeng? Li Jiesen nodded. Qin Yun has already informed me. My people are investigating. If it were information about someone else, I could easily provide it. However, you know that Qin Lingfeng is a general in the War Department, and his every word and action is subjected to high-level confidentiality. Even our Li family would not dare to investigate his affairs recklessly. Therefore, Qin Yun interjected, Jiesen, this matter is of utmost importance to Yi Qijue. Please, for the sake of our long-standing friendship, lend us your assistance. Yi Qijue discerned that although Li Jiesen appeared hesitant, she was subtly indicating her willingness to negotiate. He quickly understood that this woman was one who would not act unless she saw tangible benefits. Without further ado, he took out a golden crow pill. This is a 6th-grade elixir, the golden crow pill. Share everything you know, and this pill shall be yours. In truth, Yi Qijue did not harbor disdain for this approach. After all, seeking assistance often warrants offering a reward. The crucial aspect was that once a deal was made, it should be honored. Li Jiesen's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she nodded vigorously. This is indeed a 6th-grade elixir. Even in Songhai, it is considered rare. Excellent. Mr. Yi, please hold on for a moment. I shall hasten to procure the most comprehensive information for you. With that, she swayed her alluring legs adorned in black stockings and excitedly departed. Qin Yun offered a wry smile. Yi Qijue, I apologize. Jiesen has been dealing with merchants from various regions of Jiangnan for years, and she possesses a rather mercenary disposition. I hope you can understand. However, she did not anticipate that Yi Qijue could produce yet another golden crow pill. Is it possible that 6th-grade elixirs are so casually dispensed in your presence? How extravagant. No matter. Yi Qijue will enjoy his tea. Shortly thereafter, Li Jiesen hurried back, clutching a folder, and half-squatted beside the small table before Yi Qijue, spreading it open. Here is the comprehensive documentation of Qin Lingfeng's activities at the Songhai auction house over the past decade, including all items sold and purchased, prices and transaction parties included. Please have a look. As Yi Qijue perused the documents, he indeed found the ancient box auctioned by Qin Lingfeng 5 years prior. Inside the box lay a painting titled Landscape of 1,000 Miles. Although the auction catalog featured a rubbing, it was minuscule, revealing only the outline of the artwork, while the ink-washed landscape exuded an atmosphere of grandeur. Yet, Yi Qijue had never encountered this painting before. Luoling, have you seen this painting? Yi Luoling examined it for a moment and shook her head. I haven't seen it. It might be one of my parents' collectibles. Yi Qijue furrowed his brow. If even the cherished foster son and biological daughter had never seen the landscape of 1,000 miles, how could Qin Lingfeng possibly be aware of it? Li Jiesen explained. At that time, Qin Lingfeng did not actually attend. He merely submitted a reserve price of 10 billion and sent it in for auction. A painting with a bid of 10 billion? Yi Qijue was astonished. The entire Yi family's assets amounted to just over 100 billion. How could a single painting be valued at 10 billion? Moreover, masterworks from the Dragon Kingdom typically fetched only tens of millions. and even national treasures at most reached a few billion. Who would be so foolish as to purchase a landscape painting for 10 billion? Initially, we thought no one would buy it. The atmosphere at the auction was one of disbelief. However, just as it was about to go unsold, someone placed a bid. Who? The head of the Miyamoto Consortium, who bid 10 billion 100 million, acquired the painting. From the eastern land? Qijue instinctively sensed that this painting was extraordinary. It seemed as if Chun Lingfeng had deliberately set the price to facilitate its acquisition by the Miyamoto family. Something was amiss. Yet, all would remain uncertain until he obtained the landscape of 1,000 miles. How much do you know about the Chun family? Qijue inquired. Li Jiesin shook her head. The Chun family is one of the hidden clans, and information about them is elusive. However, I can reasonably ascertain that they are located in the Zhonghai region. As for their exact whereabouts, I cannot say. Indeed, this information is worth a 6th-grade elixir. Qijue tossed the golden crow pill to Li Jiesin. Although he had not directly located Lingfeng, he now possessed at least some information regarding the landscape of 1,000 miles. The latter's face flushed with excitement. Thank you. Mr. Yi. The Zhonghai auction house is situated atop the medicinal vein. No one understands the value of this 6th-grade elixir better than I. Although the medicinal herbs required to concoct the golden crow pill are not particularly difficult to procure, the alchemists capable of refining 6th-grade elixirs have long since vanished from Jiang'an. Coupled with the strict regulations imposed by the authorities, encountering Qijue has left her utterly starstruck. Mr. Yi, should you require anything in the future, please do not hesitate to summon me. I, Jiesin, shall serve you with utmost dedication. Li Jiesin deeply bowed, entirely unconcerned about the ample curves revealed by her uniform. Managing the branch of the Zhonghai auction house single-handedly, she had long grasped the nuances of value exchange in the face of profit. If Qijue could indeed assist her, she would not hesitate to sacrifice everything. She sensed that this man might very well alter the course of her destiny. Regrettably, Qijue merely cast a cursory glance before rising to depart. Alas, once one has gazed upon the vast oceans, it becomes difficult to be swayed by mere waters. With 6 senior sisters and 3 master wives, all of whom are celestial beauties, it is challenging to stir mundane affections anew. Yet, Yi Luoling felt a tinge of displeasure, developing an aversion towards Li Jiesin. This woman is far too flirtatious, attempting to entice brother Qijue right from the start. Qingyun also attempted to leave, but was halted by Li Jiesin's call. Xiaoyan, do not rush off just yet. I have something to inquire of you. This handsome gentleman is still single, correct? Qingyun? She could hardly believe that her close friend had also taken an interest in Qijue. It is crucial to note that the Li family is distinct from the Qin family, while the Qin family possesses a modest reputation in Jiang'an. The Zhonghai auction house stands as one of the premier auction houses in the Dragon Kingdom, with assets beginning in the trillions. This implies that Li Jiesin's standing is indeed superior to hers. However, due to recent turmoil within the Li family, Jiesin had come to Zhonghai for training. Despite her exuberant demeanor today, Li Jiesin has exceptionally high standards. There are scarcely a few scions from southern aristocratic families who could catch her eye. Yet, upon their first meeting, she had already begun to curry favor with Qijue and now inquired about his relationship status. What on earth is she thinking? Surely, my grandfather was right. Talents like Qijue are coveted everywhere. Should it be so? Xiaoyan, why do you appear so anxious? Li Jiesin, keenly observant, immediately discerned her friend's unusual demeanor. Could it be that you two harbor feelings for Qijue? Qingyun's delicate face blushed a deep crimson. Her temperament, in stark contrast to Li Jiesin's, leaned towards the gentle and reserved. Being called out about her feelings caused her to flush. Haha, I've hit the nail on the head. Then let us compete fairly. Whoever secures his affections first wins. I shall not concede. As Li Jiesin spoke, she boldly tore the hem of her dress, revealing ample expanse of her snowy skin. If my bosom does not allure you, then perhaps my legs will. Her long legs, akin to those of a model, served as her secret weapon. I shall undoubtedly make him fall at my feet. Qingyun could only smile wryly. This friend of hers is far too straightforward. At that moment, Qijue remained oblivious to the clandestine rivalry brewing between the two women in the room. Upon exiting the venue, he was confronted by a formidable group advancing with great fervor. Who has slain my son, Xiao Tian? I shall make him pay with his life. A middle-aged man, bearing a striking resemblance to Xiao Tian, bellowed furiously, his entire being radiating murderous intent. It is indeed the Guo family who has arrived. The man is none other than Guo Xingfa, the head of the Guo family. Beside him, a recently dismissed manager's eyes gleam as they fall upon Qijue. In an instant, his eyes light up. This is the one. The head of the Qijue family. The very madman who killed young Master Qijue. He struck with such force that the boy's head was obliterated. He must be killed to avenge young Master Qijue. Qijue fiery gaze is fixed upon Qijue. So, it was you who killed my son? Qijue replies calmly. Indeed. Good. You have courage. I shall grant you a complete corpse. Have you not inquired why I killed your son? Xuingfa's eyes glance over Yi Luoling. And he sneers. What is there to ask? It is evident that my son was enamored with your sister and offended you. For common folk like you to be favored by someone of my son's stature is a blessing. Yet you dared to slay him. You deserve to die. I am aware of your strength, but in Zhanghai, there are but a handful who make my Qijue family wary. You are certainly not among them. You shall regret this in hell. Attack. At his command, the Qijue family's experts unleash their formidable auras. There are even 7 masters and a 3rd-tier great martial master. Such power is not to be underestimated in any part of Jiang'an. Passers-by are frightened and hastily retreat. Who dares challenge the Qijue family in Zhanghai? And even kill the debauched young Master Qijue? How audacious. Yet, those who are audacious often meet a grim fate, just as Xuingfa prepares to strike. A voice shouts, who dares lay a hand on Mr. Yi? Suddenly, numerous experts descend from the surrounding convoy. Over a dozen masters. 2 great martial masters. They overwhelm the Qijue family's side. What is happening? Xuingfa is bewildered. The auction house manager is equally stunned. They never anticipated that Qijue had such a formidable entourage. This young man possesses an impressive background? Suddenly, the auction house manager slaps his forehead. Right. I forgot that this young man seems to know the young lady of the Qin family from Jinling. These must all be members of the Qin family. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Xuingfa kicks the manager away. Although Zhanghai's overall strength surpasses that of Jinling, the Qin family is one of the 5 great families of Jiang'an. Their clan boasts a royal-level elder, a force that the Qijue family cannot contend with. At that moment, Qinyan steps forward. Xuingfa, Mr. Yi is an esteemed guest of our Qin family. Your son offended him. And it is already a grace that our Qin family has not sought retribution. Do you dare to come to our doorstep? Do you wish to wage war against the Qin family? Xuingfa grits his teeth, glaring at Qijue. You little brat, hiding behind a woman. What kind of skill is that? Have the courage to come out for a duel. Qijue nods. Very well. He steps forward casually. Xuingfa is momentarily taken aback, then bursts forth in ecstasy. He initially intended to make a bold statement, but this fool has actually taken the bait. Heaven has aided me. Along. Seize this opportunity and kill him. Avenge our young master. Immediately, a brawny man in his 30s, an 8th-tier master, steps out from the ranks of the Qijue family's experts. With a vigorous presence, he stood as formidable as a bear, fist cracking ominously as he prepared for confrontation. A sinister grin dancing upon his lips. You foolish wretch, did you truly believe that being sheltered by the Qin family would spare you today? In a direct clash, I could crush you with but a single hand. The onlookers shook their heads in disbelief. Indeed, even with support at his back, he chose to flaunt his bravado. Was this not sheer folly? The auction manager reveled in the spectacle, his cold laughter echoing the hope that Qijue would be reduced to nothingness by the Qijue family. Strikingly, the members of the Qin family remained silent, standing still, some even taking a step back. Perhaps they were not the esteemed guests they claimed to be. Little did they know that the Qin family's experts were silently mourning for the Qijue family. After all, this was a man who had single-handedly vanquished Li Yuanlai. Why provoke such a figure? It was akin to courting death. Qijue disregarded a long, fixing his gaze upon the Qijue family members. Come at me together. I have no time to waste here. What? Do you dare to insult me? I'll end your life. Along seethed with rage, affronted by the insolence of this brash youth. With a powerful thrust, he lunged at Qijue, throwing a forceful punch. Yet, as he approached within 3 meters of Qijue, a sharp sound sliced through the air. Qijue had propelled a stone from the ground, striking Along's head like a bullet. The robust man trembled violently, staring in disbelief before collapsing. An 8th-tier master slain. The auction manager stood frozen in shock, while the Qijue family felt their hearts constrict in fear. How could a master of such caliber, capable of standing as a pillar in Zhanghai, be felled by a mere pebble? What power did Qijue possess? No, something was amiss. This youth must be eliminated. Everyone, attack. Xuingfa felt his right eyelid twitch uncontrollably, panic overwhelming him as he shouted in terror. Boom, boom, boom. The remaining masters of the Qijue family unleashed their murderous intent. Qijue, however, chose not to linger on words. Like a specter, he appeared before the Qijue family's experts, effortlessly dispatching a 9th-tier master without resistance. for reasons unknown. Upon setting foot in Zhonghai, a sense of inexplicable agitation had consumed him, as if he had lost something precious here, more intense than in Jinling. It was time to unleash his fury. Boom. Another master fell, a bullet hole through his skull. Within a minute, 7 masters had been eradicated. Thud. The great martial master knelt in terror, utterly powerless against the onslaught. A single slap from Qijue sent him crashing to the ground, eyes wide in shock, lifeless. The Guo family was annihilated. Silence enveloped the entrance of the Zhonghai auction house, a profound stillness reigning. Those who gathered were figures of prominence in Zhonghai. Yet none had ever heard of a killer like Qijue. It was now clear why the Qin family had refrained from intervening. They were not merely posturing, they were truly formidable. With determined strides, Qijue approached Guo. The formidable head of the Guo family trembled with fear, nearly succumbing to a loss of control. His mind had been stripped bare. Today, nearly 10 masters, including a Grand Martial Master, had perished. All at the hands of a single individual. When did Jiangyan produce such an overwhelming prodigy? Who exactly are you? You are someone the Guo family cannot afford to provoke. Qijue extended his hand, effortlessly crushing his windpipe. The lifeless body collapsed to the ground. Qijue strode away with purpose, simultaneously launching a stone that struck the fleeing auction house manager squarely in the back of the head. The stone penetrated the skull, traversing through the forehead. Did he think he could escape after alerting the Guo family? Qinyan shook her head, following the convoy. Knowing that their arrival in Zhonghai would not be tranquil, she had not anticipated the near annihilation of the Guo family upon their arrival. Nonetheless, the Guo family had brought this upon themselves. 2 minutes after the convoy departed, the onlookers finally reacted, erupting into chaos. My goodness, the head of the Guo family is dead. The Guo family's experts are nearly extinct. It is terrifying to kill a Grand Martial Master with bare hands. No wonder even the Qin family is protective of this young man. A change is coming. Zhonghai is on the brink of transformation. On the top floor of the Zhonghai auction house, Li Jiesun, now dressed in exquisite attire, silently observed the scene with a wine glass in hand. Her icy gaze concealing her astonishment. Just moments ago, she had considered sending help. She had not anticipated that Qijue would so effortlessly dispatch the Guo family's experts. Beside her stood an elderly man, clad in simple gray robes, appearing no different from an ordinary farmer. Yet those who had encountered him knew he was the foundation of Li Jiesun standing in Zhonghai, the 7th grade Grand Martial Master and loyal guard, Old Mo. Old Mo. Can you discern Qijue's cultivation level? Old Mo's murky eyes focused intently for a moment. He shook his head. It was difficult to determine precisely. But to be able to slay a 3rd grade Grand Martial Master with a single strike, his strength must be at least 4th grade or even higher. Such prowess at a young age, and as an alchemist, one could say his future is limitless. However, to rely on him to resolve the troubles with the Li family is rather fanciful. He may barely match the Qin family. But he is not worthy of the Li family. Li Jiesun's eyes narrowed slightly, lost in contemplation, just a few minutes after Qijue and Qinyan left. Several luxury vehicles surrounded a van that arrived at the scene. An elderly man, leaning on a dragon-headed cane, stepped out of the opulent van. Upon witnessing the gruesome sight of the Guo family members brutally slain, he was overwhelmed with sorrow, spitting a mouthful of blood and nearly collapsing to the ground. Who was the vile murderer behind this? Xingfa, Tianer, your deaths are so tragic. This man was none other than Guo Xingwen, the patriarch of the Guo family. Weeping bitterly for the body of Guo Xingfa, in his youth, he had founded the Guo family and, through certain fortuitous events, established their presence in Zhonghai. He trained dozens of master warriors to safeguard the family, retreating into the shadows to enjoy his twilight years. Little did he expect to send off his black-haired progeny with his own white hair, with the deaths of both a son and a grandson. Guo Xingwen was consumed by rage, blood continuously spilling from his mouth. Elder, please take care of your health, urged the family and friends of the Guo clan. Take care of my health? The Guo family has stood for decades in Zhonghai. When have we ever endured such a disgrace of having our descendants murdered? I do not care who that person is or what background they possess. I demand that they be ground to dust. Call my son Zhenhai. Guo Xingwen had 2 sons. Guo Xingfa was the younger son who managed the family, while the elder son, Guo Zhenhai, held a high position in the Zhonghai Martial Alliance as a deputy leader of the 5th rank. This was precisely why the Guo family was so audacious and arrogant. Few dared to oppose the Martial Alliance, one of the paramount forces. Dad, what's the matter? I'm in a meeting, Guo Zhenhai responded. You still have the composure for a meeting? Upon connecting the call, Guo Xingwen roared with bloodied fury. Guo Zhenhai, the Guo family is doomed. Your brother and your nephew have been murdered. Their bodies lie rotting in the streets like dead dogs. Do you understand? What? Qijue exclaimed, filled with rage. I don't care what methods you employ. Within 3 days, this murderer must be publicly executed to honor the spirits of Xingfa and Xiaodian. I understand. Qijue abruptly ended the call. With a resounding crash, he shattered the marble table before the members of the Martial Alliance meeting. The attendees were astonished. What is happening? We have never seen the deputy leader so enraged. Qijue declared vehemently, my brother, my nephew, and countless members of the Guo family have been slaughtered. I will kill this fiend. Quickly, investigate this matter. Hurry. His eyes burned crimson with fury. Yes, yes. Swiftly. The high-ranking members of the Shanghai Martial Alliance initiated an investigation into the events that transpired at the Shanghai auction house that day. With the intricate web of connections and numerous contacts within the alliance, news soon emerged. The key players, Guo Xingfa, Guo Xiaodian, and Qijue had never intended to keep their actions secret. Everything was laid bare. They found him. His name is Qijue, hailing from Lingzhou in Jiangnan. And he had just arrived in Shanghai today. He is formidable. What makes him so formidable? Qijue inquired. The investigator swallowed hard. A week ago, he suddenly appeared and annihilated the Zhou and Su families, enemies of the Yi family in Lingzhou. Even the martial officials of Lingzhou were left with barely any survivors. Subsequently, this individual provoked the Eastern Japan Merchants Association, annihilating them entirely. But that is not all. The most astonishing revelation came just a few days ago when he decapitated Chao Hong of the Chao family in Jinling. This is none other than the son-in-law of the ineffectual commander Lu Shun. A staggering secret has been unveiled. The true perpetrator of the Yi family massacre in Lingzhou 5 years ago is the war god Qin Lingfeng. This youth has come to Shanghai in search of Qin Lingfeng. The exploits of Qijue in Lingzhou, Jiangnan have been laid bare. It is utterly shocking. What? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Who in Jiangnan does not know the name of Qin Lingfeng? Moreover, the Qin family is indeed located near Shanghai. However, their exact whereabouts remain a mystery. This audacious youth not only killed the commander as son-in-law, but also dared to brazenly seek trouble with the war god Lingfeng in Shanghai. Has he entirely discarded the concept of fear? Haha. It turns out he is merely a reckless scoundrel from a small place in Lingzhou. Truly, when heaven seeks to destroy a person, it drives them to madness. I have never seen anyone so bold as to provoke the Qin family in Shanghai. Qijue laughed in anger. It must be said, the tales surrounding Qijue are indeed legendary. He can be deemed an exceptional talent. Yet, it is unfortunate that he overestimates himself by challenging the Qin and Lu families. These are the two titans of Jiangnan and even the southern part of Longhua. One is backed by the War Department, titled War God, while the other wields power across the court and commands 9 provinces. In Shanghai, regardless of how many arrogant individuals there are, they must lower their flags and cease their hostilities when confronted with these two families. But Qijue seeking trouble with them is akin to courting death. Nevertheless, it is fortuitous. This youth has already committed the heinous crime of offending the war god and the commander, a transgression deserving of death. To slay him would be a contribution to Jiangnan and a means to establish an unparalleled reputation. Come forth. Prepare a letter of challenge for me. I shall execute Qijue atop the martial arts platform in Shanghai, for the sake of restoring Shanghai's honor. Yes, Qijue, filled with pride, strode out of the conference room with several senior members of the Martial Alliance, ready to draft the letter of challenge to send to Qijue. This is a strategy that serves 2 purposes. Slaying Qijue in front of the public not only avenges his brother and nephew, but also secures a significant achievement, worthy of rewards from the Qin and even the Lu families. Should these 2 gentlemen be pleased and bestow upon him some gifts, the Guo family would soar to new heights. Inside the conference room, it soon became desolate, leaving only one person behind. The other deputy leader of the Martial Alliance, Ouyang Qing. He was around 45 or 46 years old, having reached the limits of his talent in martial arts, and had not made any progress for the past 7 or 8 years, thus losing favor within the alliance, with most senior members supporting Qijue as the next leader. Ouyang Qing had initially welcomed this tranquility, preparing for a peaceful retirement. Yet today, he unexpectedly heard such a shocking revelation that left him dazed. Sitting in his seat with vacant eyes, muttering to himself, Qijue, bearing the surname Yi, resides in Lingzhou. Could it truly be that child from years past? If so, then it must be fate. No, I must seek him out. The malevolence concealed in Shanghai for 2 decades. Perhaps it is time to see the light of day. Meanwhile, As the news of the deaths of Guo Xiaodian and Guo Xingfa spread throughout Zhonghai, the name Qijue began to resonate with an ever-increasing number of people. What? A mere boy from Lingzhou dares to commit murder in Zhonghai? Does he understand the gravity of such a place? It is a realm filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. To act recklessly here is tantamount to courting death. This youth has also slaughtered thousands from the Su and Zhou clans of Lingzhou, as well as the Chao and Li families of Jinling. His heinous deeds are beyond measure. Surely, he is the public enemy of Jiangyan. I propose that we form an alliance to eliminate this scoundrel. Let us restore the honor of Zhonghai. The latest intelligence reveals that the vice leader of the martial alliance, Guo Zhenhai, has publicly declared his intent to challenge the rogue Qijue on the martial arts platform of Zhonghai, vowing to slay him and uphold justice. Upon hearing this proclamation, the crowd erupted with fervor. What a noble cause to uphold justice. Master Guo, renowned for his righteousness, has finally taken action. Guo Zhenhai is a formidable fifth-tier martial master, one of the top 100 masters in the Dragon Kingdom. Within 3 moves, he is expected to bring Qijue to his knees in supplication. This audacious rogue has truly encountered an iron wall. Now, there remains but one question. What if this fellow is so afraid of death that he dares not show up? Need one even ask? This scoundrel will undoubtedly soil his pants at the mere mention of Guo Duwang's name, surely turning into a turtle retreating into its shell. However, now that he has arrived in Zhonghai, there is no escape. He must be dragged forth. Humph. Furthermore, breaking news. Yi the madman has accepted Guo Duwang's challenge, boldly declaring he will turn Guo Duwang into a dog. The two shall engage in a fair duel at noon tomorrow on the martial arts platform, signing a life and death agreement to determine their fates. Those who just claimed Qijue would cower like a turtle are now shouting in disbelief. This boy, emboldened by audacity, has accepted? How dare he insult Master Guo, claiming he will reduce him to a mere dog? This is an affront to the entire martial arts community of Zhonghai. Who grants him such courage? No, I must witness this fool being humiliated tomorrow. Moreover, I suspect he is merely boasting, publicly acquiescing while planning to flee today, leaving us to see if he dares to show up at the martial arts platform tomorrow. The entire Zhonghai is abuzz with excitement. At the Japanese consulate, Yama Aikir, who had been poised to take action against Qijue, revealed a sinister smile upon hearing this news. Aha! The wretch who annihilated the Lingzhou Chamber of Commerce has come to Zhonghai. This is truly a stroke of fortune. Notify the IGA ninjas tomorrow. They are to eliminate Qijue and all those associated with him. At Zhonghai's town martial master's office, a dignified man in his 50s or 60s sipped tea, exuding an aura that rivaled even Guo Zhenhai. He is Xue Tian, the director of Zhonghai's town martial master, also possessing the strength of a 5th-tier grand martial master. Observing the reports of Qijue's latest killings in Zhonghai, Xue Tian fell into deep contemplation, then inquired of his subordinates. The deaths of Han Feihong and others from Lingzhou have been reported for 4 or 5 days. Has there been no directive from above? He had long been aware of the situation and initially intended to apprehend Qijue directly. However, further investigations unexpectedly connected to Chun Lingfeng. He dared not act independently and reported it up the chain. To his dismay, there was a prolonged silence in response. His subordinate shook his head. The director has yet to respond. Xue Tian speculated, it seems it has been suppressed by someone. I suspect it is either Admiral Liu or Chun Lingfeng, fearing that the truth behind the Yi family's fire incident might come to light. They likely wish to resolve this discreetly. In that case, Qijue's life must be preserved in Zhonghai. Arrange a position for me on the martial arts platform tomorrow. Regardless of whether Guo Zhenhai can kill Qijue, he must leave his life on the martial arts platform. At that moment, in a 5-star hotel in Zhonghai, within the presidential suite, Qin Yun looked at the challenge letter just delivered by the Martial Alliance with a wry smile. She had underestimated Qijue. She thought that killing a couple of oblivious individuals was already quite ostentatious. Yet, Qijue directly accepted the challenge and aimed to defeat the vice president of the Zhonghai Martial Alliance, intending to reduce him to a mere dog. Guo Zhenhai, who entered the Grand Martial Sect at the age of 40, could be considered a benchmark in Zhonghai's martial arts community, with many looking up to him as a role model. This was tantamount to rubbing the face of Zhonghai's martial arts community in the dirt. In truth, Qijue had his own plans. Both he and Qin Yun were unfamiliar with their surroundings in Zhonghai. It would be exceedingly difficult to locate Qin Lingfeng solely through connections. However, the local aristocracy had lived there for decades and surely knew the whereabouts of the Qin family. Thus, Qijue boldly accepted the challenge, anticipating that the Qin family would soon take notice of him and might even be compelled to take action. He could then follow the trail to find Chen Lingfeng. Qijue, having attained the Grand Marshal sect at 40, possessed martial prowess that surpassed even Li Yuanlai, with only a handful in Zhonghai being his match. You must exercise caution, Qin Yan kindly warned. Qijue replied nonchalantly. How does he compare to Chen Lingfeng? I am here to kill Chen Lingfeng. Should I fear a mere martial alliance leader? Qin Yun was momentarily speechless. No matter how formidable Gui Zhenhai was, he remained powerful only within Zhonghai. While Chen Lingfeng was a war god of the Dragon Nation, with a brilliant record, the two were not comparable. Qijue disregarded even Chen Lingfeng. Viewing Gui Zhenhai as nothing more than an insignificant insect, her concerns now seemed unwarranted, and she could only smile bitterly. What kind of treacherous ship had the Qin family boarded, careening recklessly towards a fleet of colossal vessels and warships? She could only hope that her grandfather's choice was the right one. In addition to the overt traps laid against Qijue, on this very day, dozens of covert assassins from the dark web had also arrived in Zhonghai. Damn, this kid really knows how to stir up trouble. Tomorrow, he is going to engage in a life-and-death battle? If he dies, what is the point of the reward? They decided to take action tonight. As night fell, Zhonghai temporarily fell into silence. On the top floor of the five-star hotel where Qijue was staying, a figure clad in black robes stood alone at a height of 100 meters. As the entire building descended into a deep slumber, the shadow began to move. Clinging to the edge of the rooftop, the figure hung in the air, akin to a spider, silently dismantling the window's security lock before gracefully entering the bedroom. Pristine and efficient, leaving no trace behind, an unmistakable mark of a professional assassin. Subsequently, from within the shadows, a glimmering, razor-sharp knife was drawn and thrust toward the slumbering Qijue, aimed with a devious precision at his most vulnerable spot, a strike intended to render him a eunuch. The speed was astonishingly swift. With a swift slice, the thin bedsheet was torn open. Qijue was jolted awake, terror gripping him. He had encountered assassins before, but never one targeting his very essence. Why not strike at his head instead? What vendetta could inspire such malice? As the chilling realization dawned upon him, Qijue's eyes sharpened. Seizing the moment, he countered, knocking the knife from the shadow's grasp, and sprang to his feet, unleashing a furious palm strike. Akin to a tempest crashing against the dark figure, the shadow retaliated, their palms clashing with a thunderous sound, both being forced back a step. What? Qijue was astounded. He reckoned that even a martial arts master would falter against his strike. This shadow possessed strength surpassing even that of a martial king, truly a formidable opponent. Such skill, yet you display so little? The shadow chuckled, the voice indistinguishable in gender. If you fail to unleash your full potential, you shall indeed become a eunuch today. Qijue's eyes narrowed, and he advanced again with lethal intent. In a flash, they exchanged blows a dozen times, each maneuver equally matched. Qijue sensed that the opponent seemed to anticipate his every move, countering with eerie precision, leaving him feeling as though his strength was rendered futile. Was the investigation into his abilities so thorough? This was a death wish. Drawing upon his inner energy, Qijue unleashed a devastating punch. The most powerful he had executed since arriving on the island. Not even a martial king could withstand this blow. Indeed, the shadow could no longer endure. Their arms were pushed aside, and the punch landed squarely on the shadow's chest. The impact yielded a soft sensation, as if striking a large mass of dough. A muffled groan escaped, revealing the figure to be a woman. Who could she be? Qijue lifted his hand, brushing away the black cloak that concealed her face. Under the dim moonlight, an enchanting visage emerged, breathtakingly beautiful, with eyes filled with sorrow, as if he had wronged her in countless ways. A delicate voice, sweet as cream, broke the silence. Little junior brother, you've hurt your senior sister. The realization struck, his sixth senior sister. The enchanting demoness who had rescued him and brought him to the Isle of Palai. It was a jest of the most audacious kind. To think she would attempt to render him a eunuch upon their first meeting. Yet, considering her unpredictable nature, it was somewhat understandable. The chandelier flickered to life, and the enchanting seductress gracefully shed her dark cloak, revealing her alluring figure. Qijue's eyes widened in astonishment. Her long black hair cascaded like a waterfall, framing a delicate face reminiscent of a willow swaying in the spring breeze, with eyes that mirrored the tranquil waters of autumn. Her porcelain-like cheeks blushed with a rosy hue, and her luscious lips appeared as if they were freshly painted, enticingly inviting. The beauty was not merely ethereal. What was most striking was that she donned a tantalizingly tight leather skirt that clung to her curves. The scanty material barely concealed her voluptuous form, accentuating her exquisite silhouette. Particularly her bosom, which resembled two ripe peaches, stirring the imagination. Her waist, smooth and flawless, was cinched with a red ribbon, emphasizing her delicate figure, reminiscent of willowy branches swaying gently in a riverside breeze. This captivating enchantress was simply irresistible, embodying a spirit meant to ensnare hearts, a beguiling fox spirit, capable of igniting passions with a mere glance, melting hearts with proximity. How could she not be called a seductress? Sister, is this your greeting for me? Is it your intention to render me powerless upon my return? Qijue lamented, glancing at his shorts, which had been cut to reveal a strip of white fabric. The seductress giggled. Oh, dear junior brother, I am well aware of your prowess. This is but a trivial matter, not to impede our endeavors. Qijue was speechless. Even a mere inch was still flesh. Many would covet such a gift. The seductress, eyeing his shorts, playfully licked her lips and teased, Come now, shall I assist you? Let me see if you're injured. With that, she reached out her delicate hand towards his waist. Sister, please. This is inappropriate. Qijue protested, covering his shorts. What is inappropriate? When I rescued you and brought you back to Palai, you had no garments to your name. I have seen you in your entirety long ago. Do not be shy. Let me see how much you have grown in these years. The normally decisive Qijue felt utterly helpless in the presence of the seductress. Akin to the Monkey King struggling beneath the five-finger mountain, feeling utterly trapped and overwhelmed. After a considerable time, satisfied with her mischief, the seductress withdrew her hand. Savoring the astonishing dimensions she had encountered, remarking, It seems master was right. Your mother's choice of the name Qijue is indeed profound. You are truly a paragon of masculinity. Just imagine how your future girlfriend will fare. Shall I be the first to experience it? Perhaps we should refrain from that. Qijue hesitated, reluctant to disclose that his three masters had already alleviated his burdens. This whimsical sister had once claimed to have saved his life, which, in her eyes, made him hers to protect. Were it not for the restraining presence of his three masters, she might have drained him dry in Palai. Come now. I have already indulged you. Why not return the favor? Look, you have left me quite marked. She implored, her playful demeanor inviting him to cherish her. The enchanting woman unabashedly lifted her leather coat, revealing an expanse of pristine, delicate skin. Come on, just a little touch. No need to go further, she said, leaning in. Presenting her flawless figure before Qijue, he plopped down onto the bed, utterly flabbergasted. This siren, enticing him recklessly. The heat of desire was indeed becoming unbearable. Just as something indescribable was about to unfold within the room, a loud bang echoed as the bedroom door swung open abruptly. Brother, what is going on? Why does it sound like there's a fight in your room? Huh? In rushed Yi Luoling, Qin Yun, and Qin Zhengwei, left speechless and wide-eyed. They had been startled by the commotion caused by Qijue's earlier movements, presuming a fierce battle was underway. Instead, they stumbled upon this tantalizing scene, a man and a woman entangled, their garments barely concealing their intimate forms. Had they arrived just a minute later, a true battle might have indeed ensued. Moreover, the beauty's figure was astonishingly alluring, and her attire and demeanor suggested she might have been summoned in the dead of night. Yi Luoling and Qin Yun blushed furiously, while Qin Zhengwei and the others wore peculiar expressions. Was it possible that Qijue harbored such proclivities? Clearing his throat, Qijue's face flushed with embarrassment as he hurriedly pushed the enchanting woman away. This is my sixth senior sister, the enchanting one, and also my savior. Luoling, after being pushed into the river by Uncle Zhong, it was my sixth senior sister who rescued me. Qijue desperately explained, feeling more embarrassed than he had ever felt in his life. Flirting with a beautiful senior sister was one thing, but having his own sister witness it was mortifying. Where could he hide his face as an older brother? The enchanting woman, however, remained unfazed. To her, this group, whether masters or beautiful women, were merely inconsequential friends of her junior. She greeted them casually, Hello. By the way, sixth senior sister, this is my sister Luoling, whom I mentioned to you before. Qijue introduced Yi Luoling. The capricious enchanting woman instantly donned a warm demeanor. So you are sister Luoling. At last. I have the pleasure of meeting you. Truly a genius maiden, radiating an aura of vitality. Why not come to our island and become our junior sister? That way, we can form our own band of 7 fairies. With that, she produced a pill from seemingly nowhere. Judging by its aromatic fragrance, Qin Yun and Qin Zhengwei suspected it was a grade above the Jinwu pill. This pair of senior and junior siblings were truly extraordinary. Though Yi Luoling felt a bit indifferent toward the senior sister, who shared an intimate bond with Qijue, she acknowledged her as his lifesaver and politely nodded, Thank you. Sixth senior sister. No need for such formality. We are all family. As laughter and cheer filled the air, an incongruous, aged voice suddenly broke in. I had thought a hero had saved the Qin family, yet it turns out to be nothing more than a lustful scoundrel. Bah. Qijue and the enchanting woman immediately cast cold glances in the direction of the voice. Who dares to assume the role of a moral arbiter here? Despite their ambiguous relationship, it remains a mutual understanding, transparent and honorable. How could they be labeled as licentious? The voice belonged to an unfamiliar elder clad in a brown robe, a master of the Qin family, his goat-like beard pinched between his fingers, his expression dripping with disdain. His prowess surpassed that of the Grand Marshal sect. A first-class martial king. Ah. Qinyan smacked her forehead and hastily clarified, Qijue. This esteemed individual is the newly arrived royal patron of the Qin family, Lord Huang Huifeng. I had intended to introduce you tomorrow morning, but Lord Huang shares a deep bond of friendship with my grandfather, and he tends to speak rather candidly. Please do not take offense. Qijue nodded, his anger somewhat dissipating. This was indeed the martial king expert specifically dispatched by Qin Feihu to safeguard Luoling, the Qin family's greatest support. He seemed a decent man, albeit somewhat pedantic and eager to teach. The exaggeration in Qinyan's praises of Qijue was rather excessive. Heroic youth, unparalleled prodigy, treading upon masters, striking down the eminent. Their initial encounter nearly culminated in a fierce confrontation with a stunning senior sister. It was indeed challenging to earn the elder's respect. Qijue, are you not being deceived by this lad? Do you truly believe he can eliminate Li Yuanlai and rescue the Qin family from peril? He appears to be nothing but a wastrel infatuated with women. Huang Huifeng declared without reservation. Qin Yun and Qin Zhengwei nearly fainted from shock. Ancestor, you have yet to witness this one's prowess against the Chao and Li families. He can dispatch a grand martial sect master without a blink. How can you cast such doubts upon him? What if this leads to a rift with the Qin family? Lord Huang, you might be slightly mistaken. Mister, he is indeed a benefactor to the Qin family. My father explicitly instructed us to treat him with utmost respect. Perhaps it would be wise to refrain from further comments. Qijue wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Huang Huifeng presumptuously asserted, perhaps he merely stumbled upon some fortuitous luck. The Qin family ought to maintain a distance from such individuals. How about this? I shall repay this favor by ensuring your duel with Qijue Zhenhai goes smoothly. I shall save your life. Just remember to keep your distance from the Qin family in the future. Qijue felt a wave of regret wash over him for inviting Huang Huifeng at that moment. Meanwhile, the enchanting lady raised her delicate brows. Elder, do you harbor a rather inflated sense of your own abilities? Huang Huifeng, stroking his goat-like beard, replied with an air of pride, my capabilities may be modest. Yet within Jiangnan, there is no one I wish to protect who dares to be harmed. And those I wish to eliminate, none dare to survive. The enchanting lady covered her mouth with a smile, gesturing toward the adjacent rooms. Well then, allow me to inform you that within the 2 adjoining rooms of this presidential suite, there are assassins from the Black Network. Had I not arrived first, they would have already stormed in to annihilate the Qin family. Would you care to handle them? Upon hearing this, the members of the Qin family were momentarily stunned. They were uncertain whether the enchanting lady spoke truthfully. The Qin family was indeed aware of the Black Network. Once entangled, not only would Jiang's noble families be at risk, but even the first-rate aristocrats of Long Country could face annihilation. After a brief silence, the doors of the 2 adjoining suites suddenly burst open with a resounding crash. From the right suite emerged a dozen figures clad in black, each exuding an aura of formidable strength. They are all grandmasters and great martial sects. The crucial point is that on their necks, there are patterns identical to those of the 2 assassins from Lingzhou, the Dark Sparrow's people. From the left suite emerged several tall and robust men, their light-toned skin and brownish blonde hair unmistakably identifying them as a group of individuals from the Bear Nation. Recognition dawned upon the onlookers, eliciting exclamations of astonishment. It is indeed the notorious Bayrak assassin organization from the Bear Nation, renowned for their cruel and brutal methods of murder. The very thought sends a chill down the spines of the Qin family. They never anticipated the existence of assassins, let alone 2 factions of them. Silently, they had stealthily infiltrated their surroundings. Had it not been for the warning of the enchanting maiden, would they not have all been doomed to never see the sun of tomorrow? Fortunately, there are no masters of the King Wu caliber. In an instant, a wave of dread washed over. One member of the Brock faction scolded, wretched scoundrel, we have granted you the courtesy of allowing you to act first. How dare you betray us? Are you still the mercenary of the dark web? The individuals within the shadowy realm are well aware. among the dark web's mercenary organizations. Once one exposes another, they become irrevocable adversaries. Surely, you must be cognizant of this. The enchanting maiden waved her hands repeatedly, adopting an expression of innocent innocence. No, no, no. Everyone has misunderstood. I am fully aware of my limitations and that I am incapable of handling this task. Therefore, let the two heroes take action, vanquish this scoundrel, and claim the bounty. However, just now, that old man proclaimed he would protect his life. You may need to eliminate him first before you can achieve your objective in this endeavor. Only then did the two sides release the enchantress, turning their attention towards the Qin family. Who seeks death? The bounty target of the dark web? Huang Huifeng stepped forward, exuding an air of bravado, and proclaimed, "What are merely a few cowardly insects that strike from the shadows? Even without knowledge of their movements, I can ensure the safety of the Qin family. Come forth. Today, I, Huang, wish to enlighten you about the vast chasm that exists between masters and royal-level warriors." With a sudden flare of his garment, he unleashed an overwhelming aura of might that reverberated like thunder, his aged bones crackling audibly as his muscles swelled under the influence of his inner energy. Truly, he was a master of the martial king level. The assassins around him paled in color, yet remained remarkably composed. The dark-clad figure scoffed coldly, "Old man, do you think we're fools? A master taking on a martial king. Have you no sense of shame? If it were not for our leader's presence, you would indeed have succeeded in deceiving us today. I implore the leader to take action." With a commanding shout, a figure emerged from the last row of the Dark Sparrow assassins, prompting all members to part ways. Though not tall in stature, he exuded an aura of chilling indifference that was utterly captivating. A pair of iron claws adorned his right hand, gleaming with a chilling light. It was none other than the enigmatic leader and founder of the organization, the Dark Sparrow, possessing the cultivation of a second-rank martial king. Huang Huifeng stepped back, taken aback. At that very moment, a figure emerged once more from the left suite, his physique even more striking, a towering presence of 2 meters in height. Resembling an iron tower, he appeared to be enveloped in muscles akin to steel, exuding an overwhelming sense of explosive power. It is also the leader of the assassin organization in Bear Country, Bylok. It is said that he was once the champion of underground boxing matches, and during a bout, he accidentally caused the death of a man. Consequently, he became a wanted man in Bear Country, leading him to wander aimlessly. He also established a notorious assassin organization, leaving behind a formidable reputation. His cultivation level is that of a first-class martial king. The pressure on the Qin family has surged dramatically. To their astonishment, 2 masters of the martial king level have appeared, while they possess only one. Huang Huifeng's countenance is equally grim. He might have been able to contend against one, but facing 2 is a daunting challenge for his aged body. Nevertheless, having already uttered fierce words and with the bond to the Qin family at stake, he steels himself for the confrontation, gritting his teeth. "Humph. You wretched insects hiding beneath the earth, who thrive on murder to earn your bounties, deserve nothing less than extermination. The Dragon Kingdom upholds martial valor. Though I am advanced in years, I shall not shirk my duty. Come, let us battle." Foshan's invisible hand. With a thunderous cry, Huang Huifeng brandishes his frail hands, unleashing a terrifying palm force directed at Qijue and Bylok. In a confrontation of martial kings, no one dares to underestimate the clash. Qijue and Bylok also unleash their most lethal techniques, Qijue's Night Raid and Bylok's City-Crushing Fist. The 3 martial kings collide with a resounding boom. It must be said that despite Huang Huifeng's somewhat arrogant demeanor, his prowess is undeniable. Relying on the unpredictable nature of Foshan's invisible hand, he manages to hold his ground, even to the point of seizing Qijeu's wrist when the latter attempts to claw at his chest, nearly dislocating his arm. However, in that very moment, Huang Huifeng suffers a devastating blow from Bylok, resulting in a fractured back. The tide turns against him with increasing clarity. Soon, with a resounding crash, he is forcefully kicked away, landing brutally on the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Old Huang, Grandpa Huang, Qin Zhengwei, and Qin Yun hurriedly rush to assist him. The remaining experts from the Qin family are pale with despair, their hopes dwindling with the fall of their sole martial king. Huang Huifeng wipes the blood from his mouth, his face ashen, and musters what little strength he can. "Zhengwei, you must leave first. I can hold them off for a time." Yet, as he attempts to rise, his body falters, collapsing once more to the ground. Qijue, fueled by a murderous intent, declares, "You old fool, how dare you injure me? I shall take your life." With that, he lunges a claw towards Huang Huifeng's head, intending to shatter it completely. Qijue shakes his head, preparing to intervene. Although this martial king guardian may possess outdated notions, his sense of responsibility is commendable. He fights with all his might. Even with Qijue and Bailoc present, Huang Huifeng could easily escape if he chose to. Yet, this old man insists on battling fiercely, wishing to cover the retreat of the Qin family. This reminds him of loyalty uncle, his brave heart. Such a noble soul should not perish in vain. Just as he is about to act, the enchanting demoness perceives his intentions and sweetly exclaims, "Senior brother, let me handle this." With that, she flings an object towards Qijue. Her intention is merely to teach this stubborn old man a lesson, not to kill him. Clang! Qijue's iron claws are shattered. His arm rendered numb, and he roars in fury, "Wretched woman, how dare you ambush me? Do you wish for death?" Bailoc cracks his knuckles menacingly, threatening, "Beautiful woman of the Dragon Kingdom, do not meddle in affairs that do not concern you." In the depths of the enchanting demoness' eyes lay a chilling intent. Calamity befalls those who speak carelessly. Widen your eyes and behold clearly what is inscribed upon the token. A token? It was only then that Dark Sparrow discerned that the force which had just vanquished him was, astonishingly, a mere token. And a wooden one at that. How could it possibly shatter steel? Etched upon its surface were intricate patterns and a few small characters. Upon closer inspection, terror surged within them, causing them to leap back in shock, their voices trembling. It was, for upon its face bloomed a blood-red rose, quietly unfurling. This emblem, within the dark web, was utterly taboo. Ah, it is indeed the Black Rose token. You are the sovereign of the Black Rose, the Dark Empress. The two were nearly overwhelmed, their fingers quivering in fear, almost relinquishing their grasp on the token, gazing at the demoness with unbridled horror. Though the dark web served as a clandestine platform populated by countless assassin organizations from around the globe, it also mirrored the aristocratic families of Jiangnan's myriad prefectures. This colossal multinational assassin syndicate could even exert influence over certain nations. The Black Rose stood as one of the most undeniable titans among the myriad organizations within the dark web, the monarch of the assassin realm. How could one dare to claim the title of Empress otherwise? Her status was akin to that of a sovereign. What was Dark Sparrow compared to the likes of Rock? Not even a Myrtle. How could they not tremble with fear? It was rumored that the Dark Empress wielded ruthless tactics, her beauty ethereal as a siren, and that she typically undertook the most perilous S-rank assignments from the dark web, eliminating the world's most wanted fugitives, exiled monarchs, and terror leaders. How could she deign to contest this paltry D-rank task with them? Thud, thud. Dark Sparrow and Rock's men, in abject terror, fell to their knees, kowtowing. Your Majesty, we truly did not recognize your esteemed visage. We have unwittingly offended you. Please spare our lives. This scene left all present in a state of petrified astonishment. Two formidable warriors of the martial king level, the pinnacle of Jiangnan's prowess, reduced to kneeling in supplication before a mere token. What manner of identity did this sister Qijue possess? The king of assassins? Such a stunningly beautiful assassin? How could she rely on her looks for sustenance, yet choose the path of murder? Such a stark contrast. Qijue himself had not anticipated that his sixth sister held such stature within the dark web. He had assumed the demoness to be merely a lowly assassin. Yet she turned out to be a titan of the industry? Yet, upon reflection, it was hardly surprising. From Palai Island, where would ordinary individuals emerge? Sister, you possess such an absurdly dramatic title as the Dark Empress? Must others truly address you as your Majesty? Qijue chuckled. The demoness rolled her eyes. This title was not of my own choosing, but rather a result of these little ants idolizing me, treating me as their empress. Do you understand? With that she strode forth, her long, fair legs carrying her gracefully before Dark Sparrow and Rock. From her elevated position, she declared, "Just now, you two wish to slay me?" Her words fell like a mountain upon Dark Sparrow and Rock. They nearly wet themselves in terror. No, Your Majesty. Please do not be angered. It was a misunderstanding. The demoness expression turned frigid. You have accepted a bounty to slay my junior brother and threaten my sister, Luo Ling. Surely this cannot be a misunderstanding. I bestow upon you a death most deserved. With these words, she directed her delicate hand downward toward the kneeling assassins before her, unleashing a terrifying wave of pressure that surged forth like an unstoppable tidal wave. No. The Dark Sparrow and the members of the Bailoc could only manage a desperate cry before, under the weight of that annihilating palm, their heart vessels shattered, resulting in their instant demise. The world fell into silence. The members of the Qin family, including Huang Huifeng, felt their hearts racing uncontrollably. Was this truly the extent of Sister Qijue's formidable power? With a single strike, she had eradicated 2 martial kings and several grand martial masters. What an extraordinary prodigy she was. Huang Huifeng, in particular, felt as though he had been struck by a thunderbolt. The residual force of the previous strike had completely robbed him of any will to resist. They were not even on the same dimensional plane. This was not merely a lecherous fool, but a pinnacle master of martial arts, descended to experience the world and savor life. What did it matter to this insignificant old man? He could scarcely suppress the urge to slap himself. Yi Luoling, bewildered by the true power of the enchanting lady, could only marvel at the sight of so many assassins being dispatched in an instant. It was nothing short of breathtaking and awe-inspiring. In recent days, she had watched her brother, Qijue, face down gods and demons alike, while she felt as though she was merely a lucky charm standing by. At times, the chasm between her and her brother felt insurmountable. Who would have thought that a woman could also cultivate martial prowess and ascend to such heights? Sister Yeoheim, how incredibly powerful you are! She couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The enchanting lady smiled, radiant as a blooming flower. Of course, Luoling, if you wish to learn, I would be delighted to teach you. With your innate talent, your future achievements will surely rival my own. Really? Yi Luoling's heart brimmed with hope. Absolutely. Your brother was once a novice as well, following in my footsteps, striving earnestly for my guidance. The enchanting lady said, pride swelling within her as she patted her ample chest. But perhaps it's best if you refrain from martial arts. It's far too exhausting. Qijue chuckled as he ruffled Yi Luoling's hair. Having endured hardships that would overwhelm ordinary mortals for many lifetimes, he wished to spare his sister from experiencing the same. He vowed to protect her forever. He then approached Huang Huifeng directly. The old man's goatee drooped dismally, and his 70-year-old face burned with shame, unable to meet Qijue's gaze. He had previously mocked him as a waste and a rogue, only to find himself saved by the very person he belittled. There was no place left for his pride. Forget it. Do as you wish for revenge. After all, I was struck in the Dantian and am all but ruined. Youth, I acknowledge that I harbored prejudices against you earlier. Now, whether you choose to kill or punish me, it is your decision. Qinyan interjected earnestly. Qijue, Huang, and my grandfather are close friends, making me half-kin. My words were unintentional. I apologize on his behalf. Or perhaps he could offer you an apology himself. Please don't. Before she could finish, Qijue swiftly pointed his finger at Huang Huifeng's abdomen. The latter let out a piercing cry, bending his waist like a shrimp, drenched in sweat, seemingly enduring some form of torment. Qinyan was immediately alarmed. Huang Huifeng had saved the Qin family several times. To her, he was no different from her own grandfather. And now, Qijue, how could you be so heartless? Why harm Elder Huan? Yet, in the next moment, the hunched Huang Huifeng suddenly rose, his face a canvas of astonishment. My injury has healed. Then, an overwhelming joy engulfed him. Not only had his wound mended, but the dormant energy within his Dantian had also unexpectedly surged, doubling the speed of his vital energy circulation. I have ascended to the second rank martial king. It is you. Huang Huifeng gazed at Qijue, astonished beyond measure. He could distinctly feel that it was Qijue's earlier gesture that had unblocked the meridians he had struggled with for years. Not only had his Dantian not been wasted, but he had also achieved a breakthrough. Why is this happening? Not only did he refrain from vengeance, but he actually assisted me. Qijue looked at Qinyan and chuckled softly. Do you really perceive me as so inadequate? Elder Huang was specially invited by the Qin family to protect Luoling. If I were to harbor grudges over such trivial matters, wouldn't that be rather petty? Thus, I chose to aid him in healing, while simultaneously elevating his cultivation. Elder Huang, I may have many matters to attend to in Shanghai, and at times, I may not be able to look after Luoling. For safety, I entrust to you. Qijue spoke with genuine sincerity. Qinyan's face flushed with embarrassment. How foolish of her to have harbored such petty thoughts. This man's character and virtue had reached such an admirable height. He could kill without hesitation for the sake of family or friends, yet when wronged, he could repay malice with kindness and come to the rescue, truly beyond reproach. Qin Zhengwei and the other members of the Qin family were filled with profound respect. Suddenly, they understood why Qin Feihu dared to openly side with Qijue. This is a true hero. What were the Qin and Lu families compared to this? They did not even regard you as human. Here, there is genuine compassion. Brother Yi, I am utterly ashamed. May I bow to you? Huang Huifeng trembled, nearly prostrating himself before Qijue, unable to contain his tears. Overwhelmed with shame, he had wandered the Dragon Kingdom for over a decade, seeking to advance on the path of martial arts. Yet after decades of unfruitful pursuit, he had unexpectedly been enlightened by a young man barely in his 20s. Though youthful, This individual possessed insights that surpassed his years. His character stood as a towering peak. How utterly humbling. Enough. It was but a trivial matter. Do not dwell upon it. Qijue helped him to his feet. Huang Huifeng patted his chest vigorously, exuding a fierce determination. Brother Yi, rest assured. As long as I, Huang, draw breath, I shall ensure your sister's safety and well-being. Yi Luoling found the situation amusing yet perplexing. An elderly man in his 70s or 80s calling her brother and sister. How peculiar. The enchanting maiden stifled a laugh. This little junior brother truly was a master of overt strategy, adept at winning hearts. Everything was in perfect harmony. All is well. Everyone can return to their rooms and rest. Qijue called to the crowd, notably clad only in shorts, with a mark left by his senior sister. It felt as though he had been observed through a mere veil for an eternity. Sister, since it's so late, why not spend the night on my bed? I could take the sofa, he suggested. You wish. The enchanting sister shot him a glance filled with disdain. I will be sharing a bed with Sister Luoling. It is the perfect opportunity to share your embarrassing tales from the island and let you experience some shame. She leaned into Yi Luoling's ear and whispered a few words, instantly igniting a bright smile on the young girl's face. Brother. So you have indeed peeked at sister while she bathed and even got spanked. Yi Qijue's expression darkened immediately. Nonsense. I was unfamiliar with the island and stumbled in by mistake. Do you understand? Now go to sleep. The following day, Yi Qijue awoke only when the sun was high in the sky. Ever since departing from Palai, he had been on high alert, ensuring Luoling's safety while investigating the truth behind the massacre of the Yi family. His mind had been in a constant state of tension. Today, however, the arrival of the enchanting sister allowed him to finally relax. Even if the entire assassin force of Dragon Country were to converge, they would hardly be able to harm a single hair on her head. At last, he could enjoy a proper sleep. Upon entering the presidential suite's living room, he found Qinyan, Yi Luoling, and Sister Yaoji all present. Yaoji had finally donned somewhat more conventional attire today, yet her astonishing figure remained unmasked. Her loose denim jacket clung to her like a second skin. Yi Qijue found himself worried that a sudden bend might cause critical areas to burst forth. A modest breakfast lay on the coffee table, and Yi Luoling eagerly approached him. Brother, you're awake. Come and eat something. Trouble looms. Not only is Guozhenhai a significant threat, Qin Yun remarked, her focus fixed on the recent happenings in Zhonghai, her brow furrowed with concern. Yi Qijue, your actions in Jinling have been made public. Everyone knows you have offended the Ling and Lu family, and you have become the public enemy of Zhonghai. Today, it seems half of Zhonghai's prominent families will gather to watch, all eager to witness your downfall. Even if you were to win, it is unlikely they would let you depart easily. My advice is, do not go. Avoid inciting the wrath of the masses. Zhonghai has become the pinnacle of martial arts in Jiang'an, with half of Zhonghai uniting against you. They aim to capture you and present you to the Lu and Chen families as a trophy. Attending today's challenge would not be a wise course of action. Huang Huifeng, who had been meditating, opened his eyes and suggested, perhaps I should visit the Martial Alliance and request them to cancel the duel with Brother Yi. Or I could directly annihilate the Guo family, those who dare to lay a hand on Miss Luoling. Such a family, armed and arrogant, deserves to perish. Yi Qijue, however, remained unfazed. No need. I shall go myself. I must inquire about the Qin family's matters in Zhonghai. It is imperative that I make this trip. As for Guozhenhai, he is of no concern, merely an ant, easily crushed with a single blow. Qinyan urgently implored, Yi Qijue, do you not understand? There are only two possible outcomes if you confront Guozhenhai in the arena today. Either you lose to him and meet your demise on the martial stage. Either you defeat Guozhenhai, or you perish at the hands of the formidable experts from the entire Zhonghai. Both outcomes lead to a dead end. The depths of Zhonghai's waters are unfathomable. Some families possess martial artists of the martial king caliber. Even the Qin family is not to be underestimated. Huang Hufeng also cautioned. Indeed, Brother Yi, it is prudent to proceed with caution. You are still young and need not act impulsively, thereby endangering your life. Although yesterday you witnessed the demoness eliminate 2 martial kings with a single strike, she is a prominent figure in the black market. It is only natural for her to dispatch some lesser opponents with ease, while Huang Huifeng too cannot discern the realm of Yi Qijue. He surmises that Yi Qijue's ability to slay Li Yuanlai suggests he is likely around the 2nd or 3rd rank of martial sect, given his tender age. After all, he is even a few years younger than the demoness. Achieving the status of Grand Martial Sect is already an extraordinary feat, a rarity indeed. After finishing his last sip of soy milk, Yi Qijue shook his head. Incorrect. I am not particularly content with the outcomes you propose. In my perspective, today in Zhonghai, there will only be one scenario. That is, I shall penetrate through the entire martial arts community of Zhonghai until I uncover the whereabouts of Chun Lingfeng. With that, Qijue wiped his mouth and strode out of the hotel with great determination. Qinyun, Huang Huifeng, and the others were left in a state of shock. Among the myriad of martial artists in Zhonghai, where experts abound, does he truly not regard any of them? Meanwhile, at the Zhonghai martial arts arena, the atmosphere was already electrifying. Nearly half of Zhonghai's prominent families had dispatched members to witness this globally anticipated battle. As the most unique city within Jiangnan, Zhonghai's martial prowess far exceeds that of other counties, and it has been many years since anyone dared to issue a challenge. Today, however, someone has audaciously slain the father and son of the Guo family and seeks to duel the vice leader of the martial alliance on the arena. There are even rumors that this madman has a personal vendetta against the war god Lingfeng, having come to Zhonghai for revenge. Such foolishness. Chun Lingfeng is the pride of all Jiangnan. Thus, the majority are here to witness Yi Qijue's imminent demise. Guo Zhenhai, who entered the martial sect at the age of 40, is an exceptionally rare talent even in Zhonghai, renowned as the face of the region. His involvement is most fitting. Hardly anyone considers the possibility of defeat. Betting odds have even been established, wagering on how many moves Yi Qijue can withstand under Guo Zhenhai's onslaught. The majority bet within 10 moves. This reflects the immense confidence Zhonghai possesses in Guo Zhenhai's capabilities. The area beneath the martial arts arena is rapidly filling to capacity. In the front row, the Guo family sits comfortably, awaiting Yi Qijue's arrival to meet his demise. Guo Zhenhai occupies the center, eyes closed in meditation. The elderly patriarch of the Guo family, Guo Xinwen, has bloodshot eyes, his gaze extinguished. You, the bastard named Yi, if you dare to come. Today I shall dismember you into 8 pieces, avenging my son and grandson. No one has ever provoked the Guo family in Zhonghai and lived to tell the tale. You shall be no exception. In the second row sit Xue Tian and a group from the town martial division, alongside some martial experts from Zhonghai's auction houses. The third group consists of a contingent of Easterners, dressed in kimonos and straw hats, their faces obscured. Meanwhile, in the back row S corner, the deputy leader of the Zhonghai Martial Alliance, Ouyang Qing, arrived quietly, concealed among the crowd, his expression tense. Today would bring a conclusion regarding his daughter's son. A day he had awaited for 20 years, all for a promise. On the second floor, adjacent to the martial arts stage, there existed a VIP section that offered an even better view. Li Jiasin, adorned in a striking red gown with a daring slit, sipped red wine, her demeanor slightly anxious. She was keenly interested in the impending duel and had come in person to witness it. Beside her stood Elder Mo, ever attentive. With a serious countenance, Li Jiasin implored, Elder Mo, should Yi Qijue find himself in a desperate battle, I ask that you intervene and spare his life. I require him. Elder Mo, a figure of some renown in Zhonghai, was presumed to have the ear of Guo Zhenhai. He chuckled derisively if he cannot even surpass a 5th-grade martial sovereign. How does the young lady expect him to meddle in the affairs of the Li family? That would be tantamount to courting death. Li Jiasin appeared conflicted. Yet the matters of the family do not afford me much time. Even if Yi Qijue's martial prowess is lacking, I must bring him to my side reluctantly. Elder Mo nodded. Very well. I shall set aside my dignity for today, but only if this young man dares to show up. With less than 10 minutes until noon. The Guo family has already awaited him for some time. Yet where is he? Surely he hasn't backed out at the last moment. Li Jiasin gazed toward the entrance of the martial arts arena, shaking her head resolutely. I refuse to believe he is that cowardly. The one who dared to slay Guo Xingfa and Guo Xiaotian would not shy away from a martial contest. Yet, at that moment, impatience was palpable among the gathered crowd. Where is he? Could he genuinely lack the courage to arrive? As the clamor rose, a luxury vehicle bearing the Jinling license plate screeched to a halt at the entrance of the martial arts venue. Moments later, a towering figure emerged, declaring, I have arrived. Is the Guo family prepared for annihilation? It was none other than Yi Qijue, striding confidently forward, flanked by stunning companions, the enchanting Yao Ji, Qin Yun, and Yi Luoling. Each a vision of beauty that captured the attention of all. As the crowd beheld Yi Qijue's visage, astonishment rippled through them. Is this Yi Qijue? The audacious youth who swept through half of Jiangnan? So young, yet already a master, perhaps even a great martial sovereign? Truly extraordinary talent. However, great talent often comes at a cost. The young, fearless challenger dared to confront the leader of the Guo alliance, a move that seemed destined for disaster. They were all aware of Yi Qijue's exploits, A great martial sovereign in his 20s, he had shattered records across Zhonghai and even Jiangnan, obliterating a host of local prodigies. Yet, this day marked his fateful challenge. The martial arts stage would determine not only rank, but also life and death. There was no third option, and his fall was inevitable. In the VIP section on the second floor, Elder Mos' murky eyes widen with disbelief. He truly dares to come? There is some youthful vigor in him. Yet, I suspect he will not prevail against Qijue. Within 10 exchanges, he will require my assistance. Li Jiesin took a sip of red wine and chuckled lightly. That may not necessarily be the case. After all, this person doesn't even regard Chun Lingfeng highly. Perhaps I shall be in for a delightful surprise. This fellow certainly had his fair share of romantic fortune. She noticed that behind Qijue, there was an additional beauty, whose figure and appearance even made her feel somewhat inferior. An inexplicable sense of crisis surged within her. The enchanting Ji, Qin Yun, and Yi Luoling found their seats. The three stunning beauties were simply too captivating, especially the enchanting Ji. A mere glance or smile from her was enough to ignite desire in men. Her alluring figure, accentuated by the denim jacket, was breathtaking, evoking a yearning to tear it off and allow the marvel within to breathe freely. As soon as they were seated, several eager suitors could no longer contain themselves and approached. Beautiful lady, I haven't seen you before. Shall we get acquainted? How about I treat you to a drink? This red wine just arrived from France. It's excellent for skin rejuvenation. A young gentleman, holding 2 glasses of red wine, smiled broadly. The enchanting Ji did not refuse. She naturally accepted the glass and took a sip, leaning back in her seat with a smile. The wine is delightful. Thank you. This smile utterly captivated the young gentleman and his companions, leaving them in a euphoric daze. The young gentleman felt as though he could gallop away at any moment. He had already slipped something into the wine, a common tactic of his. He had likely ruined countless innocent maidens with his tricks. His companion whispered in a lewd tone, "Young master, congratulations. Today you have struck gold with this voluptuous beauty." Their conversation was devoid of any pretense. In their eyes, the enchanting Ji's acceptance of the wine essentially signified her tacit approval of their forthcoming actions. The young gentleman breathed heavily. "Don't be hasty. Wait until I've had my fill. Then, I shall share the pleasure with you all." "Thank you, young master." Meanwhile, a dozen members of the Qin family observed this scene, maintaining an air of indifference as if they hadn't seen a thing. They silently mourned for this young gentleman, pondering his audacity to take advantage of such a woman. Just yesterday, he had killed 2 martial kings. They wondered how many lives he thought he could gamble with. On the other hand, members of the Guo family were filled with rage upon seeing Qijue. The majority of their clan's vitality had already fallen into his hands. And what had he just said? That he would annihilate the Guo family? Such arrogance was intolerable. "You little scoundrel, today you may enter upright, but you will leave horizontally. Enough of this chatter. Step onto the martial platform and sign the death warrant." "Are you too afraid to face me?" The Guo family members were indignant, standing in outrage, eagerly anticipating their clan's expert to slay Qijue. Qijue let out a cold laugh. After all, he was merely dealing with a small fry. What was there to fear? With that, he leaped onto the martial platform and signed the death warrant. Being labeled as a small fry, Guizhenhai's expression darkened slightly. He slammed his seat and rose into the air, confronting Qijue with a fierce demeanor. "You are even younger than I had imagined. But alas, you are unaware that the tall tree attracts the wind. You have killed my kin and provoked those you should not have. Within 3 moves, I shall end your life and rid Jiangnan of this scourge." Guizhenhai exuded pride, feigning righteousness. Qijue's gaze remained indifferent. He has never taken the life of an undeserving individual. It is, however, Guo Xiaodian who, relying on his family background in Zhonghai, has committed numerous misdeeds, unaware of the countless virtuous women he has harmed. Now to label him as a scourge, such matters are of no consequence to him. Today, the Guo family is but a trivial challenge. With audacious confidence, he declared, "Guizhenhai, listen well, I grant you 1 minute to strike at your leisure. If you can merely touch the hem of my garment, I shall concede defeat and take my own life. But after this minute, you shall perish." Such arrogance, unabashed and unrestrained. Upon utterance of these words, the hundreds of spectators surrounding the martial arts arena were left thunderstruck, mouths agape. What did he just say? Allow Guizhenhai to act freely for a minute? Could he not even graze his clothing? Is this sheer confidence or an utter lack of awareness? Undoubtedly, it is the latter. The young fool is gravely unaware of the gravity of his situation. Who is Guizhenhai? An idol revered throughout Zhonghai's martial community. Not even a ninth-grade martial artist would dare to make such grand claims. Many were nearly driven to madness. Kill him. Guo, swiftly eliminate him. I can no longer bear to witness his pretense. Guo Jinhai, consumed by rage, laughed ferociously. You dare to insult me, boy? Yi Qijue shook his head. No, no, no. Do not misunderstand. A wretch like you could not lay a finger on me in a year's time, let alone a minute. Discussing time is futile. I grant you 60 seconds because you dare to act under the banner of Qinling Feng to kill me. You must possess some knowledge of this Zhonghai war goddess family. So, ponder where the Chun family resides, if you reveal it. I shall merely incapacitate you and allow you to live a few more decades as a dog. Now, let the countdown begin. 60, 59. Guo Jinhai was momentarily taken aback, his mind struggling to comprehend. Then, he erupted in fury. Hey, 1 minute to divulge the Qin family as information? So, Yi Qijue has never regarded me with any seriousness. In that instant, this idol of Zhonghai, the first martial artist to ascend effortlessly, felt the most profound insult of his life. He nearly fainted from anger. You seek death. With that, he roared, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy as he lunged at Yi Qijue. The force was so tremendous that the marble beneath his feet shattered. This demonstrated Guo Jinhai's fierce intent to eliminate Yi Qijue. With a vicious punch, he aimed to shatter stone. No one below the third rank of great martial sovereign could evade such speed. Yet, Yi Qijue simply pivoted, evading effortlessly. This caught everyone by surprise. The anticipated scenario of a swift kill did not materialize. This brat, though arrogant, possesses some degree of strength. Come on, Guo. Show your true prowess. Your elder brother's nephew is watching from the underworld. Do not hold back. Unleash your most formidable move and obliterate him. Guo Jinhai bellowed, launching another attack. Yet, Yi Qijue dodged with ease once more. Unfazed, Yi Qijue continued, 50, 49, 48. Guo Jinhai was instantly engulfed in a fury beyond measure. If a minute were to pass without even grazing the hem of Yi Qijue's garment, the reputation of this martial arts idol from Zhonghai would be irreparably tarnished. With a fierce determination, he unleashed the Town-Si fist, his entire being radiating a formidable vitality that rendered the faces of the audience in the front rows ashen. The prowess of a fifth-tier grandmaster was unmistakably on display. This was his signature technique, capable of shifting mountains and calming seas. Bang, bang, bang within mere moments. Guo Jinhai had unleashed dozens of punches, each carrying sufficient lethal force to obliterate a third-tier martial master. Yet, all was for naught. Each strike met only empty air, while Yi Qijue merely sidestepped with an effortless grace, as if gliding past like an antelope's horn. No matter how Guo Jinhai altered his approach, he could not land even a fraction of a hit. Exhausted and breathless, he found himself in a state of furious madness, akin to a raging lion, desperately clawing at an elusive antelope that danced just out of reach. The spectators were left in a state of bewilderment, grappling with a surreal sensation. Guo Jinhai had launched dozens of attacks, far exceeding his earlier claim of dispatching his opponent in 3 moves, leaving his supporters utterly flabbergasted. What was happening? Was Guo the leader intentionally holding back? Had he perhaps accepted a bribe from this young man, or staked his entire fortune on a gamble, choosing to lose? Various thoughts swirled in their minds, as there seemed no other explanation for why, after such a lengthy duration, he had yet to touch the hem of his opponent's garment. It resembled a stage performance. Below the stage, Guo Xingwen and Xue Tian also sensed something amiss. Failing to succeed after a few attempts was one thing, but missing after dozens of strikes indicated a stark disparity in their capabilities. Yi Qijue's movements were extraordinarily elusive, ethereal, and enigmatic, completely outclassing Guo Jinhai. On the second floor, Li Jiasen observed with amusement, Old Mo, 10 moves have long passed. What now? Old Mo snorted dismissively. He merely relies on a slight advantage in agility. What use is mere evasion? The martial arena is a battlefield of life and death. If he cannot defeat Guo Jinhai head-on, he will still meet his demise. Li Jiasen replied, then let us wait and see. On the stage, Yi Qijue's gaze sharpened. You have 10 seconds left. Choose wisely. Will you speak, or will you perish? 10, 9, 8, 7. Though Guo Jinhai felt astonished, he could never reveal Qinling Feng's whereabouts. To do so would invite the wrath of the Qin family. Provoked by Yi Qijue's taunts, Guo Jinhai roared thunderously, You forced my hand, boy. Today, I will surely beat you to death on this martial stage and elevate my renown. With that declaration, he retrieved an object from his bosom and swallowed it whole, an elixir. It was a potent pill capable of stimulating his dantian and meridians, allowing him to unleash a heightened level of combat prowess. Its grade was not low, around level 5, sufficient to temporarily elevate a Grand Martial Master by a tier. Yet, Qijue was puzzled. Had Qijue mentioned that elixirs were scarce in Jiangnan? How then did Guozhenhai possess a level 5 pill? Below the stage, Shuetain announced, "It's over. Guozhenhai has consumed the explosive energy pill. His strength has increased by more than threefold. No matter how extraordinary this young man may be, he cannot escape his fate." In the blink of an eye, Guozhenhai's strength ascended from the 5th rank martial sect to the 6th rank. His speed and power reached an entirely new echelon. With a series of 3 thunderous steps, he gathered his might and unleashed a punch, releasing a torrent of white energy that surged towards Qijue's face. The Zhenhai Divine Fist. The might of this strike was such that even the earlier Guozhenhai could have obliterated his opponent. The speed was astonishing. The crowd below in Zhonghai understood that Guozhenhai had consumed an explosive energy pill. If he failed to subdue Qijue, he would plunge into a state of weakness. This meant that regardless of whether Qijue could evade, this battle was destined to conclude. All eyes were riveted on the stage. Luoling felt a pang of anxiety. This was blatant cheating on Guozhenhai's part. Yet, she retained faith in her brother, fully aware of Qijue's temperament. He would never engage in a venture devoid of certainty. Having come to Zhonghai, her brother would undoubtedly trample the powerful clans beneath his feet. Beside the enchanting woman, a young gentleman shook his head and remarked, "Fair maiden, do not harbor false hopes. With the explosive energy pill in play, the man you follow is about to meet his demise. But fret not, for I shall protect you. No one in Zhonghai dares to lay a finger on you." The enchanting woman smiled enigmatically. "Is that so? But if he perishes, what will become of Zhonghai?" 3, 2, 1. Boom! Just as Qijue finished his countdown, Guozhenhai's fist struck violently against Qijue's chest. A torrent of ferocity surged forth. He had hit. Countless spectators leapt to their feet. Finally, a direct hit. This formidable punch could likely shatter the frail body of that reckless youth. However, in the next instant, Guozhenhai's expression underwent a dramatic shift. For throughout the ordeal, Qijue's gaze remained as placid as an ancient abyss, devoid of any tremor. His form stood resolute like a pine tree. This punch had proven utterly futile. It was not that he had landed a blow. Rather, time had run out. An overwhelming dread coursed through Guozhenhai's spine. "Regrettably, you have chosen death." Qijue's voice was cold and merciless. From the depths of the eternal abyss, a killing intent surged forth. Then, his right hand abruptly descended upon Guozhenhai's head. "Ah, no. Guozhenhai crumbled completely. On the verge of divulging the scant information he possessed, when Qijue's fingers tightened, shattering his skull. Bang! Like a watermelon bursting open. The legendary idol of Zhonghai, Guozhenhai, lay dead. Qijue had graciously granted him a full minute. He would not bestow even a second more. Zhonghai was not solely inhabited by the Guo family. Impossible. This was absolutely inconceivable. I swear the Guo family shall never coexist with you in this lifetime." Upon witnessing his son's head obliterated, Guo's skin trembled, his gaze filled with disbelief. In an instant, Qijue kicked Guozhenhai's lifeless body into the throng of Guo family members. It was enveloped in immense true energy, akin to a bomb. The Guo family had no means of resistance. Over 20 individuals were directly struck down. The Guo family faced annihilation. "So, you seek eternal enmity, do you? Your entire family is doomed, heading straight to hell, isn't it?" In that moment, the atmosphere felt utterly silent. The audience was stunned for a full half-minute. All the masters from Zhonghai felt their scalps tingle with shock, their gazes filled with fear. Everyone had envisioned countless scenarios for this battle. How long could Qijue endure? Several moves? A dozen? Perhaps a stalemate? Yet, none had anticipated that Guozhenhai could be defeated in a single blow, especially after consuming a power pill. This effectively meant that Qijue had vanquished 3 Guozhenhais. The implications were terrifying. Qijue's prowess was sufficient to instill dread in all the formidable figures of Zhonghai. Even Qijue, Qinyun, Wang Hui, and Feng were utterly astonished. This battle once again reshaped their perception of Qijue. His strength remained enigmatic. He grew stronger in the face of adversity. In the VIP section on the 2nd floor, Li Jiasin was positively elated. She didn't even notice the red wine spilling onto her chest. He is so handsome. Now I am certain. Qijue is undoubtedly the true destined partner I have been searching for. The man who could alter the course of my life. I must have him. Quickly. Let me return to the club and change into something more alluring, then invite him over. Today, I will claim him. Yi Qijue's formidable presence had left Li Jiasin breathless and her legs weak. This was Guo Jinhai, after all, the vice leader of the Zhonghai Martial Alliance. A candidate for the next leader. To think he was so decisively slain by Yi Qijue. Such overwhelming dominance. A high martial sovereign, perhaps even surpassing that rank. Alongside a 6th-level alchemist, he would undoubtedly become the target of various factions in Dragon Country in the future. She trusted her instincts. She hurriedly made her way out, leaving Mo Lao in a state of shock. Yi Qijue's instantaneous defeat of the 5th-grade martial sovereign Guo Jinhai had indeed slapped Mo Lao's previous assertions in the face. Half a minute later, the crowd erupted into chaos. What did I just witness? Good Alliance leader was slain in a single strike? I must be dreaming. No. My idol has been reduced to a pathetic state. How could this madman be so powerful? Amidst the clamor, another vice leader of the Martial Alliance, Ouyang Qing, suddenly rose, exclaiming, such overwhelming force. He must be the son of a benefactor. Only he could possess such talent to annihilate Guo Jinhai in one move. It is fate. 20 years ago, the Guo family thrived by seizing treasures, and now, 20 years later, they have met their end at the hands of the benefactor's son. How gratifying. How satisfying. Ha. Suddenly, Xue Tian, the director of the Zhonghai Town Martial Affairs Bureau, seated in the front row, slammed his hand on the table in fury, exclaiming, "You audacious ruffian! How dare you brazenly slay a master from Zhonghai in broad daylight, exterminating his entire family? You clearly hold my Martial Affairs Bureau in contempt. Yi Qijue, what punishment do you deserve?" Originally, Guo Jinhai had sought him out to join forces against Yi Qijue. Yet, without warning, Guo Jinhai was effortlessly crushed like a mere chick. Guo Jinhai would surely find himself in hell, haunted by dreams of torment. Xue Tian felt his authority had been challenged. As he spoke, the people of Zhonghai seemed to have found their rallying point, collectively seeking to take action. Director Xue is absolutely right. This madman brazenly slaughters the entire Guo family, an act that is utterly unforgivable. I implore Director Xue to take action and subdue this wretch. Yi Qijue scoffed, remarking, "Is this not merely a matter of life and death in the martial arts arena? Why was no one concerned when he sought my demise? If I were to retaliate, what punishment would I face? Surely, the Jinwu division is not merely a lapdog of the Guo family." Xue Tian's expression darkened considerably, even if Guo Jinhai deserves death. "Why then did you slay Guo Xiangwen and the others? They are innocent." Unfazed, Yi Qijue replied, "They declared that they would not share the same sky with me. If I do not eliminate them, shall I await the day when the Guo family hires assassins to eliminate me?" Xue Tian shook his head, insisting, "Regardless, you have committed heinous acts, spilling rivers of blood. Not only did you slay my colleagues from Lingzhou, but you also wreak havoc in Zhonghai. I shall capture you. Onward. Seize this wanted criminal, regardless of the outcome." Discarding any pretense, Xue Tian issued his command. A pack of Jinwu division elites, fierce as wolves, lunged forward. Each of them far surpassed the martial prowess of Lingzhou, with an average cultivation level of 8th rank master. However, even 100 of them would merely be as fragile as clay chickens before Yi Qijue. In less than a minute, they were all vanquished by his hand. With a single punch, he shattered the chest of the last Jinwu division expert. Yi Qijue turned his gaze toward Xue Tian. "You are even more detestable than the Guo family. Such eagerness to end my life. Could it be that you were also involved in the Lingzhou incident 5 years ago?" Xue Tian's face flushed with rage. His subordinates had all perished at the hands of Yi Qijue. Such disgrace. When had the Jinwu division ever been treated in such a manner? "You little wretch. I refuse to believe that Zhonghai, having remained peaceful for decades, will allow you to turn everything upside down." With that, he similarly produced an explosive energy pill from his pocket. Consuming it, his strength soared to the pinnacle of 6th rank Grand Martial Master. Unlike Guo Jinhai, he had immersed himself in the 5th rank Grand Martial Master level for many years. He had an 80% chance of subduing Guo Jinhai. Now, his power was approaching that of a 7th rank Grand Martial Master. His body brimming with vitality, he resembled a demonic deity. Yi Qijue was taken aback. Again? Another explosive energy pill. What happened to the claim that southern Jiangnan's medicinal pills had become extinct? Does everyone in Zhonghai possess one? Die? Xue Tian charged in a frenzy. The crowd held their breath. Surely, this time Yi Qijue would meet his demise. With 2 of Zhonghai's top experts gunning for him, he had already been afforded ample grace. Yet, the moment Xue Tian stepped onto the martial arts arena, he was met with a devastating punch from Yi Qijue to his chest, causing the latter's torso to explode, sending him reeling back, crashing through the seating below the arena. Struggling to raise his head, Qijue Tian could only spit forth several liters of blood. His expression one of utter disbelief. He was the head of the Jinwu division in Zhonghai. His position even surpassed that of the Jinwu division in Jinling, equivalent to the heart of Jiangyan. How could Qijue so easily dispatch him? Did the word fear not exist in his lexicon? He then collapsed, lifeless. Qijue nonchalantly withdrew his hand. He had long grown weary of the repugnant facade of the Jinwu division. One would fall for everyone that approached. What? All the martial arts experts of Zhonghai widened their eyes in disbelief, as though they had seen a ghost. Qijue not only killed Guo, but also took the life of Qijue Tian, the director of the Jinwu division. This was a figure clad in white robes, serving the emperor. How could he dare? Furthermore, how could this young man possess such extraordinary strength? It was unfathomable. Could it be that the unmatched Zhonghai would be subdued by an outsider? Before they could even mourn Qijue Tian, another group rose, those from the third row, the Japanese. Their presence was chilling, akin to venomous serpents. At the forefront stood Ichiro Zoyama, the president of the Lingzhou Chamber of Commerce, glaring at Qijue with hatred. Damn you, Qijue! You have slain my compatriots and destroyed my Chamber of Commerce, yet you still dare to come to Zhonghai. Today, I shall sever your head and offer it as a blood sacrifice to the spirits of my fallen brethren. Qijue regarded him with a knowing smile. Recalling Inuyama Masayuki and others, the president of the Lingzhou Chamber of Commerce, is it? I had wondered who you were. It turns out you are but a mongrel from the dog nation of the East. Speaking of which, has the Miyamoto family from your land visited Longwa? Ichiro Zoyama was taken aback. What business do you have with the illustrious Miyamoto family? Qijue's voice turned cold. Nothing much. Merely to inform them that the Miyamoto family has pilfered what does not belong to them, and they should return it post-haste. Otherwise, I shall ensure their obliteration. His words struck a sensitive nerve in Ichiro Zoyama and his companions. Baka, Qijue, how dare you insult the great Miyamoto family? Let me remind you that the Miyamoto family is a clan with a heritage spanning hundreds of years in the East, representing the esteemed Izumo Shrine. They have guarded the sacred mountains like deities. How could they possibly steal your belongings? Qijue nodded, realizing that Ichiro Zoyama had unwittingly revealed the Miyamoto family secret. The Izumo Shrine, is it? I shall eventually bring it to ruin. Very well. Since you too dared to covet the assets of the Yi family, today I shall send you on your way. With that, Qijue unleashed a powerful punch, his intent surging forth. The terrifying force caused Ichiro Zoyama's countenance to shift dramatically, and he hastily grabbed a nearby individual to shield himself. Boom. The unfortunate soul was obliterated. Fortunately, Ichiro Zoyama, possessing the cultivation of a grandmaster, was flung several meters away, yet miraculously survived. Ah, damn you, Qijue! Even at death's door, you dare to strike at me. Kill him, roared Ichiro Zoyama. Instantly, two figures emerged from the ranks of the Japanese, one tall and one short, exuding a menacing aura. They ascended to the platform, and as they removed their hats, their faces were revealed. Shinigo, barefoot and clad in martial arts attire, was the K1 GP champion of Japan and a world champion in karate. Possessing the strength of a 5th-grade grandmaster, Korwashi Koichi, wielding a curved samurai sword, was the inheritor of Iade, having slain over 50 adversaries since his debut, each with a single strike, earning the title of the fastest man in Japan, with a 6th-grade grandmaster as prowess. A collective gasp arose from the crowd. The East had sent 2 mid-level grandmasters. Truly, a force formidable enough to establish a protected zone in Jiangyan. Such terror. Ningtian Gang has already assumed a stance, lifting his foot to deliver a kick towards Qijue, producing an astonishing sound that pierces the air, a whip-like leg strike, with one powerful kick. The force is akin to 1,000 pounds. A hand blade. With a single strike, I could sever 10 steel tiles. The joint snapped. A kick aimed fiercely at Qijue's knee. Should it connect, that leg would be lost forever. Although the offensive was fierce, Qijue effortlessly evaded it while simultaneously delivering a series of powerful punches, causing Xian Gang to spit blood repeatedly. I never anticipated that you Eastern dogs not only lack strength, but also possessed such feeble intellect. A 5th-grade martial sect would willingly march to their demise. Just now, Guizhenhai has thoroughly demonstrated that a 5th-grade martial arts master is already unable to even touch the hem of his garment. Could it be that these Japanese have no eyes? Then, Xian Gang executed an astonishing maneuver that left Qijue utterly speechless. He too retrieved an explosive energy pill from his bosom and consumed it, resulting in a dramatic surge in his power. Qijue was utterly bewildered. Indeed, it seems that there is but one individual in the vast expanse of the sea, each with their own unique gem. However, he astutely observed that the methods of concocting explosive pills employed by Qijue, Shuetian, and Xiantian gang were remarkably similar, seemingly originating from a single individual. Could it be that there exists a master alchemist in Zhonghai? Here, the formidable Nian Tian, who is also striving to ascend to the 6th rank of martial sovereign, charges forth once again. Below the stage, Ichiro Saiyan sneers coldly. Nidago is merely feigning an attack. The true lethal strike lay in the hands of Koichi Korwashi. The long silent air of the sword-drawing technique. At this moment, he grasped the knife with a reverse grip, his body sinking lower, resembling a tightly coiled spring, poised to strike at any moment. The art of swordsmanship manifested in a single, decisive cut, claiming a life with precision. Bang! Xiantian gang finally could no longer endure. After delivering a powerful punch to Yi Qi, his entire palm exploded in an instant, resulting in a shattered wrist. In that fleeting moment, he lost all combat capability. However, just as Qijue was about to take his life, Korwashi Koichi sprang into action. With a swift motion, the katana was drawn, striking towards Qijue's head like a venomous serpent. The speed was astonishing, seemingly twice as swift as Shuetian just moments ago. No one on the field could discern the direction of the blade. With a single strike, it astonished even the spirits. With a resounding thud, Qijue unleashed a sweeping kick that struck directly at Xintian Gang's waist. In an instant, the spine of this Eastern martial arts champion was shattered, and his internal organs were reduced to mere fragments. However, Korwashi Kuchi's Aido strike arrived. In a flash, it reached the nape of Qijue's neck. It struck just as Qijue had extended his leg, leaving him unable to turn. He is dead. Sasayama Ikaru exclaimed with excitement. The swift strike left Qijue with no time to evade. His demise was inevitable. He could already envision the gruesome scene of Qijue's severed head hitting the ground, his mangled corpse gushing blood in a macabre celebration. Brother, be careful. Below the stage, Yiluoling was filled with concern. It must be said that Koichi Korwashi's strike was timed impeccably. At that moment, an ordinary martial artist had just executed their kick. Their old strength exhausted and new vigor yet to emerge, leaving them utterly unable to evade the blow. Alas, he finds himself confronting Qijue. The latter suddenly turned in a bizarre manner, twisting their body at an unbelievable angle, and with a swift motion of the right hand, firmly grasped Korwashi Koichi's katana. The intention of the blade is profound, encapsulating the lifetime comprehension of Korwashi Koichi, yet it can no longer advance even a fraction. The speed is commendable. Alas, the strength is insufficient. And then, with a slight exertion of his fingers, the katana shattered, and he grasped one of the blades, slicing it across the throat of Korwashi Koichi. Blood gushed forth. A swift cut sealed the throat. The corpse crashed to the ground. At this moment, Qijue unleashed a palm strike, a punch, a kick, and executed a throat-slashing kill against the 4 formidable martial masters of Zhonghai. The vast martial arts arena, spanning thousands of square meters, felt as though the air had been siphoned away. Hundreds stood in stunned silence, left with nothing but tranquility, shock, terror. Their souls seemed to detach. Just 10 minutes prior, they had been debating how many moves Qijue could withstand from Guojinhai, one exchange or two. Yet, 10 minutes later, everyone realized that Zhonghai was not graced by a reckless lunatic, but rather a prodigy capable of dominating all clans. What is his realm? Single-handedly slaying 2 6th-grade martial masters. Could he have already reached the 7th grade, or even higher? This prowess was sufficient to allow him to stride with confidence even in Zhonghai. Given time, the entirety of Jiangnan would find no space for this true dragon. It was not impossible for him to eliminate Chun Lingfeng. Fear gripped everyone's gaze, especially those who had just disparaged Qijue, now seemingly choked, unable to utter a single word. You, spawn of the Dragon Kingdom. You actually killed 2 of our finest from the East. Do you intend to provoke an international dispute? Yamashita Ikaru glared with wide eyes, his voice trembling. These were renowned martial masters from the East. To fall like this in Zhonghai. Qijue's expression remained cold and merciless, just 2 East Asian curs. Killing them is trivial. And to think that such lowly creatures could be considered worthy of an international dispute? You overestimate yourselves. I presume it was your idea as the president to meddle in the affairs of the Yi family. Now, I shall send you on your way. Qijue's killing intent surged. Protect me. Yamashita Ikaru, terrified, shouted in desperation. Fortunately, among the East Asian masters, There were still a few ninja experts who hurled several lime bags to the ground, creating a cloud of dust, and the remaining dozen or so fled frantically from the martial arena. To think that even the director of the Martial Supervisory Office, Qijue, dared to kill. Eliminating them would be as easy as slaughtering livestock. These lime bags contained not only quicklime but also some poisonous substances. If they entered the eyes, they would surely cause blindness. Onlookers hurriedly took cover. Although Qijue was unlikely to be harmed by such petty tricks, he remained unmoved. For the direction of Yamashita Ikaru and the others' escape led directly to where his senior sister, the Enchantress, was located. A group of East Asian scoundrels, whom I had previously instructed to be dealt with like pigs and dogs during missions with the Black Rose, are fortunate to meet their end at my hands today. Suddenly, the Enchantress's stunning visage tightened. Her wine glass shattered explosively. Then, with a graceful wave of her delicate hand, all the shards of glass shot toward Yamashita Ikaru like bullets. With a series of muffled thuds, countless blood holes appeared on Yamashita Ikaru and his companions, as if they had been swept by a Gatling gun. All perished instantly. Good heavens! Witnessing this scene, the young masters, still in utter shock from Qijue's formidable prowess, were left almost paralyzed with fear. The object of their derision, a mere plaything in their imaginations, turned out to be a ruthless killer, showing no hesitation in taking lives. Among the Eastern Japanese, there existed masters of martial arts. With a mere flick of the wrist, he could dispatch foes in an instant. What sort of venomous scorpion have I provoked? Oh beauty, ancestor, we were unaware of your esteemed status. It was all a misunderstanding. Please, show mercy and spare our lives. Bang, bang, bang. The young masters and their subordinates hastily prostrated themselves on the ground, their courage completely evaporated. The enchanting demoness chuckled. Am I really that old? With a smile, she snapped her fingers. Snap. The young master and his followers felt as if firecrackers had been ignited in their trousers, exploding with a gruesome splatter. Blood and flesh were reduced to a grotesque mess, and in a moment, their bodies erupted into chaos, disintegrating in an instant. Following this, the demoness strolled gracefully like a lotus flower, ascending the martial arts platform to stand alongside Qijue. Junior brother, the small fry have been dealt with. Quickly inquire about Qin Lingfeng's whereabouts from this group. Once I discover his location, I shall crush him with a mere finger, avenging your family. Upon hearing these words, the crowd felt their minds shrinking in disbelief. Truly, there existed individuals even more ruthless than the last. The junior brother had just slain 4 martial masters of Zhonghai. And this stunning senior sister was brazenly claiming she could obliterate Qin Lingfeng with a single finger. Was he the god of war? Invincible in Jiangnan over a decade ago? How could she regard him with such disdain? Qijue nodded and proclaimed loudly, Esteemed guests, you have all witnessed. I, Qijue, never slay the innocent. Yet, vengeance must be served. I have come to Zhonghai for but one purpose, to kill Qin Lingfeng. 5 years ago, the god of war, Qin Lingfeng, orchestrated the massacre of over 100 members of the Yi family under the design of King Chaohong of Jinling, seizing our treasures. This deep-seated grudge cannot go unavenged. Thus, if anyone knows the whereabouts of Qin Lingfeng or the Qin family, I implore you to share the truth. If Qin Lingfeng is found, I shall reward you handsomely. As his words fell, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. Such brazenly direct intent to kill Qin Lingfeng could only be attributed to Qijue. He was indeed a god among men. Seeing the crowd's silence, Qijue produced a 6th-grade elixir. Whoever informs me of Qin Lingfeng's whereabouts shall receive this elixir. The fragrance of the elixir wafted through the air, causing the onlookers to covet it greedily. It was indeed a 6th-grade elixir. From whence did this young man come? Even the formidable Guizhenhai and Shuetian could only muster a 5th-grade explosion elixir from their reserves. Yet, Qijue nonchalantly presented something far superior. This young man harbored many secrets. Were it not for their recent witness of Qijue's ruthless slaughter of 4 martial masters, some would have likely succumbed to the temptation of seizing the elixir. The silence persisted. Not only did they feign ignorance, but even if they knew, none dared to speak. The Chun family was a force of unparalleled might, arguably the foremost clan in Jiangnan, transcending the 5 great families, daring to divulge information to sworn enemies. Any demise of a servant from the Qin family would yield consequences they could scarcely endure. Qijue's gaze narrowed. So, you wish to provoke me, do you? Very well. In a swift motion, he approached the head of a prominent family in Zhonghai. The Yu family, having risen in prominence for over a decade, must have heard whispers of the Qin family. Just moments ago, it was you lot who were vociferously disparaging me. Speak. Do you desire elixirs or a resounding slap? Qijue inquired, raising his hand like a fan. You are granted but two choices. Divulge information about Chun Lingfeng or suffer for your insolence. The head of the Yu family wore a forced smile, his expression a portrait of discomfort. Ye hero, I have erred. May I strike my own face instead? As for the whereabouts of the war god Lingfeng, I truly know nothing. With a resounding slap, Yi Qijue delivered several stinging blows. The Yu patriarch's face flushed crimson as he knelt in submission. Spare me, ye grandpa. I swear to the heavens, I truly know nothing. By the time I gained notoriety, the Chun family had already retreated from the limelight. I had even wished to seek an audience with the war god, yet they are ever in motion, changing residences every few years. I simply cannot find them. The Yu patriarch laid bare all. Yi Qijue disregarded him, proceeding to confront another family head. You two have insulted me. Now, what is your choice? Elixirs or fists? This family head bore an expression of utter dismay, regretting his decision to witness the tumult firsthand, which had led to his own entanglement. Ye hero, I know nothing. Please, do not strike. With a series of blows, Yi Qijue bestowed upon him a few panda eyes. Subsequently, anyone of note present was subjected to Yi Qijue's relentless onslaught, leaving them wailing in despair. All present were left dumbfounded. We were wrong. It was our own folly. Yet, truly, no one possesses knowledge of the Qin family, save for the 10 families of Zhonghai. Yet in the end, the 6th-tier elixirs remained unbestowed, as each individual chose silence. However, Yi Qijue discerned that they may have encountered Chun Lingfeng or members of the Chun family previously, yet the family's frequent relocations suggested they were evading something, rendering it impossible for anyone in Zhonghai to locate them. This was indeed perplexing. How could such a formidable clan live in constant flight, changing their abode daily? Nevertheless, Yi Qijue gleaned a crucial clue. The 10 families of Zhonghai, seeing that neither threats nor allure could extract useful information, Yi Qijue opted not to waste any more time and strode away. The Qin family hurriedly followed. This individual was simply too formidable, having slain the likes of Guozhenhai and Shuetian, and now using the strong families of Zhonghai as mere punching bags. The Qin family had to cling to such a powerful ally. Once Yu Qijue departed, the martial arts arena erupted in chaos. Ouch, that hurts. How could Yu Qijue dare to act so brazenly? I implore the 10 families of Zhonghai to swiftly take action against this anomaly. Otherwise, I fear Zhonghai shall be turned upside down. He is nothing short of a monster. Yet, no one took notice. In the midst of the crowd, Ouyang Qing hurriedly pursued Yi Qijue, his excitement making his legs tremble. They exited the martial arts arena. Qin Zhengwei and Huang Hui respectfully assisted Yi Qijue into the car, preparing to return to the city center. Huang Hui, unable to conceal his astonishment, exclaimed, Brother Yi, I must admit my ignorance. At such a young age, you have already defeated the 4 great martial artists. Have you perhaps attained a realm beyond that of martial king, akin to the legendary Demonis? May I inquire as to your esteemed master's identity? What is the name of your celestial island? He had devoted over a decade to martial arts with little progress, stagnating at the martial king level. Not only had he been defeated by Yi Qijue with a mere gesture yesterday, but today the prowess exhibited by this senior sister and brother was utterly overwhelming. This left Huang Hui's worldview utterly shattered, leading him to believe that Yi Qijue and the Demonis must have emerged from some celestial paradise, disciples of divine beings. Yi Qijue cast him a glance. Do not ask questions that do not concern you. As long as you protect my sister, perhaps I could permit you to visit the island to perform menial tasks, and elevate you to martial venerable status, allowing you to live for centuries. Excellent. Thank you, Brother Yi. Huang Hui exclaimed, his joy palpable as he stroked his goatee. Just to advance even a little further, he would gladly endure any task, no matter how menial. By the way, why did Guozhenhai, Shuetian, and the Easterners possess 5th-grade elixirs? Did you not say that elixirs are quite scarce in Jiangnan? Just as Yi Qijue was about to respond, a vehicle with a Zhonghai license plate suddenly blocked their path. Who dares obstruct the Qin family's way? The Qin family members shouted in anger. Ouyang Qing stepped out of the car, approached Yi Qijue's vehicle, and upon seeing that familiar handsome face, tears streamed down his cheeks as he knelt down. Deputy leader of the martial alliance, Ouyang Qing, pays his respects to the son of his benefactor. This scene rendered Qin Yun and Qin Zhou momentarily speechless. Deputy leader of the martial alliance? Wasn't Guozhenhai also a deputy leader? Benefactor's son? What was happening here? Yi Qijue was equally taken aback. He was indifferent to Ouyang Qing's identity or whether he should kneel. However, being referred to as the son of a benefactor implied that this man had encountered his father or mother. His nerves were suddenly electrified. Qijue exited the car and demanded, "What did you say? Have you met my parents?" Ouyang Qing, prostrate on the ground, replied, "Indeed. Your mother was my savior. Without her, over 20 years ago, I, Ouyang Qing, would have perished. It is truly an honor to meet the son of my benefactor today." Upon receiving this confirmation, Qijue felt an overwhelming surge of emotion as he grasped Ouyang Qing by the neck, lifting him up. "Speak. Quickly tell me. Who is my mother? Where is she now? And what of my father? Have you seen him?" Qijue could scarcely contain his emotions, as the identities of his parents were not only tied to his concealed past of 2 decades, but also related to the true mastermind behind the tragic massacre of the Yi family in Lingzhou. Even his adoptive father, Yang, had once mentioned to his sister that they were aware someone was pursuing them at the time they were taken in. Chun Lingfeng was merely a higher-tier puppet in this intricate web. The true culprit lies elsewhere. If only I could uncover the truth about my lineage to identify the real villain. Ouyang Qing struggled to breathe as Qijue grasped him firmly. "Junior brother, please remain calm. Let us converse amicably." The enchanting demoness suppressed her smile, her expression grave as she alighted from the carriage. This included his sister, Yi Luoling. Qin Yun, Qin Zhengwei, Huang Hui, and Feng all exhibited profound concern. Could it be that the mastermind who had manipulated the legendary warrior wreaked havoc upon the Yi family, and ultimately birthed the monstrous Qijue was finally about to reveal themselves? Qijue took a couple of deep breaths to steady his emotions before releasing Ouyang Qing. "I apologize for my fervor. Please, share everything you know. It would be a great favor to me, Qijue." Ouyang Qing coughed a couple of times and shook his head, saying, "Young Master Yi, I understand. Moreover, upon learning the truth, you may find yourself even more agitated. For your mother nearly perished in Zhonghai." A collective gasp escaped the crowd. Qijue's fists clenched tightly. Qinyan interjected, "Should we refrain from eavesdropping? While I am eager to learn the details, given the Qin family's ally status, such sensitive information might warrant discretion." Ouyang Qing shook his head. "There is no need. The esteemed head of the Qin family is aware of this matter. He was also a witness to the events in Zhonghai. I surmise that Elder Qin has sent you, the direct line of the Qin family, to bear witness to the conclusion of those past events." Qijue nodded. "Very well. Please continue." Ouyang Qing recounted. Over 20 years ago, Zhonghai was merely an inconspicuous small town in Jiangnan. It was far inferior to even the provincial capital of Jinling, let alone the more prominent 4th or 5th-tier cities of today. However, due to its splendid environment and picturesque landscapes, it was selected by the Songhai auction house as the venue for an auction. Noble families from surrounding states and counties, as well as many prominent clans from Jiangnan, were invited to attend. Your mother was among them, her goal being a pill furnace named the Qian Kuandan Lu. I am unaware of what her benefactor intended to concoct with this furnace. However, she possessed no money and offered a 7th-grade elixir, the Qian Yuandan, in exchange. This elixir could significantly enhance a 9th-rank martial zone's chances of breaking through to the martial king realm. In Jiangnan over 20 years ago, this was already considered a divine pill. The Songhai auction house did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, they opted to continue the auction, intending to exchange it directly for a higher value item if available. The crowd was astonished. They had not anticipated that this matter was related to the Songhai auction house, and that Qijue's mother was also an alchemist capable of producing a 7th-grade elixir, the Qian Yuandan. Huang Hui and Feng were particularly taken aback. No one understood the significance of the Qian Yuandan better than he did. A single pill was enough to drive a 9th-rank martial zone to madness. He had previously sought to forge numerous connections to acquire one, but had been unsuccessful. Ultimately, it was his old friend Qin Feihu who assisted him in finding other rare materials to substitute, enabling him to reach the martial king realm. In gratitude, Huang Hui vowed to serve the Qin family for a lifetime. This highlighted the immense rarity of the Qian Yuandan. Suddenly, Qin Yun and Qin Zhengwei's expressions shifted dramatically. Over 20 years ago, a 7th-grade elixir. Could it be that Qijue's mother is the very woman pursued relentlessly throughout Zhonghai? Ouyang Qing sighed and nodded in affirmation. Indeed, the benefactor erred in a place where medicinal elixirs were scarce. She foolishly exchanged such a divine pill for a Dan furnace. She bore no guilt, yet her virtue became her downfall. The Qian Yuandan alone was sufficient to procure every item at that auction. making the acquisition of the Qian Dan furnace a mere formality. However, on the eve of the transaction, news of the Qian Dan leaked in secrecy. The martial sects of Zhonghai descended into madness. They believed that if the owner could produce the Qian Dan, she must have access to even more superior elixirs. Greed drove them to murderous intent. Their envy ignited a conspiracy that would send shockwaves through Jiangnan, targeting none other than the pregnant benefactor. All present stood in stunned silence, realizing that Qijue's mother had endured such tribulations upon her arrival in Zhonghai. Only Qijue's eyes burned crimson, fixated on Ouyang Qing, teeth clenched in fury. Continue, he demanded. My mother was with child at that time? A pang of anguish struck Qijue's heart. Indeed, it was precisely because she was with child, at an age comparable to yours, that I confirmed you are her son. Ouyang Qing felt the overwhelming murderous intent emanating from Qijue, causing him to tremble in dread. He forced himself to recount. After the murder plot was finalized, on the night of the auction, all assailants gathered and ambushed the benefactor at her residence. There were dozens of masters, several martial sects, and even a grand martial king involved. This conspiracy entangled over 30 families and more than 20 illustrious clans from Jiangnan, including individuals from the Bear Nation and the East Sea. It can be said that every faction that caught wind of this sought a share of the spoils. After all, she was merely a pregnant woman, the epitome of vulnerability. I also heard whispers of someone secretly poisoning your mother's tea with saffron and oleander, intending to induce a miscarriage, weakening her further. What? Upon hearing Ouyang Qing's revelations, a wave of fury surged among the gathered assembly. To conspire against a pregnant woman with such vile tactics was beyond comprehension. Clearly, they had no intention of allowing mother and child to survive. Was it not enough to seize the elixirs? They sought bloodshed and treachery. Truly, they were devoid of any scruples. Beasts. They were less than beasts. Beside him, Qijue's rage boiled over, an oppressive aura erupting from his heart, like the most formidable volcano, chilling the air within a 100-meter radius to the depths of winter, causing all to shiver. Not only Ouyang Qing, but even Huang Hui and Feng felt the weight of terror as they gazed upon Qijue in dread. Qijue's eyes blazed with bloodlust. Damn them all. This pack of wretches, unworthy even to be called human, dares to conspire against my mother. They wish for my very existence to be erased? Very well. Zhonghai, is it? Ruthless indeed. Over 30 families in Jiangnan, is it? Let us see who possesses a more ruthless heart. He swore to avenge this grievance. Yet, no. Although Qijue was filled with fury, he remained composed. You repeatedly assert that my mother is your benefactor, yet your presence is conspicuously absent. Where were you? Amidst the many esteemed sects and martial arts masters, consumed by jealousy and malice, could you truly be indifferent to the allure of the Qian Dan? Are you so magnanimous? Qijue's gaze bore down on Ouyang Qing with unwavering intensity. In his eyes, the prominent families of Zhonghai were mere livestock, while he regarded himself as a sage. They were not even acquaintances of my mother. Who are you deceiving? Ouyang Qing's expression shifted. Young Master Yi, I truly did not lay a hand on your mother. In fact, I even assisted her. No, you are deceiving me. If you aided my mother, that merely makes you her benefactor. What are you concealing? Qijue astutely perceived the flicker of evasion in Ouyang Qing's eyes, and he stepped forward, an overwhelming pressure descending upon Ouyang Qing, who found himself as if burdened by a mountain, trembling and collapsing to the ground. Ah, young Master Yi, I shall speak. I speak the truth. At that time, although the majority of powerful individuals joined in the plot against your mother, there were also some who chose neutrality. For instance, the elder of the Qin family, Qin Fei, who, right here in Zhonghai, when invited to take action, immediately rebuffed the proposal and vehemently scolded the proponent. Had the Qin family not been a prestigious lineage of Jiangnan, they might have faced a collective assault. Qin Yun and Qijue were taken aback. The elder still possessed such spirited resolve. No wonder he dared to defy the world. It seems he had such audacity in his youth. Ouyang Qing continued, at that time, I was merely a fledgling master, also leaning towards neutrality. However, I had an adversary, Qijue, who ardently advocated for the assassination of your mother and incited many martial alliance experts. Should he succeed in obtaining the Qian Dan or other elixirs, he would inevitably ascend to become a martial master, leading to my unwarranted calamity. Thus, I had to take action. Subsequently, I discreetly contacted your mother, informing her of Qijunhai's intentions to harm her, urging her to join me in eliminating Qijunhai at his residence. I sought to leverage her hand to vanquish my enemy. However, your mother declined. Nonetheless, she gifted me a Xianling Dan, expressing her gratitude for revealing such a significant secret. The Xianling Dan is a 6th-grade elixir. How many covet it? It was precisely my opportunity to ascend to the ranks of martial masters. I never anticipated that the Heartless would not seize this boon, while I, the informant, would be the one to receive it. It left me utterly humiliated. I was overwhelmed. I explained everything to my benefactor and urged her to depart swiftly. Yet, my benefactor remained completely unperturbed, stating that all would unfold as destined, and even invited me for a cup of tea. Just as I finished the tea, over 100 experts arrived. My benefactor pretended to strike me with a palm, causing me to spit blood. Initially, the group of experts intended to eliminate me, the traitor. But it was this very slap that freed me from suspicion. Then, the benefactor turned and leaped out of the window, diverting their attention. I remained in the room, sitting alone until dawn. That night, the entire region of Zhonghai was shrouded in darkness. The air was thick with the scent of blood. By morning, dozens of masters from Zhonghai returned victorious, their bodies drenched in blood, the origin of which remained a mystery. Ouyang-Qing's emotions surged. They had seized countless elixirs and treasures from the benefactor. This led to the emergence of the medicinal lineage, the rise of the 10 clans, and the invincibility of Zhonghai. Subsequently, they suppressed the entire incident with an iron grip. It was only after that battle that both Qijue and Xue Tian became martial sect masters, becoming the pillars of Zhonghai. Jiangyan only knows that Zhonghai's martial arts are unparalleled. But who knows? The entire Zhonghai has developed upon the blood and bones of your mother. In this city, half of the heroes are but fiends. The reason I concealed this was to prevent young Master Yi from harboring resentment towards me for using your mother to eliminate Qijue. Yes, I, Ouyang-Qing, am no saint, but I understand the importance of gratitude. Thus, from that day forth, I vowed that if the benefactor or their offspring were to return alive, I would ensure this dark history is revealed to the world. Bang bang. Ouyang-Qing bowed several times to Qijue. Were it not for the benefactor, he would have perished at the hands of Qijue. Were it not for that Xianling pill, he might never have stepped into the realm of martial sects in this lifetime. Such immense grace cannot be repaid in 9 lifetimes. These beasts are utterly inhumane. Upon hearing Ouyang-Qing's revelations, Yi Luoling was filled with righteous indignation. These brutes are as detestable as the perpetrators of the Yi family massacre. Perhaps even more so. The Yi family faced a colossal figure shrouded in power. Yet Yi Qijue's mother confronted a horde of malevolent fiends. They regarded lives as mere trifles. How could the illustrious and sacred Zhonghai harbor such vile secrets? It shattered her worldview. The demoness felt a chill as well. Although the dark web lurked in the shadows, thriving on murder, there could not be this many scoundrels. A single scoundrel is not terrifying. A multitude of scoundrels is. And now, this gang of miscreants has transformed into celebrated masters in Jiangnan, revered as paragons. How ironic. In broad daylight, the fiends roam freely. She contemplated unleashing the Dark Queen's decree to obliterate the city of Zhonghai. Meanwhile, the coldness in Yi Qijue's gaze had become as frigid as an ancient ice cave. The deeds of these individuals incited the wrath of heaven and humanity alike, their crimes too numerous to enumerate. Dying 1,000 times would not suffice to atone for their sins. The various clans of Zhonghai had already been inscribed on his death list. Yet before the slaughter, he needed to ascertain one crucial matter. While exterminating the aristocracy of Zhonghai was not a challenging endeavor, Ouyang-Qing was no simple foe. He had even made use of Yi Qijue's mother as a weapon. Could he, based solely on age, truly identify himself as the unborn child from that time? Though Yi Qijue was a harbinger of death, he would never kill without reason, nor would he assist the wicked. Simultaneously, this was a notion he was reluctant to accept deep within his heart, as the outcome was evidently a triumph for the nefarious forces of Zhonghai. They returned home laden with countless elixirs. Does this not imply that mother has already fallen victim to them? This is a sight Yi Qijue fervently wished to avert. You have seen my mother. How does she appear? Yi Qijue suddenly inquired. Ouyang-Qing surveyed the surroundings. She is unparalleled in grace. Like a celestial being. Her beauty is exquisite. Even the stunning individuals beside you, young Master Yi, cannot eclipse her. He referred to Yi Luoling, Qin Yun, and the enchanting Yao Ji among others. Each of these 3 women, by virtue of their beauty, ranks among the foremost in the realm of Dragon Country. How does my appearance compare? Yi Qijue pressed further. Ouyang-Qing promptly grasped Yi Qijue's intent and replied earnestly. There is a resemblance of 50%. I understand your concerns, young Master Yi, and I possess a method to ascertain whether you are indeed the son of your benefactor. Speak. It is the Qianquan furnace. That day, I learned that your benefactor had performed a blood oath upon acquiring the furnace, which means that a drop of her essence still resides within it. If you are her son and perform the blood oath, the connection through maternal lineage will undoubtedly elicit a response. At that moment, should you discover any concealment on my part, or if I were to betray you, I, Ouyang Qing, would willingly take my own life. Yi Qijue and narrowed his eyes. Very well. Where is the furnace now? Ouyang Qing replied. It has been seized by the brigands of Zhonghai. They initially sought to unravel the secrets of the furnace, but have gained nothing over the years. Now, it is in the possession of Mei Yuanwu, the head of the Mei clan, one of the 10 most powerful families in Zhonghai, which rose to prominence thanks to your benefactor's elixirs. The location is 13, Wolf Street. Serpent Rat Alley. Boom. The ground erupted. Yi Qijue seized Ouyang Qing, his presence radiating an overwhelming aura of impending doom, and abruptly vanished. Yao Ji also twirled her waist, transforming into a whirlwind, closely trailing behind. Only Qin Yun, Qin Zhengwei, and others remained frozen in place, struggling to comprehend the unfolding events. They were acutely aware that if Yi Qijue were indeed the son of that unfortunate woman, Zhonghai would undoubtedly plunge into a realm of utter devastation. At that moment, Qin Feihu's call came through. Zhengwei, how have you fared in gathering information for young friend Yi? Have you located Chen Lingfeng? Qin Zhengwei's voice trembled with anxiety. Father, the Qin family has yet to provide any news. However, we encountered Ouyang Qing, the vice leader of the Martial Alliance, who revealed a staggering secret. Yi Qijue is the very woman who was pursued by the masters of the 100 clans in Zhonghai while pregnant. Young Master Yi is currently heading to the Mei family of the 10 clans in Zhonghai. Huang Hui and Feng could hardly contain their excitement. Old Qin, you truly astound me. You once forged such a noble bond in your youth. Moreover, I must tell you, this young brother Yi is no ordinary individual. He and his senior sister possess strength at least at the level of a great martial king, with no ceiling in sight. Had your Qin family acted back then, I assure you, within 3 days, your family would have ceased to exist, including myself. However, now, we are allies. Young brother Yi even mentioned that my protection earned me merit, and he would take me to the Celestial Mountain. I would wake from dreams laughing. Ha. Qin Feihu laughed heartily 3 times, hung up the phone, and downed a shot of strong liquor. The cycle of divine justice is unerring and retribution is inevitable. The nefarious realm of Zhonghai is on the verge of vanishing. Zhonghai, the Mei family manor. Nestled against the majestic Shitting Mountain, with the serene Wuming Lake nearby, it is a place of picturesque beauty. Zhonghai has always been a land of scenic splendor. Yet ever since the emergence of the formidable 10 clans, this prime location has been usurped entirely. The Mei family has claimed Shitting Mountain for themselves. Presently, the Mei family manor exudes an ancient charm, suffused with the aroma of sandalwood and adorned with numerous Buddhist statues, reflecting a distinct Buddhist ambience. It was evident that Mei Yuanwu, having witnessed that woman nurturing the 10 clans of Zhonghai with a mere pill, was convinced that the alchemical furnace concealed profound secrets. Why else would that pregnant woman take such a perilous risk to come here for a purchase? After fruitless research, Mei Yuanwu decided to delve into the inscriptions on the furnace, dedicating himself to the study of Sanskrit. At this moment, he was poring over scriptures in the study of the Mei residence when his son, Mei Changge, burst in, brimming with excitement. Father, a great upheaval has occurred in Zhonghai. Guo, the leader of the Guo family, engaged in a fierce battle on the martial arts arena with a young man, and he was killed without so much as a touch on his garment. Mei Yuanwu merely smiled upon hearing this. Guo was indeed the foremost among the masters of the 10 clans in Zhonghai, possessing the strength of a 5th-grade martial sovereign, and with several explosive pills to boot. Only one minor realm below me. What sort of young man could possibly slay him? Did you think the title of the greatest martial artist in Jiangnan Zhonghai was given lightly? Mei Changge continued, Father, it is absolutely true. Even Xue Taiyan fell at his hands. Mei Yuanwu was taken aback. Furthermore, Ichiro Zoyama from the Japanese consulate, accompanied by 2 martial sovereigns, was also swiftly dispatched. Mei Yuanwu's expression froze in disbelief. Had his years of deciphering inscriptions been in vain? While Zhonghai advanced to such an extent, one person slaying 4 martial sovereigns? This prowess is only comparable to that of the 10 clans. Who is this young man? It is said he is named Yi Qijue, hailing from Jinling. What? The name struck like a forbidden incantation. Mei Yuanwu's finger trembled, tearing the scripture asunder. He was gripped by an incredulous revelation, his countenance shifting dramatically. A scene from over 20 years ago resurfaced in his mind. No, it cannot be. That woman was gravely injured, with little time left. She had consumed saffron medicine. How could her son still be alive and have found his way to Zhonghai? Yet, in that moment of disbelief, a thunderous crash echoed through the gates of the Mei residence, shattered by a singular kick. Qijue descended upon the Mei family like a vengeful deity, an aura of terror and ferocity enveloping the scene. Mei Yuanwu, the head of the Mei family, come forth. His voice resonated mightily. The masters of the Mei family emerged in response, indignantly rebuking, "Who dares to wreak havoc in the Mei residence? Do you not know this is the territory of the 10 clans of Zhonghai? The 10 clans are interlinked, safeguarding precious secrets while controlling the most valuable medicinal veins and alchemical resources of Zhonghai. It is not merely a crime to disturb the peace. Even casting a glance in this direction is a grave offense. Bring forth your patriarch, or I shall unleash a massacre." Qijue's voice was icy and merciless. "You insolent wretch." An elder martial sovereign of the Mei family, seething with rage, charged towards Qijue with his entourage. However, this formidable expert from one of the 10 clans of Zhonghai did not even step within 5 meters of Qijue before being obliterated by a single punch. At this moment, Qijue was solely focused on discovering whether his mother was indeed the unfortunate woman pursued by the entirety of Zhonghai. Paying no heed to the fate of the blind fools before him, he strode boldly into the Mei family estate, leaving a trail of corpses in his wake. At that moment, Mei Yuanwu and Mei Chang'e emerged from the study, their expressions twisting into fury upon witnessing the scene. "Who dares to slaughter my Mei clan's descendants? Do they wish for a relentless feud with us?" Qijue turned to face the two, and upon recognizing Qijue's visage, Mei Yuanwu trembled in shock. He looked remarkably like her, a perfect replica. How could she still be alive? "Are you Mei Yuanwu? I asked you 25 years ago. Did you conspire with over 100 experts from Zhonghai to murder a woman with a fetal son and seize her alchemical furnace?" Mei Yuanwu, suppressing his astonishment, retorted with a feigned bravado, "Nonsense. I do not comprehend your words, young man. Leave the Mei family estate at once." He sensed the murderous intent radiating from Qijue. At that moment, the enchanting demoness and Ouyang Qing arrived from behind, tearing through his deceit. "You butcher of the Mei clan, do you still pretend? Was it not you who wholeheartedly supported the murder of my benefactor and seized her elixir? How could a mere clan devoid of a master become one of the 10 clans of Zhonghai? Today, the Mei family shall repay their debts." Ouyang Qing scoffed. Mei Yuanwu's face contorted in disbelief. "Ouyang Qing, so it was you who leaked this information, and you brought that woman's son here. Do you understand that if the Sun family, Huangfu family, and others discover this, they will pursue you to the ends of the earth?" However, as his words fell, Qijue had already darted before him, seizing Mei Chang'e by the throat. "Father, save me." The first-tier martial master, Mei Chang'e, was utterly powerless against Qijue's grip. With unparalleled dominance, Qijue declared, "My patience is limited. Hand over the Qian Kuan alchemical furnace immediately, if you are not pursuing my mother. I have no interest in this trivial matter. But if you are indeed after her, the downfall of the 10 clans of Zhonghai shall commence with your Mei family. You, release my son." Mei Yuanwu's eyes widened in rage. With a resounding crunch, Qijue mercilessly crushed Mei Chang'e. "You have lost your chance." At the same time, a colossal hand descended upon Mei Yuanwu, akin to a mountain pressing down. "How dare you?" Seeing his son brutally crushed, Mei Yuanwu's heart shattered. And with a thunderous roar, his aura surged, the oppressive force of a 7th-tier martial master enveloping the surroundings. Even at the age of 70, the might he unleashed far surpassed that of Guizhenhai and Shuetian. Yet, Qijue's hand fell like a mountain, crashing into Mei Yuanwu's chest with a deafening thud. Instantly, the latter's chest erupted, blood spewing forth, and his overwhelming presence plummeted. His aged visage was filled with disbelief, realizing he was utterly no match for Qijue. 25 years old. The young man, merely 25 years of age, astonishingly possesses the power to vanquish a 7th-rank martial grandmaster in an instant. How terrifying. Is this truly the son of that fearsome woman? The members of the Mei family who rushed over were equally astounded. The strength of the old patriarch is renowned throughout the Central Sea, yet now, he has been gravely injured by a mere youth in his 20s. Is the Mei family truly facing annihilation? Qijue ruthlessly stepped on Mei Yuanwu's head and demanded, "Where is the Qiankuan Dan furnace?" In In the alchemy room at the back courtyard, it turns out that after acquiring the furnace, Mei Yuanwu intended to experiment with alchemy for personal use, even hiring a group of alchemists to assist him in a rather pretentious manner. Qijue led Mei Yuanwu to the alchemy room in the back courtyard of the Mei residence, where they indeed discovered a black alchemy furnace. It was adorned with intricate inscriptions, exuding an ancient aura. However, the edge of the furnace bore a noticeable flaw, hastily patched with bronze by Mei Yuanwu, which looked distinctly out of place. Ouyang Qing immediately exclaimed, "That's it. This is the Qiankuan Dan furnace that our benefactor traded for with Xian Yuan Dan upon arriving in the Central Sea. It bears the blood of our benefactor. You shall know upon trying it. Everyone unrelated, step back." Qijue bellowed, causing all the alchemists to scatter in fear. Qijue entrusted Mei Yuanwu to his senior sister, the enchanting Yao Ji, and approached the Qiankuan Dan furnace. Taking a couple of deep breaths, he bit his fingertip, allowing his blood to drip onto the furnace. With a resounding hum, akin to the booming of a great bell, the sound reverberated throughout the Mei residence. The inscriptions glimmered with golden light, overwhelming Ouyang Qing and the Mei family members, causing them to nearly spit blood as they covered their ears. As for Qijue, who had just dripped his blood, he immediately sensed a remarkably familiar aura, akin to a gentle spring breeze, especially as this essence carried a profound, bloodline connection that nearly shattered his heart. The Qiankuan Dan furnace also resonated, as if lamenting, as it had accompanied its master and witnessed the tragic fate that befell him in the Central Sea. Now, upon seeing its young master, how could it not be filled with sorrow and rage? Boom! Qijue felt as though struck by lightning. His heart suddenly jolted, engulfed by a torrent of grief and fury. Indeed, Ouyang Qing spoke the truth. This was the furnace that his mother had recognized as hers by dripping blood. It turned out that 20 years ago, his biological mother had come to the Central Sea while pregnant with him, only to be mercilessly slain by the devils of this land. Qijue's eyes blazed crimson, his garments ripped apart, as his extreme rage summoned the essence of the white tiger, manifesting a spectral image behind him. "Ah, the 10 clans of the Central Sea. I shall bring about your demise." The white tiger of the 4 symbols governed slaughter. Simultaneously, Yao Ji witnessed Qijue's entire being turn a fiery red, his veins bulging like molten chains. The surrounding temperature began to rise at an alarming rate. Bang! The alchemy room ignited spontaneously. A malevolent fire began to spread, scorching the heavens and the earth. The entire Mei residence was engulfed in flames, with countless members of the Mei family reduced to ashes. The nearby nameless lake evaporated, its water level plummeting. Yao Ji was startled. "Oh no, my junior brother's anger has triggered the yang poison." Having spent the most time with Qijue, she understood that this extraordinary poison, which binds the heart meridian, must never be provoked, especially in a state of extreme rage with blood boiling. It is poised to erupt completely. The consequences would be unbearable even for the 3 esteemed matrons. The enchanting lady effortlessly unleashed a surge of true energy, shielding Ouyang Qing, whose hair and brows had already been singed away, while she herself endured the searing heat and carried Qijue to the hidden medicinal chamber behind the alchemy room. Being too close, her cotton-spun denim attire was incinerated entirely. The enchanting lady paid no heed to such trivialities and focused intently on detoxification. The clash of ice and fire. The golden serpent entwining hand, electric light. Outside, Ouyang Qing stood stupefied. Half an hour later, the flames consuming the Mei residence gradually extinguished. The enchanting lady emerged, clutching her slightly aching jaw. Qijue's yang poison had been subdued, returning to normal, yet his eyes remained bloodshot as he strode towards Mei Yuanwu, who had been nearly reduced to char by the inferno. "You hunted for a night and secured the elixir. But where is my mother? Is she gravely injured? Where has she gone?" Qijue regained his composure. At least his mother could seek refuge in Lingzhou, proving that the demons of Zhanghai had failed to take her life. If Mei Yuanwu still possessed tear ducts, they would undoubtedly flow with regret for having once endorsed the murder of that woman. Who could have foreseen that her son, after 25 years, would return in such a furious manner, capable of obliterating him and incinerating the entire Mei clan? Regret for the past. He himself was on the brink of death, merely sustained by the true energy of a 7th-grade martial sovereign for a few more minutes. At this moment, he saw the reality of everything. Qijue. In truth, after we, over 100 of us, took action, we realized the terror of your mother. With a mere wave of her hand, 10 masters fell dead in Zhanghai. Zhonghai is but a small fish. The true ambush came from the hidden elite families of Dragon Country, ancient martial clans, and several assassin organizations. Their power surpassed the limits of the entire Jiangnan. They annihilated us as if we were mere insects. Yet your mother chose not to engage. She simply caressed her belly, allowing you to see our faces, foretelling that one day you would return to Zhonghai for her vengeance. Subsequently, she cast aside countless elixirs and departed. Those assassins and ancient martial families looked down upon these 5th and 6th grade elixirs, pursuing her instead. We merely collected the elixirs as treasures, losing dozens of lives, returning in triumph. Initially, we thought that prophecy was mere jest, but unexpectedly, 25 years later, the Mei family truly faced annihilation. Ha ha ha. Retribution. Retribution indeed. Mei Yuanwu let out a few bitter laughs before breathing his last. Ancient martial families? Assassin organizations? Qijue quickly pieced it all together. Most likely, his mother had been pursued by assassins. Briefly coming to Zhonghai to attend an auction and recuperate, only to have a single elixir attract the attention of thieves, leading to conflict, drawing in the assassin organization as well. Yet, this Zhonghai continued to rise upon the bones of his mother's blood. This fact was indisputable. Qijue turned to Ouyang Qing and coldly commanded, compile a list of all those who participated in the conspiracy to harm my mother 25 years ago. I shall settle the score with them one by one. Ouyang Qing sighed, young Master Yi. What I know pertains only to the 10 clans of Zhonghai and the martial alliance led by Guizhenhai. If you seek the complete list of names, I implore you to retrieve it from the Songhai auction house. After all, it was the people from the Songhai auction house who leaked the secret of the elixir to my benefactor. What? It was the Songhai auction house that revealed the transaction of my mother exchanging the Xin Yuan pill for a pill furnace? Had it not been for them, my mother would not have been exposed and hunted down. Perhaps I would not have been entrusted to the Yi family. The Yi family would not have suffered because of me. Such a curse. Qijue was engulfed in a surging wave of murderous intent. No wonder that Songhai auction house, possessing the invaluable Xin Yuan pill, did not directly provide it to my mother for exchange. They must have been calculating, orchestrating the entire assassination plot. That Li Jiasen, with her merchant's demeanor, coveting the elixir, raises significant suspicion regarding the Li family. At that moment, someone sent a message to Qijue. It was none other than Li Jiasen. She invited Qijue for a drink, congratulating him on eliminating Guizhenhai. Accompanying the message was a sultry selfie of herself, a stunning beauty with red wine. Qijue's smile turned icy. Just in time. A banquet to celebrate me? I must savor this wine. Subsequently, he departed from the Mei family, heading towards the Songhai auction house. Ouyang Qing, you are responsible for taking the Qiankuan pill furnace away. I have grand plans. The enchanting demoness sighed, also following in Qijue's footsteps. Ouyang Qing gazed at the charred remains of the Mei family and saw Qijue pursuing another enemy. Feeling a sense of solace, he bowed once more to the Qiankuan pill furnace. Benefactor, I owe you this life, this elixir, and this tea. At this moment, within the Songhai auction house, at the top floor, in Li Jiasen's private office, a fragrant aura enveloped the space. The room was adorned with exquisite wine and roses, with aromatic candles lit, creating an enchanting ambience. Li Jiasen, the jewel of the Li family, donned a purple dress with a thigh-high slit, her flawless, elongated legs exposed, exuding an allure that was both statuesque and voluptuous. She gracefully poured wine into a goblet before her, the sight revealing a fleeting glimpse of beauty. Beside her, old Mo couldn't help but shake his head. Miss, this young man merely defeated a 5th-tier martial sovereign, Guizhenhai. Is that truly worthy of your attention? Li Jiasen chuckled. Old Mo, you are mistaken. Qijue's swift defeat of Guizhenhai is attributed to the latter's rank as a mere 5th-tier martial sovereign. Not to imply that Qijue is only capable of defeating 5th-tier opponents. The 6th-tier elixir he provided me yesterday has been appraised by a specialized alchemist. Can you guess its quality? Top tier, perhaps? You have already indicated as much. Thus, this young man must still be a 6th-tier alchemist. I am aware. Li Jiasen shook her head. Incorrect. It is of celestial grade. The elixir possesses perfect pill patterns. Old Mo's pupils contracted. The method of concoction and the quality of the herbs used for this elixir are beyond anything anyone in Zhonghai or Jiangnan could achieve. It even brings to mind a certain individual, the woman my father spoke of over 20 years ago in Zhonghai. Old Mo was left in stunned silence. Over 20 years ago, he too was a witness to that event. How could this youth's elixir possibly rival that of the woman? It seems implausible. If it were true, then the Li family would hardly be worthy of courting Yi Qijue. Knock, knock, knock. Someone was at the door. Li Jiesen's eyes brightened. She quickly adjusted her attire to accentuate her ample bosom, then donned an elegant and alluring smile, confidently opening the door. Young Master Yi, you've arrived. Li Jiesen beamed with a radiant smile, exuding sincerity. However, in the next moment, a large hand suddenly descended, mercilessly gripping her swan-like neck, hoisting the prized pearl of the Li family into the air. The force was so great it nearly rendered her breathless. It was none other than Yi Qijue, now clad in black. Yi Qijue radiated a ferocious aura, his gaze icy enough to pierce the very soul, his voice cold and devoid of warmth. Li Jiesen, was the tragedy of Zhonghai 25 years ago a conspiracy orchestrated by your Shanghai auction house? Speak. Li Jiesen's eyes filled with dread. She had never witnessed such terror in Yi Qijue. His eyes were bloodshot, as if he were a predator ready to devour. Such a demeanor was utterly foreign to her. At that moment, Old Mo's face darkened as he bellowed, Yi Qijue, what do you mean by this? My young lady kindly invited you to celebrate. And you dare to harm her? Do you think that defeating Gu Zhenhai makes you untouchable in Zhonghai? With that, Old Mo, who had long harbored disdain for Yi Qijue, leaped forward, his hands clawing at Yi Qijue's shoulders, intending to seize him. Yet, just as he approached, Yi Qijue, without even glancing, casually swatted Old Mo away. Old Mo was sent flying as if struck by a freight train, crashing against the office's floor-to-ceiling window with a thunderous crash. The bulletproof, triple-layered glass shattered into countless pieces. Had it not been for the deformed steel frame, Yi Qijue's strike would have obliterated the entire wall. Old Mo spewed blood thrice, his body feeling as if it had been dismantled, unable to summon any true energy for quite some time. With one strike, he had incapacitated a 7th-grade martial master. Old Mo was utterly astonished. Having dominated Zhonghai for over a decade, he had never anticipated being unable to withstand a single blow from Yi Qijue. It became clear that his young lady's words were not unfounded. The murder of Gu Zhenhai was due to the latter's limitations as a 5th-grade martial master, not Yi Qijue's. Old Mo could ascertain that should Yi Qijue exert even a fraction more strength, his frail body would be obliterated. This youth's terror surpassed all imagination. Li Jiesen was equally dumbfounded. Although she held Yi Qijue in high regard, witnessing him so effortlessly incapacitate Old Mo left her in profound shock. Old Mo was no small fry in the Li family. It was inconceivable that he would be sent here to protect her, the cherished jewel of the Li family. Yet, what left Li Jiesen even more bewildered was why, after merely an hour's absence, Yi Qijue harbored such malice towards her. What exactly have I done wrong? I can only lament. Yi Qijue, what about the Zhonghai tragedy? Have you forgotten that I am nearly your age? Where was I 25 years ago? Can you at least let me down first? Only then did Yi Qijue release Li Jiesen. Yet, the murderous intent radiating from him showed no signs of abating. As he coldly spoke, I have just verified with the Mei family that the pregnant woman who was murdered by over 100 masters in Zhonghai, who had her elixirs and treasures seized, is none other than my mother. At that time, only you at the Shanghai auction house were aware of her carrying the 7th-level elixir, the Xianyuan Dan. Now, I demand a reasonable explanation. I shall casually inform you that the Mei family has already been eradicated by my hand. Not a single soul was spared. If you can clarify, the Li family shall live. If not, the Li family shall perish. His words cut like blades. What? The esteemed Mei family of the 10 clans of Zhonghai has been annihilated. In just an hour? Yi Qijue, what kind of terrifying demon are you? Both Li Jiesen and Old Mo stood frozen in place, trembling. Their worldviews were utterly shattered. Moreover, Yi Qijue is actually the son of that woman. What an incredible coincidence. Just moments ago, she was discussing that woman with Old Mo. Although Li Jiesen had not personally experienced it, she had heard the tales. The history of Zhonghai's rise is essentially a chronicle of banditry, where a group of powerful masters conspired to rob and slay a defenseless woman. She had even empathized with that tragic woman. After all, they were both lost souls in a vast world. She believed that the woman must have faced immense pain and despair in such a situation. Yet, she never anticipated that she would encounter the fortunate survivor's child. However, this now made sense. With such ease, he possesses elixirs of celestial quality. Where did Yi Qijue acquire such monstrous talent in alchemy? As she pondered this, Li Jiesen seemed to grasp something and immediately declared, Yi Qijue, I swear, neither I nor Old Mo have any connection to this matter. We have only come to Zhonghai in the past decade. However, I do know who leaked the information that led to your mother being hunted. For that person is also my enemy within the Li family. It is she who forced me into Zhonghai. At last, Li Jiasen revealed her secret. She was surprisingly emotional, tears forming in the corners of her eyes. That woman is named Xiao Xiaowan, a supervisor at the Songhai auction house over 20 years ago. Strikingly beautiful, yet possessing a heart of a viper, highly cunning. She orchestrated the auction held in Zhonghai. Thus, I suspect your mother must have interacted with her at that time and disclosed the information regarding the Xin Yuan Dan. Following the Zhonghai tragedy, Xiao Xiaowan, having seized a vast amount of elixirs, gained my father's favor and rapidly ascended in status within the Li family group. In fact, the year after my mother's passing, she successfully positioned herself as my stepmother. Moreover, she has a daughter. In recent years, she even sought to harm me, forcing me to come to Zhonghai with old Mo, merely to survive. The reason I have been so opportunistic, even willing to seduce you at any cost, is that I value your abilities and wish to enlist your help in eliminating her. Li Jiasen let out a piercing scream, while others only recognized her as the precious jewel of the Li family. They remained oblivious to the fact that she had been frequently ostracized and subjected to oppression within her own clan. Without selfish motives or sycophantic inclinations, could she truly survive? Subsequently, Li Jiasen prostrated herself at Yi Qijue's feet, kneeling on the ground, her head raised in desperation. I have long suspected that my mother was poisoned to death by that venomous woman. As long as you, young Master Yi, can avenge my mother's death, Jiasen is willing to serve you for a lifetime. Initially, Li Jiasen viewed Yi Qijue merely as a pawn to exploit. She thought to seduce him with her beauty, leading him to his demise for her benefit. However, the power of this pawn exceeded all expectations. Capable of obliterating the affluent families of Zhonghai in an instant, instilling fear in all. Moreover, his adversary was also Qiao Xiaojun. Thus, Li Jiasen unhesitatingly chose to submit. Old Mo, enduring great pain, nodded in agreement. Mrs. Correct. That woman surnamed Qiao indeed managed the Li family's affairs in Zhonghai 20 years ago. Yi Qijue pondered for a moment and sensed that Li Jiasen was not lying. Old Mo had already been rendered powerless. She could not bear the consequences. Where's Qiao Xiaojun now? Li Jiasen replied honestly, on Hong Kong Island, at the Li family headquarters. She has become the matriarch, and naturally, she will no longer concern herself with trivial matters. Hong Kong Island, located at the southernmost tip of Longhua, is thousands of kilometers away from Jiangnan. She was fortunate enough to survive a few more days. Yi Qijue then looked at Li Jiasen, who resembled a frightened little rabbit, and softened his gaze slightly. Get up. Help me with the task. And I promise not only will I kill Qiao Xiaojun, but I will also uncover the true cause of your mother's death. By all accounts, Li Jiasen had shown no disrespect towards him or her mother, and she had provided him with the whereabouts of the Yi family's treasure, thus not truly being an enemy. Li Jiasen then trembled with gratitude. Thank you, young Master Yi. Please feel free to command. First, retrieve all the names from the Zhonghai auction 25 years ago. Ascertain their current locations, especially those who have significantly improved their martial prowess. Understood. Shortly thereafter, Li Jiasen utilized her highest authority at the auction house to extract the list. There were as many as 70 individuals scattered across Jiangnan. However, the 10 families of Zhonghai were prominently included: the Mei family, the Jiang family, the Lin family, the Sun family, accounting for a substantial portion. Young master, how do you intend to deal with this group? Yi Qijue, without lifting his head, replied simply, eliminate them all. Li Jiasen was left breathless. Among them were not only the 10 families of Zhonghai but also the prestigious clans of Jiangnan. If they were all exterminated, it would instigate a complete upheaval in Jiangnan, causing economic turmoil. Nevertheless, considering Yi Qijue's decisive nature, even if there were twice as many, he would likely execute them all without hesitation. Yet, with so many families scattered far and wide, how long would it take to eliminate them one by one? Yi Qijue, contemplating this dilemma, swiftly devised a plan. It was perfectly suited for these scoundrels. He instructed the association to prepare for an auction tomorrow night, inviting all the families near Zhonghai. Especially the 10 clans of Zhonghai must all be present. What? There are no precious items for auction. Who would be willing to come? Who said there are none? Yi Qijue casually produced a dozen elixirs. Instantly, the entire private office was filled with a fragrant aroma, particularly for old Mo. He felt the pain from his broken bones dissipate, sitting up straight. Upon recognizing the elixirs, he was utterly astounded. What? 9 Xin Yuan pills. Moreover, each one of them of the highest quality. This, gazing at the 9 exquisite pills before him, old Mo felt as if his eyes were about to pop out. For the Grand Martial sect, these are akin to opiates, offering almost no resistance. In the past, a single Xian Yuan pill had drawn the envy of all martial experts in Zhonghai. Yet Qijue had produced 9 at once. But that was not all. Qijue then pinched out a black elixir, marked with 2 distinct patterns. This was the 8 Treasures Spirit Communicating Pill, crafted from 8 supreme spiritual herbs. Its potency capable of traversing the depths of the underworld. As long as one draws breath, it can bring them back to life. It was a genuine 8th-tier elixir. Boom! Like a thunderclap. Li Jiasun and old Mo were left in a daze. An 8th-tier elixir. Does the Dragon Kingdom even have 8th-tier elixirs circulating in the world? And it is a miraculous healing potion. Utterly astounding. They could hardly believe it. Qijue tossed a slightly lighter-colored spirit-communicating pill to old Mo. This was a 6th-tier version, with its potency diminished tenfold. After receiving it, old Mo consumed the spirit-communicating pill without hesitation. Even if it were poison, he would still take it. For Qijue could easily end his life. However, the spirit-communicating pill dissolved upon entry. The fragrance enveloped him. Old Mo felt an extraordinarily pure and gentle aura of heaven and earth flowing from the elixir into his very being, nourishing his heart and veins. The internal injuries inflicted by Qijue were instantly healed. The broken bones seemed to fuse together. Moreover, he felt rejuvenated, invigorated, as if he had regained decades of youth. A divine medicine indeed. Old Mo rose, gazing at Qijue with reverence akin to that of a deity. This was merely a downgraded version of the 8 Treasures Spirit Communicating Pill. If he were to obtain the true 8 Treasures Spirit Communicating Pill, wouldn't it be tantamount to possessing 2 lives? Who exactly are these 2? Handling 7th and 8th tier elixirs as if they were mere cabbages. What kind of celestial being has the Li family encountered? Now, can the 10 clans of Zhonghai be summoned? Certainly. Old Mo nodded vigorously. These 9 Xian Yuan pills would already draw the 10 clans of Zhonghai like moss to a flame, and with the addition of the 8 Treasures Spirit Communicating Pill, it is likely that all martial experts of the martial sect and martial kings in Zhonghai would go utterly insane, gathering here. Young Master Yi, could it be that you intend to? He had already surmised Qijue's plan, to lure all the clan heads over for an auction, and then strike them all down. But what terrified him was that his speculation was only a fraction of the truth. Qijue's gaze darkened slightly. If the clan heads and experts of the 10 clans all attend the auction, wouldn't their homes be left vulnerable? Old Mo felt a chill run down his spine. Qijue's eyes gleamed with a murderous intent as he left behind 10 precious pills. Striding away with an air of formidable authority, uttering 2 powerful statements. 25 years ago, the 10 clans of Zhonghai rose due to elixirs. 25 years later, I shall ensure the 10 clans of Zhonghai perish because of them. Li Jiasun and Mo Lao were left in a state of bewilderment. Was Qijue truly intent on annihilating Zhonghai? Li Jiasun's efficiency was remarkable. Within an hour, the Songhai auction house released a sensational announcement that shook half of Zhonghai. The auction was to resume with the sale of the 7th grade elixir, Xian Yuan Dan, and there were 9 of them. Upon hearing this news, everyone was left dumbfounded. Although Zhonghai is known as the land of elixirs in Jiangnan, and the 10 clans possess some stock, most were merely 4th or 5th grade elixirs, such as the explosive energy pill and the revitalization pill. The most valuable were the 6th grade Xianling Dan, rarely seen even among the heads of clans. Marking a transition from master to martial sovereign, few had ever laid hands on elixirs above the 7th grade. Yet, here was Xian Yuan Dan re-emerging. And in quantities of 9. Many held a skeptical view. However, Li Jiasun swiftly arranged for 1 Xian Yuan Dan to be displayed at the center of the Songhai Auction House's exhibition hall. The moment they beheld the genuine Xian Yuan Dan, silence enveloped the crowd. Soon after, madness ensued. Countless wealthy merchants and noble families inundated the auction house's reception with calls. Especially the 10 clans of Zhonghai, all eager to secure the elixir at any cost. Given that their clan heads were predominantly at the 8th or 9th rank of martial sovereign, the need for Xian Yuan Dan was acute. Even those who had prepared were keen to acquire an additional one. Yet, Li Jiasun commanded the staff to refuse all offers. Subsequently, the appearance of the Baibaotong Yudan sent shockwaves throughout Zhonghai. An 8th grade elixir. To witness such a rarity in one's lifetime was unfathomable. Was this truly a divine elixir of Zhonghai? Madness. The Songhai auction house had undoubtedly lost its senses to auction 7th and 8th grade elixirs. Were they not aware that such high-grade elixirs were strictly regulated by the Dragon Kingdom and could easily attract unwanted scrutiny? Quick, regardless of authenticity. We must secure an invitation to tomorrow's auction at all costs. This could be the key for our Jiang family to ascend as the foremost clan in Zhonghai. The Tang Yudan must belong to us. Summon back all direct descendants of the Lin family and gather 1,000 billion. The 10 clans of Zhonghai, or rather 9, all received Li Jiasen's invitation without exception. There was no reason to decline. The moment that would determine the fate of Zhonghai was at hand. At this juncture, a crucial question loomed in everyone's minds. How had Li Jiasen procured the Xin Yuan Dan in the 8th grade elixir? Yet, none dared to voice their inquiries. It was a matter cloaked in secrecy. Li Jiasen simply stated, "When tomorrow's auction commences, you shall all know." The news of the 8th grade Tang Yudan even reached provinces beyond Jiangnan. Far away, on the island of Hong Kong, the Li family resided, nestled by the sea. Their estate spanned thousands of acres, resplendent and magnificent, occupying a vast expanse of ocean. The palace bears little distinction from the grandeur of a royal residence, exuding the elegance of Hong Kong's foremost family. On the beach, a woman of exquisite beauty, her figure as slender as a willow and clad in a bikini, luxuriates in the sun within her private domain. Despite being in her 40s or 50s, her skin is as delicate as that of a woman in her 30s. Her enchanting almond-shaped eyes possess a beguiling allure, yet within their depths lies a trace of malice. A dozen servants attend to her every whim. Suddenly, a maid accidentally knocks over a wine glass, inciting the bikini-clad woman's ire. In a fit of rage, she strikes the maid, sending her sprawling to the ground, and viciously kicks her in the face. "You wretched servant! Do you comprehend the value of my wine? You would need to sell 10 of yourself to compensate for it. You blind fool." The maid, bloodied and pleading for mercy, cries out, "Madamly, I am truly sorry. It was unintentional. Please, spare me. If you continue, I will surely perish." At that moment, a robust man in floral shorts, in his 40s or 50s, approaches, having grasped the situation. Without hesitation, he delivers a lethal blow to the maid's forehead, ending her life. "How dare you insects provoke my precious one? You are doomed," he barks. The remaining servants, terrified into silence, dare not utter a sound, hastily retreating. After all, their mistress is none other than the current matriarch of the Li family, Qiao Xiaojun. Yet, this muscular man is not Li Songhai, the head of the Li family, but rather a revered elder of the clan. Both he and Qiao Xiaojun hold significant power within the Li family, their influence unrivaled. "Brother Jie, what brings you here?" Qiao Xiaojun smiles, pressing her voluptuous form against the sturdy man. He embraces her waist and shares the details of the Xin Yuan Dan and Ba Bao Tong Yudan. Qiao Xiaojun gasps in astonishment. What? Auctioning 9 7th grade elixirs and 1 8th grade elixir? Where did she acquire such treasures? What schemes is that little vixen, Li Jiasen, concocting? Even the Li family, positioned closest to the source, has not been able to procure such high-grade elixirs from her, merely 1 or 2 Xin Yuan Dan at best. The 8th grade elixir is beyond their reach. Yet now, a girl on the verge of being cast out from the Li family brazenly auctions off an 8th grade elixir. Qiao Xiaojun immediately dials Li Jiasen, only to be met with disconnection. There must be foul play afoot. It is likely a ruse, preparing to conspire with the experts from Jiangnan against me. This little hussy may appear youthful, yet she harbors profound cunning. I shall send my daughter to teach her a lesson and simultaneously discern her true intentions. The robust man inquires, "By the way, how is that matter progressing?" Qiao Xiaojun shoots him an exasperated glance. "What's the rush? The old fool is deeply poisoned. He is unlikely to last much longer. When the time comes, both the Li family and I shall belong entirely to you. Brother Jie, having done so much for you, how do you intend to reward me?" The sturdy man smiles, shedding his floral shorts. "Seeing your fiery temper, let me help you cool off." Qiao Xiaowan knelt upon the beach chair, turning her gaze back, her eyes glistening like water. In the imperial capital of Longhua, at the outskirts of the Forbidden City, within the opulent garden of a grand estate, an elderly gentleman clad in exquisite robes was engrossed in a tense game of chess. At that moment, a subordinate approached with urgent news. "My lord, the 2 assassin organizations from the Black Network that accepted the bounty have vanished without a trace. Guo Zhenhai and Yi Qijue are locked in a life-and-death battle on the martial arts platform, where Guo has crushed their skulls. Xue Tian from the town martial department has also met his demise at his hands." The elder's eyes turned icy. "This wretched child possesses quite the skill. Is there more?" The subordinate continued. "An hour ago, the Mei family was engulfed in flames. Their clan has been annihilated." Shortly thereafter, the Songhai auction house announced the auction of 9 Xin Yuan pills and 1 8 treasure spirit connecting pill, with invitations sent exclusively to the 10 clans of Zhonghai and select families. The elder, with a discerning glance, scoffed. This little rascal has learned of his mother's affairs and intends to use these 10 pills as bait to eradicate the 10 clans of Zhonghai. Remarkably, he has perfectly inherited his mother's alchemical talent, capable of refining the spirit-connecting pill by the age of 25. Truly a prodigy. Yet, he must still face death. The elder made a move on the board. I suspect those worthless scoundrels from Zhonghai won't be able to deal with this wretch. Let the Chen family take the blame and step forward to resolve this. Inform Chen Xuan that if the past remains unresolved, that individual's wrath could lead to the obliteration of the Chen family. Understood. After a moment's contemplation, the elder added, also, contact the Fengdu underworld to covertly assist the Chen family. With both overt and covert strategies, even Qijue, no matter how formidable, cannot escape his fate. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the yellow sparrow lies in wait. You have already lost. With that, the elder made another move and rose to depart. The game already poised for a decisive victory. As night fell in Jinling, Qin Jinghao received a phone call. Qin Jinghao, have you heard about the events in Zhonghai? Qin Jinghao nodded. I just learned of it. I never imagined this young man had such a powerful background, being the son of that woman. Shall we proceed with the plan? The voice on the other end dismissed him. We were able to kill his mother back then. We can certainly eliminate him now. To be frank, the Chen family has received the task and is preparing to act. Do you think Qijue can survive? Tomorrow, at the agreed time, I will bring my people, abduct Qin Feihu, and then proceed to Jinling to eliminate your brother. The Qin family will be under your control. The following day, the highly anticipated alchemical auction commenced as scheduled. The heads of the prominent families in Zhonghai rose in unison, making their way to the venue. With half an hour remaining before the auction began, luxurious cars congregated at the entrance, and influential figures gathered in full force. A throng of distinguished elites from Zhonghai basked in their glory. The 10 clans of Zhonghai, alongside other first-class families such as the Guo and Shui families, were all present. It was a gathering that no one invited by Li Jiesen would dare to miss. After all, it was the Xian Yuan pills and 8th-level elixirs at stake. Not only was acquiring them a goal, but even merely witnessing them was a privilege beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. At the forefront of the crowd stood several middle-aged men, the heads of the 10 clans of Zhonghai, each exuding an aura of vitality akin to dragons. Jiangchen, the head of the Jiang family, was a 7th-ranked Great Martial Master. Lin Haotian, the head of the Lin family, was an 8th-ranked Great Martial Master. The head of the Wen family, Wen Yuezhang, a distinguished 8th-grade martial artist, was engaged in polite exchanges. The 10 clans, united by blood, referred to one another as brothers. Lin, it has been several months since we last met, and your cultivation has remarkably advanced. I can hardly keep pace with you. Jiang, you are too modest. I have recently heard that the Jiang family has secured numerous ventures beyond the Central Sea, amassing several hundred billion in assets. It won't be long before you become the richest person in our region. Hi, it is good to see you in good health. At this moment, a man with triangular eyes strode into the center of the crowd. Master Sun, you have arrived. The assembly greeted him warmly. At this point, he held the highest status among the 10 clan heads, being Sun Inkai of the Sun family, whose prowess had reached the 9th-grade martial artist level. Just a hair's breadth away from becoming a martial king. He was also the most eager among the clan leaders to obtain the Xian Yuan Dan today. Furthermore, Sun Inkai had another identity. He was the mastermind behind the infamous murder case in Central Sea from years past, having orchestrated the alliances of the other 9 clan heads. He had even collaborated with a notorious assassination organization to pursue that woman relentlessly. Curiously, however, he had failed to acquire the Xian Yuan Dan in the end, leaving the details of what transpired shrouded in mystery. Why hasn't Old May arrived? Sun Inkai noticed the absence of one clan. Brother Sun, perhaps you have been too engrossed in your training to know that the Mei family suffered a catastrophic fire yesterday, claiming the lives of the entire household. Mei Yuanwu himself was reduced to a charred corpse. Can you believe it, a 7th-grade martial artist meeting such a fate? Sun Inkai scoffed. Surely. The man must have been consumed by his alchemical pursuits, perhaps losing himself in the furnace. Laughter erupted among the other 8 families. They had all studied the Qian Kuan Dan furnace and determined it to be an ordinary vessel, yielding nothing of value. Yet, Mei Yuanwu had fancied himself an alchemist, and even constructed a dedicated alchemical chamber at home, leading to frequent explosions. In no time, he became the subject of ridicule among the 10 clans of Central Sea. Isn't it amusing? If everyone could be an alchemist, who would dare partake in such risky ventures? Sun Inkai dismissed Mei Yuanwu's demise with indifference. His death is fortuitous. Otherwise, Dividing the 9 Xian Yuan Dawn among the 10 clans would have been quite the challenge. One less is no loss. The remaining 9 clans can each claim 1, while the 8 treasure Tongyu Dan shall be up for grabs based on merit. Oh dear, brother son, who would dare compete with you? This Dan is rightfully yours. At this juncture, a question arose. However, while Central Sea is renowned as a land of elixirs, high-grade pills have long been in short supply. Where exactly did Li Jiesun procure the Xin Yuan Dan? Why would she auction it to us? Sun Inkai replied, Humph. She either seeks our assistance or intends to extort a hefty sum from us, knowing we are all stuck at the peak of martial artist rank. This woman has been driven by greed for quite some time. He was well acquainted with the Li family's circumstances. Currently, Li Jiesun faced 2 choices, either enlist help to deal with Qiao Xiaojun or flee with her fortune. Regardless of the circumstances, it is all fated. She cannot compete with that ruthless woman. What if Li Jiesun sets a price that we cannot afford? What shall we do then? Sun Inkai scoffed coldly. Buy? Do we even need to purchase? Have you forgotten how the 10 families of Zhonghai came to be? Indeed, we can simply seize it. An abandoned daughter soon to be cast aside by the Li family, how much of a stir can she truly cause? Ha. The 9 individuals, brimming with confidence, swaggered into the Songhai auction house. Upon reaching the 2nd floor auction hall, everyone took their seats. Naturally, Sun Inkai and his companions occupied the front row. Following them were the elite families and affluent merchants. The seats were prepared with tea and pastries, attended by maidens catering to their needs. It is actually the finest typing Qijue tea. Songhai auction house has indeed spared no expense today. Someone took a sip, exclaiming in astonishment. Sun Inkai and the others also savored the tea, finding its flavor fresh and rich, leaving a sweet aftertaste. It is indeed exquisite tea. However, today is not about enjoying tea. Where's your young lady, Ms. Li? We are all present. Why not promptly present the elixirs? Surely, there are 9 Xian Yuan pills. Should you deceive us, you shall face dire consequences. Amidst the impatient voices, Li Jiesun emerged from backstage, stepping onto the central platform of the hall. On this day, she donned a simple dress, exuding an air of elegance and grace. Her beautiful eyes scanned the gathering of Sun Inkai and others, her expression neutral as she spoke. Everyone, please remain calm. The auction for the elixirs shall commence shortly. However, it is not yet time. Please wait for 2 more minutes. The crowd was perplexed. What time? Wait? Is no one else coming? Yet, since the elixirs belonged to her, they could only obediently sip their tea and wait for a few minutes. 3 minutes later, Li Jiesun finally spoke. Please bring forth the elixirs. Shortly, 9 elixirs were pushed forth by the staff, placed within a crystal box, concealed by a curtain. As the curtain was lifted, the true forms were revealed. All masters and above inhaled sharply. Indeed, it is the Xian Yuan pill. Additionally, another elixir was displayed separately. The box opened, releasing a potent fragrance that filled the vast hall, invigorating all present. The Baobao Tongyu, undoubtedly an 8th grade elixir. Astonishingly, all 10 elixirs are genuine. The masters of Zhonghai were driven to madness. Sun Inkai and his companions felt their hearts racing. Each elixir is a priceless treasure to them. Securing any one would propel their families to new heights. Li Jiesun, I offer 1 billion to purchase the Xian Yuan pill. An additional 5 billion for the Tongyu pill. Quickly, hand over the elixirs. Sun Inkai urged eagerly. Other family heads also began to bid. I too offer 1 billion for the Xian Yuan pill. I can pay immediately. Li Jiesun shook her head, a cold smile gracing her lips. Not to mention the Xian Yuan pill. Even a Jinwu pill is worth far more than 1 billion. These bandits truly cannot change their nature. Too little? I shall add an additional 5 billion. Sun Inkai declared generously. Li Jiesun still shook her head. Li Jiesun, what do you mean? Surely you are not intending to bestow the elixir upon us. Are you asking us to assist you? Sun Inkai remarked with a smile that concealed malice. I am aware of your precarious position within the Li family. How about this? I shall promise to spare your life in times of peril. Alternatively, you could consider a different approach. Marry me as a paramour. And who would dare to lay a finger on you? Wouldn't that be delightful? His laughter echoed with a sinister undertone. For he had long coveted the beauty of Li Jiesun. Yet, she was the jewel of the Li family, and he dared not be too brazen. However, today, should he acquire the Xian Yuan Dan, he was 80% certain of ascending to the rank of martial king, thereby becoming the revered figure of Jiangnan. Li Jiesun looked upon Sun Inkai's repulsive visage, feeling a wave of nausea wash over her. This elixir does not belong to me. As for its valuation, let its rightful owner determine that. Sun Inkai furrowed his brow. If it is not the Li family's elixir, then whose could it possibly be? Who in Zhonghai possesses more elixirs than the Li family? It is I. A tall figure, weary from travel, emerged, clad in black and stained with blood. An aura of malevolence surrounded him. Then, with a thunderous crash, the iron doors of the auction hall slammed shut, sealing it completely. The arrival was none other than Qijue, whose scent of blood caused those nearby to recoil in distaste. Li Jiesun, what is the meaning of this? The masters of Zhonghai questioned as they observed the doors barred, clearly suspecting Li Jiesun's ulterior motives. And who might you be? Sun Inkai and the others fixed their gaze on Qijue, finding his face hauntingly familiar. Qijue's voice bore no hint of emotion, as if it emanated from the depths of the underworld. My surname is Yi. My given name is Qijue. This name was bestowed upon me by my mother. 25 years ago, she arrived in Zhonghai, bearing a Xianyuan Dan and seeking to auction a Dan furnace, only to be pursued by a pack of beasts. Now, do you recall? A thunderous realization struck Sun Inkai and the other 9. Their minds buzzing as they grasped the truth. The son of that woman had survived and had come to Zhonghai. They had lived in comfort, completely oblivious to the common news of Zhonghai. Just yesterday, they had heard of a battle to the death involving Qijue Zhenhai from the Martial Alliance, slain by a lad named Yi. Yet, with so many surnamed Yi, they had never fathomed that Qijue was the very child they had conspired against. The Dan furnace. The Mei family. Could it be that the fire at the Mei family was your doing? Jiangchen, the head of the Jiang family, exclaimed in sudden realization. Initially, he had thought the death of Mei Yuanwu unremarkable, but with Qijue's appearance, the situation grew increasingly complex. Qijue nodded affirmatively. Do not be hasty. I shall soon send you to reunite with him. Ha! Such audacity. Sun Inkai erupted into laughter. You, the lad surnamed Yi, have my utmost admiration for your courage. To have miraculously survived and not cower in fear, you dare to venture into Zhonghai, and I presume these 10 elixirs are also your doing. Remarkable. You and your mother truly serve as the purveyors of medicine for Zhonghai. Surely, you do not believe we are as inept as Mei Yuanwu? To be grouped among the 10 families of Zhonghai alongside him is a source of shame. The China Sea is no longer what it once was. Our family of 9 possesses a power that rivals the esteemed families of Jiangnan. What can a mere insect like you possibly contend with us? The other family heads gradually recovered from their astonishment. Indeed, although Qijue annihilated the Mei family, the gathering here comprises 9 prominent families united. Together, they represent 9 peak martial sect masters, with countless skilled warriors at their disposal. It is not merely Qijue. Even if that woman were to return, she would be slain. This boy is nothing but a speck of dust. Boy, you must be curious about how your mother met her demise, right? Sun Inkai sneered maliciously. To enlighten you, the entire scheme to harm your mother was orchestrated by me. Over 100 masters, at least half of whom I rallied to my cause. The first blow your mother received was struck by me. Tell me, does that infuriate you? The other family heads chimed in. I slashed her once. I nearly severed her arm. I pierced her with a sword, and she spat blood on the spot. I was not so cruel as to kill her outright. I merely kicked her, nearly causing your premature birth. Ha ha. We are indeed beasts. What can you do about it? A group of individuals reveled in their heinous deeds, utterly oblivious to the icy coldness that had settled in Qijue's gaze, akin to ancient ice. I have already devised your fates. However, do you beasts not wonder where I went before this auction? Whose blood stains my hands? Suddenly, a foreboding sensation washed over Sun Inkai and the others. You, what have you done? Ding ding. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the phones of the family heads began to ring ominously, each call from their most trusted confidants. Sun Inkai answered, Brother, this is bad. A shadow suddenly descended upon the Sun family, killing everyone in sight. We could not stop him. Your entire family of 18 has been slaughtered. Someone is still pursuing me. Ah. The voice abruptly ceased. Jiangchen answered, Family head. Everyone is dead. Our family is annihilated. A demon. There is a demon in the China Sea. He claims to have come to collect lives. After slaying us, he will come for you. Lin Haoyan answered, My son, retribution has come. Our Lin family has committed so many evils. It has finally caught up with us. Your father has had both hands and feet severed. Like a maggot, left among the corpses in the Lin family, waiting to die. Ha ha ha. I too shall perish. Find release. After 9 calls, a thunderclap resounded. The 9 heads of the prominent families in the China Sea felt as if their minds had been bombarded by a nuclear explosion, a mushroom cloud rising within. Their heads burned with the radiation of horror, faces drained of color. Their families had been completely slaughtered. Had it only been half an hour since they had emerged? They simultaneously spat out mouthfuls of blood, their earlier pride shattered. Unbeknownst to them, While they basked in their glory, their entire families had been mercilessly slaughtered, treated like swine and dogs. This was a trap. They had been lured here under the guise of elixirs. The family power lies in ruins and seizing the opportunity. The massacre ensues. It turns out that the blood-staining Yi Qijue's hands is that of his own kin. Even Li Jiaxin trembles slightly in fear of Yi Qijue's ruthless methods. This is the 10 clans of Zhonghai, comprising hundreds of individuals. As of today, they have all vanished. Physically, Zhonghai has transformed into a sea of blood. Ah, how ruthless! Yi Qijue, you lowly insect, how merciless you are! I shall not rest until you are annihilated. Ah! Sun Inkai, after spitting blood, has eyes ablaze with fury. Gritting his teeth, he yearns to rend Yi Qijue into 1,000 pieces. Ruthless indeed? Yi Qijue responds with a desolate smile. Years ago, my mother arrived in Zhonghai alone, only to be conspired against and murdered by your pack of beasts. What I have done is merely return your misdeeds upon you. Since there is no law in Zhonghai, I shall become the law and purge my enemies. You wretches, destined for eternal reincarnation, today marks your demise. In the next moment, a terrifying and violent aura envelopes the entire venue. To kill us is no easy feat. Here, we have dozens of grandmasters and several martial sects. Even if a martial king were to descend, they would not dare confront us. Let us not mourn just yet. Let us unite and slay this wretch, avenging our loved ones. Sun Inkai incites the crowd with a fervent shout. Ah, Yi Qijue, I shall carve you to pieces. Witness my blade. Lin Haoyan, the head of the Lin family, is the first to succumb to the blow, losing all reason. His eyes bulge as he brandishes his sword, charging at Yi Qijue like a madman. Yi Qijue, unless I pierce your heart with 10,000 swords, my hatred shall not be quenched. Jiangchen, head of the Jiang family, brandishes a treasured sword, its blade casting shadows that engulf Yi Qijue. When family's heart-piercing leg. I should have kicked this wretch to death long ago. When Yue Zhang, the head of the Wen family, leaps, striking like a falcon, aiming a kick at Yi Qijue's back. 3 experts, each at the pinnacle of the 8th grade martial sect. They converge from 3 directions, launching a combined assault. The pressure alone could tear apart a 5th grade martial sect. As they pass, the auction house is left in ruins, seats and floors exploding in chaos. The air fills with flying debris and explosive sounds. Others refrain from joining the fray, in their eyes. The 3 heads of the martial sects attacking simultaneously is already a considerable concession to Yi Qijue. They fear he may perish within a single exchange. However, in the face of these 3, Yi Qijue stands firm as a mountain. He deftly sidesteps Lin Haoyan's blade, his palm striking the sword lightly, causing it to vibrate violently, fracturing Lin Haoyan's grip. In that moment, Jiang Qin's sword light descends, impenetrable. Yet, no matter how fierce the sword light, it cannot escape Yi Qijue's gaze. His left hand extends with exquisite precision, like a butterfly flitting through flowers, grasping Jiang Qin's sword hand, then twisting fiercely. Jiang Qin's bones shatter instantly. Had it not been for the flesh still attached, his hand would have surely fallen. Simultaneously, Yi Qijue channels the momentum of Jiang Qin's sword, directing it toward Wen Yue Zhang's heart-piercing leg. With a swift thrust, the blade meets its target. The 3 grand martial sovereigns have all fallen, rendered utterly powerless, transformed into lambs awaiting slaughter. Subsequently, Yi Qijue advanced with intent. You struck my mother with a blade, did you not? Yi Qijue approached Lin Haoyan, seized the treasured sword, and mercilessly struck him down, reducing him to mere flesh. You pierced my mother with a sword, did you not? Next was Jiangchen. In an instant, Yi Qijue unleashed a swordplay more intricate than Jiang Qin's, turning him into a veritable sieve, his body riddled with countless wounds. As for dealing with Wen Yue Zhang, it was more direct. With a sudden kick, the latter soared several meters, crashing into the wall of the auction house, exploding upon impact, unable to be salvaged. The reason for not killing them outright was to ensure they experienced a suffering 1,000-fold more excruciating than that inflicted upon my mother 25 years prior. Silence. Hundreds of masters on the sea felt their vision darken, nearly losing consciousness. In a breath, the 3 peak martial sovereigns were subdued, followed by a brutal slaughter. This young man possesses a terrifying strength. The key is, it hardly resembles a battle of the same caliber. The 3 did not exhibit even the slightest struggle. Had it not been for his desire to torment them, they would have likely perished in an instant. It's over. They have become mere ants. Impossible. How could someone barely in their 20s simultaneously annihilate 3 peak grand martial sovereigns? The remaining 10 families were left in shock. Lin Haoyan and his companions were no weaklings. Their strength was comparable. If Qijue could vanquish these three, could he not easily obliterate them as well? How could they accept this? Sun Inkai's eyelids twitched uncontrollably as he shouted, "I understand. This fellow must have inherited his mother's true legacy. Not only can he produce 8th grade pills, but his own power is also formidable. He must possess treasures even more precious than the Xian Yuan pill or Tongyu pill, perhaps even 9th grade pills. Quickly, kill him and seize his treasures." Sun Inkai continued to incite them, yet with the horrific deaths of the 3 elders before their eyes. Even if they were to bring the alchemical furnace of the Supreme Lord, none would dare claim it. "Now it's your turn." Qijue's countenance was frigid, resembling a deathly specter emerging from the depths of the underworld. "No, Qijue, spare us. We repent. We acknowledge our mistakes. In truth, we are but a group of weaklings, incapable of harming your mother. She is unparalleled. With a single slap, she could clear a vast expanse of foes. The so-called 10 families are merely the 10 that have survived." Several clan leaders, terrified, nearly lost control of their bladders and began to plead for mercy. "Spare us our wretched lives, please. It would be easy to spare your lives. But who will restore justice for my mother?" Qijue stepped forward, his aura erupting like a roaring furnace, advancing upon the remaining clan leaders. Some attempted to resist, yet their true energy compared to Qijue's was akin to a fragile boat amidst a raging sea, utterly uncontrollable and swiftly submerged. In mere minutes, aside from Sun Inkai, all 5 clan leaders and their subordinates lay slain, not a single body left intact. They were utterly paralyzed. Cries of despair echoed through the air, desiring to escape. Yet the door has been firmly sealed, leaving no avenue for salvation, neither from the heavens above nor the earth below. The slaughter resumes with a vengeance. The entire auction house transforms into a veritable hellscape. Even Li Jiasen cannot bear to witness the carnage. Sun Inkai gasps for breath. Although he is equally astonished by Qijue's brutality and prowess, he still harbors a glimmer of confidence. After all, he is the most formidable presence in the arena. A 9th-rank Grand Martial Sovereign, an invincible entity beneath the Martial King. Furthermore, he possesses a trump card that others lack. Qijue, I concede that I have underestimated you. Your cultivation is likely on par with mine, also a 9th-rank Grand Martial Sovereign. However, today, I shall dismember you into 8 pieces and exact vengeance for my Sun family." With that proclamation, Sun Inkai produces a blood-red pill. He swallows it whole. Immediately, his inner energy surges violently, his organs and bones crackling ominously. As his power escalates once more, he advances further. Remarkably, he reaches the threshold of a half-step Martial King. The blood ignition pill? Qijue's eyes narrow. This blood ignition pill is vastly different from the energy burst pill. The latter is merely a 5th-rank elixir, capable of temporarily enhancing physical strength and elevating cultivation by 1 tier, only to leave one weakened afterward. It cannot transcend a significant realm. In contrast, the blood ignition pill enables Sun Inkai to leap directly into the half-step Martial King realm, a genuine 6th-rank elixir. However, the cost is dire, diminishing the user's lifespan. It bears the scent of exploiting resources recklessly, regarded as a forbidden drug. Yet, in life-and-death situations, it proves invaluable. Was this pill concocted by his mother? After consuming the blood ignition pill, the wrinkles on Sun Inkai's face deepen, yet his aura becomes all the more formidable and terrifying. He is indeed cornered. Qijue lured him here under the guise of the auction, secretly annihilating all members of the Sun family in Zhonghai, leaving him utterly isolated. If he does not slay Qijue today, he will succumb to his inner demons. I have finally ascended to the Martial King level. You, son of the Yi family, prepare to meet your demise. This fist once harmed your mother, and today it shall obliterate you." Sun Inkai's countenance twists into a grimace as he channels his entire energy, unleashing a ferocious punch that resonates with the sound of thunder. The ground beneath him erupts. He launches forth like a cannonball. His speed eclipses that of Lin Haotian, Jiangchen, and all other Grand Martial sovereigns. The rampaging fist, his signature lethal technique. From a safe distance, Li Jiasen clenches her delicate fists, anxiety gnawing at her heart. Although Qijue is decisive in battle, having already vanquished 8 Grand Martial sovereigns with overwhelming force, she is acutely aware that the Martial King and the Grand Martial Sovereign exist on entirely different planes. Even as a half-step Martial King, Sun Inkai now possesses the capability to annihilate the other 9 family heads. Can Qijue prevail? Yet, as Sun Inkai hurtles toward him at breakneck speed, boom! Qijue also gradually raises his arm, delivering a punch straight ahead. Two mighty fists collide with a thunderous crash. Just as Sun Inkai feels assured that he will surely obliterate Qijue, a piercing light streaks across the sky. Before him, an intense heat suddenly surged, vaporizing his entire arm. Had it not been for Sun Inkai's timely evasion, he might have been obliterated by Qijue's devastating punch. Yet, even so, he was left reeling, spitting blood profusely. What? Sun Inkai's eyes bulged, rolling on the ground, his mind a cacophony of disbelief. He could hardly fathom that. Despite having ascended to the level of a half-step martial king, he could not withstand a single blow from Qijue. Could he truly be a martial king? A youthful martial king? Was this the terrifying talent inherited from that woman's son? Incredibly prodigious. Could it be? Could it be that you possess some celestial treasure left by your mother? He was convinced that Qijue must have consumed the precious elixirs bequeathed by his mother. Otherwise, it was utterly inexplicable. Even Sun Inkai was no match for him. Li Jiaxin was equally agitated, covering her mouth in astonishment. She had presumed that Qijue's limit was as a ninth-rank great martial master, that he was, astonishingly, a youthful martial king, far more formidable than any prodigy she had ever encountered. He could surely ascend the ranks of the Dragon Kingdom's elite. Qijue's voice, haunting as a spell, echoed, "I have never met my mother. But you, if you wish to avoid a most gruesome demise, must divulge all you know about the ancient martial sects, the Jiang'an factions, and the assassin organizations that participated in the pursuit of my mother." He refrained from eliminating Sun Inkai, recognizing his potential utility. Sun Inkai appeared torn. I. Suddenly, he shot upwards, heading towards the dome of the auction house. "Boy, to think you wish to kill me, you are still too green." With a thunderous crash, Sun Inkai, utilizing his formidable half-step martial king physique, shattered the tempered glass dome. As shards of glass cascaded down, he finally emerged from the auction house. Re-emerging into the light of day, he had escaped. Help. Murder. Qijue, that demon, intends to slaughter everyone in Zhonghai. Sun Inkai scrambled and shouted, hoping to attract more passers-by for protection. Isn't that the head of the Sun family from the 10 families of Zhonghai? What a pitiful sight. His arm is nearly destroyed. A crowd began to gather. At that moment, a man and a woman appeared outside the Zhonghai auction house. The girl, appearing around 20, was stunningly beautiful, dressed elegantly, holding a sunshade, and donning oversized sunglasses, exuding the air of a pampered heiress. She irritably remarked, "What a dreadful place with such intense UV rays. If that little vixen Li Jiaxin doesn't have an 8th rank elixir, I shall strip her and sell her to the red light district of Hong Kong." Beside her stood a fierce man named Leopard, silent, hands adorned with tiger-like claws. His gaze fixated on Sun Inkai, deep in thought. He was, in fact, a martial king master, his prowess at the 3rd rank martial king level. In Zhonghai, and even across Jiangnan, he was a formidable presence. At this moment, Sun Inkai noticed them, and his heart leaped with joy, as if he had found a savior. Rushing toward them, "Miss Li, I never expected you to come to Zhonghai. This is wonderful. Please, save me. Someone is trying to kill me." The wealthy young girl gazed at Sun Inkai with disdain, exclaiming, "What beggar is this? Reeking of blood, attempting to ingratiate himself with me?" Sun Inkai hurriedly retorted, "Miss Ru Ming, I am a friend of your mother, Qiao Xiaojun. Back in Zhonghai, we often interacted. She sought assistance for elixirs, and even claimed I helped her rally over 100 people in Zhonghai. Later, when she married into the Li family in Hong Kong, I attended her wedding." Sun Inkai spoke rapidly, as if pouring beans from a bamboo tube. Indeed, the newcomer was none other than Qiao Xiaojun's daughter, Li Ru Ming, sent to oversee Li Jiaxin's every move. The nearby leopard nodded in agreement, affirming, "What he says is true. I have indeed seen him in Hong Kong." Yes. Sun Inkai eagerly nodded, realizing that Providence had presented itself. Just as all the prominent families in Zhonghai had been slaughtered by Qijue, the Li family had arrived. Li Ru Ming pinched her nose and declared, "Very well, let me ask you this. Did the Zhonghai auction house auction off 9 Xin Yuan pills and 1 8 treasure Tongyu pill today? Is that true?" "Absolutely true. I witnessed it with my own eyes." Sun Inkai replied candidly, "These 10 precious pills are currently within the venue. Miss Li, easily within your reach." Li Ru Ming's eyes brightened with excitement. The existence of 9 Xin Yuan pills and an 8th grade pill was indeed real. She had to acquire them. At that moment, Li Jiaxin and Qijue also emerged from pursuit. Li Ru Ming immediately addressed Li Jiaxin, "You vile woman. How dare you keep the 8th grade pill for yourself instead of turning it over to the family? You are nothing but a traitor. I command you to bring me those 10 precious pills at once. Then return to your family and kneel for 3 days and nights. Li Jiasen's expression shifted drastically upon hearing Li Ruming's words. Her eyes filled with fury. Hong Kong? Qijue murmured to himself. Indeed. Li Jiasen gritted her teeth. This woman is Qiao Xiaojuan's daughter, Li Ruming. Qijue's heart jolted with realization. It was her mother who had leaked the information about her own mother's possession of the Xianyuan pills, resulting in their ambush by the 10 families of Zhonghai and the assassins. The daughter of an enemy. Today you shall not return alive. With this thought, Qijue stepped forward, unleashing an overwhelming pressure towards Li Ruming, shouting, "Are you prepared to atone for the sins your mother, Qiao Xiaojun, committed in Zhonghai?" Meanwhile, on the other side of Zhonghai, in the hotel where the Qin family was staying, Yi Luoling, Qin Yun, and others awaited news from Qijue. Yi Luoling felt restless, anxious about her brother Qijue's confrontation with the 10 families of Zhonghai, each as formidable as the influential families of Jiangnan. To claim she was worried would be a falsehood. Her eyelids fluttered incessantly, sensing that something dreadful was about to transpire. Sister Qin Yun, do you think my brother will be all right against those old enemies? Qin Yun smiled reassuringly. Do not worry. The prowess of Qijue is likely beyond my imagination. Moreover, with his senior sister, the Demoness, assisting him, who is none other than the queen of the dark web assassin realm, such a formidable presence is not something a mere Zhonghai can withstand. There is no cause for concern. Our duty is to safeguard ourselves and not be a hindrance to Qijue. After witnessing the Demoness effortlessly slay 2 martial kings with a mere slap, Qin Yun understood that anyone in Zhonghai who dared to oppose this master and disciple duo would surely be courting death. Huang Huifeng confidently declared, "Rest assured, Miss Yi, with me here, no one in Zhonghai would dare to harm you." Just as his words echoed, the door to the presidential suite was abruptly flung open. Is that so? Such arrogance. A man in his 60s, with a broad visage and an imposing demeanor, strode in with authority, surveying the scene. His gaze fixated on Yi Luoling. You must be the illegitimate sister of Qijue. Take her away. In an instant, numerous figures surged forth from behind the man, each one surpassing the rank of martial sovereign. Who are you? Qin Yun immediately grew vigilant, shielding Yi Luoling as she inquired. The imposing man chuckled. You must be Qin Feihu's granddaughter. Your grandfather should be acquainted with me. I am Qin Chuan, the head of the Qin family. A resounding shock reverberated in the minds of Qin Yun and the others. The head of the Qin family? Could it be that Qin family? Qin Chuan's subsequent words confirmed their suspicions. The war god, Qin Lingfeng, is my son. How dare your Qin family assist Qijue in troubling my Qin family? What punishment do you think you deserve? At this moment, Qin Zhongwei and other experts from the Qin family arrived upon hearing the commotion. The revelation of Qin Chuan's identity left them astounded. The long-hidden Qin family had emerged, directly seeking trouble at their hotel. This indicated that the Qin family had been under surveillance since their arrival in Zhonghai. Although both the Qin and Qin families belonged to the aristocracy in Jiangnan, the Qin family was undoubtedly the leading figure among the 5 great clans. Not only did they boast several martial kings, but they also produced a war god general. Such a staggering level of power was beyond the combined might of the other 4 clans. Qin Zhongwei felt a surge of urgency and explained, head of the Qin family. We, the Qin family, are merely assisting Qijue in tracing the Qin family's whereabouts because your son, Qin Lingfeng, may be connected to the massacre of the Yi family in Lingzhou. Qijue saved my father's life, and we wish to repay this debt. However, the Qin family holds no grievances against the Qin family and would never seek trouble unprovoked. Qin Zhongwei's words were delicately phrased, fearing any conflict might arise. Yet, Qin Chuan merely scoffed coldly. Don't speak of possibilities. Let me be frank. My son was indeed the mastermind behind the massacre of the Yi family in Lingzhou. Moreover, 25 years ago, my Qin family was the greatest beneficiary of the plot to harm Qijue's mother in all of Zhonghai. Do you have any idea how many elixirs my Qin family acquired? Qin Chuan extended 2 fingers, 20 Xianling pills, and 2 Xianyuan pills. This dwarfs the so-called 10 noble clans of Zhonghai. Otherwise, how could we possess so many great martial sovereigns? How could my son Lingfeng ascend to the rank of martial king and join the ranks of the war gods? Ha. The hearts of the Qin family members sank. On one hand, one is astounded by the Qin family's brazen audacity, boldly proclaiming their villainy. On the other hand, the more Qin Chuan spoke, the more it indicated his utter fearlessness, suggesting he was prepared to eliminate anyone who posed a threat. Today, it seems, would not end well. Qin Chuan continued coldly. So now you understand the deep-seated enmity between my Qin family and Qijue, right? Anyone associated with him must be annihilated. This is the reason behind the Yi family's tragic fate. Yi Luoling's fury ignited instantly. You shameless fiend. You have caused the deaths of so many innocent members of our Yi family. You will face retribution for this. Qin Chuan chuckled mockingly. That is precisely why I intend to capture you, little girl, and then lure Yi Qijue to the Chun residence to eliminate him. Once that is done, who could possibly seek revenge against the Qin family? Seize her at once. With a command, over 10 formidable martial artists surged into action. The Qin family, whose average strength was a tier lower, could not withstand the onslaught and were swiftly overwhelmed. Just as the assailants drew closer to Yi Luoling, Huang Huifeng stepped forward. With a single strike, he felled one adversary and rebuked, "How dare the esteemed war god family resort to kidnapping and exploiting a mere child? Is this not exceedingly disgraceful?" Qin Chuan narrowed his eyes. "Huang Huifeng of Foshan, do you intend to meddle in this affair?" Huang Huifeng stroked his goat beard, proudly declaring, "Brother Yi has shown me kindness. I shall certainly intervene in this matter. If you dare to harm Miss Yi, I will not permit it." Qin Chuan sneered coldly. "You think a mere first-tier martial king holds any significance? Bring it on." At that moment, two powerful individuals emerged from the Qin camp, both exuding a fierce aura. Two martial kings. The Qin family gasped in shock. In addition to the dozen martial artists before them, Qin Chuan had brought along two martial kings. What tremendous resolve he must possess to capture Yi Luoling. If the Qin family sought their own destruction, so be it. Aside from Yi Qijue's sister, everyone else was to be slaughtered. Yes, the martial artists surged forth once more. "I'll show you what I can do." One martial king directed his attention toward Huang Huifeng, revealing himself to be a third-tier martial king. The shadowless hands of Foshan. Huang Huifeng was undeterred, retaliating with a powerful strike. Boom, boom, boom. As the two clashed, their energies surged like tsunamis, devastating the suite's floors and furnishings. This was the caliber of a martial king battle. Yet the Qin family had no time to spectate. Managing against so many martial artists was already a considerable challenge. In mere moments, Huang Huifeng had exchanged blows with the third-tier martial king over a dozen times, with neither gaining the upper hand. It must be noted that after decades of wandering and seeking enlightenment in Long Country, Huang Huifeng possessed substantial depth. He was valiantly withstanding a third-tier martial king despite being only a second-tier himself. His foundational skills in the shadowless hands of Foshan were solid, allowing him to deftly neutralize his opponent's strength through skillful maneuvers. At this juncture, Qin Chuan grew impatient, urging, "Quickly, all of you, join forces and eliminate him. Do not let this matter slip away." The other martial king responded and joined the fray, boasting even greater power at the fourth-tier level. The pressure on Huang Huifeng suddenly intensified. To be honest, it was already a formidable challenge for him to withstand a third-tier martial king, and now, facing a fourth-tier martial king, he found himself in a precarious position. The shadowless hand was unable to cope. In an instant, Huang Huifeng was struck twice in the chest by the fourth-tier martial king, causing several of his ribs to snap. "Go, Miss Yi, you must flee. I will hold them back," Huang Huifeng urged, though he knew the Qin family could not withstand for long. "Quickly seek out Brother Yi and Senior Yaoji." He grimaced, blood pooling in his mouth, and charged forth once more. "Do not let her escape. Capture her," Qin Chuan bellowed, prompting the two martial kings to intensify their assault. Huang Huifeng realized he could not defeat two martial kings and resorted to a deadly move, risking his life to buy time for Yi Luoling. Although the two martial kings could only evade, they quickly seized the opportunity and struck Huang Huifeng's abdomen with both palms. With a sickening sound, Huang Huifeng could no longer contain himself, spitting out blood that stained his goat-like beard. His body was sent flying several meters. "Grandpa Huang!" Yi Luoling cried out in anguish. "Hurry and escape." Huang Huifeng rose again, reaching for the throats of the two approaching martial kings, but his speed had diminished significantly due to his injuries. He was easily seized. Then, with a sickening crack, Huang Huifeng's arms were broken. His goat-like beard trembled, yet he endured the pain and kicked at his opponents, attempting to block the two martial kings. With a resounding crack, both legs were similarly shattered. He collapsed weakly to his knees, only to be struck in the temple by a powerful fist, causing his vision to blur and darkness to envelop him as he fell to the ground. Blood spewed forth as he bitterly laughed, filled with self-reproach. A lifetime spent pursuing the realm of immortality, and yet he had only recently entered the second tier of martial kings, now facing death. "Yi, Brother Yi, I am sorry. I could not protect Miss Yi. I will never reach the immortal island to collect bird droppings." Grandpa Huang. Qin Yun's eyes brimmed with tears. Had she known, she would never have allowed him to come to Shanghai, leading to his needless demise. Damn it. This old fool is like a stubborn leech. Kill him. Qin Chuan issued the order for bloodshed. At once, the fourth-tier martial king hurled a fist towards Huang Huifeng's forehead with a thunderous crash. In his current state, with all limbs broken and utterly defenseless, if struck, his head would surely explode. Qin Yun, filled with despair, closed her eyes. For if Huang Huifeng was killed, she and her father, Qijue, would likely perish at the hands of the Qin family. Just as Huang Huifeng was on the brink of being obliterated, Yi Luoling, sprinting to the doorway, suddenly turned and shouted, "Stop!" She seized a pair of scissors and pressed them against her neck, applying slight pressure, causing a trickle of blood to flow from her smooth, white skin. "If you dare to kill Grandpa Huang and the Qin family, I will take my own life right now. You cannot use me as leverage without facing the wrath of my brother." Yi Luoling could not bear to witness the Qin family and Huang Huifeng perish for her sake, ever since the entire Yi family was slaughtered. Apart from her brother Yi Qijue, she has scarcely felt the warmth of familial protection. Yet now, these strangers, with whom she shares no connection, are willing to sacrifice their lives for a promise to safeguard hers. If she were to flee, she would be condemned to live a lifetime burdened by guilt. Thus, Yi Luoling resolutely turned back, willing to exchange her own life for that of the Qin family. This vendetta belongs to the Yi family. It is only fitting that they resolve it themselves. Qin Chuan narrowed his eyes, questioning her importance. "Do you truly believe you hold such significance? Without you, I could still eliminate your brother." Yi Luoling's gaze was unwavering. "No. If you were truly confident, you would not be here wasting time. You would go directly to find my brother and kill him. I am certain that the 10 clans of Zhonghai are no match for him, which is precisely why you resort to this underhanded tactic of capturing me as leverage. If I perish, you will be left with no trump card." Yi Luoling's words resonated with a profound authority. After all, she was a prodigious girl who had been admitted to Yenjing University at the tender age of 13. At this moment, her thoughts were exceptionally lucid. She swiftly discerned the situation from the Qin family's actions. To the Qin family, the Yi family of Lingzhou was merely a trifling character that could be easily extinguished. 5 years ago, the annihilation of the Yi family had been executed without a trace. Furthermore, even among other noble families, it was unthinkable for the illustrious head of the Qin family to mobilize 2 martial kings to abduct a hostage. Therefore, it was evident that the current situation posed an unbearable threat to the Qin family from the 7 absolute brother. This desperation led them to such a reckless strategy. Yi Luoling clung to this certainty, refusing to yield. Qin Chuan was slightly taken aback. He had never anticipated that Yi Luoling could penetrate his innermost thoughts. Initially, he had intended to deploy the Qin family's martial kings to eliminate Yi Qijue. However, the evaluation provided was far too high. It was imperative to use Yi Luoling as a hostage to draw Yi Qijue into the fray for a successful strike. He had meticulously prepared for this. If he failed to capture Yi Luoling, jeopardizing the entire plan, the consequences would be beyond the Qin family's endurance. At this moment, Yi Luoling's garments were already soaked in blood, resembling an indomitable flower. She intended to threaten the Qin family with her very life. After much contemplation, Qin Chuan finally nodded. He dared not take the risk. Yi Qijue's background was far too significant. He could only concede, "All right, you will accompany me. And I assure you that I will only deal with you and your brother, sparing the Qin family." Qin Yun hastily interjected, "Luoling, you cannot allow them to capture you. Yi Qijue has already shown kindness to the Qin family. Without you siblings, our family would have crumbled long ago. Protecting you is our duty. You must leave at once." The Qin family was, after all, the mastermind behind the Yi family's massacre. If Yi Luoling fell into Qin Chuan's hands, her fate would undoubtedly be sealed. Moreover, would this assembly of Jiangnan noble families stand by and watch a mere girl, just stepping into adulthood, perish for them? Yi Luoling shook her head, gradually lowering the scissors. With great effort, she forced a smile through her tears and said, "Sister Qin Yun, I am already immensely grateful for what you have done. The matters of the Yi family should be resolved by the Yi family." She then fixed her gaze steadily upon Qin Chuan. "I am willing to go with you. But release the Qin family members. Do not attempt to deceive me. If even one more person from the Qin family perishes, I shall immediately take my own life." "Release them," Qin Chuan commanded. Instantly, all of the Qin family's martial masters ceased their actions and discarded the Qin family masters onto the ground. Subsequently, 2 martial kings swiftly approached, binding Yi Luoling's hands and feet. A resounding slap from the furious Qijue struck Yi Luoling's face. No one has ever dared to threaten me before. You are the first, little girl. I will ensure that you and your brother suffer excruciating torment until your demise. No one could have imagined that the head of Jiangnan's largest noble family could be so easily controlled by a teenage girl. Yi Luoling's cheek quickly swelled. Yet she remained unperturbed, her eyes blazing with resentment as she stared defiantly at Qijue. I am already a person who is destined to die. What fear is there in death? Today, it shall be either my demise or the obliteration of your Qin family. And I am certain that it will be the latter that transpires. Ha ha ha. Qijue laughed in exasperation. Once again, he struck Yi Luoling across the face. Very well. I shall observe how you and your brother intend to bring about the downfall of my Qin family. Then, Qijue's gaze shifted towards Qin Yun and Qin Zhengwei. Regardless, your Qin family is nearing its end as well. Today, I shall spare your lives. Inform Yi Qijue to come to De Luo Mountain in Yongzhou tonight. Should Yi Qijue fail to appear, prepare a coffin for his sister's remains. We shall take our leave. Qijue, true to his word, refrained from further bloodshed. However, before departing, he delivered a kick to Huang Huifeng lying on the ground, right in the chest. Huang Huifeng was already injured. Qijue, being a master, delivered a kick with such force that it nearly shattered his ribcage, causing him to spew blood incessantly before losing consciousness entirely. His life hung by a thread. Today, the Qin family is determined to eliminate Yi Qijue. Any other masters are mere uncertainties. Grandpa Huang, Qin Yun cried out as she rushed over to control Huang Huifeng's injuries. Yet, the latter's blood was mingled with his internal organs, and his breathing was labored, clearly struggling to inhale while exhaling too much. Qin Yun wept heart-wrenchingly. Quickly, notify Yi Qijue. Old Huang has been killed. His sister has been captured by the Qin family. Meanwhile, outside the Songhai auction house, Yi Qijue advanced step by step towards Li Ruming. An overwhelming pressure surged forth. Had it not been for Li Ruming's mother, Qiao Shaowan, his own mother would not have been hunted down, leading to her tragic fate in Lingzhou. Perhaps the Yi family would have escaped annihilation. Thus, Yi Qijue had already condemned Li Ruming in his heart. Li Ruming felt an oppressive force bearing down on her, making it difficult to breathe. Fortunately, the nearby cheetah intervened just in time to alleviate the pressure. Miss, he is a formidable opponent. Beside them, Sunning remarked, not merely formidable. He is akin to a demon. He has secretly slaughtered countless individuals from the 10 clans of Zhonghai. The auction house is now a sea of blood. Moreover, he is an enemy of your mother. If he is not eliminated, this madman will undoubtedly seek revenge on the Li family. Therefore, he must not be allowed to leave alive today. Although Li Ruming was startled, she turned and scolded. Li Jiesin, where did you find this filthy wild man? How dare he utter my mother's name? Regardless of whether he is my mother's enemy, he deserves death. Hurry, cheetah, kill him. The cheetah sprang into action. His speed was astonishing. His body turned into a fleeting shadow. Boy, no matter how talented you are, encountering me, the cheetah from Hong Kong Island, will only lead to your dismemberment. The cheetah's cold voice echoed. The overwhelming power he unleashed drew the attention of onlookers. A powerhouse from Hong Kong Island? What kind of master is this? His speed was so blinding that it rendered him almost invisible in the blink of an eye. He closed the distance of several hundred meters. In this small Zhonghai, who could stand against him? Li Ruming no longer regarded Yi Qijue in her eyes. Once the cheetah made his move, his target was already as good as dead. Li Jiesin, hurry up and bring me the elixir to lick my shoes. You have committed such a grave sin. If you do not serve me well, do you still wish to live? Li Jiesin gritted her teeth, staring intently at Li Ruming. Li Ruming, your arrogance with your mother will not last much longer. I shall personally expel your faction from the Li family. Li Ruming seemed to have heard a particularly amusing joke, bursting into laughter. Stop dreaming. Do you still think you are the beloved young lady of the Li family? You are nothing but a puddle of mud now. You possess neither wealth nor power, so how could you possibly contend with me? Are you still fantasizing that your wild man can survive in the clutches of the cheetah? Let me tell you. The cheetah is known as the fastest man on Hong Kong Island. Not a single prey he targets can escape, including your wild man. As she spoke, she cast a glance in Yi Qijue's direction, eager to witness the scene of him being ruthlessly defeated by the cheetah. However, that fleeting glance twisted her expression into one of horror. Her complexion changed dramatically. In an instant, the cheetah had closed in on Yi Qijue, his fists clenched tightly, aiming a lethal strike at Yi Qijue's chest. With his formidable strength as a third-tier martial king, he was akin to a chainsaw at full power, capable of slicing through even the thickest of trees. Yet, in a stunning turn of events, Qijue dismissed any further words, delivering a swift slap that obliterated the cheetah, turning him into a mist of crimson. The vast main street of Zhonghai fell into a momentary silence, all present incredulously observing the scene where blood mist danced beneath Qijue's palm. Such a powerful and formidable expert had simply vanished. It was a complete annihilation. The blood mist even traversed a distance of 100 meters, splattering onto Li Ruming's luxurious dress and parasol. Ah, ah, ah. Li Ruming screamed like a slaughtered pig. Having lived a life of privilege, she had never witnessed such a scene. Her family's esteemed expert had been reduced to mere pulp in an instant. Why, you inland bastard? What have you done? Daring to kill my man? Do you know who I am, you wretched scum? Qijue took a step forward, confronting Li Ruming, and delivered another slap. Boom! Half of her face was obliterated. Where is your mother? Li Ruming stood in shock, the immense pain rendering her momentarily numb. Yet, she was keenly aware that half of her left face was gone, flesh and teeth exposed, her ear nearly severed. This was not merely disfigurement, it was utter devastation. She resembled a vengeful spirit emerging from hell. Furious, Li Ruming lost her composure entirely. Her once beautiful face had been shattered by a mere boy from inland Zhonghai. You have ruined my face. You are finished. I will kill you in the most brutal way possible. My mother is still in Hong Kong. I will have her come tonight to tear you apart. It turned out that Xiao Xiaojun had not come to Zhonghai. Qijue was speechless. What was the point of pretending if she hadn't even arrived? Was her brain functioning on a different level? Then, with a swift motion, he sent the spoiled girl from Hong Kong into the soil of Zhonghai. Boom! Li Ruming was left with nothing but her parasol and sunglasses. Li Jessen's mouth fell agape in shock. For over a decade, she had been embroiled in a fierce and covert rivalry with her nemesis, yet Qijue effortlessly ended it. Sun Yingkai collapsed onto the ground, his mind echoing with disbelief. He had presumed that the daughter of the Li family, accompanied by a master of the martial arts, could subdue Qijue. To his astonishment, in a mere encounter, the formidable third-tier martial king was slain on the spot. Subsequently, even the esteemed daughter of the Li family met a ruthless demise at the hands of Qijue, who acted as if he were extinguishing a mere insect. If Li Ruming was akin to a bug, what did that make him? Thus, Sun Yingcai's spirit shattered, and he could no longer muster even a flicker of the desire to flee. Instead, he fell to his knees, fervently bowing in supplication to Qijue for forgiveness. Qijue, I will speak. I will reveal everything. Please do not kill me. Apart from the 10 clans of Zhonghai, it was the Jiangnan aristocracy that pursued your mother, taking the majority of her elixirs and treasures. Among them, the Qin family reaped the most benefits. The mysterious Yuan Dan in your mother's possession was taken by the Qin family. Back then, the Qin family was merely an obscure clan, with only Chun Lingfeng attaining the rank of martial sect master. It was through that Yuan Dan that he became a martial king and ascended to the position of a war god. Thus, compared to them, I am but a trivial shrimp, begging for your mercy, to seek vengeance upon them. Furthermore, I can divulge the Qun family's hideout from recent years. It lies just a few hundred miles from Zhonghai, in Yangzhou, at Daoyuo Mountain. This is all I know. I beseech you to spare me. Sun Yingcai trembled in terror, his pants soaked with dread. Qijue's eyes narrowed. After wandering through Zhonghai for days, he finally learned the whereabouts of the Qin family. However, at that moment, his phone rang incessantly. Upon answering, he was struck with shock. What? The Qin family has suddenly emerged, having just ambushed a hotel, killing Huang Huifeng and abducting Luo Ling. Boom. Qijue was instantly consumed by wrath, an unprecedented aura of murderous intent enveloping him, his eyes turning bloodthirsty. As if a sea of corpses and a mountain of blood had manifested, the fury radiating from him created an overwhelming pressure, causing those within hundreds of meters to instinctively cower in fear. The surrounding air became tumultuous, with sand and stones swirling, and the sky darkened ominously, as if a storm were approaching. Just as he uncovered the Qin family's whereabouts, they had launched a sudden attack, abducting Luo Ling. The Qin family. Once again, it was the Qin family. 25 years prior, they had tormented his mother. 5 years ago, they annihilated his kin in Lingzhou, and now they had emerged, seizing his only remaining family member, his sister Yi Luoling. They sought death. Their entire clan must be eradicated. Yi, my lord, may I leave now? Sun Inkai assumed Qijue was enraged over the Qin family's hideout. Yet, in the next instant, he was kicked to death, his head exploding. Qijue soared into the air, transforming into a bolt of lightning and vanishing. In his desperation, he urgently contacted his senior sister, the demoness, shouting, "Senior sister, the Qin family has emerged, and Luo Ling has been captured. Today, I shall annihilate the entire Qin clan." Boom! Sun Inkai's lifeless body slowly crumpled to the ground. At this moment, some individuals noticed bloodied figures leaping from the second floor of the auction house, their bodies drenched in crimson. Upon crashing to the ground, they lay gasping for breath, teetering on the brink of death. This is Jiang Ming, the second master of the Jiang family, and Lin Langtian, the youngest son of the Lin family. The three direct descendants of the Gao family are also among the fallen. All perished. It took a full 3 minutes for the scene to register. Chaos ensued. The 10 clans of Zhonghai, all annihilated. Madness. Who on earth is that young man? How audacious to commit such slaughter in Zhonghai. Moreover, as he departed, he declared his intent to eradicate the entire Qin family. Is this the family that birthed the legendary warrior? The crucial question remains, who else is there apart from them in Jiangnan? It is over. Zhonghai is on the verge of turmoil. With the 10 clans obliterated and the Qin family emerging, enemies are at the doorstep. Boom. At this moment, the clouds in the sky suddenly erupted with thunderous roars. Li Jiasen lifted her high heels, crushing Li Ruming's sunshade and sunglasses beneath her feet. Then, amidst the cacophony of thunder, she proclaimed loudly, 25 years ago, the eminent families of Zhonghai, the Sun, Gao, Jiang, Lin, Mei, and several others conspired at the Songhai auction to exploit the fortune of an innocent pregnant woman, seizing countless elixirs and treasures, thereby consolidating their power as the 10 clans of Zhonghai. Their crimes are glaringly evident. Today, the son of the victim, Qijue, has avenged his mother by slaying all the perpetrators from the 10 clans. As the eldest daughter of the Li family, I hereby declare that from this day forth, the Songhai auction shall honor Qijue. Li Jiasen's voice resonated in the ears of everyone present. Not even the rolling thunder could muffle it. The truth of the past has finally been unveiled to the world. All were taken aback. It turns out that the once revered 10 clans of Zhonghai rose to power through banditry. If what Li Jiasen asserts is true, that over 100 masters attacked a single pregnant woman, then they are indeed the most despicable of creatures, deserving of death 100 times over. The critical point is that this matter also implicates the Qin family, the family of warriors. Will Qijue succeed in confronting them? That remains uncertain. However, one thing is clear. Should the Qin family fail to deal with Qijue today and deter all, their reputation in Jiang will undoubtedly plummet. Meanwhile, Qijue returned to his hotel in just a few minutes. Yet he was still too late. The Qin family had long since departed. Inside the vast presidential suite, chaos reigned. Casualties among the Qin family were severe, with even Qijue suffering a broken arm. However, the most tragic was Huang Huifeng, who, surrounded by 2 martial kings, had his limbs shattered and was maliciously kicked in the chest by Chun Chuan upon their departure, leaving his body a mass of broken bones and flesh. His goat-like beard drooped down, his face now a ghastly shade of dark green, breath-stilled, teetering on the edge of death. Furthermore, his sister, Yi Luoling, had completely vanished. Damn it! Qijue's forehead throbbed with veins. He had single-handedly annihilated the 10 clans, dispatched his senior sister to eliminate the other small families responsible for his mother's murder. Yet he never anticipated that the Qin family would suddenly emerge, a hidden threat that took advantage of the situation to attack the hotel and massacre the Qin family, abducting Luoling in the process. Clearly, there were unseen forces orchestrating this. Grandfather Huang, please don't leave us, Qin wept like a rain-drenched pear blossom. Yet, in truth, she had already reached the depths of despair. With such a grievous and fatal wound, even the legendary Hua Tuo could not save him. What had transpired? Speak of it all. Qin Yun wiped her tears and began her recounting. Subsequently, Sister Luo Ling had exchanged her life for ours, taken away by Qin Chuan. However, Grandfather Huang was still kicked by him, and it seemed he could not endure much longer upon learning the entirety of the events. Qijue's expression turned solemn. Though Huang Huifeng had failed to protect Luo Ling, he had done all within his power. He was a true hero, steadfast and loyal. For the sake of my sister. He had suffered so grievously. Even if it meant facing the gates of Hades, I would reclaim him. Without hesitation, Qijue retrieved a pill from his bosom. It was the 8 treasures spirit-connecting pill. Qin Yun was astounded. Could it be that Qijue was willing to sacrifice this 8th-tier pill to save Grandfather Huang? This single pill was worth more than 10 entire Qin families. After all, she had only heard of 8th-tier pills and had never witnessed one in reality. It was said that its potency could traverse the 9 abysses. As long as there remained a breath of life, it could bring one back. Was this truly the case? Old man, this is your fate. Qijue administered the 8-treasure spirit-connecting pill to Huang Huifeng. In an instant, the room was filled with the fragrant aroma of the medicine. And even the other injured members of the Qin family felt their wounds heal slightly upon inhaling its essence, showcasing the formidable power of this 8th-tier pill. Soon after, the pill dissolved within Huang Huifeng's mouth, transforming into a pure and rich spiritual energy that began to mend his shattered organs, revitalizing his pallid complexion at a visible pace. Huang Huifeng's previously rigid expression now betrayed signs of pain. Qijue gently patted his chest at the opportune moment. With a cough, Huang Huifeng expelled a mouthful of black blood that had been trapped in his heart, his energy flowing freely, and he finally awakened from his stupor. Have I already descended into hell? Qin wept tears of joy. Grandfather Huang, it was Qijue. Qijue saved you with the 8-treasure spirit-connecting pill. She was overwhelmed with happiness. Had she witnessed Huang Huifeng perish before her eyes, powerless to intervene, she would have carried that shadow for a lifetime. Qijue was indeed extraordinary. Upon hearing that it was Qijue who had rescued him with such a precious 8th-tier pill, Huang Huifeng felt a wave of guilt wash over him. Mr. Yi, I am powerless. I failed to protect Miss Yu. You still use such a precious pill to save me. How can I bear this? Before he could finish, Qijue waved his hand dismissively. Spare me the unnecessary words. It is yours by right. Recover swiftly. Yes. What Huang Huifeng did not realize was that within the coming month, this 8th-tier pill would not only completely heal his injuries, but would also enable him to break through his frail physique and ascend to the rank of Grand Marshal King. Qijue then produced a 6th-tier spirit-connecting pill and handed it to Qin Yun. Now that the whereabouts of the Chen family had been discovered, your Qin family has fulfilled its promise. From henceforth, do not involve yourselves further. Dissolve this pill in water and administer it to all the injured. Afterward, you shall return. The matter has escalated to involve the Chen family, masters of the martial arts, and any further assistance from Qin Yun and the others would be futile. What remains is to settle the grievances between him and the Chen family. Aware of her limitations, Qin Yun nodded in acquiescence. Qin Zhongwei exhaled deeply. Feeling a sense of relief, this turbulent ordeal had finally reached its conclusion. Who could fathom the immense pressure the Qin family endured while following Qijue amidst the chaos in Zhonghai? Qijue was but a solitary figure, a lone wolf. While the Qin family was a local power in Jiang'an, a single misstep could lead to their utter annihilation. Just moments ago, Qijue feared that the main force of the Qin family would perish here, though he was grateful for Qijue's intervention in saving the Qin family. As the head of the family, he bore the heavy responsibility for the lives of his kin. Thus, it was best to end matters here. At that moment, a woman clad in a blood-red dress, possessing an enchanting figure, burst into the presidential suite. It was the 6th senior sister, the Enchantress. Upon closer inspection, her dress had originally been white, now stained crimson. Typically, the Enchantress would not shed blood while vanquishing the lesser families of Zhonghai. But upon hearing the news of Luo Ling's capture, she was consumed by urgency, disregarding her appearance to annihilate them all. Where was Luo Ling? Where had she gone? Qijue gritted his teeth. For 100 miles from Zhonghai, in Yongzhou, at Daoyuo Mountain, the head of the Qin family, Qin Chuan, has personally arrived with 2 martial kings and has taken her away. What? The Enchantress erupted in a fury, her blood-stained attire rising without a breeze. In recent days, she had spent every moment with Luo Ling, holding an immense fondness for her dear junior sister. Intelligent, clever, and delightful. She had even come to regard her as her own sister. How dare the Qin family set their sights on her? The accursed Qin family would soon understand the terror of the black web, their entire clan annihilated in a wave of profound remorse. With that, she produced the wooden token that had nearly terrified Nkei and Bai Luo Ku, pressing a button at the heart of the black rose emblem. Instantly, a message was dispatched to every corner of the world, reaching the black rose's various branches and leaders. Junior brother, I have summoned all high-ranking members of the Black Rose to converge on Zhonghai. Today, the Qin family shall be utterly obliterated. We shall set forth to Daoyuo Mountain to rescue Luo Ling. Qijue nodded, his form vanishing at the doorway. Qin Yun and the others stood agape, astonished. A mere utterance could lead to the downfall of the Qin family? Did Qijue's sister truly possess such power? Little did they know that at the moment the button was pressed on the enchantress's royal decree, the global assassin's world erupted into a frenzy. All who received the message went utterly mad. How long had it been since the Empress herself had issued a command? This time, it was through her personal token. Surely, something urgent had arisen. They must gather at all costs. Experts from every main and branch hall surged forth. Simultaneously, the entire black web exploded with urgency. Urgent, urgent, urgent. The Dark Empress's decree was revealed. All members of the Black Rose's main combat unit and affiliated assassin organizations have gathered at the South China Sea in the Dragon Kingdom. Everyone is urged to retreat swiftly and refrain from provoking them. In East Africa, on the sweltering terrain, a newly inaugurated president of a small nation is parading. Smiling as he surveys his subjects, countless armed guards stand vigilantly by his side, brandishing their firearms. At that moment, amidst the lively throng, a stunning woman shrouded in a black cloak suddenly strikes. With the grace of a swallow, she swiftly approaches the president's vehicle and, in an instant, fires a shot that pierces the president's forehead. Blood erupts from the back of his head. A fatal shot. Immediately, she twirls like a butterfly and disappears into the crowd. Attempting to flee. Alas, the president has been assassinated. There is a killer. Quickly, apprehend her. The guards, realizing the gravity of the situation, start firing wildly in an attempt to eliminate the assassin. Chaos ensues among the crowd. However, the assassin, now hidden within the throng, hears the ominous beeping of her satellite-enabled earpiece. Her expression shifts dramatically. She promptly alters her strategy from escape to massacre. Within a minute, dozens of guards lie dead. The woman leaps onto a military vehicle and speeds towards the nearest East African airport. Shortly after her departure, the intelligence department of the small nation issues a directive. The Black Rose Hall, after Rose 17 has eliminated the Zambian warlord, heads towards the Dragon Kingdom. In Little Britain, in the red light district of Westminster. Amidst the glittering lights and intoxicating atmosphere, this area serves as the stronghold of the Razor Gang, the largest underground organization in the United States. In an upscale nightclub, hundreds of Razor Gang members indulge in their pleasures, each accompanied by a beautiful woman. Suddenly, the bartender, responsible for serving drinks, glances at her phone. Her face contorted in shock. Her beauty surpasses that of all the service girls, with mixed heritage eyes and an angelic visage. What? How can there be such a stunning beauty? Quick, come serve us. A member reaches out with a lewd hand. Yet, in the next moment, the bartender seizes a round hat from the table, revealing a blade, and swiftly severs the offending hand. Screams erupt. Suddenly, the nightclub ceiling begins to shower roses, dark roses. Heavens! Why are we targeted by the Black Rose? We must flee. 10 minutes later, the nightclub falls eerily silent. The doors are shut. The bartender speeds away in a fiery red sports car. Moments later, the underground gang in Little Britain receives a warning on the dark web. The Black Rose Hall. After Rose 13 has annihilated the Westminster Razor Gang, proceeds towards the Dragon Kingdom. In the United States, at a Hollywood film studio, a grand award ceremony is underway. An award is being presented to an extraordinarily talented and breathtaking actress. She has captivated the nation and is rumored to be the focus of a Hollywood mogul's investment of billions, betting on her ascension to global stardom. However, barely a minute after she takes the stage, as the audience erupts in applause suddenly, this future global superstar discarded her trophy and kicked off her million-dollar diamond-encrusted high heels, striding towards the backstage. What has happened? Why has the best actress abruptly departed? Is she dissatisfied with our award ceremony? Quickly, fetch a Wall Street mobile for me. In the audience, the actress's agent sent a message, reporting back to the Lord. Rose 11 has received the order and will arrive at the Dragon Kingdom's central sea tonight. Such scenes unfolded across the globe. On this day, the long-dormant Black Rose Palace awakened in full force. With divine retribution for the wicked, even the most notorious assassin organizations ceased their activities, fearful of crossing paths with her. Numerous nations that had previously antagonized the Black Rose were engulfed in trepidation. Intelligence agencies worldwide scrambled to gather information, eager to ascertain the purpose of the long-vanished Dark Empress's sudden emergence and her fervent call for members to assemble, determined to vanquish a formidable foe. With the issuance of the Empress's decree, the world trembled, as countless members of the Black Rose recklessly rushed towards the Dragon Kingdom's central sea. Jiang and Jinling remained remarkably tranquil. The Qin family was quiet, not a single bark from the dogs. Most of the martial masters had accompanied Qin Yun and Qijue to the central sea. leaving only a handful of experts and the ordinary members of the Qin family behind, engaged in business. Days of peace had passed. Yet with the venerable Qin Feihu at the helm, the clan members harbored little concern. Qin Feihu was the very soul of the Qin family. Qin Zhenghao meticulously prepared dinner and approached Qin Feihu's room, respectfully knocking before entering. After Qijue departed, it was Qin Zhenghao's duty to attend to the elders' daily needs. The meal consisted of 4 dishes and a soup, a delightful balance of meat and vegetables. His culinary skills were indeed commendable. Upon seeing the dishes, Qin Feihu nodded in approval. "Well done, Zhenghao," and began his meal. Suddenly, without any preamble, Qin Zhenghao spoke up. "Father, do I still have a chance?" What do you mean?" Qin Feihu frowned. Qin Zhenghao met his father's gaze directly. "I mean, do I still have a chance at the position of head of the Qin family?" Qin Feihu sighed deeply. This matter has already been decided by a family vote. The majority favor Zheng Wei. They believe he is more stable and suited for the role. Let us not dwell on it. Unwilling to accept defeat, Qin Zhenghao retorted. "What do you think, father?" Qin Feihu shook his head. "Zhenghao, you and your brother possess different temperaments. You have your own strengths. Once your brother assumes the role, support him diligently. In 5 or 10 years, as your character matures, you will naturally be considered for the position. 5 years. You old fool only know how to placate me with such nonsense. I tell you, today you must hand over the title of head of the family to me." Upon hearing this, Qin Zhenghao erupted in fury, slamming the dining table aside with a resounding crash. Veins bulged on his forehead as he glared at Qin Feihu. His expression twisted with rage, as if he wished to consume Qin Feihu whole. "Zhenghao, do you dare to rebel?" Qin Feihu's expression darkened. As he prepared to cultivate his energy, he suddenly felt an overwhelming blockage in his dantian, rendering his vital energy immobile. You beast. Have you actually dared to poison my food?" A sinister laugh echoed. "What is poisoning compared to my intent to annihilate everyone in the Qin family who defies me?" Qin Zhenghao's deranged laughter filled the air as he struck Qin Feihu down with a single punch, dragging him into the courtyard of the Qin residence. Qin Feihu's expression shifted dramatically, his heart bleeding with despair. The expansive courtyard, spanning over 1,000 square meters, lay strewn with the lifeless bodies of his kin, men, women, and children, masters and martial artists alike, all mercilessly slain. Surrounding this grim scene stood 1 or 2 ominous figures clad in black, exuding an aura of terror. Who are you? How dare you come to the Qin family to commit murder?" "I, Qin Feihu, will never let this stand." His eyes blazed with fury. A mocking voice rang out. "Ah, Qin Lao, you who have been so wise throughout your life. Could you have ever imagined that your end would come at the hands of your own son?" A familiar figure emerged from the shadows. A black-clad man shedding his blood-stained garments to reveal his identity. Luo Jingtian, it's you." Qin Feihu was taken aback to discover that the man was none other than the head of the second prominent family in Jiangnan, Luo Jingtian. 2 more figures in black also removed their cloaks, revealing themselves with smirks. Wang Zhongming, the head of the Wang family, and Fang Chuanfu, the head of the Fang family. They were indeed the other 3 of Jiangnan's 5 great families. It was no wonder they could swiftly eradicate the Qin family. They were being besieged by the other 3 families. Yet, even with such prowess, it seemed implausible that they could execute such a massacre in silence. Clearly, someone had guided them. "Qin Zhenghao, you heartless wretch, how could I have birthed such a monster? These are your own relatives." Qin Feihu was consumed with rage. The destruction of the Qin family was one thing, but having the knife wielded by his own son was a pain beyond measure. Qin Zhenghao sneered coldly. "Relatives? If they were truly my kin, why did they not support my claim to be the head of the family? Did I not treat them better than my brother? They are merely blind fools, and their deaths are inconsequential. By the way, father, let me enlighten you with 2 more revelations. 3 years ago, my uncle was devoured by a bear in the northern mountains, an incident I orchestrated. 8 months prior, when you suffered from the black gold bee poison, that was also a scheme I devised in collusion with the renowned doctor from the ghost medical sect. I never wished to relinquish the Qin family's assets to others, but you left me no choice. If you had simply handed over the control of the Qin family to me, none of this would have happened. So, you have only yourselves to blame." Qin Zhenghao's voice echoed with madness. You, Qin Feihu, engulfed in fury, felt a surge of blood rise in his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of blood before collapsing into unconsciousness. Not only had he faced the horror of fratricide, but he had also lost half of the family's assets. The Qin family was doomed. At that moment, the anxious Qin Yun attempted to reach Qin Feihu through a video call, her instincts uneasy. Recalling how Chen Chuan had ominously mentioned before his departure that the Qin family's fate was drawing to a close. The two families had no intersection, and it was utterly unexpected for Chen Chuan to utter such words. Thus, he turned his attention to the Qin family. To his surprise, the grandfather, who often ignored video calls, answered immediately. "Grandfather, you haven't. Little niece, your call is quite timely." To his astonishment, the smiling visage of Qin Jinghao appeared on the screen. The sight of his grin sent a chill down Qin Yun's spine. "Second uncle, where is my grandfather?" "Oh, he is here." Qin Jinghao angled the phone towards the ground where Qin Feihu lay. At first glance, Qin Yun burst into tears. "Grandfather, what has happened to you?" "Second uncle, what have you done? Why is there blood all over grandfather's chest? Why are all the Qin family members lying on the ground? What on earth has transpired?" Beside them, Qijue was equally stunned. "Second, do not act impulsively. We can discuss this. I know you desire the position of family head, right? Very well, I will concede it to you. Just release my father." "Too late. I do not require your charity. Rest assured, I will not kill this old man. But you all must go to Daoyuo Mountain by nightfall. I want to see you there." With that, he hung up. Following this, Qin Jinghao brought a large bucket of water to splash on Qin Feihu to rouse him. "You old fool, you cannot die yet. I want you and your chosen son to witness with your own eyes how your prized Yi Qijue meets his demise at the hands of the Qin family, and how I will lead the Qin family to the pinnacle of our lineage." Naturally, Luo Jingtian and others accepted half of the Qin family's assets, stating, "Qin Jinghao, our 500 billion will not be accepted without reason. This is a gift for the Qin family, and it will serve you well." Qin Jinghao nodded. "I understand. As long as tonight's plan succeeds, 500 billion is but a trifling sum. Even 5,000 billion would be insignificant to me." In the presidential suite, Qin Yun was on the verge of fainting from tears. No one could have anticipated that the illustrious Qin clan, which had risen from nothing in Jiang'an, would descend into such internal strife. Moreover, the dagger plunged into the very heart of the Qin family came from her own second uncle. "Father, what do we do now? Second uncle truly intends to kill grandfather." Sob. "This Qin Jinghao is nothing but a disgrace to the Qin family. He treats us as if we are nothing. We must fight back." The members of the Qin family were filled with righteous indignation. In the adjacent room, Huang Huifeng, who had just been resting, was so incensed upon hearing the news that he stormed out in his wheelchair. "What? Your second son has kidnapped old Qin and even killed the other members of the Qin family? I suspected this little brat had a rebellious streak since childhood, but I never imagined he would dare to defy his elders and betray his kin, though I am gravely injured. The 8-treasure spirit-soothing pill has begun to heal my meridians and bones. Help me up, and I shall bring this wretched spawn to account and cleanse the Qin family." Qin Jinwei shook his head. "Old Huang, that may not be feasible. On his own, Jinghao lacks the courage. Just moments ago, I clearly saw individuals from the Luo Wang and Fang families on the video. I fear today marks a simultaneous assault by the 3 great clans against our Qin family. Do not speak of your grievous wounds. Even in your prime, it would be impossible for you to confront 3 great families single-handedly." Huang Hui and Feng were taken aback. Fully aware of the gravity of the situation, Qin Jinghao was merely a pawn in this game. The true massacre of the Qin family was orchestrated by the other 3 families. "Father, what shall we do now? Are we to concede defeat so easily?" Qin Zhiwei could not suppress a sigh. "It seems your grandfather's foresight was indeed correct, whether we desire it or not. The key to breaking the Qin family's predicament lies with Yi Qijue." Although he felt immense gratitude for Yi Qijue's life-saving grace, he was reluctant to entangle himself in the complexities of Yi Qijue's lineage and family feuds, fearing the repercussions. The waters are far too murky and deep. Yet unbeknownst to them, the Qin family found themselves ensnared in these very depths, unable to rescue themselves. The trees wish for calm, yet the winds do not cease. Hasten to Yongzhou. If Yi Shao can annihilate the Qin family today, the Qin family may yet survive. If Yi Shao falls at the hands of Qin Chuan, then our demise is inevitable." 3 hours later, as night fell, the sky remained tumultuous, thunder rolling ominously, and the temperature plummeting, as if a great storm were imminent. The moon shrouded in darkness and the winds howling created an atmosphere ripe for treachery. In Yangzhou, amidst the Deluo mountain range, there lay a lavishly adorned estate. Upon closer inspection, the estate stretched for miles, complete with pavilions and towers, resembling an abode of immortals. Little did anyone suspect that the illustrious Qin family, the foremost of Jiangnan's 5 great families, lay hidden within. At this moment, the entire Qin family was ablaze with light, all clan members gathered, numbering nearly 1,000. With over 1,000 warriors present, it could be said that the family head's core forces were all in attendance, for tonight would determine the fate of their lineage. The high-ranking official in the capital had declared, if Qijue could be slain today, the ban would be lifted, and the Qin family would ascend to royal status. The only royal family in Jiang'an. Their stature would rival that of the Liu family of Ling'an. This had been the Qin family's aspiration for centuries. Moreover, they held a hostage Yi Luoling, whom they could manipulate at will. No matter how formidable Yi Qijue might be, he could not possibly overcome the Qin family's grasp. Thus, in the eyes of the Qin clan, tonight marked the day of their official emergence as a royal family. Spirits were high. In the grand courtyard of the Qin family, shadows flitted about, setting the stage for a grand spectacle, a feast of culinary delights to entertain guests. The family head, Qin Chuan, adorned in splendid attire, took his seat, flanked by 3 martial kings and 20 martial sect leaders. Beside him, the representatives of the Luo, Wang, Fang, and Qin families were present to offer their congratulations. Of course, the Qin family's representative today was Qin Zhenghao, extending his felicitations to the Qin family on their ascension to royal status, heralding their emergence as the foremost clan in Jiang'an. Brother Qin, I raise a toast to you. Brother Qin, I drink to your success. Well said. Qin Chuan downed his cup, his face aglow with satisfaction. Brother Qin, we hope you will look after us in the future. This is but a small token of our appreciation, not a formality. The likes of Luo Jingtian and others presented contracts for half of the Qin family's assets as a congratulatory gift. Simultaneously, the tormented Qin Fei who was brought forth, barely recognizable. This is not. Qin Chuan glanced over, his expression one of surprise, turning to the previously silent Qin Zhenghao. Qin Zhenghao understood that an opportunity had arisen. He immediately set down his wine glass, knelt on the ground, and bowed deeply to Qin Chuan. With utmost respect, he stated, Uncle Chun, I am aware that you have 2 sons, both extraordinary individuals destined to become prominent figures in the first echelon of Longhua. Soaring through the skies, I, Qin Zhenghao, recognize my own limitations compared to them, but my life's expertise lies in serving others. If you do not mind, I wish to devote myself to your service, providing for you in your later years and serving the Qin family for a lifetime. Qin Chuan was momentarily taken aback. Did you not harbor resentment towards me? Given that half of the Qin family's assets were seized and given to me? Qin Zhenghao proclaimed loudly that was the Qin family's due punishment. Failing to recognize the situation, they aided Yi Qijue in committing atrocities in Zhonghai. Therefore, not only have I captured that old scoundrel Qin Feihu, but I am also prepared to offer the remaining assets of the Qin family entirely to you. With that, Qin Zhenghao produced several contracts, encompassing the ownership of hundreds of billions from the remaining Qin family enterprises. Not only Qin Chuan, but also the other heads of noble families were left dumbfounded. Qin Zhenghao was truly willing to part with so much. Not only was he offering to be a dutiful son in his later years, but he was also presenting the remaining 500 billion from the Qin family as a token of goodwill. What a grand vision. The most agonizing of all was undoubtedly Qin Feihu, tied up on the floor. He was utterly devastated. The Qin family's wealth was gone. His own son was betraying him. Could there be a more tragic fate? Ha. Qin Chuan laughed heartily, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction. Just as the Qin family was emerging, a rival family from Jiang'an had personally surrendered all their assets, though lacking the title of royalty. They already possessed the essence of one. Excellent. The ability to bend and yield is the hallmark of a great man. I shall accept you as my adopted son. Come. The ground is cold. Rise, my good son. When the Qin family ascends to royalty, you too shall rise to greatness, becoming a son of the royal lineage. At that time, I will ensure the Qin family becomes the foremost noble family. Congratulations, Brother Qin, on acquiring an adopted son. Luo Jingtian, Fang Chuanfu, Wang Zhongming, and others quickly raised their glasses in congratulations. Qin Zhenghao beamed. Thank you, Godfather. Here's to you. Do you see? One simple bow has effortlessly lifted the Qin family from the brink of ruin to the pinnacle of noble status. Who else but him deserves the position of family head? Just as the father and son exchanged toasts in a display of familial affection, a sharp voice interrupted. Qin Zhenghao, you acknowledge a thief as your father. Having murdered kin and friends of the Qin family, do you possess even a shred of shame? Everyone turned to look at the entrance of the Qin family. The newcomers were none other than Yi Qijue, Qin Yun, and Qijue. Upon witnessing Qin Zhenghao audaciously acknowledging a thief as his father and handing over the Qin family's wealth in front of Qin Feihu, Qin Yun and Qijue were utterly enraged. To call him heartless would be an insult to wolves and dogs. Is this still a human being? Qin Jinghao remained unfazed, offering a cold smile. Let them scold. I hope you remain defiant until the end. With righteous indignation, Qin Jinghao slammed the table and declared, Qin Yun, Qin Zhengwei, your audacity is remarkable, daring to openly assist that wretched scion of the Yi family, a common adversary of Zhonghai and a foe of the Qin clan. Summon forth my subordinates. Quickly seize this band of traitors from the Qin family and deliver them to my adoptive father for judgment. Yes, at once. A group of Qin Jinghao's sycophants advanced, brandishing shackles and ropes to bind Qin Yun and her companions. You traitorous lot, Qin Yun. Upon seeing these once parasitic leeches of the Qin family now daring to rise against them, was incensed and nearly retaliated. Do you wish for the old crone to live? Qin Jinghao pressed a dining knife against Qin Feihu's throat. Gritting her teeth, Qin Yun had no choice but to relent. She surrendered, bound, yet cast a furtive glance at Yi Qijue, silently hoping for his intervention. Yi Qijue feigned indifference. He had pledged assistance to the Qin family, but only on the condition that he first rescue his sister, Luo Ling. With no sign of Luo Ling yet in sight, how could he intervene? In the eyes of Qin Jinghao and Qin Chuan, this behavior surely indicated complete submission, ready to be manipulated. Ah. Bring them forth to me. Qin Jinghao laughed heartily. He turned to Qin Qijue, saying, Brother, I am genuinely curious who bestowed upon you such audacity to venture here. Have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? Could it possibly be Yi Qijue? Do you see now? He too is merely fish on the chopping block. Under your leadership, the Qin family nearly faced annihilation. With but a slight exertion on my part, the Qin family can ascend to the pinnacle of noble houses. Pray tell, brother, who is superior? And who bears the greater right to be the head of the Qin family? Qin Zhengwei remained silent. Qin Yun, standing nearby, pointedly declared her disdain. Qin Jinghao, you, unworthy son, betray your clan for personal gain. Your triumph shall not endure for long. You ought to manage your own affairs first. Qin Jinghao chuckled with smug satisfaction. By the way, adoptive father, my little niece remains unmarried, a gem among the 10 beauties of Jiangnan, still a maiden. Such a treasure should not be wasted. Why not let her serve as a concubine to my 2 elder brothers? Qin Chuan regarded Qin Yun with keen interest. Indeed. She was exquisite, a paragon of beauty. Nodding approvingly, such a woman would surely perpetuate the finest lineage of our Qin family. I shall accept her on behalf of Ling Feng and the others. Pff on the ground, Qin Feihu spat 2 mouthfuls of dark blood, his fierce gaze fixed upon Qin Jinghao. Wretched child, your sins are manifold, and your conscience is utterly devoid. By the authority vested in me as the head of the family, I hereby expel you from the Qin clan, severing all ties henceforth. You would do well to obliterate the Qin family today, otherwise, a wretched death awaits you. Qin Jinghao kicked his father. Bah, you old fool dare to curse me? I have no desire to be part of the Qin family any longer. From this day forth, I shall bear the surname Qin, and my name will be Qin Jinghao. I understand your intentions. You await Yi Qijue to exact revenge, do you not? Dream on. Foster father, let us eliminate Yi Qijue now, shattering their illusions once and for all. Qin Jinghao's expression turned sinister. Had it not been for Yi Qijue, he would have long since seized control of Qin Feihu through Wang Shini. Thus, his hatred for Yi Qijue was profound. Qin Chuan's gaze shifted to Yi Qijue, observing him intently. Noticing his commanding presence and undeniable charisma, he couldn't help but exclaim, So you are indeed the son of that woman from years ago? Truly a remarkable individual. Before Yi Qijue was born, the Qin family had already engaged in the pursuit of his mother. 5 years ago, upon discovering that Yi Qijue was still alive, the Qin family dispatched Chao Hong to orchestrate a fire that resulted in the massacre of his family. Although they did not directly execute him, their intentions were clear. Yet, the Zhou and Su families mercilessly severed Yi Qijue's limbs, extracted his spine, and burned him alive. It was a situation seemingly destined for death. However, Yi Qijue miraculously survived. One might say that had one simply exchanged a person, they would have perished 7 or 8 times by now. Who else could return after 5 years of martial training and wreak havoc in the Central Sea? Yi Qijue stated directly, enough of the trivialities. Where is my sister at present? Qin Chuan offered a faint smile. Bring them over. Soon. A warrior king brought a girl bound in 5 color ropes to the entrance of the main hall, and it was none other than Yi Luoling. Yi Luoling had evidently endured considerable torment. Her cheeks were swollen, blood oozed from the corners of her mouth, and her body was marked with traces of blood. In addition to this, the martial king lifted a bucket of gasoline and, without a word of explanation, poured it directly over Yi Luoling. With a soft click, Chen Chuan produced a kerosene lighter, igniting a cigar which he idly toyed with in his hand. Yi Qijue, 5 years ago. Your sister was fortunate enough to escape a calamity. But now, with the mere snap of my fingers, she would meet the same fiery fate as her parents. Reduced to mere ashes. After uttering these words, I nonchalantly tapped my cigar. Mars was nearly about to land upon gasoline. Yi Qijue felt a sharp pang in his heart. What do you truly desire? Chen Chuan halted his movements, his old eyes narrowing, and with a fierce tone declared, It is quite simple. I wish for your demise. To speak frankly, your sister holds no significance for me. The Lingzhou Yi family is merely a scapegoat for you. As long as you are no longer alive, I assure you that I will safely return her. Yi Qijue, cease tormenting her. The Yi family has but one remaining girl, a solitary bud. Can you bear to see her perish in flames? Your demise would benefit everyone. Chen Chuan scoffed while puffing on his cigar. Brother, do not believe him. Yi Luoling cried out urgently, tears brimming in the corners of her eyes. I am fully aware now. The ones who ruthlessly annihilated the Yi family of Lingzhou are indeed them. The Chen family is my sworn enemy. I would rather perish than leave them behind to descend into hell. My life holds little value. Even before arriving here, I had already resigned myself to the prospect of death. So, brother, you need not concern yourself with me. Simply take action and eliminate them all. Brother, do not hesitate. Yi Luoling screamed, having long since resolved to face death with unwavering determination. Silence. Chen Chuan immediately delivered a sharp slap. If you dare utter another word, I shall turn you into charcoal. Yi Qijue, make your choice swiftly. Ultimately, is it your own life that you desire, or the lives of the Yi family whom you have nurtured for 20 years? If you wish to prevent your sister's demise, you must immediately and without hesitation renounce your martial prowess and render your dantian ineffective. Chen Chuan was uncertain of Yi Qijue's cultivation level. Thus he deemed that only by incapacitating him could he eliminate any threat to the Chen family. Boom! Yi Qijue decisively struck his own abdomen with a fist, immediately spewing forth a mouthful of fresh blood, while his formidable aura rapidly diminished. Chen Chuan and the others were left dumbfounded. It felt surreal. This was the killer who had ravaged Jiangnan and obliterated the 10 clans of Zhonghai. No bargaining whatsoever. So straightforward, with your dantian shattered. Have you truly become a toothless tiger at the mercy of others? Enough? Release Luoling. I will allow you to deal with me as you wish. Yi Qijue spoke coldly. This left Chen Chuan utterly perplexed. At that moment, Qin Zhenghao fanned the flames beside him, exclaiming, Godfather, not only must his dantian be destroyed, but this kid's hands must also be crippled. I have witnessed him annihilate dozens of masters with a single punch. Truly terrifying. Yes, his hands. They must be broken too. Crush the bones. Boom! Yi Qijue's fist slammed against the hard granite floor of the Chen family estate, the highest grade rock shattering instantaneously. However, due to the lack of true energy to protect him, Yi Qijue's 10 finger bones were instantly fractured, blood and flesh a gruesome sight, with bone shards seemingly protruding. No. Yi Luoling wept like a rain-drenched pear blossom. His legs must also be broken. Boom! With a thunderous sound, Yi Qijue's legs followed suit. Collapsing onto the ground, he appeared almost like a bloodied figure. It seemed he could not be more crippled. The Qin family members could hardly bear to look. Their hearts were filled with myriad emotions. In comparison to Yi Qijue, the guilt-ridden Qin Zhenghao was truly less than a maggot. The disparity between people is indeed greater than that between man and dog. Brother, Yi Luoling felt herself nearly fainting from despair. She felt an unbearable guilt. If only she were stronger, her brother would not have to endure such torment. Ha! Chen Chuan was finally at ease, rising to laugh heartily. Indeed, even the hardest have their vulnerabilities. Yi Qijue, who would have thought that you, having returned from the brink of death, would ultimately perish at the hands of the Chen family? Enough of your nonsense. Release her. If you wish to kill or maim, come at me. Yi Qijue glared fiercely at Chen Chuan. Fool. Chen Chuan mercilessly sneered. I must say, you were truly a complete fool. Had you retaliated desperately, you might have posed some threat to me, perhaps even killing a few of our Chen family's masters. But now, not only are you toothless, you lack even your 4 claws. Any martial artist from our Chen family could easily slay you. Do you really think I would let your sister go? You are utterly foolish. Let me tell you, today I not only intend to kill you, but will also burn your sister alive. Let your family reunite. Someone, take this pathetic waste of a spawn and chop him into 8 pieces. At his command, 10 martial artists sprang into action, brandishing swords and blades. They charged toward Qijue. Simultaneously, Chen Chuan took another deep drag from his cigar, preparing to flick it onto Yi Luoling. The Qin family felt a heaviness in their hearts. How utterly shameless of the Qin family. They tortured and crippled him, yet feared for their lives. Intent on exterminating the brother and sister, utterly devoid of shame. Qin Zhenghao sneered repeatedly, "You Qijue, today my godfather will teach you a lesson. Life is not merely about fighting. It requires understanding the complexities of human relationships. You must engage your mind, or you will perish in vain." "Fool," he spat vehemently. However, just when everyone believed that Yi Qijue was doomed, he suddenly shouted, "Senior sister, quickly save Luoling." "What? There are still experts." The members of the Qin family became alert. Yet, even the several martial kings beside Chen Chuan failed to react in time. They only glimpsed a fleeting shadow darting past at lightning speed, arriving before them. A delicate, alabaster hand expertly pinched the burning end of a cigar, extinguishing it effortlessly. Simultaneously, another hand grasped the ropes binding Yi Luoling, and with a nimble leap, she was carried to safety. Yi Luoling was filled with joy. "Sister Demoness." Qin Zhenghao stared incredulously at the astonishingly beautiful woman in black before him. Who are you?" Chen Chuan slammed his hand down in fury. "Damn it. Is that even a question? She's undoubtedly a helper summoned by that little wretch from the Yi family. Old Five, what kind of person are you? How could you let someone so close take the hostage away? Kill her at once." Old Five was the third-rank martial king who had previously battled Wang Hui and Feng. Now he barely grasped the situation and roared, unleashing his most powerful attack to eliminate the Demoness in one strike. The Demoness' eyes, as clear as jade, now glinted like ancient ice, looking down upon Chen Chuan and the others. Her voice resonated like a divine judgment. "The Qin family murders and plunders, harming my junior brother's family. They shall be annihilated. The black rose shall bloom once more." With a mere lift of her hand, a tempest of energy surged forth, obliterating Old Five into dust. A profound silence ensued. At that moment, the 5 family heads, including Chen Chuan, were utterly shaken. They were acutely aware of Old Five's prowess, a third-rank martial king, among the top 10 in the entire Jiangnan region. Yet now, in the hands of this enchanting woman in black, he was reduced to nothing more than a plaything, shocking all present. However, what truly instilled terror deep within them was yet to come. "Senior sister, let me take charge. I will personally send the Qin family to hell." At that moment, Yi Qijue's body surged upward, a punch carrying the intensity of a blazing sun, annihilating the 10 martial zone nearby. His fist, smooth as jade and sinewy, bore no trace of the earlier injuries. His legs were as whole as ever. Chen Chuan's heart quaked violently. "Yi Qijue, are you unscathed?" Yi Qijue sneered, "Of course I am fine. But if I do not act, how can I buy time for my senior sister?" He could have easily struck Chen Chuan dead with a single blow, but with Luoling so close, a moment's carelessness could ignite the gasoline surrounding her. Yi Qijue could not take that risk, so he feigned weakness, secretly allowing his senior sister to rescue Luoling. As for his injuries, the subtle circulation of the Zhuke true energy within him swiftly healed them. Now that Luoling had been rescued, he would proceed to unleash his wrath without restraint. Yi Qijue frantically augmented the true energy within his dantian, causing the entire sky to tremble, with temperatures plummeting across kilometers, an unstoppable force. Gritting his teeth, he stepped forward, articulating each word with intent. "Qin family. 20 years ago, you hunted my mother. 5 years ago, you annihilated my adoptive parents and their kin. Today, I shall subject you all to the most brutal and extreme torment, and then completely obliterate you." Though Chen Chuan's heart quaked with fear, he still shouted loudly, "Everyone. While this lad and the woman may be ruthless, they are but 2. We have 5 or 6 martial kings here. If we do not strike now, when will we? 3rd and 4th. Capture the leader first, swiftly eliminate him." Immediately, the remaining 2 martial kings of the Qin family surged forth towards Yi Qijue. One was at the 4th rank, and the other at the 5th rank, both formidable fighters. Luo Jingtian, Fang Chuanfu, and Wang Zhongming exchanged glances. Realizing there was no retreat today, regardless of the woman's identity, their presence at the Qin family's celebration meant they had aligned themselves with the Qin family, and they could only join in the effort to vanquish Yi Qijue. They beckoned forth 1 or 2 elite martial kings from their respective families, each a hidden ace. Though their ranks may not match that of Qin family's 4th and 5th, it was better than nothing. In a flurry, 6 martial kings launched an assault to eliminate Yi Qijue. Such a lineup was indeed unparalleled throughout Jiangnan. Although Qin Zhanghao refrained from engaging directly, he bellowed, "You Qijue, do not think that merely gathering allies and employing tricks will ensure your victory. Opposing the Jiangnan aristocracy is a path to your demise." Yi Qijue let out a cold snort, his eyes blazing with a chilling light as he surged forward, delivering an unmatched fist aimed directly at the 6 adversaries. As he struck, thunder roared in the sky, carrying the might of heaven and earth, stirring up a tempest within the Qin family estate. In an instant, these 6 formidable figures, who typically dominated Jiangnan, were like moths drawn to a flame. Their forward momentum abruptly reversed, and then they were shattered into pieces. 6 clouds of blood mist erupted in the air. The onlookers stood petrified, their expressions filled with disbelief. Had Yi Qijue truly reached such an extraordinary level, capable of annihilating 6 martial kings with a single blow? Qin Zhenghao's voice faltered. Luo Jingtian, Wang Zhongming, and the others turned pale. These were the elite protectors they had painstakingly nurtured for their clan. Just like that, they had vanished under Yi Qijue's might. As for Qin Chuan, rage surged through him. The Qin family had suffered the loss of 3 martial kings, equivalent to a catastrophic upheaval. Ah, Yi Qijue, you are truly deserving of death. But can you slay 6 men? Can you eradicate my Qin family as 100 masters, hundreds of warriors? All members of the Qin family, heed my command. Whoever kills Yi Qijue shall be rewarded with 10 billion. He sought to employ a strategy of overwhelming numbers to drown Yi Qijue in a tide of flesh. In that instant, the Qin family, with thousands of adept warriors, unsheathed their swords and knives, instantly enveloping the arena in an overwhelming aura of impending death. Yet, in the next moment, the enchanting demoness smiled, a smile of exquisite beauty that chilled the heart. What were a mere few thousand individuals? How could they not be slain? Black Rose, heed my command. Within 10 minutes, eradicate every member of the Qin family. Leave no trace behind. Her voice resonated powerfully, leaving the crowd bewildered as to whom she was issuing orders. Suddenly, something began to descend from the heavens. Is it raining? Petals of black roses started to fall from the sky, swirling in the air, a mesmerizing sight. However, the color was eerily dark, an ominous shade of black. Then, terrifying figures emerged from the shadows of the vast Luoshan mountain, infiltrating the Qin family with lethal intent. They struck without hesitation, delivering swift, fatal blows. Those slain had no opportunity to utter a sound. One after another, they fell, 100, 200. What is happening? Qin Chuan slammed his fist on the table in disbelief as members of his family perished by the scores. The most chilling aspect was that the enemies were nowhere to be seen. Where are they? Quickly, find them. Armed members of the Chun family scanned their surroundings in utter confusion as death continued its relentless march. 300, 500, in mere minutes. Half of the Qin family had been slaughtered. Qin Chuan's face turned ashen as he shouted frantically, "Gather everyone. Unite against the threat. Do not stray alone." Yet, this only made them more conspicuous. The shadows seemed to hone in on a mass of humanity, ruthlessly cutting down their targets 700, 900. Just a few minutes later, the Qin family was decimated, leaving only Qin Chuan and a handful of core members. The demoness raised her hand to halt the carnage, declaring that those remaining were to be reserved for a more prolonged demise. The once magnificent Qin estate had transformed into a hellish scene of dismembered limbs and rivers of blood. Now a true crimson abyss. Countless black rose petals floated amidst the sanguine tide, creating an eerie stillness. Silence reigned, save for the profound stillness that enveloped them. Qin Chuan and his few remaining core members could only gape in terror, trembling as they beheld the devastation. Today was meant to be the day the Qin family claimed their dominion, yet now, 99% of their kin lay slaughtered, nearly leading to their extinction. How could they possibly come to terms with such a fate? The brutality and decisiveness of the massacre, men, women, and even the dozens of masters, had all been exterminated within 10 minutes, instilling fear in the hearts of every onlooker. The heads of the 4 prominent families stood nearby, their eyes wide with disbelief. Despite their experiences, they had never witnessed such a scene of hellish slaughter. This was the Qin family, the most formidable in Jiangnan, reduced to mere targets, akin to livestock being butchered. As the family patriarch, Qin Chuan felt his heart shatter, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the demoness. Who are you? At that moment, a procession of enchanting figures approached the enchanting lady, bowing gracefully before her. Rose 19, slayer of 70 foes, pays homage to the Lord. Rose 18, slayer of 90 foes, pays homage to the Lord. Rose 17, slayer of 104 foes, pays homage to the Lord. Rose 16. A multitude of stunningly beautiful women knelt on one knee at the feet of the enchanting lady, their bodies drenched in blood, exuding a terrifying aura, resembling roses that wound with their thorns. It was only then that Qin Chuan and the others realized that the massacre of the Qin family had been executed by these breathtaking beauties. There were Asian faces, mixed heritage, and Westerners among them, all possessing a beauty that could captivate in any corner of the world. Yet, their ferocity was equally astonishing. But that was not all. From various locations within the Daluo mountain range, deep voices resonated, echoing for miles. The Asian Rising Sun Organization, responding to the Empress's decree, seeks the Dark Empress's command. The Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps, responding to the Empress's decree, seeks the Dark Empress's command. The Western Angelic Sanctuary, responding to the Empress's decree, seeks the Dark Empress's command. The Dark Web Slaughter Island, responding to the Empress's decree, seeks the Dark Empress's command. These were all minor factions affiliated with the Black Rose. But they were formidable in their own right. For the Qin family, just the Rising Sun Organization alone was enough to instill terror. Being one of the top 3 assassin guilds in Asia, rumored to have once annihilated a small nation in Southeast Asia, to think they were under this woman's command. Wait, what title did she hold? Qin Chuan and the others suddenly realized, as if struck by a thunderous revelation, their eyes wide with disbelief. You are the Dark Empress of the Black Web. This was one of the titans of the Black Web, a being of the highest caliber. To think she had actually arrived in the Dragon Kingdom. What merits did Qijue possess to summon such a deity? This was far beyond mere skirmishes in Jiang'an. World-class assassins and mercenaries had been brought forth, and this formidable figure had blood on her hands from leaders and presidents across nations. The reason the Qin family was unfamiliar with the Black Rose was that the enchanting lady seldom allowed her subordinates to take on bounties in the Dragon Kingdom. Yet, whether it was the Qin family, the Luo family, or the Fong family, they had all encountered the Black Web's influence, directly or indirectly. Never could they have imagined that one day they would confront such an insurmountable force. The enchanting lady's gaze was as cold as steel. So, are you prepared for death? Eliminate them as well. Luo Jingtian, Qin Jinghao, Fang Chuanfu, and the others were utterly horrified, nearly paralyzed with fear, as the enchanting lady's delicate hand pointed directly at them. A gesture that felt like the finger of doom itself. In an instant, the beautiful assassins of the Black Rose transformed into shadows of death, charging towards the Luo, Wang, and Fang families. The sound of flesh being cleaved echoed through the air, as effortlessly as chopping vegetables. Even the 6 martial kings and over 1,000 warriors from the Chun family perished without a trace of resistance, akin to livestock being slaughtered. Thud, Luo Jingtian, Wang Zhongming, and the others fell to their knees, their teeth chattering, the chill of death creeping into their hearts. Had they known this would be the outcome, how could they have been so blinded by their own folly as to provoke the wrath of the formidable Qijue? To their astonishment, there existed such an impressive senior sister. Mighty, esteemed one, please spare us. We are but mere minions. Treat us as insignificant as a passing breeze. Qijue coldly inquired, 25 years ago, was there anyone among you who pursued my mother? The faces of Luo Jingtian and his companions turned ashen. We were ensnared by our own delusions, and we only received a meager portion of the elixir. The true beneficiaries were the Qin family. However, you shall. We are willing to atone. From this moment onward, we shall be your slaves, toiling endlessly, since the deed has been done. Death is the only recourse. Qijue pronounced his judgment. With a decisive strike, he obliterated the 3. Gulp, the members of the Qin family swallowed hard. The 3 great families, equal in stature to the Qin family, were thus annihilated by Qijue. He regarded these noble families as mere insects. Then, Qijue suddenly appeared before Qin Chuan, his gaze extinguished, resembling a deity surveying rebellious insects from above. The Qin family must repay their debts. Qin Chuan, did you ever contemplate this moment while you hunted my mother and committed your heinous acts? With that, he unleashed a punch that sent the sun plummeting. Sizzle, Qin Chuan's father, 2nd aunt, 3rd aunt, and 4th uncle were all reduced to ashes by this single blow. The remaining dozen or so clan members instantly lost half their number. When you set fire to the residence of the Yi family in Lingzhou, killing over 100. Did you ever think of this moment? Thud, another strike, as if a mountain were collapsing. Qin Chuan's nephew, cousin, and all his kin were crushed into a pulp. In the blink of an eye, over 20 of the most central members of the Qin family plunged into the abyss of death. Qin Chuan became a mere figurehead. Meanwhile, Qin Jinghao's sycophants were also being slaughtered. Blood splattered across Qin Jinghao's face. He screamed in terror, "Foster father! These madwomen are charging at us. Think of a way out." At this moment, Qin Chuan, the esteemed head of the Qin family, witnessed the horrific demise of his relatives, his heart shattered with grief. His eyes nearly bleeding as he howled in despair. "Ah, Yi Qijue, I will not rest until I see your demise." Do you think the Qin family lacks depth? Ling Tian, the Qin family faces annihilation, hasten to break your seclusion. Simultaneously, Qin Chuan gritted his teeth and dialed a number. "Commander Mu, there are those who seek to eradicate the Qin family. Please come swiftly to our aid." Yi Qijue did not intervene. The more allies the Qin family summoned, the better. It was the perfect opportunity to eliminate them all. Boom! The rear mountain of the Qin family erupted. Amidst the chaos, a figure emerged, exuding an overwhelming aura as it advanced towards the Qin family estate. This pressure surpassed that of all the martial kings present today. Who dares to annihilate my Qin family? Have they sought the approval of Qin Ling Tian? Upon sensing this terrifying presence, the faces of those present changed dramatically. The members of the Qin family clutched their chests, struggling to breathe. It was none other than a 7th-rank martial king. Such a master has become an insurmountable pinnacle for the Qin family. Qin Chuan laughed heartily. "Truly, heaven has favored our Qin family. My son, Ling Tian, has once again broken through to become a 7th-rank martial king. Yi Qijue, are you still unwilling to surrender and await your demise?" The figure in question is none other than Qin Chuan's second son, the younger brother of the war god Ling Feng, Qin Ling Tian. Now, the Qin family boasts yet another unparalleled prodigy. Qin Ling Tian, immersed in martial arts, is merely in his 30s yet has already ascended to the rank of martial king. At 35, he has advanced to 6th-rank martial king, directly surpassing the record set by his elder brother, Qin Ling Feng. Now, having reached new heights, he has entered the realm of 7th-rank martial king, the true pinnacle of martial prowess. With such a genius, how can the Qin family not prosper? Even the family members of the Qin clan, who have already queued at the gates of the afterlife, cannot help but stand tall, proud to be part of the family. Qin Jinghao too transformed into a sycophant on the spot, shamelessly exclaiming, "Godfather, is this really my second brother? He is like a deity descended to earth, in comparison. Yi Qijue is nothing but a mere wretch. Second brother, he is the son of that woman, Yi Qijue. In just 5 short years, he has transformed from an ordinary person into such a killing machine. I am certain he possesses some incredible treasure left by his mother. Quickly, eliminate him." Qin Ling Feng fixed his gaze upon Yi Qijue. "Is this truly the case?" Yi Qijue nodded. "Indeed. It depends on whether you have the life to claim it." "Arrogance! How else could one slay 1,000 of your clan?" "What did you say?" Qin Ling Feng felt provoked and was about to strike. "The Grand Commander of Yongzhou is present. What audacious miscreant dares to act recklessly?" Another voice boomed. Simultaneously, the sounds of countless vehicles roared from the foot of Daluo Mountain. One military vehicle after another rushed up the mountain, all adorned with the insignia of the Yongzhou military district. Soldiers, armed and well-trained, leaped from military trucks, accompanied by heavy weaponry such as rocket launchers and howitzers. A menacing aura filled the air. Then, a stout commander clad in military attire emerged, exuding authority, none other than Mu Longqing, the Grand Commander of the Yongzhou military district. His strength surpassed even that of Qin Ling Tian, being an 8th-rank martial king. He had been specifically assigned to Yongzhou by the war god Ling Feng to ensure the safety of the Qin family. Upon witnessing Mu Longqing arrive with such a contingent of soldiers, Qin Chuan was overjoyed. "Commander Mu, this man named Yi is allied with the Black Rose assassin organization to massacre my Qin family, claiming the lives of over 1,000 of my kin. You must uphold justice for me." Mu Longqing, upon seeing the Qin family strewn with corpses, narrowed his eyes. "You audacious rogue. I do not care whether you are from the Black Rose or White Rose. This is the land of the Dragon Kingdom. To kill here is to face the law of the Dragon Kingdom. I now command you, as the leader of the Yongzhou military district, to lay down your weapons and surrender immediately, or face merciless retribution." Although the Black Rose holds a formidable position in the assassin world, instilling fear in all, Mu Longqing represents the military might of the Dragon Kingdom. To act against him is to openly challenge the authority of the Dragon Kingdom. He does not believe that this assassin overlord would dare to confront a superpower for the sake of a mere Yi Qijue. Qin Chuan exclaimed, "What of the assassin's overlords? Once targeted by the Dragon Kingdom's War Department, you shall find no sanctuary." The enchanting beauty, her eyes glinting with frost, retorted, "Is that so? Then I shall witness whether the Dragon Kingdom sought my capture first, or if your 3,000 warriors fell here before me." In an instant, a dozen exquisite assassins assumed battle stances, each one as strength inscrutable to Mu Qing. Moreover, the distant Daluo mountain range emanated a formidable pressure. How dare a mere military district commander presume to represent the Dragon Kingdom. And what of being hunted by the War Department? It is not as if such pursuits are unprecedented. My organization, the Crimson Sun, stands ready to serve the Empress. Other subordinate factions echoed their allegiance. Your Highness, the Bloodwolf Mercenary Corps requests permission to strike down this man for the Empress. The Angelic Hall is willing to serve. The Slaughter Immortal Island can intervene. Voices converged from all directions. Mu Longqing's countenance shifted. How could so many assassins have arrived? Even if he had the backing of the mightiest. Should they choose to eliminate him, he would have no recourse for redress. Fortunately, Qijue had no intention of involving his senior sister further. Having already slain over 1,000 members of the Qin family, that sufficed. If the Black Network were to kill the Dragon Kingdom's district commander, it would render his sister's future endeavors in the Dragon Kingdom exceedingly troublesome. However, if he were to act, such anxieties would dissipate. More crucially, Qijue sought to personally eradicate all ties to the Qin family. Sister, allow your people to withdraw. I shall handle the affairs of the Qin family from here. The enchanting beauty nodded. Very well. She waved her hand, dispersing the assembly. The target has been secured. Everyone, return. Yes. In an instant, the dozen stunning women vanished. The Deluo mountain range gradually returned to tranquility. Meanwhile, Qijue faced the 8th-rank Martial King, Mu Longqing. So, you intend to stand for the Qin family? Mu Longqing, witnessing the withdrawal of all others, misconstrued Qijue's actions as fear, and a wicked smile crept upon his face. Indeed. Let me impart another secret. I played a part in the pursuit of your mother all those years ago. Qijue's expression turned icy, resolute. Very well. Then your demise is assured. Mu Longqing laughed heartily. Even at death's door, you remain defiant. Men, reduce him to dust. Let him relive the experience he had within his mother's womb 25 years ago. Instantaneously, all armed warriors, alongside hundreds of rocket launchers and heavy artillery, trained their barrels on Qijue. The thunderous cacophony erupted. The ground beneath Qijue was engulfed in an unrelenting barrage. Yet, Qijue suddenly unleashed the White Tiger's true energy, and a colossal phantom of the White Tiger materialized behind him, exuding cataclysmic pressure. With a forceful strike, he aimed at the 3,000 warriors of Mu Longqing. The artillery, capable of annihilating half of the Qin family, was utterly obliterated beneath the might of this colossal paw, exploding in midair. However, the force of Qijue's strike remained undiminished, descending directly upon the throng. Hundreds of warriors, trained to perfection and comparable to the might of earthly and celestial fighters, were instantaneously reduced to mere blood mist. Countless military vehicles and artillery were annihilated. Amidst the suffocating gaze of the onlookers, the colossal paw of the White Tiger descended once more, erasing half of the 3,000 troops of Muling City. The White Tiger of the Four Symbols, a harbinger of slaughter. Qijue's gaze extinguished. Resembling a divine being surveying the realm with disdain, as a warrior of the Dragon Kingdom, yet acting as a lackey for the Qin family, he must be eradicated. With another strike, the entirety of Muling City's forces met their demise. What have you done? Is it possible that you truly possess a divine artifact? The eyes of Muling City widened in disbelief, thunderous fury coursing through them. These were his most trusted subordinates, elite soldiers nurtured over countless days and nights. To have them obliterated by Qijue with mere slaps was unfathomable. Unless there truly existed some miraculous artifact, such a phenomenon was beyond explanation. Qin Chuan and the others felt a chilling dread wash over them, their legs trembling in fear. The scene was utterly grotesque and brutal. 3,000 lives turned to flesh and mire. In contrast, the death of 1,000 of the Qin clan seemed almost a merciful release. Furthermore, Qijue dared to slay so many warriors of the Dragon Kingdom. Was he not afraid that the Dragon Kingdom's military would brand him a terrorist? What audacity fueled his actions? Qijue, should you reduce me to a mere figurehead, I shall take your life. Muling City seethed with wrath, poised to strike. At that moment, Chen Tian spoke up. His demeanor remained haughty. Although Qijue displayed remarkable prowess, he was confident in his own capabilities. Commander Mu, quell your anger. This boy has slain over 1,000 of my kin. It is I who shall exact vengeance upon him. Qijue, I grant you 3 minutes to unleash your full strength. If you can injure me, I shall grant you a complete corpse. Alternatively, if you surrender the divine artifact, I may show mercy and spare your life. Chen Tian's motive for wishing to kill Qijue was straightforward. The lives of over 1,000 clansmen were merely a pretext. He was a martial enthusiast. desiring to hone his skills against Qijue. That palm strike, imbued with the illusion of the white tiger, was indeed breathtaking. Qijue coldly retorted, "You are too weak to compel me to unleash my full power. You are not worthy. You may even summon your brother. Should both of you come at me together, it might provoke a mere fraction of my strength." Qianling Tian, as if pricked by a thorn, contorted his face in rage. Weak? I, Qianling Tian, became a martial king at 30 and reached the pinnacle by 35. During this time, I have consumed but a single Xin Yuan pill. This level of talent is unparalleled throughout the entirety of Jiangnan. Given another decade and some 7th grade elixirs, I shall ascend to the great martial king and surpass my brother. You dare call me weak? Qijue scoffed, to advance to the level of a mere martial king. Relying on Xin Yuan pills, and you still have the audacity to speak? You are the very definition of trash. Qianling Tian's anger surged, veins throbbing at his temples. Such arrogance. When you fall at my hands, let us see if your tongue remains so defiant. Experience my self-created killing move, Heavenly Fist of the Sky. Then, Qianling Tian suddenly ascended, appearing above Qijue's head, his fists descending like mountains. This leap, coupled with a full-force punch, struck down with the force of countless pounds. Simultaneously, the violent true energy of a 7th-rank martial king surged forth, causing the entire Qin family estate to be swept with flying sand and stones. The punches might rampaging uncontrollably. Onlookers were filled with trepidation. Had Qianling Tian, just at the peak of martial king, already harnessed the might of heaven and earth? Qin Yun, Yi Luoling, and others were further overwhelmed by Qianling Tian's oppressive aura, rendering them prostrate. They couldn't help but worry for Qijue. Though Qijue's performance had always been extraordinary, he had previously faced only a group of masters at the Grand Martial Sect level. Qianling Tian was the strongest in the Qin family, second only to the war god Ling Feng. His talent was even greater, a top contender in the entire Jiangnan region. Could Qijue withstand him? Only the enchanting demoness remained undisturbed, her exquisite countenance devoid of emotion. Perhaps even her little junior brother was no match for him. A 7th-rank martial king was hardly a challenge. At that moment, as Qianling Tian's punch wind rustled through the air, Qijue finally retaliated with a fist of his own. Simple and unadorned, Qianling Tian noted that Qijue's punch lacked the illusion of the white tiger, indicating that he was not utilizing that sacred artifact, and his resolve intensified. He struck even faster. He was certain this punch could obliterate Qijue into the depths of the earth. Qin Jinghao yelled in excitement, declaring that it was over. His elder brother had made his move, and Qijue would be left with nothing. Boom. The two fists collided. However, the anticipated scene of Qijue being shattered into fragments did not materialize. Instead, Qianling Tian's expression changed dramatically. He felt as though he were not clashing with a person, but rather an ancient divine mountain descending upon him. He was merely an insignificant insect attempting to shake the mountain, utterly deluded. In the next moment, an excruciating pain surged through him. Qianling Tian's fists and arms disintegrated, turning to blood mist, and a moment later, his head exploded. Yet, that terrifying force did not continue to wreak havoc. Instead, it was reined back by Qijue. What? Qianling Tian's face was filled with horror. Qin Chuan and Qin Jinghao were equally astonished, their eyes nearly popping out. The prodigy of the 7th-rank martial king had actually lost. In an instant, Qijue closed in, one hand grasping Qianling Tian's head, the other seizing his left leg. You and your brother are among the greatest beneficiaries of the pursuit against my mother back then. To kill you with one punch would be too lenient. With a swift motion, Qianling Tian's left leg was gruesomely torn away, flesh and bone shattering, blood gushing forth. Ah! Qianling Tian's anguished scream echoed. Now he understood why Qijue had retracted that terrifying power. He could never have imagined that such cruelty existed in this world. That one could obliterate his arms, and then torment him so. You are not human. Fear filled Qianling Tian's eyes. Qijue had not only shattered his will but had also demolished Qianling Tian's psychological defenses. Next came the right leg, along with the tendons of his waist. It was discarded onto the ground. His intestines even spilled out. Ah, kill me. Please kill me. The pride of the Qin family. Having lost both hands and legs, he writhes on the ground like a maggot. Utter despair. As you wished. Crack, Qianling Tian's head was twisted off. Thud, his headless corpse was cast to the ground by Qijue like a rag. The venue fell into a profound silence. The expansive courtyard of the Qin family echoed with the winds of terror. Astonishment, dread, fear, gazing at the mere shell of Qianling Tian left on the ground. Everyone's mouths gaped in disbelief. This was a 7th-grade martial king, and yet, he was brutally slain by Qijue on the side of Qin Chuan and Qin Zhenghao. Their minds were struck as if by 18 thunderbolts. Qin Zhenghao felt a chill surging from his feet straight to his head, involuntarily shivering. Is this the prowess of Qijue? To casually slaughter the pride of the Qin family? Lingtian, my son, how tragically you have perished. Watching Chun Lingtian's scattered remains, Qin Chuan's face visibly paled, his voice trembling uncontrollably, filled with utter grief and indignation. Qijue, are you a demon risen from hell? How can you be so cruel? Qijue's cold smile sent shivers through the air. Cruel? What of the more than 100 experts from Zhonghai who hunted my mother down? Was that not cruel? When you commanded Chao Hong to annihilate my Yi family, was that not cruel? Over 100 members of the Yi family, including the frail and the young, were doused in gasoline and burned alive. Was that not cruel? And now you dare to call me cruel? I would gladly plunge into the underworld and slaughter your entire family once more. Thud. Qin Chuan's complexion turned ashen, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His hair seemed to gray significantly in an instant. Today was meant to be a day of celebration for the Qin family, a day when they would rise to royal status above the masses. Yet the outcome: over 1,000 Qin perished, friends and family brutally slain. Even his own son was torn to pieces by Qijue, as if he were a mere toy. The Qin family, it is finished. Mu Longqing, why are you still dawdling? My Qin family is on the brink of annihilation. Buzzing, Mu Longqing's mind was in turmoil, as if struck by a resounding bell. This was Qin Lingtian, the younger brother of the war god Qin Lingfeng, the second pride of the Qin family, brutally dismembered by Qijue. He was responsible for the safety of the core members of the Qin family. How could he explain this to Qin Lingfeng? Qijue, you murderous fiend. How could you be so merciless? You deserve a fate worse than death. In his hand, Mu Longqing wielded a black long knife, its cold gleam flashing. Then, with a single stroke imbued with enough ferocity to slay a 7th-grade martial king, he aimed it at Qijue. Under the terrifying pressure of an 8th-grade martial king, the blade transformed into a radiant arc of light, carrying a terrifying wave that cleaved through 3 buildings of the Qin family, heading straight for Qijue's face. Whoosh yet! Qijue's hand shot out, swiftly snatching the black long knife away with an unparalleled speed. What? The city of Muling was utterly horrifying. It was utterly unimaginable that Qijue could be so swift, even managing to seize a blade with his bare hands. Then he beheld a more terrifying radiance of the blade, cleaving towards his chest like an apocalyptic force, followed by an explosion of boundless true energy. Boom! A gaping wound appeared on Muling's chest, exposing his very bones, his internal organs utterly shattered. It was a mere breath away from being a fatal strike. The only reason Qijue refrained from instantly slaying Muling was quite simple. It would have been too lenient. Qijue intended to make him endure 100-fold the pain of his injuries before meeting his demise. After all, it was he who pursued my mother back in the day, accompanied by nearly 3,000 soldiers. Thus, I shall return the favor with 3,000 strikes. Then, like a bolt of lightning, the blade fell upon Muling. In but a few breaths, Qijue delivered 3,600 slashes, reducing Muling to mere flesh and blood mid-air. The crimson remnants cascaded down, staining the marble slabs of the Qin family residence. Who could have anticipated that this pool of blood and gore once belonged to the esteemed commander of Yongzhou, one of the mightiest in Jiangnan, a rank 8 martial king? My goodness! At this moment, both Qin Chuan and the members of the Qin family felt as if their minds had been bombarded, reverberating incessantly. Qijue continued his onslaught. Not only did he annihilate 6 initial martial kings and obliterate 3,000 soldiers of Yongzhou, but he also effortlessly slaughtered 2 pinnacle martial kings. It could be said that he single-handedly decimated over half the power of the Qin family and the Jiangnan aristocracy. Such prowess was indeed terrifying. Where could his limits possibly lie? Qin Yun's beautiful eyes quivered. Once again, her worldview was violently shattered by Qijue. To be able to so explosively vanquish 2 pinnacle martial kings, could it be that he had already reached the level of a grand martial king? His strength rivaled that of the war god of the dragon nation. If that were the case, it would indeed be reasonable for Qijue to dare to kill Lu Yuqiong and seek vengeance against Qin Lingfeng. He possessed such power. A being of war god caliber could undoubtedly be regarded as a local overlord. On the ground, Qin Feihu was equally astonished, lamenting and smiling bitterly. His heart a tumult of emotions. He had once thought that with the Qin family's trillion yuan fortune and the beauty of his granddaughter, one of Jiangnan's top 10 beauties, he could keep Qijue within the Qin family, safeguarding its legacy. But now, it seemed the Qin family was utterly unworthy of such a celestial dragon. How naive. Where was Chen Lingfeng now? Hadn't most of the Qin family perished by now? Was he still hiding in the shadows, too afraid to show himself? Did he not even care that his own father had died? Qijue sheathed his blade, his voice still icy. The slaughter of the Chen family and the Yongzhou army was merely to collect a bit of interest for his mother. And the one responsible for erasing the Yi family of Lingzhou was none other than Chen Lingfeng. He must die. Gasp, gasp, Chen Chuan knelt before the corpse of his son. Chen Lingtian, panting heavily, his gaze fixed intensely upon Yi Qijue. Yi Qijue, I admit I underestimated you. The Qin family has been utterly destroyed by your hand. Had I known it would come to this, I should have risked my life back then. To eliminate you in the womb. Yi Qijue scoffed coldly. Your Qin family lacks the capability to do so. Do you have any final words? If there is none, I will ensure a reunion between you and your son. Through increasing insights from various sources, Yi Qijue is certain that his mother, having escaped the relentless pursuit of over 100 masters and martial sects in Shanghai, as well as ancient martial families and assassin organizations, must possess strength at least on par with a martial sovereign, if not higher. Yet, a mere Qin family would be powerless against her. Chen Chuan gritted his teeth. Unfortunately, that notable figure has also prepared an ally for me. It is precisely the assassin organization that pursued your mother 25 years ago. Notable figure? Yi Qijue's gaze sharpened. His speculation was indeed correct. The Chen family is undoubtedly backed by dark forces. Another true culprit, who once persecuted his mother, is about to emerge. Moreover, this notable figure was involved in the pursuit of his mother 25 years ago, and, 5 years prior, went so far as to annihilate the Yi clan to eliminate him. Could this be the ultimate enemy of his mother? Who is this notable figure? Speak. I may spare your life. Yi Qijue's voice was cold. Chen Chuan sneered repeatedly. You little wretch, you are not worthy to know. But I can assure you, you shall meet your end at his hands. Beside them, Qin Zhenghao cautioned. Godfather. The beauty beside Yi Qijue is a titan of the assassin world. Provoking a minor organization may lead to your own demise. Perhaps we should reveal that notable figure to save our lives. Speak of your mother. Do you know what standing that individual holds? In the future, the entire Long Kingdom may belong to him. I dare say, even my son, the god of war Lingfeng, would vanish in an instant. Do you understand? Chen Chuan kicked Qin Zhenghao away. He then clasped his hands and prayed aloud. Esteemed Lord of the Wheel, the Qin family is at its wit's end. Please intervene and eliminate this child, fulfilling that esteemed person's wish. Suddenly, an eerie wailing emanated from the pitch-black Deluo Mountains, as if countless vengeful souls were weeping, sending chills down the spine. What is happening? Why do I feel a heaviness in my chest? And the atmosphere is so oppressive that I can hardly breathe. The masters of the Qin family also felt an overwhelming discomfort. Following closely, a gust of dark wind swept through, revealing a tall man clad in a black python robe, exuding an overwhelming aura. The man was strikingly tall, with a short beard and an authoritative gaze, his head adorned with a dark blue crown, resembling the king of hell from folk paintings. Upon seeing the man, Chen Chuan immediately prostrated himself. I have seen the Lord of the Wheel. The Lord of the Wheel of the 10 Halls of Fengdu? The enchanting beauty narrowed her eyes, a rare solemnity gracing her cold features. Fengdu? Is that not the legendary underworld? Yi Qijue was slightly taken aback. Could it be that the underworld truly exists in this world? The enchanting beauty stated gravely, indeed. Fengdu is the underworld as depicted in folklore. This assassin organization bears its name. It is structured around the 10 Halls of Hell. Although Fengdu is not well known in the dark web, it is said to secretly control the entire underground of the Long Kingdom. It is a hidden powerhouse. Do not be deceived by the fact that the Wheel King possesses merely the strength of a 9th-rank martial king. He ranks the lowest among the 10 Yama kings, where a higher rank signifies greater prowess. Their leader, known as the Emperor of Fengdu, wields an unfathomable power beyond my comprehension. Yi Qijue raised an eyebrow, realizing that a 9th-rank martial king only holds the 10th position. Thus, the one occupying the 1st rank must undoubtedly be a master of martial sovereign or even martial general caliber. Indeed, it seems that formidable individuals have finally arrived. Furthermore, according to Ouyang Qing, these assassin organizations relentlessly pursued his mother to Shanghai, which means they must possess knowledge of her origins and his lineage. Yi Qijue immediately inquired. So you are the Wheel King of the 10 Yama kings. I have a question for you. 25 years ago, were you the one who pursued my mother? After she left Shanghai, where did she go? The Wheel King's lifeless eyes shifted to Yi Qijue, his voice raspy. It was certainly not I who pursued your mother. A mere ninth-rank martial king attempting to chase her would be akin to courting death. You are indeed much like your mother, resilient and difficult to vanquish. Even the formidable Qin family of Jiang and met their demise at your hands. If you continue to exist, you will instill unrest in many. Thus, you must perish. Qijue nodded, acknowledging the Wheel King's awareness. Well then, once I have reduced you to a state of utter humiliation, you will readily divulge your secrets. He did not regard this visiting Wheel King as the true king of hell. It was merely a charade. With a corporeal form comes the capacity for pain. And with the sensation of pain, he was not intimidated by the Wheel King's bravado. The Wheel King scoffed, Qijue. Do you comprehend why I had the Qin family bring you to Mount Deluo? This mountain, 500 years ago, served as a burial ground, where countless skeletal remains and vengeful spirits have weathered away, truly a mountain of phantoms. Moreover, today you have slain the Qin family. And with the multitude of soldiers from Yongzhou here, the atmosphere grows increasingly somber, rendering this a veritable realm of the dead. Here, I shall transform into the authentic king of hell. Upon finishing his proclamation, the Wheel King dramatically gestured, his robe billowing as a formidable aura surged forth from his being, manifesting into a sinister altar of malevolence in the skies. The blood sacrifice of Mount Deluo commenced, as the entire mountain range seemed to tremble. The winds howling in lamentation, dark gales swirling, trees swaying as if the vengeful spirits from centuries past were rising from their graves, seeking retribution. The ground was littered with corpses, emanating a ghastly crimson glow as they began to converge toward the altar. The colossal black altar shimmered with an overwhelming bloodlust, and the air was filled with the anguished wails of the damned, as if a river of blood, mountains of corpses, and heaps of bones materialized within. Soon after, a gigantic malevolent spirit emerged from the altar, terrifyingly grotesque. The overwhelming pressure it exuded far surpassed that of a martial king. The onlookers' faces paled in disbelief. The Wheel King had indeed utilized the blood of thousands as a sacrificial offering, successfully materializing the accumulated resentment of the mountain's vengeful spirits from centuries past. Could it truly be a vengeful spirit? Qin Yun and Yi Luoling, having never witnessed such a scene, turned ashen, their teeth chattering, as they felt they had genuinely stepped into the depths of the underworld. What on earth is this supernatural technique? Even the blood of the deceased can be utilized. Qin Chuan and Qin Jinghao cried out in ecstatic fervor. Foster father, the king of the wheel is extraordinarily powerful. He is akin to the very embodiment of Yama. The methods employed are both divine and demonic. This scoundrel Qijue is doomed. A cruel expression surfaced on Qin Chuan's face. That bastard Yi, who annihilated my Qin family and slaughtered my kin. I shall ensure that I twist your head off and light the lanterns at my son's funeral. Meanwhile, the countless vengeful souls had fully transformed into malevolent spirits, howling in fury. The king of the wheel frantically channeled his true energy to command the vengeful spirits to roar. Qijue, you are destined to become the offering for my blood sacrifice. Kill him for me, drain his blood, and absorb his resentment. You shall only grow stronger. In the Daluo mountain range, the black winds howled mournfully. The malevolent spirits seemed to possess awareness, their forms swelling further against the wind, growing immensely like a small mountain. A pair of skeletal hands transformed into colossal, shadowy claws, sweeping through the void, accompanied by a tempestuous chill, bearing down upon Qijue. Boom, boom, boom. As they passed, numerous structures within the Qin family estate erupted in chaos. Qijue nodded slightly. The Fengdu underworld indeed possesses remarkable capabilities. A mere 10th king of hell can harness the blood of thousands of corpses and the souls of countless wronged spirits to exhibit such formidable power. It is no wonder that it dominates the hidden forces controlling the underbelly of the Dragon Kingdom. However, no matter how rampant these malevolent spirits may be, before Qijue, they are nothing more than mere phantoms. To conjure spirits is but a form of soul summoning. Behold as I obliterate these vengeful souls. Then, with a shift in energy, the terrifying aura of the white tiger dissipated, replaced by a faint azure mist enveloping his entire being. A colossal, divine dragon phantom materialized above Qijue's head. The azure dragon of the four symbols. Its resplendent dragon might radiated an aura so overwhelming that none dared to gaze directly upon it. With a forceful strike, Qijue unleashed a dragon punch, accompanied by an endless dragon's roar. The immense divine dragon phantom entwined around him, meeting the giant claws of the malevolent spirit head-on. The massive claws, akin to the size of a room, were instantly shattered. A piercing and mournful scream erupted from the spirit, as if it were in agony. It gazed upon the dragon phantom, overwhelmed by an unfathomable fear. The azure dragon, embodying the essence of all beings, represents the most sacred and powerful image in existence, rendering it a natural nemesis to all phantoms. Now, having been struck, how could it not be afraid? With a swift motion, the malevolent spirit attempted to retreat into the altar for refuge. Yet, how could Qijue allow it to escape so easily? Another dragon punch, suffused with ethereal energy, descended, and the spirit dared not resist. Its chest was pierced, nearly obliterating its ghostly essence. The dragon head of the phantom roared, inhaling deeply as if it were a whale consuming its prey. The spirit emitted a sound of pure terror, struggling desperately, yet to no avail. It was drawn into the body of the azure dragon, utterly purified. The wailing wind ceased abruptly, and Daluo Mountain returned to tranquility. With a sudden gasp, the Will King coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face paling, eyes wide with disbelief. What is that azure dragon of Qijue? How could it annihilate the malevolent spirit summoned through my Daluo blood sacrifice? Is it possible that he possesses a divine artifact? The spirits he summoned from Daluo Mountain, their strength surpassing that of a 9th-rank martial king, were not to be trifled with. Yet now, they were effortlessly vanquished and absorbed by Qijue. How can one explain this without a heavenly-grade sacred object? Qijue smirked. What nonsense are you spouting? This azure dragon energy is a reward earned from the first level of the Burning Heaven Cauldron trial on Palai Fairy Mountain. Embodying the most sacred primordial force of the four symbols, it far surpasses any so-called sacred artifact. Then, with a single, devastating punch, Qijue collapsed half of the Wheel King's body. Now, tell me, what is my lineage? Who commanded the Fengdu underworld to hunt down my mother? To annihilate us both? Where did my mother go after she left? As he spoke, he advanced step by step. The Wheel King gazed in horror at his vanishing left arm, his expression one of utter shock, the crown upon his head trembling with fear. He truly sensed a palpable threat of death emanating from Qijue. It was astonishing that someone could pose a danger to the rulers of the 10 halls of Fengdu. He stammered, I implore you, do not kill me. In truth, it was. Qijue felt a stir within his heart and swiftly approached. However, as he drew near, the Wheel King's countenance suddenly morphed into one of madness, his face contorted in agony as he howled with a twisted scream. A violent gray mist erupted from his entire being, seemingly corrosive in nature. The black python robe he wore belched thick smoke, disintegrating into ash. Within moments, his flesh and blood began to melt away at an alarming rate. In mere seconds, a living 9th-grade martial king was reduced to little more than a skeletal remnant, the remaining body swiftly vanishing into nothingness. The demonist's expression shifted dramatically. Junior brother, quickly retreat. This is the unique corpse-corroding mist of Fengdu. Anyone tainted by it will see their flesh dissolve, leaving only stark white bones behind. Qijue furrowed his brow but had no choice but to evade. How could the Wheel King possess such valor, willing to become nothing but bones rather than divulge the identity of the mastermind? Were the people of Fengdu truly so resolute? The demoness shook her head. It's not that they are stubborn. Rather, those within this organization are bound by a requirement that any member entering Fengdu's underworld must immerse themselves in a specially concocted corpse fluid for 7 days and nights. Only by consuming a specific antidote can they resist the corrosion. When they lose their usefulness or are on the brink of betrayal, the puppet masters can employ this corpse fluid to obliterate them entirely. I had assumed that the Wheel King, as one of the 10 Yinluo, a power broker of Fengdu, would have escaped such constraints. Who would have thought Qijue was astonished? Could even a 9th-grade martial king be nothing more than a pawn? What formidable strength must the Fengdu emperor possess? As he watched the Wheel King's body succumb entirely to the gray mist, leaving behind only a pockmarked skeleton, the sound of a struggle suddenly broke through the tension. Then, Qin Zhenghao's terrified voice pierced the air. Godfather, what are you doing? If you're leaving, take me with you. Qin Chuan had seized the opportunity while Qijue pressed the Wheel King for answers, stealthily approaching the Qin family members. With a swift kick, he sent Qin Zhenghao sprawling, then snatched up Qin Yun, clutching her tightly under his arm. He then took off at a run. Panic surged through Qin Zhenghao. The Qin family had been annihilated. The only leverage he had left for negotiation were these few hostages from the Qin family. He had hoped to barter for his life. But now he found himself betrayed by the very godfather he had just recognized. You scoundrel! Stay and die in my place. Qijue shouted urgently, Qin Chuan. Put my daughter down. If you want hostages, come for me. Qin Chuan laughed heartily. What use have I for you? Your daughter, however, with her stunning beauty, is perfect for a gift. Qijue, you would do well not to pursue me recklessly. If you allow me to leave, I cannot guarantee that. In a moment of carelessness, your woman 1T be crushed to death. As he spoke, his right hand, like a claw, grasped Qin Yun's throat. With just a slight exertion, this beauty, one of the top 10 in Jiangnan, would meet her untimely end. Yi Qijue and narrowed his eyes. This Qin Chuan. The Qin clan members had all perished, yet he still chose to resist? He clearly had a backup plan. Was he perhaps planning to seek aid from his eldest son? Chen Lingfeng? Qin Chuan, despite his mastery, managed to escape several hundred meters away in a single leap before diving into an undamaged vehicle, flooring the accelerator with a roar. Qijue panicked. He immediately knelt before Yi Qijue, pleading fervently. Young Master Yi, she is my only daughter. I implore you to save her. As long as Yuna is unharmed, I am willing to serve you for life. Yi Qijue nodded. Rest assured, until Qin Chuan finds a secure ally, Qin Yun will be safe. Damn it. Because of you, the traitor, the Qin family has lost so many lives in vain. Killing you 100 times would not suffice. Truly a beast. At that moment, Qin Zhenghao, isolated and alone, was enduring a brutal beating from the Qin family members. Each punch and kick was aimed with lethal intent. This beast was indeed despicable. Not only did he conspire with outsiders to harm the Qin family, but he also acknowledged a thief as his father, plotting a complete annihilation of the Qin clan. Soon, Qin Zhenghao suffered multiple broken ribs, a fractured arm, a collapsed nose. And as I nearly burst from its socket, he was in a state of utter despair. Stop. If you continue, I shall surely perish. Subsequently, he was dragged before Qin Zhengwei like a dead dog. Master, how shall we deal with this beast? Qin Zhengwei squinted. Leave it to young Master Yi. At that moment, Qin Zhenghao felt a chill in his heart. Others might have spared him a sliver of mercy due to kinship, but handing him over to Yi Qijue, the harbinger of death, meant certain doom. Moreover, he had committed so many offenses against Yi Qijue and his kin. All eyes turned towards Yi Qijue. His gaze was sharp as a blade. You disclosed our position in Zhonghai to the Qin family, did you not? Qin Chuan knows every move I make in Zhonghai with precision. It is impossible without an insider. Qin Zhenghao's lips trembled. He felt that Yi Qijue's glare could extinguish his life, and hastily began to kowtow. Mr. Yi, I was wrong. I should not have been so bewitched as to acknowledge a thief as my father and betray you. Grant me a chance. I will be your most loyal dog. Please believe me. Or, I can recognize you as my father. You father. Spare my life. Do not disgust me. Slap. Yi Qijue sent him flying. Half of his face was smashed. Then, Yi Qijue surveyed the carnage of the Qin family, the bodies strewn about, and finally felt a modicum of satisfaction in vengeance. But was he truly happy? Not in the slightest. In his eyes, the death of 10,000 members of the Qin family could not compare to the loss of a single relative from the Yi family. Not even an old servant like Zhang Bo. 5 years ago, a catastrophic fire claimed the lives of the Lingzhou Yi family at the hands of the Qin family. 5 years later, I shall return this inferno to the Qin family. And as for him, he shall be cast into the flames and burned alive. Qin Zhenghao was struck as if by a thunderclap, his complexion turning ashen. Subsequently, Yi Qijue stepped forward, intent on pursuing Qin Chuan. For the puppet master behind him had yet to be unmasked. Yi Luoling approached, cautioning, Brother, please be careful. Yi Qijue replied with a smile, Rest assured, Luoling. I shall soon eliminate Qin Chuan and Chen Lingfeng, ensuring that the entire Qin family pays for our parents' demise. With that, he transformed into a gust of wind and departed from Deluo Mountain, dousing the Qin family's premises in gasoline. Qin Zhengwei issued the command. Thud. Qin Zhenghao was utterly panicked, collapsing to the ground. Brother, spare me. Have mercy and grant me my life. I am your own flesh and blood. Can you truly bear to burn me alive? I swear I shall no longer vie for the position of clan leader. From now on, I will be your subordinate. Wherever you direct me, I shall go without question. Qin Zhengwei's gaze turned cold. Silence, you wretch. You do not deserve to call me brother. I have already declared my intention to relinquish the position of clan leader to you. Yet what kindness have you ever shown? If I do not end your life, how can I justify the deaths of the Qin family, your kin, whom you conspired to murder? Qin Zhenghao then knelt before Qin Feihu, tears streaming down his face. Father, please intercede for me. I do not wish to die. Qin Feihu regarded his son with a deep, sorrowful gaze before painfully closing his eyes. I have spoken. Our ties are severed. We are now merely enemies. Remember, in your next life, strive to be a good person. Thereafter, Qin Zhenghao approached other members of the Qin family, bowing and begging for forgiveness. Uncle, you have watched me grow since childhood. Cousin, Brother Mao. Yet none acknowledged him. Thud, Qin Jinghao collapsed to the ground, engulfed in despair. Then, a torch was handed from the enchanting woman to Yi Luoling, who, with tears in her eyes, cast it aside. Father, mother, brother Qijue and I have avenged you. Boom, the entire Qin family was engulfed in an inferno. The Qin family's convoy departed, leaving only a sorrowful wail echoing through Deluo Mountain. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan, having abducted Qin Yun, had fled 10 kilometers away in a frenzy. He was genuinely terrified. Qijue had not only annihilated the direct line of the Yi family, but had also slain the 8th-grade martial king Mu Longqing and the 3,000 soldiers of Yongzhou. Even the formidable 10 Yama kings of Fengdu could not contend with him. A devil. The son of that terrifying woman was indeed a devil. No. It seemed that even my son Ling Feng might not stand a chance against him alone. I must lead him into the presence of a powerful adversary, using another S-blade to eliminate him. After fleeing dozens of kilometers eastward, Qin Chuan finally halted the vehicle, bringing Qin Yun to a street infused with the charm of the East. The structures were entirely wooden, and the entrance was marked by the famous black wooden torii gate, flanked by couplets inscribed in Japanese. Inside, a diverse array of men and women donned kimonos and wooden sandals. One might easily mistake it for a journey to the east. In truth, this place bore the nickname Little Kyoto of Jiangnan, signifying the eastern capital within the boundaries of the Dragon Kingdom. It was home to thousands of Japanese, complete with schools and hospitals dedicated to their community, dedicated to serving the people of the land of the rising sun. It is almost as if a special zone has been delineated. At this moment, a group of haughty individuals from the east stood guard, their expressions disdainful. Upon seeing Qin Chuan adorned in traditional garb from the Dragon Kingdom, they frowned and barred his passage. Baka, do you think this is a place for a dog like you? Do you understand what this sign says? No men or dogs from the Dragon Kingdom are allowed inside. Only women from the Dragon Kingdom may enter. Now, leave. The leader pointed at the couplet above the torii gate, which brazenly stated that men and dogs from the Dragon Kingdom were prohibited. Qin Chuan, however, remained unfazed. He quickly interjected, Mr. Ishikawa, do you not recognize me? I am Qin Chuan, head of the Qin family and a friend of Mr. Miyamoto. I have come specifically to deliver a beautiful lady from the Dragon Kingdom. With that, he respectfully presented a token from within his garments and showcased the beauty of Qin Yun. He then offered up a bank card. Only then did the man named Ishikawa nod. Ah, it is you, Jin-san. You are a dear friend of our Empire of the East. You may enter. Please. Thank you. Mr. Ishikawa. Qin Chuan responded graciously. Upon entering the vibrant street, he arrived at a beautifully adorned izakaya. Inside, in a concealed chamber, a banquet was underway. However, the dining implements were decidedly peculiar, verging on the grotesque. A naked girl from the Dragon Kingdom, her skin as white as snow, lay supine on the dining table, adorned with an array of sushi, cod, and seafood. A group of East Asian men surrounded her, unabashedly admiring her exquisite form. Occasionally using chopsticks to pluck sushi from her alabaster skin, their faces alight with satisfaction as if reveling in the most exquisite delicacy in existence. This group was engaged in the abhorrent practice of naote mori, serving food on the bodies of women, a most vulgar and twisted display. Among them, the most conspicuous was a lecherous man, his face marred with blemishes, seated at the center. He placed 3 plump abalone delicacies atop the girl's delicate body, drenching them in a special sauce before sucking on them with delight. Just then, the sliding door was abruptly pushed open, and Qin Chuan strode in. Momentarily taken aback by the scene before him, Qin Yun trembled in shock. How could one consume food off a woman's body? This was utterly depraved and revolting. The interruption enraged the lascivious East Asian man. Baka, who dares disturb my meal? Do you wish to die? He exclaimed, kicking out in anger. This was a banquet he had long prepared for, having selected the most beautiful, well-formed virgin from 1,000 girls of the Dragon Kingdom, one who had fasted for 3 days in anticipation of this meal. Having barely tasted the soup, he was infuriated by the interruption. Thus, his kick was particularly forceful, sending Qin Chuan tumbling. Yet, he bore no resentment. Instead, he offered a conciliatory smile, bowing and saying, Mr. Miyamoto, please forgive my intrusion. I am Qin Chuan, head of the Qin family, and I have come today to deliver a beautiful lady from the Dragon Kingdom for you. I have discovered a remarkable beauty, one of the 10 most exquisite women of Jiangnan, far surpassing those of mere superficial charm. Should the heads of other esteemed families in Jiangnan catch a glimpse of Qin Chuan, they would surely be left in awe. Qin Chuan, the patriarch of the foremost family in Jiangnan, possesses a distinguished status. Yet, Upon arriving at the enchanting streets of the East, he is treated like a mere subordinate, even forced to commend the blows he receives. The unfortunate reality is that this is the protected territory of the East, where its citizens hold the highest regard, wielding special privileges from the Dragon Kingdom that absolve them of any wrongdoing, even murder. Before him stands a lecherous man, the highest authority in this lively street. Hailing from one of the four great financial families of the East, Miyamoto Goshing. Upon laying eyes on Qijue, Miyamoto's eyes widen with lewd excitement. Oh my! This Dragon Kingdom woman is breathtaking. She is the embodiment of my dreams. Qijue, you are indeed a good citizen, but you must still address me as father. Do you understand? In this little Kyoto, every East dweller is a paternal figure to you Dragon Kingdom folk. Hurry, bring her to me. I desire to indulge in her beauty. By the way, is she a maiden? Reluctantly, Qijue acquiesced, presenting Qijue before him. Indeed, Miyamoto father. Please, enjoy. At this, his companions began to untie the ropes binding Qijue. The reason Miyamoto insisted on being called father is rather straightforward. There exists a rumor that the Dragon Kingdom people are the ancestors of the East, and centuries ago, the East was a vassal of the Dragon Kingdom. This notion displeased the Miyamoto family greatly. Upon arriving in the Dragon Kingdom, they established a rule. Anyone collaborating with the East's financial elite must address them as father to signify respect, ultimately seeking a semblance of hierarchical balance. At that moment, a naked woman reclining on the dining table interjected, Miyamoto father, was it not agreed that after you partook of my treasures, I would be granted residence in Kyoto and become an East dweller? How can you so easily forsake your word for another woman? Miyamoto Goshing responded with a swift slap. Begone. What makes you think you can aspire to be one of us? You are not but a disposable plaything. Now that we have found a more desirable beauty, you are no longer needed. Depart at once. The naked woman shot a resentful glance at Qijue as she rose to leave, seemingly blaming her for usurping her opportunity. Meanwhile, surrounded by a pack of ravenous East dwellers who scrutinized her with repulsive gazes, Qijue felt a shiver run down her spine. You, let go of me. I am the daughter of the Qin family from Jiangnan. If you dare to lay a finger on me, the Qin family will not let this go unpunished. Seizing the moment as her arm was freed, Qijue struck one of the East men squarely in the face. To her surprise, her martial prowess shattered half of his teeth. Miyamoto Goshing chuckled with delight. Quite spirited. Never mind your lineage. Even if you were the daughter of the governor of Jiangnan, if I have taken a liking to you, you shall be delivered to me without question. Administer the soft bone powder to her. Ensure she remains subdued. I wish to savor the most exquisite pink delicacies from her. Subsequently, a colorless liquid was forcefully administered to Qijue's mouth, rendering her limbs weak and her veins languid, immobilizing her completely. Suddenly, her clothing was violently torn open, revealing vast expanses of alabaster skin. Meanwhile, Qijue arrived at the Eastern Japan-style street alongside Qijue's vehicle, intentionally decelerating to observe whether Qijue would seek out the War Department or locate Qin Lingfeng. However, he was met with disappointment. Is he here to find the Easterners? Qijue mused, feeling a twinge of regret. His utmost desire was for the Qin family to reunite entirely today, yet they were still one executioner short. Nevertheless, it was opportune, as he had yet to investigate the matter of the Yi family's treasured possession being taken by the Easterners. Now, he had the perfect opportunity to inquire further. As he prepared to step inside, he was naturally obstructed by several guards stationed at the entrance. Baka, another man from the Dragon Kingdom has arrived? Can't you read? Men from the Dragon Kingdom are not permitted here. Be gone. Qijue retorted coldly. This is Dragon Kingdom territory. Why can I not enter? And why are Dragon Kingdom women allowed inside? Ishikawa sneered. Where did this little brat come from? Little Kyoto is a special zone for Easterners. Here, only we Easterners are considered human. You men from the Dragon Kingdom are akin to dogs, thus you cannot enter. As for the women from the Dragon Kingdom, they are merely our playthings for indulgence. Just watch. With a whistle, Ishikawa summoned several curly-haired women who approached with dainty steps. Although clad in kimonos, they were unmistakably of Dragon Kingdom descent, adorned with flirtatious smiles as they leaned forward, exposing their bosoms. Ishikawa daddy, what can I do for you? I will surely satisfy you. Ishikawa pointed downwards, stating, I am quite agitated. Help me calm down. Yes. The women immediately began to unfasten Ishikawa's pants, offering their services with their mouths, shamelessly competing amongst themselves. I'll go first. My skills are the best. Nonsense. Ishikawa daddy prefers my services. He has rewarded me several times. Let me have a taste. Ishikawa laughed heartily. Do you see? The women from the Dragon Kingdom exist solely to relieve our frustrations. Little brat, do you have a girlfriend? Quickly bring her to serve me. And perhaps I shall grant you Eastern nationality, allowing you to live a life above others. Qijue grasped the situation. This little Kyoto was even more repugnant than the Eastern Japan Chamber of Commerce, squatting on Dragon Kingdom territory while defiling the dignity of its people, who bestowed upon them such audacity. His fury ignited, he unleashed a punch, obliterating Ishikawa into a mist of crimson. Baka, Dragon Kingdom brat, what have you done? Where is Ishikawa-sama? What have you done with him? The nearby guards were stunned, believing Qijue to be performing some sort of trick. What the hell? Another punch resonated. And all the Easterners before the Torii Gate vanished, leaving behind only a cloud of blood. A few women from the Dragon Kingdom spat out the small earthworms from their mouths, trembling in fear as they gazed at the life-harvesting Qijue. Please, don't kill us, they pleaded, their sycophantic demeanor devoid of any shame. Their existence was a mere waste of air and deserved to be extinguished. With those words, he sent the women straight to hell. Then, like a tempest, he swept into the heart of the small Kyoto. Inside an izakaya, Qingyun found herself stripped of her outer garments, leaving only scant pieces to cover her modesty. The springtime allure of her supple, porcelain-like skin was revealed to the air. Resembling exquisite jade, compelling all present to yearn to caress her. The sight utterly captivated everyone. Even Qinchuan couldn't help but exclaim. If not for the diversionary tactics to draw away trouble, allowing Miyamoto Goshin to rescue him, such a woman would have been perfect for carrying on the Qin family lineage. At that moment, Miyamoto Goshin's eyes were transfixed upon Qingyun, his saliva nearly pooling at his feet. She was breathtakingly beautiful, akin to the goddesses of his homeland. The thought of tasting her essence nearly drove him to madness. Quickly remove her clothing. I can hardly contain myself. His companions were no less eager, tearing at Qingyun's garments one by one. Yet, with one hand above and the other below, she exerted all her strength to defend her last bastion, helpless tears escaping her eyes. Being subjected to the lewd desires of this repulsive man from the east would be no different from being desecrated. Death seemed preferable. Qinchuan, seizing the moment, said, Miyamoto, I am here due to a pursuit on my life. Please, once you have enjoyed this feast, ensure my protection. Miyamoto Goshin was indifferent to who had murdered over 1,000 of Qin's kin. His gaze was fixed solely on Qingyun's delicate form, his eyes aflame with desire. Rest assured, no one dares to kill within the East Japan Special Zone. Should they attempt, I shall ensure their demise. Now, leave quickly. I am on the verge of losing control. I wish to relish this delicacy alone. As Qinchuan prepared to flee, Qingyun, engulfed in despair and ready to take her own life as a statement, was suddenly startled by a thunderous commotion from outside the izakaya. A group of East Japan guards rushed in, breathless. Lord Miyamoto, intruders have breached small Kyoto, slaughtering many of our men, and are heading this way. With the utterance of those words, the wooden door of the izakaya exploded into splinters. A towering figure strode in, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. Claiming a life with every step. Witnessing the scene before him, he struck even harder, with a swift motion snapping the neck of an East Japan man with a sickening crack. Release Qingyun at once. You East Japan scoundrels deserve to perish 1,000 times. His voice boomed like thunder. Qinchuan was instantly struck with terror. Who else but Qijue could have come to obliterate the Qin family? His very lexicon seemed to consist solely of the word fury. How dare he commit murder in small Kyoto? These were esteemed citizens protected by the laws of the Dragon Kingdom. Killing them would constitute a grave crime. Miyamoto, it's him. He has dared to invade your territory. Quickly, eliminate him. Miyamoto Goshin was also seething with rage. He extended his hand, prepared to tear off Qingyun's bikini and savor the delicacies. Only to be interrupted by someone sent to kill him in Little Kyoto. The sheer frustration was overwhelming. Baka, 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 you dare to disturb my affairs. You dog of the Dragon Kingdom, have you never faced death? Eliminate him. With a single command, his companions sprang into action. To his astonishment, they were all martial artists, their strength averaging around that of a grandmaster. Subduing ordinary individuals was a trivial matter, yet before Qijue, they were no more significant than ants. With a thunderous impact, several Eastern martial masters dissipated into mist, not uttering a single sound. Qijue, Qingyun was overwhelmed with joy and tears. Qijue had truly come to rescue her. She had assumed that the alliance between the Qin family and Qijue had come to an end, that they were now entirely unrelated. Moreover, based on Qijue's current display of power, She believed the Qin family had long ceased to matter to him, and that he would no longer concern himself with her. Yet, he had arrived just in time to save her. This revealed that a part of her still held significance in Qijue's heart. A surge of hope flooded Qin Yun's heart. Witnessing her companions perish before her eyes, Gongbin Goshen was taken aback. Who are you? Qijue sharply recalled that Chun Chuan had referred to this lecherous man as Gongbin Daddy. Could this be one of the Gongbin family members who had taken the treasures of the Yi family? With so many casualties in the Lingzhou Eastern Merchant Association, how could they not know who he was? Has the mourning period for Ichiro Zaima not yet passed? Gongbin Goshen suddenly understood. You are the survivor from the Yi family, Qijue, the one who decimated my Lingzhou Merchant Association and is responsible for the deaths of 2 martial sovereigns. We were just about to seek you out. I never imagined you would deliver yourself to us. Someone, ensure that this disruptor of our great Eastern plans is eliminated here. Gongbin Goshen gritted his teeth. Ever since Ichiro Zaima's death, Little Kyoto had been dispatching reinforcements. They had just arrived today, but had yet to avenge their fallen comrade. Who would have thought the enemy would come to them? There was no reason not to kill him. Instantly, several terrifying presences appeared on the scene, all of whom were martial kings. Among them, one was particularly familiar to Qijue. He bore a striking resemblance to Ichiro Zaima, who had perished on the Shanghai martial arts stage, albeit with even greater strength, being a third-rank martial king. This was Ichiro Zaima's brother, Jiro Zaima, who had specifically traveled from the east to avenge his sibling. Jiro Zaima had clearly seen Qijue's visage before. Now, as foes met, the air crackled with enmity, and his aura erupted. Baka, you, the lowborn of the Dragon Kingdom, have killed my brother, and now you dare to provoke us in Little Kyoto. I will tear you apart to avenge him. With that, he launched himself forward, channeling all his internal energy into a single arm, striking towards Qijue. Beside him, another third-rank martial king wielded a katana, charging fiercely as well. Additionally, a dozen martial sovereign experts flanked them, each brandishing lethal weapons, including firearms. All ready to unleash a volley at Qijue, their murderous intent palpable. No wonder even Chun Chuan showed such reverence towards Little Kyoto. However, these 2 martial kings and a dozen martial sovereigns possessed sufficient strength to sweep through the ordinary families of Jiangnan. And how many concealed masters remain hidden? Over here, seeing the 2 martial kings uniting to strike down Qijue, Gongbin Goshen firmly believed that Qijue was as good as dead. And he placed his hand upon Qin Yun, preparing to indulge further. A beauty from the Dragon Kingdom. It is your honor to receive the favor of our Eastern Empire's financial magnates. Quickly present your delicacies. As he spoke, his hand descended upon the fragile fabric covering Qin Yun's body. With just a slight tug, her form would be laid bare. Qin Yun summoned all her strength, desperately rolling off the dining table and delivering a resounding slap to Gongbin Goshen. Beast, do not touch me. Gongbin Goshen, with a perverse lick of his lips, exclaimed, delicious. Truly a perfect dream lover. Even your hands are fragrant. I adore it. With that, he seized Qin Yun's shoulder strap and yanked forcefully. However, in the next instant, release your filthy claws. A chilling voice rang out. A flurry of wood splinters suddenly shot from outside the tavern, piercing through Gongbin Goshen's palm, revealing a dreadful bloodied hole. Who dares to ambush me? Gongbin Goshen trembled in pain, feeling as though his right hand might explode. But soon, his eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Before him stood the enchanting figure of the demoness, gliding forth with grace. Though clad in dark attire, she could not conceal her utterly alluring visage and exquisite curves. A body that ignited desire like a devil. Her seductive phoenix eyes stirred emotions, captivating and enticing, capable of inciting any male's primal instincts. Yet at this moment, her demeanor was frosted with disdain. I find your Eastern scum utterly revolting. I never imagined there would be thousands here. Today is a perfect opportunity to cleanse the Dragon Kingdom of its refuse. Upon seeing the demoness, Chun Chuan felt his heart leap to his throat. He was both furious and fearful. How could this esteemed figure be present? He knew that Qijue would not dare to harm members of the Eastern financial elite. But this viperous beauty was a titan of the underworld, a global magnate. Whether she might strike with lethal intent remained uncertain. Gongbin Goshen, forgetting the agony in his hand, wore a lewd expression, his heart racing with excitement. Perfect. He had thought Qin Yun was the pinnacle of beauty from the Dragon Kingdom. Little did he know. A celestial maiden had descended from beyond. With a slender waist and ample curves, she resembled a perfectly rounded platter. If she were to sit, would she not draw his very life away? She must be seized. absolutely must be taken. Haha. Today is undoubtedly Gongbin Goshen's fortunate day. To encounter such a flawless beauty from the Dragon Kingdom is simply divine. Shinobi of the Pinewood. By any means necessary, capture this perfect woman for me. Ensure not a single scratch mars her skin. If she bears even a bruise, I shall hold you accountable. From the shadows of the tavern, a figure clad in ninja attire slowly materialized, silent and unseen. Even after emerging from the shadows, his physique seemed to meld seamlessly with the surrounding environment, rendering him virtually invisible to the untrained eye. His concealment technique was remarkably adept, and his strength formidable, residing in the 7th rank of the Martial King realm. This was a trump card for Miyamoto Goshin, one he would not employ lightly. However, upon encountering the enchanting beauty of a celestial figure whose mere touch could elevate him to the heavens, he summoned this power without hesitation. In his eyes, capturing that was worth sacrificing half his life. Miyamoto-san. She is. Chen Chuan attempted to caution. To capture her as a slave? You must be jesting. Get lost. Miyamoto Goshin paid no heed. His gaze fixated upon the, seemingly reveling in the sight. Do not doubt the prowess of my esteemed Eastern Empire's shinobi. Today, you shall witness the shadow clone technique of the Qijue ninjas. Even if this beauty is a fellow 7th rank martial king, she shall be subdued by Matsuki, the elite ninja. As soon as he finished speaking, Matsuki vanished in a swift motion. And Chen Chuan could scarcely comprehend what he saw, for identical figures of Matsuki emerged before him. What? Am I seeing things? Chen Chuan gasped. Having never encountered such a skill, rubbing his eyes vigorously, he found the 4 Matsuki still present. Each one launched an assault towards them from every direction, their auras uniformly emanating the strength of a 7th rank martial king. He inhaled sharply, realizing his own combat power had quadrupled in an instant. This is how it's done? Miyamoto Goshin sneered. Each of these shadow clones could potentially be Matsuki's true form, and only a high-level ninja could discern the difference. Even if the opponent was formidable, their chances of striking true were reduced to a mere quarter. Should they err, the remaining 3 clones would seize her without mercy. Beware, Qingyun exclaimed anxiously. It was due to her that the and Yi Qijue had ventured deep into the territory of the Easterners. Naturally, she did not wish for either to fall into peril. They, however, regarded the 4 shadow clones with disdain, her beautiful eyes narrowing. What nonsense is the shadow clone? Merely a lowly trick. Even if they were real, I would annihilate them all. Shadowy mirage. With a perfect motion, they vanished, and in an instant, she traversed the void with terrifying speed, appearing before the 4 clones and unleashing a barrage of formidable strikes. What? One of the Matsuki hidden among the clones was struck with horror, for he sensed a lethal threat directed at each clone. Any single blow would spell instant death for him. Yet, it was too late to flee now. With a series of explosive sounds, 3 clones were shattered by this palm strikes. Found you, she sneered, delivering a blow that was as overwhelming as the sun itself, crashing into Matsuki's true form and reducing his internal organs to mere fragments. The latter's chest erupted, rolling away and smashing through countless wooden walls before collapsing to the ground. Blood gushing from his mouth, his body convulsing a few times before succumbing to death. A group of ruffians, killing you would merely taint my hands. The enchantress disdainfully took out a tissue to meticulously sanitize her fingers after dispatching the wooden ninja. You fool! Exclaimed Miyamoto, his eyes wide as saucers. This wooden ninja had been hired at great expense by the Miyamoto clan from the IGA Organization for Protection, possessing extraordinary stealth skills, having once even taken down an 8th rank martial king from the Dragon Kingdom. To kill him, one would need to be a formidable martial king or greater. Yet now, this flawless woman had swatted him down as easily as one would swat a fly. Was she a celestial being or a female Azura? It was not only the wooden ninja who perished. Those surrounding Yi Qijue, including Scion Arrow, were also sent flying, their demises gruesome, with few retaining intact limbs. With a sickening thud, dismembered corpses fell like autumn leaves. The reason Yi Qijue had wasted a moment was that he did not wish for this band of Eastern devils to die too comfortably. As Scion Arrow launched a fierce punch, Yi Qijue anticipated his move, seizing his fist tightly and twisting forcefully. Crack! The latter's right arm contorted grotesquely. The agonized screams had barely escaped when Yi Qijue delivered a whip-like kick, shattering Scion Arrow's spine. His upper body collapsing grotesquely to the ground like a broken loaf of bread, taking only 3 final gasps before expiring. You bastard! How dare you? Spawn of the Dragon Kingdom, kill our Eastern masters? Behold my blade! Shouted another 3rd rank martial king as he charged forward, weapon raised ominously. Qijue took a slight step, the blade grazing his chest. In an instant, he struck, grasping the Eastern Martial King's neck and forcefully slamming him to the ground. Crack. It was unclear whether the sound was that of splintering wood or the fracture of the Eastern Martial King's cervical vertebrae, as his head drooped limply. Qijue struck again, carefully controlling his strength. Bang! The man's head was driven into the floor, creating a gaping hole. With another punch, half his body disappeared into the abyss, leaving him prostrate in the ground, motionless like a lifeless fish. Quick, shoot. He's a demon. Kill him. The dozen or so martial sovereigns on the periphery, terrified, prepared to besiege Qijue, unleashing their firearms. Rat-a-tat-tat. An array of bullets formed a deadly net aimed at him. However, just half a meter from Qijue, they halted, suspended in the air. How could ordinary weapons penetrate the protective chi of the four symbols? With a mere wave of his hand, Qijue sent all the bullets back. Their speed tripled compared to their initial trajectory. Amidst a crimson mist, several martial sovereigns were struck in the forehead, their bodies riddled with holes, collapsing in horror. In less than a minute, this core faction of Little Kyoto was annihilated without a single survivor. What? How could they be so powerful? Gongbin Goshing was utterly astonished. How could this man from the Dragon Kingdom be so formidable? He single-handedly annihilated over 20 adept warriors from the small Kyoto. Moreover, he appeared utterly unfazed, strolling leisurely as if it were a mere pastime. What manner of prodigies were these siblings? Qin Chuan was incessantly wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Gongbin father, I neglected to inform you that Qijue's senior sister is the renowned Dark Rose, the sovereign of the Black Network. Just an hour ago, she slaughtered over 1,000 members of my Qin family in a mere 10 minutes. Truly terrifying. This young man is not to be underestimated. Both my son, a 7th-grade martial king, and the 8th-grade martial king Mu Tongling from Yongzhou were effortlessly defeated by him. You must exercise caution. Kusua, why didn't you mention this sooner? Gongbin Goshin was nearly driven to the brink of apoplexy. As a member of the Eastern Japan financial elite, how could he remain oblivious to the might of the Black Network's overlords? Not only he, but even the Black Rose's assassin organization was not something the four major financial conglomerates would dare to provoke lightly. Yet, this Qin Chuan had actually summoned the sovereign herself and diverted her wrath into the heart of small Kyoto. Was he not courting disaster? Gongbin Goshing delivered a swift kick to Qin Chuan's face, exclaiming, Qin saying, your heart is wickedly reckless. You lead your enemies to my doorstep while your family is being slaughtered? Have you considered that my Eastern Japan financial group might just eliminate you first? Qin Chuan, now missing 2 teeth, hurriedly retorted, Gongbin father, this is a grave misunderstanding. Furthermore, this Qijue is not only an enemy of the Eastern Japan Chamber of Commerce. 20 years ago, we pursued a terrifying woman from the Dragon Kingdom in Zhonghai. Do you recall? All those 6th and 7th grade elixirs originated from her. Qijue is her offspring. I now harbor grave suspicions that she left behind the most precious sacred artifact for him. Otherwise, it is inconceivable that he could have slain a martial king in such a short span of 5 years. Just moments ago, I witnessed the ethereal forms of the Azure Dragon and the White Tiger manifesting around him. With a single strike, he could obliterate a 9th-grade martial king truly fearsome. Should we acquire that sacred artifact, the Gongbin family could ascend to become the preeminent power in Eastern Japan, or even all of East Asia. Qin Chuan spoke candidly. Upon hearing that Qijue was the child of the woman from Zhonghai, Gongbin Goshin's interest was piqued. A sacred artifact? He was well aware of the terror that woman wielded. With merely a trivial offering of elixirs, she had facilitated the rise of such a small place as Zhonghai. What kind of extraordinary sacred object could she possess? It was hardly surprising that he would encounter it. After Qijue had dispatched a dozen Eastern Japan experts, he approached his senior sister, the enchanting Yao Ji, with concern. Senior sister, why are you here? What of Luo Ling and the others? Luo Ling had just suffered an ambush and kidnapping. Qijue had intended for his sister to protect her closely. He had not anticipated her arrival at this location. Yao Ji smiled sweetly. Rest assured, I have stationed several from Rose 11 around the hotel, and the Red Sun organization is lurking nearby for protection. If we cannot manage a mere Zhonghai, perhaps my Black Rose Palace ought to disband. Besides, I am rather curious about your lineage. How extraordinary was your mother in her youth? Thank you, 6th sister. Qijue felt warmth in his heart, knowing that senior sister is actually concerned for herself. Upon hearing about the sacred artifact, Miyamoto Dogshang's greed surged, his eyes fixated on Qijue, as if he were gazing upon a beautiful woman. You insolent brat. Quickly surrender the sacred artifact in your possession to our esteemed emperor of the great Eastern Empire. You shall enjoy boundless wealth and glory. For such treasures are beyond your worth. Qijue chuckled softly. Whether or not I possess a sacred artifact, it belongs to me. Who are you to declare my unworthiness or demand I relinquish it? What kind of thuggish reasoning is this? I actually hold a certain admiration for you Eastern scoundrels. Not only did you conspire with Chan Lingfeng 5 years ago to seize my family's treasured possession, but now, facing imminent doom, you still dare to covet my sacred artifact? Have you lost your wits? Miyamoto Daxing sneered. Heh, a bunch of simpletons truly believe they can intimidate me? What do a few martial kings mean? The power of our Eastern financial conglomerate is beyond your imagination. Come forth, Yamamura-kun. Suddenly, the tavern began to tremble rhythmically, as if some colossal entity was approaching. Then, a wooden door nearby shattered, revealing an overwhelming mountain of flesh. This was a man, towering nearly 2 meters tall, almost breaking through the tavern ceiling. His weight was equally fearsome, spanning 2 meters in width, with arms and thighs as thick as tree trunks, his bulk surely weighing 300 to 400 pounds. He was completely bare-chested, adorned only with a loincloth, resembling a sumo wrestler. The most alarming detail was the loincloth, which had not been washed in untold years. Stained yellow and black, emanating an unbearable stench that brought tears to one's eyes, as if he had just emerged from a cesspool. Qijue could not help but frown. You unleashed this filthy beast upon me to suffocate me? Miyamoto Daxing laughed derisively. Country bumpkin. Yamamura-kun is the strongest yokozuna currently active in our eastern realm, known as the Giant of Strength. This loincloth has witnessed Yamamura-kun triumph over more than 200 opponents. It is one of the most renowned tokens of honor in the sumo world. Wearing it is an unparalleled glory. Do you comprehend? He inhaled deeply, seemingly savoring the sin of glory clinging to the loincloth. Ugh, Yuji and Qijue nearly retched. Indeed, there is no limit to disgust, only escalating repulsion. This man was fatter than a pig, compounded by a 20-year-old loincloth, resembling a hog that had just wallowed in filth. Yet he spoke with such pompous grandeur. I cannot endure this. I shall cast this filthy creature into the crematorium to render lard. Yaoji struggled to suppress her urge to vomit. Qijue shook his head. Senior sister, allow me. To have you slay this pig would tarnish your delicate hands. Miyamoto Daxing added, Yamamura-kun. These 2 rural Dragon Kingdom bumpkins dare to call you a pig, which is a grave insult to our warriors of the Eastern Empire. Quickly, eliminate him and seize the sacred artifact upon his person. Roar. Yamamura let out a thunderous bellow and charged forward, his massive bulk causing the entire tavern to tremble violently, on the verge of collapse. The entire presence of the individual emanated an overwhelming aura, surpassing even that of Jiro Sayama and Shinobi Matsuki, marking him as an authentic master of great martial arts, coupled with a physique reminiscent of a mountain. His approach was truly suffocating. Chen Xuan exclaimed in astonishment, Lord Yamashita is indeed a master of great martial arts? In all of Jiangnan, the only one publicly recognized as such is my son, Chen Lingfeng. How can the Eastern Islands summon another? Miyamoto Daxing sneered. Not only that, Yamashita is known as the Titan of Strength, possessing explosive power several times greater than that of his peers. Though classified as a first-tier master of great martial arts, his full force can rival that of a third-tier master. If he were to collide with you, even a mountain of stone would crumble. This Qijue cannot possibly withstand it. In an instant, Yamashita charged forward like a wild boar, his massive arm, as thick as an elephant's leg, aimed directly at Qijue. At that moment, Qijue stood motionless, seemingly forgetting to evade. Miyamoto Daxing hastily taunted, Chun, is this the enemy who slaughtered your family? In the face of our Eastern Island warrior, he is nothing but a mere insect, awaiting his demise. Chen Xuan felt it was nearly over. Yamashita's strength was nearly on par with that of his son before he had ascended to godhood, coupled with Miyamoto's exaggerated claims of the Titan's strength. If Qijue were to survive this encounter, it would be exceedingly rude. West Inner, Yamashita roared, exerting all his might as he swung his wall-like arm to strike Qijue. In his estimation, given Qijue's slender frame, a single blow would reduce him to nothing but fragments. Just as both Miyamoto and Chin could vividly imagine Qijue being smashed into pieces, Qijue moved. He raised his fist lightly. It appeared slow, yet in an instant, it was upon Yamashita's face. A fierce gale swirled around, the sheer force of his punch threatening to tear the skin from Yamashita's face. The latter instantly realized the dreadful reality he faced, his round visage filled with terror. "Ah, no way. You have transcended the realm of masters. How can this be?" he screamed, but his voice abruptly ceased. For Qijue's punch had struck with such force that it created a vacuum of immense proportions, utterly engulfing Yamashita. The sound of sizzling echoed, reminiscent of meat being grilled. As Yamashita's massive form vanished, leaving behind only a pool of dark, oily residue, bubbling and hissing with flames. Such was the combustibility of this mound of flesh. "Nanny!" Miyamoto and Chun stared in disbelief, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets. Their scalps tingled, their minds exploded with shock. The esteemed warrior of the Eastern Island, a master of great martial arts and the titan of strength, had been obliterated by a single punch from Qijue. Yamashita had never known defeat in his life. Surely, they were hallucinating. It must be a trick. "Bakayaru, what have you done, you dog of the dragon country? Where is our warrior? What have you turned him into?" Miyamoto Gashin shouted in a frenzy. "Right here. This residue of corpse oil is all that remains of him. Don't believe me? Taste it." Qijue kicked a puddle of oil onto Gong Ben Goshing. The latter even dipped his fingers in it and licked them. Instantly, tears streamed down his face. It was real. It was the taste of Dashin Wanjun. "Damn it, Qijue, how could you so mercilessly kill him? You shall become the enemy of everyone in our great Eastern Empire. You Eastern scum are unworthy to stand against me." Qijue extended his hand and clutched Gong Ben Goshing tightly. With great force, he demanded, "Where is the landscape painting secretly delivered to your Gong family by Chanling Feng? Why are you fighting for it? Does it conceal some secret?" The bystanders were terrified. "Baka, let go of our Mr. Gong. Do you know his status?" "What status?" "Just a dying dog." Qijue tightened his grip once more. The latter's throat constricted, his eyes rolling back as he nearly fainted. Gong Ben Goshing felt as if he were on the brink of death at Qijue's hands. Yet, he remained defiant. His status was undeniable. Not only was he a member of one of the 4 great financial families of the East, but this was also the Eastern Special Zone, where an official agreement prohibited anyone from killing an Eastern person in Little Kyoto, let alone him. "Qijue, you cannot kill me. You dare not kill me. This is the Eastern Protected Area, and we are the elite of Little Kyoto. Even if we commit a crime, we must be sent back to the East for trial. You have no right to lay a finger on me. Quickly notify the officials of Dragon Country and let them see what their beastly citizens are doing." Soon, Gong Ben Goshin's subordinate appeared with a special phone in hand. "Do you want to hear what the higher-ups of your country have to say?" Qijue activated the speakerphone. He was eager to discover what made Little Kyoto so untouchable. A man's voice came through, urgent and authoritative. "Qijue, I am Director Wang of the Foreign Protection Department. Regardless of your conflict with Mr. Gong, I order you to cease all violent activities immediately. Mr. Gong is our closest Eastern comrade, here in Jiang'an for investment and development. I will not allow you to jeopardize the brotherly relations between our 2 nations for your selfish reasons." Foreign Protection Department? What is that? "The Department for Protecting Foreigners." "Do you understand?" Qijue nodded. "I see. Just dogs flaunting their power for the Easterners. Let me ask you, if this Gong scum committed a crime in Little Kyoto, such as coercing innocent girls, how would you handle it?" You Director Wang, insulted, was furious. "Of course, we would notify the Eastern authorities to take Mr. Gong back for trial and let them handle it. What does it have to do with you? I warn you, coercing girls may not necessarily be a crime. But if you dare to enter the Eastern Special Zone and commit murder, that is a grave offense. Surrender immediately, confess, and go to the Celestial Pavilion to turn yourself in. You may even receive a reduced sentence. If you harm Mr. Gong, you could face life imprisonment." Ha ha ha. Gong Ben Goshing and a group of Easterners found it utterly amusing. They felt completely at ease. Even the official representatives of the Dragon Kingdom have stated that they will not take action against them. What is there to fear? You, a mere commoner, dare to rebel? Miyamoto Gashing raised his nose skyward. "Now you understand, don't you? I am a key protected member of your Ministry of Foreign Affairs, investing billions annually in the Dragon Kingdom, supporting countless of your fellow citizens. If you dare to harm me, you are opposing your own government. How many lives do you possess?" Shin Chuan chuckled coldly. "Qijue now comprehends why I am here. This small Kyoto is not a place for you to act recklessly. To lay a finger on Lord Miyamoto would constitute an international incident. Can you bear the consequences? Is there even a sense of justice?" Qin Yun was stunned, horrified. The way Miyamoto Gashing and his associates treated her, even indulging in debauchery at her expense, did not warrant any criminal charges. This implies that had Qijue not arrived to save her, even if she were to be insulted by Miyamoto Gashing. The latter would merely be repatriated to the east for judgment. How severe could the punishment be when judging their own kind? They would likely return within 3 to 5 days. And whatever. What are the rights of a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom? Where is the rule of law? Qijue fell silent. Although he was mentally prepared, the words of Director Wang still shattered his worldview. So, on the soil of the Dragon Kingdom, its citizens possess less dignity than foreigners? Absurd. The Deqing has fallen. Are there still people kneeling? A chilling intent surged in his eyes, setting aside the others. The fact that the East Asian individuals occupied the Yi family business, participated in the pursuit of his mother, and kidnapped Qin Yun constituted 3 grave offenses that Qijue could not simply overlook. Initially, he intended only to kill a few of Miyamoto's henchmen to vent his anger. But now, since there are dogs guarding him, let them all perish. Crack. His specialized phone was crushed in his grip, yet it still transmitted sound. Hello, Qijue. Do you understand my words? Cease your illegal activities immediately. Apologize to Mr. Miyamoto. Qijue's voice was frigid and merciless. I will not. I care not for your ridiculous regulations or special privileges. Miyamoto Gashing has offended me, and I shall slay him. Not just him, but all present shall meet their end. If you wish to be a competent dog, come to small Kyoto in 10 minutes and collect the bodies of the East Asians. With that, bang, the phone shattered into pieces. Hello? Hello? Baka, what are you doing? On the other end of the line, Director Wang was seething in his opulent office. It was the first time he had encountered someone daring to speak to him in such a manner. He glanced at his Rolex and roared, "Summon everyone. Hurry to small Kyoto. Ensure the safety of Mr. Miyamoto and prevent Qijue's criminal actions." In the izakaya, Miyamoto Gashing and the East Asians, along with Chen Chuan, were stunned by Qijue's proclamation. They seemed to think they had misheard. In such circumstances, Qijue still threatened to kill them? Panic set in. Miyamoto Gashing felt a twinge of fear. Locking eyes with Qijue's terrifying gaze, he experienced a fleeting sensation, as if death itself were watching him. This man could not truly dare to kill him, could he? You, Qijue, do not act recklessly. I warn you. Ah! Just as Miyamoto Goshin was about to threaten, Qijue suddenly erupted, his fists casting shadows, obliterating the 7 or 8 Easterners who rushed to support from behind the izakaya into a mist of blood. Black blood surged forth, and heads flew through the air. Miyamoto Goshin was utterly terrified, trembling as he exclaimed, "Ah, Qijue, are you attempting to incite an international conflict? I must remind you, our Miyamoto conglomerate has invested billions in Jiangnan. We control the economic lifeblood of Jiangnan. Should I perish, the entire Jiangnan will descend into chaos. What of inciting international disputes? I have harbored disdain for your little Eastern nation for quite some time." The enchantress's face displayed disdain. She then contacted her subordinates. "You have yet to leave Jiangnan, correct? Now heed my command. Immediately eliminate all conglomerate companies invested by the Eastern financial powers within Jiangnan. Additionally, notify the Black Rose branches to place a bounty on any members related to the Miyamoto family globally. For each one slain, I shall reward 100 million. I intend to eradicate them entirely." Madness. You must be out of your minds. Miyamoto Goshin screamed in horror. If a bounty of 100 million were placed on the heads of the Miyamoto family, their conglomerate would likely be hunted down by assassins from all corners of the world within a month. Just 3 minutes. During this time, it was Miyamoto Goshin's own phone ringing. Like a death knell. Startled, he hastily answered, "Moses. Director Lee, this is Miyamoto. There cannot truly be a crisis." The caller was the manager of a warehouse purchased in Yangzhu for the small capital, responsible for supplying sustenance for thousands in the small capital. Yet, on the other end, a weeping voice emerged. "Lord Miyamoto, you are truly astute. The warehouse has suddenly caught fire. All the materials have been incinerated. Several of your subordinates were tied to the iron gates and burned alive. Have you provoked someone formidable? How could you?" Miyamoto Goshin's eyes widened in shock. Before he could react, another call came in. "Miyamoto-san, it's over. Our Chamber of Commerce convened a board meeting." Suddenly, there was a power outage. When the power returned, only 20 corpses remained in the conference room. It is terrifying. This is an international incident. I must condemn the Dragon Kingdom. Who are you? Ah, Druring. Cousin Goshin. This is your cousin Taiju. The mine I oversee was suddenly blown up. They used all the stored explosives. The command center is now a wasteland. I'm currently in a brothel guided personally by my sister-in-law. She was also crushed by a falling rock. Sob sob, cousin, the cherry blossoms in our hometown are blooming. Will I ever return to see them? Thud, in the izakaya. Miyamoto Goshin collapsed to the ground. It's over. All enterprises controlled by the Miyamoto conglomerate have truly been eradicated. Family members slain. His wife crushed to death. His cousin in peril. Is this the strength of the Black Rose, a titan of the dark web, treating the Miyamoto family as if they were nothing? In that moment, Miyamoto Goshin realized that his life was now tethered to the whims of the enchantress. It may also pertain to Qijue, yet it undeniably does not belong to him. These two insane devils completely disregard conventional norms, audaciously ignoring the Dragon Kingdom's treaty to annihilate the people of the Eastern Isles. He collapsed to the ground, burying his head in his knees, and began to wail. Esteemed prodigy of the Dragon Kingdom, Qijue, oh no, ye father, I shall not resist any longer. Please do not harm me. I am aware of your nation's tradition of sparing captives. I surrender. Ask me anything, and I assure you, I shall conceal not a shred of truth. Qijue felt a wave of nausea wash over him. He kicked Miyamoto Goshin, causing him to spew blood. Do not call me father. It disgusts me. I ask you, where is the map of the 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers that you acquired from Chun Lingfeng 5 years ago? What are you planning to do with it? Having spent so much money, Miyamoto Goshin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and replied with a forced smile, returning to Mr. Yi. That map was not for me to purchase, but rather for the controller of the Miyamoto conglomerate. The map is no longer in Jiang'an. It has long been sent to the Miyamoto family shrine in the Eastern Isles for worship. I am merely a minor member of the family. I am unaware of the true purpose behind this acquisition, but I once participated in a conference call where I seemingly heard the words national fortune, sent back to the Eastern Isles. Qijue squinted his eyes. He had hoped to reclaim the treasures of the Yi family today. However, this also indirectly confirmed that the map of the mountains and rivers was far more than a mere traditional painting. Otherwise, the Miyamoto conglomerate would not have taken such care to return it to the shrine. Regardless of their intentions, those who dare covet the treasures of the Yi family will face his wrath. Have you finished speaking? Yes. Good. Then you shall meet your demise. Qijue delivered a fatal kick that shattered Miyamoto Goshin's skull. The latter maintained a look of shock even in death. 1,000 questions swirled in his mind. This is not how it should proceed. Having surrendered and knelt, he should have been spared. Thud, his body fell to the ground. Now it is your turn. Qijue's gaze fell upon Qinchuan. At this moment, Qinchuan stood there in disarray, eyes filled with astonishment. Yet internally, his defenses had crumbled entirely. That night, Qijue slaughtered over 1,000 members of the Qin family, including Chun Lingtian, the leader of Yongzhou, the Wheel King of Fengdu, and the pitiful Miyamoto Goshin. Each position more elevated than the last. It could be said that he annihilated the Qin family's lifetime savings and connections in Jiang'an. Now, should he call for help? He would not know where to turn. How could he not feel utterly devastated? Woo-woo. Qinchuan also collapsed to his knees. Tears streamed down his aging face. He felt an overwhelming sense of defeat. He had lost. The Qin family had lost. They had succumbed to a mere worm. One that could have been crushed with a finger 5 years ago. Little did he anticipate that this insignificant creature would, in just 5 years, grow into a dragon, devouring the Qin family whole. What was once thought to be the moment of the Qin family's rise to prominence in Jiangnan had become a path to annihilation. The will of heaven is manifest. Qijue, do you not wish to know who orchestrated the pursuit of your mother behind the scenes, leading to the downfall of the Lingzhou Yi family? I shall tell you now. 25 years ago, my family, the Qin clan, conspired with the Zhonghai Baizu to seize the elixirs possessed by your mother. The Qin clan was fortunate enough to acquire the Xian Yuan Dan and several Xianling Dan, which brought us immense joy, for such an abundance of high-grade elixirs was sufficient to herald the rise of a royal family in Jiangnan. Little did we know that our greed would lead us into a perilous trap, akin to inadvertently opening Pandora's box. Not long after our theft of the elixirs, calamity befell the Qin clan. Despite the present-day strength of over 1,000 members, with a wealth of talent, it is crucial to remember that the Qin surname is one of the great lineages of Jiangnan. And my branch alone boasts more than 5,000 members, yet we have been decimated, reduced to merely 1,000 souls. Qijue was taken aback. After acquiring the elixir, the Qin family also suffered a tragic massacre, over 3,000 lives extinguished. This incident had not even stirred a ripple in Zhonghai. The fact that his mother was hunted down was known to several hundred people. The concealed truth behind the Yi family fire had circulated among the upper echelons of Lingo. Yet, the plight of the Qin family had never been mentioned. Who possessed such formidable power to annihilate 3,000 members of the Chun clan and cloak the entire affair in secrecy? Qin continued. Subsequently, all the elixirs were seized. The Chun family lost several hundred warriors, which allowed us to facilitate the retreat of our core members. However, mere days later, those individuals returned. Another massacre ensued. The Qin family had no choice but to relocate once again. Despair nearly consumed us. Qijue inquired, who were they? What did they look like? Qin shook his head. I do not know. They were dressed in an exceedingly archaic manner. Their strength was formidable. They did not resemble modern individuals at all. Just as I believed the Qin family was on the brink of extinction, a man clad in a black robe approached, claiming to recognize the potential in my son, Lingfeng. He presented us with two choices, either the annihilation of the Qin family, or to become their pawns, serving the individual behind them. My son Lingfeng could join the War Department and receive the title of War King. The Qin family had no alternatives but to acquiesce. You are aware of the events that followed. This is the mobile phone that individual used to contact me. Qin retrieved an antiquated satellite communication device from his pocket. It bore a vintage style. Lacking any additional features, it could only dial or send messages. Its sole advantage was its stability and security. There wasn't even a callback function. Qijue asked, do you have a way to contact him? Qin shook his head. We have always communicated through a single channel. In any situation, he would direct and arrange matters for me, and I need not respond. However, I can assure you that this individual is a prominent figure from the capital, capable of influencing personnel movements within the War Department and possessing comprehensive knowledge of various factions across Longhua. There cannot be more than 20 individuals in Longhua with such power and influence. Qijue furrowed his brow. Although the pool had narrowed considerably, even with only 20 individuals, certainty remained elusive. At this moment, Yeoheim interjected, Junior brother, hand me the phone. I shall have my subordinates contact the world's foremost hackers. Perhaps we can uncover a virtual number or pinpoint the call's location. Very well. Upon relinquishing the phone, Qin implored, Qijue. I have said all that I needed to say. My lineage of over 1,000 kin was rightfully extinguished. Yet may I request mercy for the remaining scattered members of the Chun family in Jiangnan, apart from those from Daiyuo Mountain. Most of them are collateral relatives of the Qin family, and nearly all are descendants of those who protected my branch and other offshoots. They bear no connection to the Yi family or your mother whatsoever. Agreed. Qijue nodded. In the next instant, she struck Qin, reducing him to a mist of blood. Thus, the Qin family lineage from Daiyuo Mountain was annihilated, save for the concealed Chun Lingfeng. Sister, how quickly can the satellite phone number be traced? Qijue inquired. It could take as little as a day or two, or as long as 4 or 5 days, depending on luck. The enchanting woman carefully stowed away her satellite phone, casting a glance below with a playful smile, and deliberately reminded, Junior brother, Miss Qin is still down there. Are you not concerned for her? Qijue glanced down momentarily taken aback, before quickly averting his gaze. There lay Qin, clad in nothing but a minuscule bikini, the straps of her wrap having been torn apart, revealing her flawlessly smooth and delicate figure in all its splendor. Her graceful curves and long, elegant legs intertwined, and upon noticing Qijue's stunned expression, her lovely face flushed crimson, as if it might bleed from embarrassment. Aside from the time she was nearly forced to become a human trophy by Qin, this was the first instance in her life that she had exposed herself to a man in such a manner. It was utterly mortifying. Qin wished to flee. Yet the concoction that the insufferable Miyamoto had forced upon her rendered her increasingly feverish and utterly weakened. Qijue awkwardly rubbed his nose. Sister, it seems she has been afflicted by a kind of softening poison that renders her immobile. Could you assist by administering an antidote and escorting Qin back to Zhonghai? As a fellow disciple of the Pinglai Immortal Mountain, the enchanting woman possessed remarkable medical skills, second only to Qijue himself. However, with a mischievous grin, she replied, Oh, dear junior brother, how could I possibly intrude upon your delightful endeavor? Such a fragrant beauty is best handled by your own hands. I shall take care of the remaining nuisances from the east, providing you with the perfect opportunity. She winked playfully and leaned closer to whisper. I believe it's Miss Qin's first experience. Do be cautious. With that, she casually picked up a knife from the ground and stepped out. Qijue's expression darkened. How could he have encountered such an extraordinary sister? He was at a loss as to whether to laugh or cry. Meanwhile, Qin Yun's face was flushed bright red, and amidst the fluttering of her heart, She felt an unexpected flicker of anticipation. Qijue took a deep breath, crouched down, and, striving to avert his gaze from the tantalizing sight, focused intently. "Miss Qin, I am about to administer the antidote. Please bear with me." Qin nodded in response. Qijue retrieved his silver needles and began to treat her. Despite his efforts to remain detached, it was inevitable that his fingers would graze her tender skin. Each contact sent a wave of tingling sensations through her, eliciting barely audible gasps of surprise. The atmosphere grew increasingly charged with tension. Blushing fiercely, Qin Yun broke the silence. "Qijue, what has become of the Qin family? My father and grandfather are unharmed, right?" Qijue replied. "Qin Zhenghao has perished. Qin Zhiwei and the elder have likely returned to Shanghai. I have assessed their injuries, and they are not grave. A simple infusion of Tong Yudan will suffice." Qin Yun breathed a sigh of relief. "That is truly wonderful." Her gratitude towards Qijue was profound. With the recent betrayal by her uncle, the Qin family had faced 2 life and death crises. Without Qijue, they might have long been consumed by the various factions. She felt immeasurable fortune for having encountered him at the treasure pavilion. It seemed as though fate had sent him to rescue her. At that moment, Qijue completed his treatment, expelling the poison from Qin Yun's bloodstream. "Almost there. You must have regained your strength." Qijue withdrew the needle. Qin Yun attempted to rise and, indeed, felt rejuvenated. She sat up and sincerely expressed, "Qijue, thank you." Qijue replied with a smile, "What is there to thank? We are friends." He then removed his own shirt and offered it to Qin Yun. His physique was remarkably well-proportioned, with muscles encased in sun-kissed skin. He turned away, maintaining proper decorum throughout, avoiding any inappropriate gaze. "There aren't any clean clothes nearby. Please wear mine for the time being," he said. He was unbothered by his bare torso, yet it would be rather unseemly for Qin Yun, a delicate beauty, to step out in such scant attire. Just friends, indeed. As Qin Yun observed Qijue, who steadfastly averted his gaze without a hint of impropriety, an inexplicable sense of disappointment washed over her. Being one of the 10 most beautiful women in Jiangnan, she lay there exposed before a man, and yet nothing transpired. It felt utterly illogical. Did she truly possess such little allure? Women can often be this way. Had Qijue been forward and presumptuous, it would have only bred annoyance. Yet here he was, having seen her completely and having finished his treatment, maintaining an unyielding chivalry that left her bewildered. In this moment, Qin Yun's mind began to wander. A nagging feeling that something should occur. She even thought of Li Jiasen, her exceedingly proactive friend who boldly claimed she would vie for Qijue's affections. What would she do in this situation? Surely, she would leap forward without hesitation. After all, the man before her was compassionate and righteous, a veritable Prince Charming. "Qin Yun. Oh, Qin Yun, what are you waiting for?" Suddenly, she mustered her courage. Ignoring the precariousness of her scant attire, she boldly embraced Qijue. The instant their bodies made contact, an electric jolt coursed through them, rendering them rigid. "Why Yi Xiao? I." Qin Yun's delicate cheeks flushed a deep crimson, her breath quickening, her heart racing as if it would leap from her chest. In that moment of embrace, the already torn fabric of her garment slipped away, leaving them in direct contact, a searing heat enveloping them. Qijue felt the astonishing softness behind him. His steely resolve almost melted in this tender embrace. Goodness! No wonder it is said that heroes struggle at the beauty's threshold. Who could withstand such temptation? Every drop of blood in him surged with fervor. Realizing this, Qijue abruptly turned around. Yet, Qin Yun clung to him tighter, her body trembling. "Qijue, please let me speak. I am sincere. This is not a fleeting impulse. Throughout my life, I have never even held a boy's hand, let alone experienced such intimacy. But for you, I am willing, because I know you are worthy of my lifelong devotion. If you feel the same, then turn around. And from this moment on, I shall follow you for eternity." Qin Yun exerted every ounce of strength to utter these words. After speaking, her beautiful eyes sparkled. Gazing intently at Qijue, he awaited a response. At that moment, all the blood rushed to Qijue's lower body, leaving him momentarily stunned. He let out a sigh. Qin Yun, unlike the enchanting sister Yeoheim or Li Jiasen, was not adept at the art of performance or manipulation. This Navi girl offered nothing but sincerity. Qijue did not consider himself a villain, yet he was no scoundrel either. He could never act with such callousness. Moreover, a crucial point was that he was currently afflicted by the poison of the sun. Should he engage in a genuine encounter, Qin Yun's delicate frame would surely falter. He might even require Sister Yeoheim's assistance, yet she was presently relishing the prospect of his embarrassment. How could she possibly lend him aid? Thus, Yi Qijue quietly draped his garment over Qin Yun's exposed bosom, then turned away, steadfastly avoiding her gaze, and earnestly declared, "Miss Qin, I bear a profound grudge, and I know not the whereabouts of my own parents. I truly have no heart for such trivial matters. It is far too perilous to accompany me. You ought to remain in Jiangnan." After taking a step forward, he paused, glancing back. The primary combatants of the four great families of Jiangnan, Chun, Luo, Feng, and Wang, have all been vanquished. Henceforth, the Qin family shall stand as the sole esteemed lineage of Jiangnan, the foremost of all clans. With that, he exited the tavern, leaving Qin Yun alone, clutching his discarded attire, resembling a statue, lost in contemplation. Outside, Sister Yeoheim swiftly dispatched a dozen or so Easterners with a single stroke. Upon seeing Yi Qijue emerge bare-chested, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. This mischievous lad is finally coming around. It's worth the affection I bear for you, dear Junior. In the next instant, she felt her rounded posterior assaulted by a sudden slap. "Ah, little Junior, you." The sharp sound echoed. Yi Qijue, who had approached unbeknownst to her, wore a dark expression as he remarked, "Sixth sister, is this amusing to you?" Sister Yeoheim's laughter caused her bosom to quiver. "Indeed, it is most entertaining. Little Junior, you are truly a man among men, with such restraint. It makes me want to stand before you, completely bare, to reward you." Another resounding slap followed. His hand roamed over her ample curves, teasingly kneading them, the astonishing elasticity palpable. "Dare to strip? I could arrange that right now." Yi Qijue gasped, seizing the long blade from Yeoheim's grasp. "What are you planning to do, little Junior? Use force. I am furious. Let us take lives." Sister Yeoheim laughed exuberantly, as if toying with Yi Qijue brought her immense delight. The blade in Yi Qijue's hand sliced through the air. Countless lives were extinguished. 10 minutes after the trio departed from the bustling street, a convoy arrived, tardily making its way forward. The leading vehicle disgorged a well-groomed official, his polished shoes gleaming. Upon witnessing the carnage strewn across the ground, he was rendered speechless. Surely, not all of the thousands of Easterners in this small Kyoto have perished? At that moment, a subordinate approached, carrying a stretcher, reporting, "Director Wang, Mr. Miyamoto is here, but his head is missing." Not only in the small Kyoto, but recent news has emerged of bloodshed in several other locations as well. Over 30 members of the Miyamoto family have perished within the Jiangnan region. The Miyamoto conglomerate's influence has been nearly obliterated. The atmosphere is rife with despair as Director Wang, with a countenance steeped in grief, exclaims, "Quick! Report this to the higher-ups. Request assistance. We must apprehend Yi Qijue, the murderer, and deliver justice to the people of the East." The following morning, the culmination of 3 pieces of news that had brewed throughout the night erupted, sending shockwaves through Jiangnan and even half of Longwa's southern territory. First, the 10 families of Zhonghai have vanished, slaughtered within a single day. Second, the Chun family has risen and fallen, with the Great Fire of Daluoshan claiming the lives of over 1,000 family members. Third, the small Kyoto has been ravaged, leaving not a single survivor among the thousands of East Islanders. Upon hearing this news, nearly everyone was rendered speechless. It was utterly horrifying. In an instant, Yi Qijue's name reverberated throughout Jiangnan. Unlike the relatively contained aftermath of the killings in Lingzhou and Jinling, the annihilation of these 3 factions, totaling nearly 10,000 individuals, represented the pinnacle of Jiangnan's power. The sheer might displayed was enough to instill terror in all who heard of it. Yet, astonishingly, public opinion shifted overwhelmingly in support of Yi Qijue. Due to the influence of Li Jiesun, the truth of Zhonghai's past, buried for over 2 decades, was finally unearthed. Some even rushed to the estates of the 10 families to voice their outrage. How despicable! A horde of beasts conspiring to harm a pregnant woman. They are lower than animals. Well done. The 10 families of Zhonghai have long dominated Jiangnan, hoarding countless resources. In my view, it is the East Islanders who have received the most gratifying retribution. Wasn't it said that they were in a protected zone? That they were superior beings? That Longwa men and dogs were forbidden entry? And now what? Yi Qijue is executing heavenly justice. The news continued to spread throughout other regions of Longwa. In the imperial capital, a grand manor reserved solely for the elite families of Longwa. An elderly gentleman clad in elegant attire had just finished his morning routine under the attentive care of a dozen servants and was savoring his tea. Suddenly, the butler rushed in. "Have the events in Jiangnan been resolved?" The elder inquired nonchalantly. The butler fell to his knees, trembling as he replied, "Master, that wretch not only slaughtered over 1,000 members of the Qin family, but we have also lost contact with the king of the underworld. The special zone agreement you requested with the Miyamoto family has been completely annihilated. The injustices of the Yi family in Lingzhou and Shanghai have been unveiled. Public sentiment has turned. The name of Qijue has thoroughly shaken the southern region of Longhua." What? The precious purple clay cup in the elder's hand shattered under the strain of his grip. His face was a portrait of disbelief. He gasped for breath. Unable to calm himself for a long while, he had meticulously orchestrated everything, believing himself to be the hidden player. Yet, the outcome had caught him off guard like a man is caught in a trap. Indeed, a wretched spawn, just like his mother, an indomitable wretch. The elder seethed with anger, gritting his teeth before retrieving an object from his drawer, a tiger talisman. It was a command to mobilize the military. Time was of the essence. 3 days. Give Chen Lingfeng one last chance. Let an army of 100,000 annihilate this wretch. Otherwise, bring his head to me. On Hong Kong Island, within a prison-themed hotel. The atmosphere is rife with decadent allure. Xiao Xiaojun is engaged in an intense struggle with a robust man. Whips, candles, spiked clubs, and handcuffs adorn the surroundings, epitomizing indulgence. This muscular man is not Li Jia's patriarch, Li Songhai, but one of the Li family's royal offerings, Huang Fujie. The two frequently indulge in clandestine rendezvous here. A fact that is spread among the servants, though none dare to speak of it. As their passionate encounter reaches its peak, suddenly, a phone rings. What? My daughter Rumung is unreachable? What are you all doing? She is a living person accompanied by a martial king expert to Zhonghai. It is akin to a princess making her entrance. How could she be out of contact? Xiao Xiaojun feels a surge of irritation, just as she enters her stride. She is interrupted. Madam, you may not be aware, but a grave situation has unfolded in Zhonghai. 25 years ago, that woman's son, Qijue, has returned. And he has slaughtered the 10 clans of Zhonghai. Even the Qin family has been annihilated. What? Xiao Xiaojun instantly awakens to the shocking realization. 25 years ago, this was the son of the woman she had betrayed and hunted. How is this possible? Her subordinate continues. Moreover, Li Jiasen has become closely associated with Qijue. It is said that the Xian Yuan Dan and Tong Yu Dan were both devised by Qijue to ensnare the 10 clans of Zhonghai. Hence I suspect Miss Ruming might be in peril. A cold sweat trickles down Xiao Xiaojun's back. Quickly, utilize my highest authority. Pull up the surveillance from the Zhonghai auction branch. I must ascertain my daughter Ruming's whereabouts. Yes. Why has my darling stopped? Huang Fujie inquires, perplexed. There is trouble in Zhonghai. Our daughter Ruming is in danger. Soon, a video arrives on Xiao Xiaojun's phone. It captures the scene at the branch entrance, where Li Ruming and Ichida were mercilessly obliterated by Qijue. No. Xiao Xiaojun's eyes widen in horror. Huang Fujie's mind is engulfed in chaos. The esteemed martial king of the Li family, the swiftest man in Hong Kong, has been slain in mere moments by Qijue. A potent sense of crisis envelopes him. It truly is that woman's son. The prophecy has come to fruition. Her son has indeed come to claim our lives. Huang Fujie was also a participant in the events of that time, later becoming a protector of the Li family. Xiao Xiaojun glares at Li Jiasen beside her daughter's lifeless body, her eyes aflame with hatred. That vile wretch. How dare she collude with this Yi character to slay my daughter? I shall ensure you meet a most gruesome fate. Let us go. We must return to the Li family. My daughter is dead. I demand Li Songhai pay with his life. The two hastily don their garments and rush towards the Li family estate. An hour later, at the Li family villa complex, Xiao Xiaojun emerges from the kitchen, bearing a steaming bowl of medicinal broth. At the head of a lavish marble dining table sits a middle-aged man. His visage broad and commanding, the esteemed patriarch of the Li family, Li Songhai, a titan of wealth in Hong Kong, the overseer of the Li family's trillion-dollar empire. At this moment, the esteemed head of the Li family exhibited a somewhat pallid complexion, with a trace of ominous dark energy hovering above his brow, clearly an ill omen. Come, Songhai, drink this medicinal broth. The esteemed physician proclaimed that after consuming this concoction for a total of 49 days, your ailment would be cured. Xiao Xiaoan glided over, her waist as slender as a water snake, bending down to reveal a pristine expanse of skin. Meticulously feeding the medicinal broth to Li Songhai with her own hands, Li Songhai felt immense satisfaction. Now in his 50s, he had acquired all that he desired and merely wished to enjoy his twilight years in peace. Recently, he had ceased to concern himself with the affairs of the Li family group, entrusting everything to Qiao Shaowan. It was a tremendous relief. To have such a beautiful and virtuous young wife was indeed a blessing in life. Shaowan, you have been working so hard lately. Without your support in my career and your care in my life, I fear I would have lived a decade less. Li Songhai praised. I am devoted to the Li family. But you, the Li family, treat me this way. Qiao Shaowan suddenly reddened her eyes, sitting in a nearby chair, wiping away tears, looking utterly aggrieved. What is the matter? What has happened? Li Songhai inquired anxiously. With a sob, Qiao Shaowan responded. It is Ru Meng. She has been harmed. What? Li Songhai's anger ignited. Who dares to lay a hand on my daughter? Do they seek death? Who else could it be but your own daughter, Li Jiesen? Li Songhai was rendered speechless. Hadn't he sent this unfilial daughter away to Zhonghai? How could she possibly harm her sister, Ru Meng? Where did she find such audacity? Qiao Shaowan wept. That wretched girl found an accomplice, deliberately spreading rumors about a high-grade elixir to lure her sister, Ru Meng, and then cruelly murdered her. Wu. How could her heart be so cruel? I treated her like my own daughter. Here is the surveillance footage from outside the Zhonghai branch. See for yourself. Qiao Shaowan tossed her phone to Li Songhai. The edited video omitted the part where Li Ru Meng provoked and insulted Li Jiesen, instead adding a scene of Li Jiesen ruthlessly smashing Li Ru Meng's sun umbrella and sunglasses, alongside the merciless slaughter of both by Yu Qijue. This undeniably implicated Li Jiesen in the conspiracy to murder Li Ru Meng. After viewing the footage, Li Songhai's fingers trembled with rage, and he coughed repeatedly. He felt as if his inner energy was in turmoil. She, how dare she? This unfilial daughter. I thought her defiance against her elders was the limit, but I never imagined she would turn on her own sister. Truly a heart of a serpent and a scorpion. Today, I shall cleanse the Li family of this disgrace. Someone, go to Zhonghai at once and bring this unfilial daughter back to face the family law. Just as Li Songhai was furiously issuing commands, Qiao Shaowan suddenly struck him on the chest with a resounding slap, sending him flying. Thud! Li Songhai was caught off guard, struck squarely, and the solid wooden chair beneath him exploded, causing him to crash to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His face a mask of disbelief. Shaowan, what is the reason for this? Qiao Shaowan suddenly transformed from her earlier expression of pity to one of fierce distortion, resembling a vengeful spirit. Why? Li Songhai, do you truly believe that I am wholeheartedly devoted to marrying you? Were it not for the immense wealth of the Li family, would I even cast a glance in your direction? 10 years. I have been utterly dominated by you, this old wretch, for an entire decade. Each day, being crushed beneath your repugnant presence fills me with disgust. Yet, I have persevered. From this day forth, the vast fortune of the Li family shall belong entirely to me. I shall ensure that you, old man, meet a most untimely demise. Your daughter, Li Jiesen, will find herself in a state of despair from which she cannot escape. Ha ha. Li Songhai gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain in his chest, and exclaimed, Qiao Shaowan, are you aware of the gravity of your actions? The century-old legacy of the Li family is not something you can covet so casually. Qiao Shaowan responded with a cold smile. Can one harbor desires? The answer shall soon be revealed. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed. The entrance to the villa where Li Songhai resided was forcefully breached, allowing a dozen disheveled figures to tumble inside, each bearing severe injuries, with broken bones and torn muscles. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that they were all loyal subordinates of Li Songhai. The master is Huangfu, the esteemed priest. He has annihilated the entire Li family. We cannot withstand it. My lord, flee swiftly. Bang! Huangfu Jie materialized, crushing the man's skull beneath his foot. He's already dead. Yet he still speaks so much. He wishes to leave, but can he? Li Songhai bellowed in fury. Huangfu Jie, I have treated you well. Why have you betrayed me? Huangfu Jie approached, encircling Qiao Shaojuan's slender waist, and chuckled. Brother, do not blame my brother for his actions. It is simply that my sister-in-law is exceedingly alluring. You cannot fathom how captivating she becomes when she takes the initiative. You unscrupulous couple, when? Li Songhai nearly spat blood. He could never have imagined that the offering he had lavishly paid for would ultimately betray him and even lead to his own humiliation. Qiao Shaowan scoffed. Li Songhai, you truly are foolish. It is a matter that the entire Li family perceives clearly, yet you remain oblivious? Almost every night, after attending to your needs, I would go to a hotel with Brother Jie. Do you believe that if I were to casually summon a servant from the Li family, they would be well aware that you, the master of the Li household, have long since adorned your head with a crown of verdant green? As he spoke, He summoned a few trembling servants who were quaking in fear. Come, share with the master how you have privately deliberated on this matter. They say that the master is a blind green turtle. Every year, he spends money to support the lady and the offerings to Huangfu. It's akin to pouring fertilizer upon his own head. Li Songhai could no longer contain himself and spat out a mouthful of blood. Could it be that everything Jessen previously told me is indeed true? Of course, it is. It is worth mentioning that your daughter surpasses you significantly, at the very least. She is not so foolish as to remain oblivious to the gradual encroachment upon the Li family by my hands. Now, it is not only your Li family that belongs to others. Even your wife has taken on the form of another. Xiao Shaojuan's delicate figure pressed closely against Huang Fujie. Huang Fujie's large hand indiscriminately toyed with her body. With a heavy heart, Li Songhai spat out another mouthful of blood, engulfed by an abyss of regret. The reason Li Jessen was expelled from the Li family was her revelation of the sordid affair between Xiao Shaowan and Huang Fujie, which led Li Songhai to cast aside Xiao Shaowan and banish the two from the Li household. Yet, rather than believing her, Li Songhai accused her of maliciously slandering his stepmother Xiao Shaowan, deeming her a fabricator of lies. Ultimately, Li Jessen, consumed by sorrow, departed from Hong Kong Island. It was all his fault. Ensnared by that seductress, Li Songhai felt an overwhelming urge to strike himself in anger. Witnessing his delicate wife entangled with another, he trembled with rage, veins bulging upon his forehead. You treacherous couple, I shall end your lives. In a sudden burst of fury, he unleashed all his strength and charged at them, fueled by a murderous intent befitting a martial king. However, as he attempted to harness his true energy, he stumbled after just a few steps, collapsing to the ground with a thud. It felt as if his insides were being shredded by 100 saws. A metallic taste filled his throat as he violently expelled a chunk of blood mixed with his own entrails. Unbeknownst to him, his internal organs had already succumbed to decay. In that moment, Li Songhai comprehended the grim truth. His body had been utterly devastated, much like the Li family's fortune, unbeknownst to him, demolished by Xiao Shaowan. With wide eyes, he lay on the ground, blood spilling forth, unable to find peace in death. Poisoned by the heartbreak powder, and yet she still sought his demise? Xiao Shaowan kicked his lifeless body over, retrieving a golden key from his pocket, the key to the Li family's secret chamber. Within lay treasures amassed over a century, each artifact worth a fortune, along with countless elixirs and rare medicines. This was the ultimate secret of the Li family. Possessing this key signified true control over the Li estate. A surge of exhilaration filled Xiao Shaojuan's heart. The Li family's wealth was indeed astronomical. This key alone was worth billions. At that moment, several high-ranking members of the Li family and board directors rushed in, bowing at Xiao Shaojuan's feet. They greeted her with reverence, congratulating her on assuming command of the Li family. These were her covert accomplices, strategically positioned throughout the Li group. With their loyalty, she could firmly seize control of the vast fortune. Xiao Shaowan commanded coldly, "Relay my orders. Li Songhai, the head of the Li family, has succumbed to illness. The funeral will be held tomorrow. The inheritance will be declared at the ceremony. Particularly, it must reach Zhonghai. Let it echo in Li Jessen's ears. I want that wretched girl to come forth and meet her end." Yes, the high-ranking officials of the Li family complied, not daring to raise their eyes to Xiao Shaowan. Aware of her ruthless nature, she could poison her husband of 10 years without a second thought. In this struggle for power, Li Jessen was no match at all. It was over. The Li family was on the brink of being completely usurped. Huang Fujie reminded, the Li family is not merely represented by one Li Jessen. Although Li Zhangjiang, the second brother of Li Songhai, has been abroad and has not involved himself in the family's affairs, with Li Songhai's demise, he will undoubtedly not remain passive. Xiao Shaojun, unfazed, replied, "Rest assured, no member of the Li family can escape my grasp. Hurry and retrieve the Xian Yuan Dan from the secret chamber, consume it, and strive to ascend to the great martial king level. Once Qijue is eliminated, everything else will be inconsequential." She tossed the key to the secret chamber to Huang Fujie. Elated, he thought, "Once I become a great martial king, my physical prowess will escalate once more. Await me on Li Songhai's bed tonight." He then made his way to the secret chamber in the back mountains of the Li family. After everyone departed, Xiao Shaojun took her seat at the head of the dining table, indifferent to Li Songhai's lifeless body sprawled on the floor, bloodied and unblinking. Calmly, she picked up her chopsticks and began to eat her breakfast, while contemplating the barrage of messages from Qijue on her phone. Did she truly believe that obliterating Zhonghai would allow her to challenge me? What of that woman's son? I can unite the 100 clans of Zhonghai to slay her. I can certainly eliminate you as well. Following this, she dialed a number saved under the name Qinling Feng. An hour later, following the upheaval in Jiang'an, turmoil re-emerged in Hong Kong Island. The head of the wealthy Li family, Li Songhai, unexpectedly passed away, prompting invitations to figures from Hong Kong and various regions of the mainland to attend the memorial service. Meanwhile, in Zhonghai, Qijue contacted Li Jiasun and arrived at the Songhai auction, with the 10 clans of Zhonghai and the Chun family obliterated, as per their agreement. Li Jiasun had rendered him significant assistance, and he was determined to uncover the truth behind her mother's death. Moreover, Li Jiasun proved herself quite capable in her endeavors. Overnight, nearly everyone in Zhonghai learned of the sordid tactics employed by the prestigious Sun Yingkai and Mei Yuanwu families 25 years ago. Her mother's case could be revisited thanks to her efforts. Qijue felt a moral obligation to assist her. Upon reaching the auction, Elder Mo personally came to welcome him, displaying utmost humility. After all, this was a formidable figure who dared to set fire to the Qin family. Could one not be humble? Not only him, but all members of the Songhai auction stood outside to greet Qijue. Was such a grand display necessary? Qijue, bemused, observed the row of employees bowing to him. Elder Mo respectfully stated, "Young Master Yi, the young lady has publicly declared that she recognizes you as her master. This is only fitting. She has been waiting for you in her private office for quite some time now. Please, follow me." Qijue shook his head and descended to the top floor. Upon entering, he inhaled sharply. To his astonishment, Li Jiasun was clad in an exceedingly revealing maid outfit. Kneeling on the floor, her curvaceous figure on full display. The short skirt accentuated her long, alluring legs, encased in tight black stockings that highlighted her delicate, smooth skin, inciting an irresistible urge to touch. Especially with the neckline slightly lowered, revealing her fair skin, she appeared inviting and tantalizing. This woman truly knew how to wield her allure. "What are you doing?" Li Jiasun respectfully addressed, "Young Master Yi, on behalf of the Li family, I would like to pay my respects to you. As a servant, I believe it is imperative to possess the mindset befitting my role." Qijue pressed his forehead. "No need for that. The reason I sought you out is to inquire about the circumstances of the Li family, so I can assist you in reclaiming the position of heir. Please elaborate." He promptly seated himself in a chair. Li Jiasun gracefully moved to the back, offering to massage Qijue's temples. A beguiling fragrance wafted over. As she positioned herself with utmost propriety, the struggle for power within the Li family was beyond her solitary capabilities. Only by serving Qijue could she hope for a glimmer of opportunity. Qijue did not reject her offer, though the posture seemed somewhat ambiguous, as if two soft mountains were poised to descend upon him. "Young Master Yi, our Li family is divided into 3 branches. My eldest uncle passed away several years ago. My second uncle, Li Zhangjiang, has been active overseas. My father, Li Songhai, is the third in line and oversees family affairs." Just as she spoke, the office doors suddenly swung open. Senior sister Yaoji, along with her sister Yi Luoling and members from the Qin family, including Ouyang Qing, entered. "Brother, senior sister and the others have made a significant discovery." Upon noticing Li Jiasun's alluring attire and her attentive demeanor, everyone was momentarily taken aback. This scene resembled a hidden beauty in a gilded cage. In just a few days, this exquisite jewel of the Li family had been thoroughly captivated. Yi Luoling couldn't help but blush. "Brother Qijue, you are quite the dandy." Such revealing made attire, the hem barely concealing her thighs. "Does Brother Qijue truly favor this?" Yaoji chuckled, covering her mouth. "Little junior brother, you are indeed fortunate in love. No wonder you rushed here early in the morning. It appears you have a fair companion awaiting you." Qijue, with an expression of righteous indignation, retorted, "I am not. I have not. I merely came here to discuss important matters." Yaoji glanced at Li Jiasun again. She is indeed quite striking. Such a generous figure surely suggests the potential for twins. "Junior brother, do strive." Li Jiasun's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Qijue responded, "All right, enough jesting. Let us discuss serious matters." Yaoji, adopting a serious tone, continued, "The Qian Kuandan furnace that you had me investigate has shown some promising leads. Clues suggest it was unearthed from a small village in northern Kunlun. It appears to have been crafted by a Taoist during the Ming dynasty, thus carrying some historical significance. The materials used in the furnace remain uncertain, but it has been tested to withstand temperatures exceeding 3,000 degrees, capable of refining 7th-tier elixirs, even in its damaged state. If intact, it is expected to refine 8th-tier elixirs, which would cause quite a stir in the alchemical world." Qijue nodded thoughtfully. Could it be that his mother, risking everything to come to Shanghai, aim to acquire this Qian Kuandan furnace to refine elixirs above the 8th tier? Is there a way to repair this furnace? Indeed, Yaoji replied. To restore such a premier furnace, temperatures exceeding 3,000 degrees are essential, which can only be achieved with the heart of the Earth's fire. Within the borders of Longhua, there are only 2 active volcanoes. One is Chabai Mountain in the East Province, the other is Ryu Mountain on Hong Kong Island. I suspect this may have been the original path your mother intended to take. This, Ouyang Qing can attest. Ouyang Qing nodded. Young Master Yi. At that time, after the benefactor diverted the myriad clans of Shanghai, I was in my room sipping tea. I indeed saw a long-distance plane ticket to Hong Kong Island. However, due to the loss of the alchemy furnace, I cannot ascertain whether the benefactor went afterwards. Yi Qijue spoke in a solemn tone. Where exactly is this Ryu Mountain located on Hong Kong Island? Regardless of whether my mother went to Hong Kong Island, I must ascertain its location. To the north, it conveniently lies within the Li family estate. What a coincidence. Yi Qijue's gaze had just shifted towards Li Jiasen when her phone suddenly vibrated, receiving a message. Upon opening it, tears welled in her beautiful eyes, and she was rendered speechless. What happened, Jiasen? Qin Yun inquired with concern. My father passed away at the Li residence. Xiao Xiaojun deliberately notified me to return to observe mourning. The funeral will be held tomorrow. A collective gasp echoed among the crowd. The name Li Songhai is not only renowned on Hong Kong Island. This trillion-dollar consortium, a titan in the Dragon Kingdom's auction industry, is a formidable figure even inland. Furthermore, it is said that Li Songhai is a martial arts master, having established a stronghold in the antique world through sheer strength, possessing the prowess of a martial king. To think he has simply passed away. It cannot be that straightforward. Yi Qijue's gaze sharpened. It seems this Qiao woman has revealed her true intentions and is entirely set on murder. Then I shall comply with her wishes. Let us depart for Hong Kong Island. Everyone, prepare to return. We will first head back to Jinling. Yi Qijue intended to escort his sister back. The venture to Hong Kong Island would inevitably involve conflict, and thus Luo Ling need not accompany him. Moreover, the 2 prescriptions he had provided her, Yujigeo and Gus Tianxiangdan, had passed the pharmaceutical inspection and were about to be launched. This marks a pivotal step in Yi Jiajue's plan for the rise of the Yi family. Each of these prescriptions is worth its weight in gold. Originally, Yi Luoling had intended to prepare for a few more days before holding the press conference, but Yi Qijue decisively decided to convene it this afternoon. Is there a need for preparation? These 2 prescriptions are both legacies from the mystical Pulai Island, steeped in thousands of years of tradition. The location was directly set in Jinling, Jiangnan Province. On one hand, this is the Qin family's stronghold, allowing them to arrange matters from all sides. On the other hand, Lingo is too small and cannot accommodate the market for Yi Qijue's 2 prescriptions. Tonight, he could also observe it firsthand. Although Luo Ling is exceptionally intelligent, she has yet to make her debut in the business world and requires a guardian. 2 hours later, the group arrived in Jinling. After organizing the materials, application forms, and authorization documents, Yi Qijue and his sister went to the Drug Administration to register the pharmaceutical trademarks. The launch of a new drug generally involves 3 steps: submitting the drug samples for inspection, registering the exclusive trademark upon passing inspection, and subsequently holding a press conference or sales event, thus officially launching the new drug. Trademark registration is merely a procedural formality. The critical aspects are the inspection and the promotional event. The Qin family had already constructed the press conference stage from early morning. Simultaneously, over 100 media outlets, bloggers, and self-media companies in Jinling were contacted. The traffic has already been generated. All that remains is the afternoon's promotional event. Yi Luoling, still in her teenage years, was about to take the stage to host the press conference for the very first time. Even in the waiting hall of the Drug Supervision Office, she could not help but feel a tinge of nervousness. Brother, I have cold hands, and besides, I have never hosted such a large conference. Why don't you take my place? Yi Qijue chuckled. No worries. Everyone has to have a first time. Just be confident. I'll be watching from below. Yi Luoling nodded. All right then. At this moment, it was Yi Luoling's turn to handle business, prompting her to leave the waiting hall and proceed to the trademark registration office. Just as she submitted her documents, an astonished voice cut through the air. Yi Luoling? You ugly creature, your leg has healed. Beside her stood a fashionably dressed woman in a Chanel haute couture outfit, gazing at her in disbelief. Upon recognizing this fashionable lady, Yi Luoling's expression turned icy. He Bing? What are you doing here? This woman, named Yi Bing, hailed from a prominent family in Jiangdong and was regarded as the pearl of the He clan. 5 years prior, she and Yi Luoling were both admitted into Beijing University under exceptional circumstances. He Bing was renowned in Jiangdong as a prodigious young talent, possessing not only a powerful background but also remarkable abilities, having been the top scorer in the college entrance examination of Jiangdong. She was perpetually surrounded by admiration and accolades, which fostered her haughty demeanor. However, she was 2 years Yi Luoling's senior. Thus, the encounter between these two prodigious young women from Jiangnan and Jiangdong showcased a 15-year-old Yi Bing, whose beauty and skills were overshadowed by the 13-year-old Yi Luoling. Even in university, the handsome boy whom Yi Bing secretly admired had turned his affections towards Yi Luoling, leaving Yi Bing infuriated. A popular saying circulated at Beijing University: why was there Luoling when there was Bing? They were often compared to the legendary figures Zhou Yu and Zhuge Liang of yore. Naturally, He Bing viewed Yi Luoling as a thorn in her side and had not refrained from using underhanded tactics against her. As Yi Bing contemplated leveraging her family's influence to teach Yi Luoling a lesson, the Yi family suddenly faced calamity. A devastating fire annihilated the family. Upon returning to Lingzhou, Yi Luoling endured relentless humiliation from several prominent families, much to Yi Bing's delight. She took a half-month leave to come to Lingzhou and revel in Yi Luoling's downfall, eager to witness her degradation firsthand. Whispers suggested that the He family had orchestrated the incident leading to Yi Luoling's leg injury, believing she would never rise again. Yet, to Yi Bing's astonishment, after 2 or 3 years of separation, Yi Luoling had not only recovered but also appeared poised to apply for a trademark in Jinling. How could this not astonish Yi Bing? Observing Yi Luoling's rejuvenated beauty, a pang of envy stirred within her. Shouldn't I be the one asking you? This is Jinling, a place bustling with aristocracy. What business does a beggar like you have here? And who cured your leg? Did you sell yourself to a brothel? Yi Luoling had no desire to engage in a quarrel with Yi Bing. I am here in Jinling to develop a new company. As for how I healed my leg, it is none of your concern. Please step aside. Yi Bing let out a cold, mocking laugh. What kind of status do you have to be opening a new company in Jinling, just like me? Tear up her application immediately. People like you, who come from the countryside, should remain in the dirt for a lifetime. Want to turn your fortunes? Perhaps in your next life. 2 burly bodyguards beside her moved swiftly to seize the trademark application. Yi Luoling, caught off guard, felt her arms grip tightly, turning her skin a fiery red. The pain caused her to drop the document onto the ground. Yi Bing picked it up and sneered. National Beauty and Fragrance Pill? Quite the name. I suspect it's nothing but a 3-no garbage, a scam from some micro-business. It's filthy. With that, she intended to tear it apart. At that moment, a deep, chilling voice echoed through the air. The 2 bodyguards holding Yi Luoling were sent flying, crashing to the ground with a thunderous impact that shattered the quartz floor. Their bones likely broken beyond repair. Dare to tear it, and I'll rip your mouth apart. Then, a powerful slap landed squarely on Yi Bing's face, sending her teeth and blood hurtling through the air. The assailant was none other than Qijue. How dare someone cause trouble for his sister Luoling right under his nose? If not for the concern of leaving a psychological scar on Luoling, that slap would have surely turned Yi Bing's head into a smashed watermelon. The staff at the Drug Administration gasped in shock. This was the little princess of the He family from Jiangdong, and yet someone had the audacity to slap her? What kind of courage was this? After hitting the ground, Yi Bing's face was swollen like that of a pig, one corner torn, and her hair a disheveled mess. She glared at Qijue with unrestrained hatred. Ah, you dare to hit me. You're dead. What are you all doing? Can't you see your lady being assaulted? At the entrance of the waiting hall, a dozen formidable warriors surged in, led by several grand martial artists. With such an entourage, Yi Bing's bodyguards were enough to dominate Jinling. Who would dare lay a hand on the young lady of the He family? The grand martial artists silently demanded accountability. However, upon seeing Qijue, they froze in disbelief. Could it be the infamous Qijue, the harbinger of death who had decimated the 10 clans of Zhonghai? They had only just heard the news in the morning, and now they encountered the very embodiment of that terror by afternoon. Are you here to watch the show? Hit him. Kill him. Yi Bing urged impatiently. Yet, to her astonishment, the grand martial artist retreated, avoiding him as if he were a tiger or wolf. Miss. He is Qijue, the one who annihilated the 10 clans of Zhonghai and the Qin family. Yi Bing was stunned. Yi Luoling's brother was the very killing machine that toppled Zhonghai? How could someone who appeared to be from the countryside have such an extraordinary brother? In a daze, Qijue slapped her once more. It seems you harbor a grudge against my sister, don't you? Have you bullied her in the past? He Bing instinctively replied, and no. No. Smack. Another slap resounded. The visage has more than doubled in size, now marred by numerous lacerations. There is no need for evasion. I have conducted my inquiries. You have colluded with both the Su family and the Zhou family of Lingzhou. Surely, you have secretly bullied my sister on numerous occasions. Today, you must return everything to me and kneel in apology. Upon hearing the demand for her to kneel and apologize, He Bing's countenance darkened. Throughout her life, she has held the utmost disdain and loathing for Yi Luoling. How could she possibly be willing to kneel? Yi Qijue, do not be so arrogant. Do not forget that you once killed Admiral Lu's beloved, Lu Yuqiong. Your life has long been in the grasp of the Lu family. Such audacity will only draw the attention of the Lu family more swiftly. He Bing exerts pressure on the Lu family. Yi Qijue let out a cold laugh and said, if the Lu family wishes to provoke me, they are welcome to do so. However, before that, I shall ensure the downfall of your family. As he spoke, a hand seized He Bing, lifting him effortlessly as one would a chick, the fingers applying just enough pressure. In an instant, the latter's neck was ensnared as if caught in a tiger's grip, his feet lifted off the ground, engulfed in suffocation and terror. Release us at once. Miss. A few formidable martial artists are terrified to the core. If He Bing meets his demise, their lives shall be in peril as well. Bang. Just as I was about to strike, Yi Qijue raised his hand and suppressed me. One by one, we crashed to the ground, our bones shattered. He Bing was utterly horrified, her legs thrashing uncontrollably, nearly brought to tears by fear. I apologize. I am truly sorry. I was in the wrong. I assure you I will never trouble your sister again. Forget it. I do not believe you. Just go ahead and end it. Yi Qijue spoke softly, yet a chilling aura of death enveloped his gaze. With a sudden surge of strength, He Bing felt an overwhelming tide of mortality wash over him, leaving his tailored trousers drenched. No. Please, brother, forget it. At this moment, Yi Luoling approached, having neatly organized the application. This is the office building where Yi Qijue took the life of He Bing, an act that has had a profound impact. Moreover, the He family in Jiangdong possesses a certain degree of influence, and she does not wish for her brother to make more enemies on her account. He Bing, I can overlook the past, but I wish to have no further interactions with you moving forward. Take care of yourself. I cast a meaningful glance at He Bing, conveying my sentiments. Yi Luoling swiftly assisted Yi Qijue in completing the trademark registration